What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, November 6th, 2023, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock, recapping the massive football weekend that we just had. Of course, the Texas Longhorns survive in overtime against Kansas State. The Dallas Cowboys come up short in Philadelphia. The Houston Texans win one of the most entertaining games of the year in the NFL, plus some Big 12 storylines, some college football storylines from around the country, some NFL storylines from around the country. So much to get into over the next couple of hours. What's going on, Buck?
I am doing fantastic. What a great weekend, BK. How are you?
I am doing great. And congrats are in order to you, my friend. Look, if I start off Monday shows dunking on you for missing your Gold Star 1,000-unit locks, I've got to praise you when you get some right. You were 2-0 this weekend on your 5,000-unit Gold Star locks of the week. You had Oklahoma State.
Easy.
Bedlam. Yep. And you said not only would they cover the 5.5 to 6, but they would win outright. And sure enough, they did win outright. And also you had the Philadelphia Eagles covering the 3 yesterday against Dallas. That one hurt me a little more. So you bet on one Cowboys who took care of you, and you bet against a different set of Cowboys. But I guess they also took care of you as well. Congratulations, my friend. You are now only down 11,000 units on the season.
I don't know if we'll get healthy this week. There's some good games, but I don't see any. Well, anybody playing Syracuse. There you go. I'll start by saying that anyone, even if it's the Pitt Panthers, anybody playing Dino Babers and that group at Syracuse right now, you got to take them. And looks like the Clemson Tigers have woken up from their sleep. Dabo, got harassed last week, and he went out and knocked the shit out of Notre Dame. I mean, just buried that group.
Yeah, that's how you walk the walk right there, isn't it? Right? Because he did a lot of talking on that radio show last week, and, he backed it up with a nice performance and an upset over Notre Dame. That was a good win for Clemson.
Certainly was. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, thank you for doing what you do for all of us, and be safe out there.
Amen. Well said, my friend. Well said. Hope everybody out there had a fantastic weekend. Well, if you're a Texas Longhorn fan, you had a roller coaster ride on Saturday. Texas got off to a great start, and hell, it wasn't just the start. The Longhorns had a 27-7 lead late in the third quarter against Kansas State. It kind of felt like the Longhorns were going to cruise to a very impressive victory over a really, really good Kansas State team, but things unraveled. K-State scored a touchdown on the last play of the third quarter. You had a couple of bad Texas turnovers early in the fourth quarter. Then all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, the 20-point lead is gone, and you're tied at 27. Thankfully, K-State missed an extra point that would have given them a lead in the fourth quarter of that game. This one obviously went to overtime. K-State's kicker was able to kick a long field goal at the end of regulation to force overtime, and the Longhorns defense was able to get the massive stand on 4th down and goal. K-State decided to go for the touchdown and the win. The Longhorns defense bowed up. They made a play, and Texas gets the dub, and the Longhorns are 8-1. It's the best record for Texas through 9 games since 2009. Buck, the Horns survive, and they keep their Big 12 championship hopes very much alive.
You know what? It was a game of ebbs and flows, but you know what? To beat that team, I enjoy the win. And that's a win that this Longhorn group will cherish for a week, because now they got to go on the road and head up to Arlington. And I'll just say Fort Worth, but I'll say that you take that win over this group anytime. Now, the just giving away of 20 points was sort of ridiculous. I mean, there's a lot of people that you can point to in that part of it, but none more than the quarterback. And they are going to struggle. You can't keep averaging 2 turnovers a game by your quarterback, and some of them are elementary throws that just you can't do it. They don't do that in Pop Warner football, some of the throws that he's had. But once again, they find a way to survive. That defense is incredible against the run. They're still lacking against the pass on a group that really couldn't pass. It didn't have any standout receivers. But against the secondary of the University of Texas, you don't have to have standout anything to throw that secondary. But once again, I'll take the victory. There's some things they need to clean up, and they need to clean it up fast. And they probably could have run that ball 10 more times, I would think, in the course of that game. But they lost their running back. Jonathan Brooks must have got hurt pretty early in the game because I've never seen him tap out. And late in the game, he tapped out after about a 6 or 7 yard run where his helmet and his shoulder got driven into the ground. So he must have been injured before that because he raised his hand up, which he could barely do. He came out. K-State called a timeout, and I'm thinking, okay, now that there's a timeout, he's caught his wind because I didn't know he was injured. I just thought, he was winded. I'm thinking after a 7 yard run, that's not like that kid to tap out that late in the game on a very important play that was coming up. And so when they called timeout, I expect to see Jonathan Brooks back in the huddle, and they went to the freshman and they did that silly little option play that they took it to the house, but they ran it twice, which, okay, Sark, once is okay. That's nice. It's like taking the defensive lineman, putting him in the game and running down the goal line and getting him in a touchdown.
What? Wait, you're mad at Sark for running it? You're talking about the last offensive possession of regulation for Texas.
I'm talking about the option play that he decided to go through. The one he took to the house.
Right.
With CJ Baxter. He ran that same play again and got stuffed.
Right. Yes.
I expected Jonathan Brooks. I was like, why isn't Jonathan Brooks in the game there?
Yeah.
And as Jonathan Brooks got, as the day went on, they started running Jonathan Brooks laterally and not downhill between the guard and the center because he was gashing them in between the tackles. Then they started stretching it out a little bit with him. And, K-State was starting to rally to that play outside the tackles. Plus, it was a game that you lost both your tackles, so you survived the game, but I just don't know if they can. This young quarterback is making an awful lot of mistakes. He's hanging in there. He's 2-0, but the team is 2-0. But I still thought they could have run the ball a little bit more. There's not enough run in there for me.
No, they ran it 37 times in the game on Saturday. They also threw it 37 times. So
yeah,
you're
maybe the other one, maybe if you run it 37, maybe you don't have to throw it 37 with this young guy.
Right. Well, yeah.
But once again, it's a win. And all you're trying to do right now is win and survive, get this kid some experience, more experience. But his fundamentals of throwing started to look kind of weird on Saturday. Throwing off his back foot, and doing some things that he hasn't been doing. So, but the 2 picks, BK, could have been 6 picks. If the other team's defensive backs could catch, but obviously that's why they're DBs. Well, they can't catch.
Let me say this. That was a huge win for Texas.
Yes.
I would have signed up for a 33-30 overtime win before kickoff on Saturday in a heartbeat. I would have signed up for any sort of win against that team with a backup quarterback. I mean, K-State's defense hadn't given up a touchdown in their previous 7 quarters of football. Like they had been playing previous 9 quarters of football. They have been playing at an elite level, and Kansas State has just been boat racing teams over the last few weeks to get back into the top 25 and to get into that 5-way tie for first place in the Big 12 Conference. So with all of that being said, and the fact that you were playing with a backup quarterback, I can't speak for every Texas fan, but I would have absolutely signed up for 33-30 in overtime.
Well, when you're missing 2 tackles, you're missing your 2 starting tackles, in the middle of that game, that hurt too. That was hard sledding right there now.
Yeah, all of that stuff. I mean, that adds more to my point there. So that's a huge win for Texas against a very, very good football team, and they kept their Big 12 championship hopes alive. Now, blowing a 20-point lead in the second half, that is far from ideal, and there are clearly some things that need to get corrected. And, it's weird because early in the season, this was such a great fourth-quarter team. And now over the last couple of weeks, not so much. When you think of what happened in Dallas against OU, when you think of what happened at Houston, and obviously when you think of what happened on Saturday against K-State, a team that was a really, really good second half team in the first half of the season, ironically enough, has kind of lost its ability to put teams away. And they've got to find that again because they have been flirting with disaster a little bit more than any of us would like over the last few games. But when it's all said and done, this is a big, big win for Texas.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of Texas teams, Buck. The way things started spiraling out of control
in the fourth
easily. Quarter, they would have lost this football game. A Tom Herman team loses this game, maybe by double digits. I don't think they just lose on 4th and goal in overtime. I think they just completely unravel to the point where they cannot get stuff back on track to even force overtime. So,
well, I'll say this, that Kleiman is not the best coach. I was wrong. He's not. He has not beat Sark yet. So he's not the best coach in the Big 12. I've been touting that before the season even started. This is the best coach. I don't believe he is.
Well, is Sark the best coach in the Big 12? Because Kleiman's beaten every other coach in this league.
Yeah, right now he is, and he's getting it done with a backup quarterback, and they're winning games and playing some pretty good defense against the run. But right now he is, but he's tinkering on, and he's borderline on some of the things that he does during the course. Sometimes he's just he won't take those field goals. He just doesn't want them. So I got it. He just doesn't want.
You got to be careful. You got to be careful here. I mean, you're right. Yes, he didn't take the points on a 4th and 1. And it was 17-0 at the time. If Texas kicks a field goal, it's 20-0. By the way, shout out to the kicker, Bert Auburn.
Yes.
That guy had the game of his life on Saturday, and Texas doesn't win if Bert Auburn doesn't make all of his field goals. So tip of the cap for him. He got a lot of criticism from me and from Texas fans everywhere after the Oklahoma game. He's turned it around, and he is a weapon for this team right now. But Sark was aggressive on 4th down. 4th and 1 from his own side of the field. He goes for it. I wasn't sure that was the right move. What happens? Texas scores a 54-yard touchdown on that C.J. Baxter play.
Yes.
So you got to live with that from the coach. It didn't work out on the Red Cat play. Texas got stuffed on downs. But if you're going to criticize Sark for going for that 4th down, you got to praise him for going for the 4th down that turned into a touchdown for Texas in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, but but you can't continue to give up 3 points. It's going to be close sledding for this team throughout. If this young guy is still at your playing your quarterback position, it just is. You're not running away from anybody and really hiding, because it's tough. That one thing your group can make other teams is one-dimensional, and they'll have to pass the football. But one thing you almost don't want is making them one-dimensional and having to pass against the secondary, because it is awful. I mean, your best player at cornerback looked awful on Saturday. I mean, he didn't play a very good game. I mean, that was tough sledding for that secondary, and that's not a good group of wide receivers that they were going against either. They're not, and you still got guys in the game who are in chase mode, but I guess you don't have any players left. You don't have anybody available to play in those spots. But that's still not a very good secondary, and that's a secondary that can. If you get to be one-dimensional, you can get beat against I don't know who else you can get beat against. I mean, there's nobody else except if you get into the championship game, really.
Well, the Texas secondary is not great. I'm not going to argue against that there, but this comeback didn't happen because the Texas defense wasn't very good. The comeback happened because Texas turned the ball over on offense twice in a row, and K-State's 2 touchdown drives that let them tie the game in the 4th quarter were 12 yards and 32 yards. It's not like Texas just kept giving up long drive after long drive after long drive.
Well, they don't give up long drives.
No, I mean, they gave up one. That touchdown at the end of the 3rd quarter was a long drive, and the field goal drive that K-State had to force overtime was a long drive. Now, Texas did enough at the end to force the field goal, and thank God, because I was going to go flashbacks when Texas gave the ball back to Kansas State in the last minute and a half of that football game. I'm not going to argue against the secondary being bad. Once again, I'll reiterate. But the defense started to fall apart because the offense just kept giving the ball back to K-State. And you can't do that against a team this good. No. It's amazing. Texas turned the ball over 3 times. I didn't think they had any chance to win if they were going to turn it over 3 times. But they just kept giving K-State the ball back on Texas's side of the 50, and K-State took advantage. So
yeah, and Coach
it's kind of a team-wide collapse, Buck. Like everybody was playing well early on, and that's how Texas built that big lead. And then just the offense and the defense just kind of fell apart at the same time, which obviously allowed K-State back in it.
Yeah, and Coach Kleiman going for 2 for the win, I thought was wow. I mean, that play call was by Calvin Klein up there was awful. That thing was blown up from the get-go. And I was thinking, Coach, you're the one with the momentum right now. When you just scored, go ahead and go to overtime. You had all the momentum at that time of the football game. And I was thinking, he's going to kick. This thing's going to go again. I'm like, but he's actually going to go for 2?
They went for the touchdown on 4th and goal, not for 2. Like they kicked it.
Touchdown.
If they would have kicked it, they would have forced a second overtime.
Yeah.
I was like, no. I'm with you. The announcers like Gus and Joel were talking about it too. Usually when you're the road team and you're the underdog, you want to go for the knockout blow, right? If you're in position to go and win a football game against a favorite, then you want to take that chance. But considering just how poorly Malik Murphy had been playing. And you're right, it did feel like K-State had all the momentum considering what happened in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised that Chris Kleiman decided to go for the win there, and credit the Texas defense, man. That pass rush, they were awesome in the first 2.5 quarters. They weren't great. K-State's offensive line started holding its own a little bit in the fourth quarter, which was another part of them getting back into this game. But, man, Byron Murphy was awesome. Tavondre Sweat was awesome. Barron Sorrell was awesome. Ethan Burke was awesome. I mean, this is one of the best defensive lines in college football. I think Texas has the best defensive tackles in the country.
Sure.
But when the edges are playing like they did on Saturday,
absolutely,
this is one of the very best D-lines in football. They showed it a lot over the course of that game, but on that final play, when it really mattered most, when they needed to show it, they showed out.
Boy, they pressured. They came right up the field on him, too. Barron Sorrell, that's the best game he's ever played, I believe.
Yeah.
That football game was special for him. He really was. He did a lot of good things in that game, and they needed him to anchor the outside because that poor team, they were trying quarterback. They were calling 3rd down and 8s and going quarterback draw and stuff. I'm like, you're not going anywhere, trying to run the quarterback and up in the gut. That's not going to happen. And they ran a lot of plays in the middle. I was like, did they really think that they were going to run the ball on Texas in the guts?
Well, that's why this Texas defensive line is so good. I mean, Kansas State entered Saturday as the 5th best rushing offense in the country. They've been averaging 225 rushing yards per game this season. Texas held them to 43. Like, that's incredible. So you get why K-State kept trying, because that's what they do best. That's how they've gotten on this 3-game win streak and got back into the top 25. That's why, they were tied for first place in the Big 12 going into the weekend because of their running offense. They had 4 guys average more than 5 yards a carry on the season going into Saturday. And, yeah, Texas's defense just at every turn, whether it was the quarterback run game, which is obviously a huge staple of what K-State does offensively, or just the traditional running back run game, they couldn't do anything there. So tip of the cap to Texas, man. That defensive front was great. I thought Jalen Ford had a really, really strong game as well for the Longhorns. Mo Blackwell made a couple of plays too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were wasted plays. You're right. They were wasted plays. Like, I was grateful, and I think all of us were grateful every time K-State decided to run.
Yeah, I was.
It wasn't going anywhere.
I was like, run it again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like they had 1st and goal, right? The first play of overtime for K-State. After Texas kicked the field goal, they pass it. They get all the way down to the 5 or 6 yard line.
And they ran. I was like, yes, please.
And then they just, QB power on 1st down. They try the Tim Tebow jump pass on 2nd down.
That thing was ugly.
And, that was not a traditional drop back pass. Like, all the drop back passes were working for them. It was like, what are you doing not doing that? Thank you for not doing that. But what are you doing not doing that? And then, Texas, once again, on 3rd and 4th down, when K-State did drop back the pass, they were able to make a couple of plays, one in the secondary on 3rd down, and then obviously the D-line got the immediate pressure on Will Howard on 4th down. So,
yeah, I'm interested in seeing when Jonathan Brooks got hurt. My son had told me that, Dad, I think he hurt his shoulder.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, he's running pretty hard. I don't see him. He said, but he was at the game. He said he kept, rotating his arm around when he'd come to the sideline, like his shoulder was banged up. And I'm thinking, wow, but he kept humping it up inside. I'm sorry, I said that word again.
Oh, I didn't watch that game.
Oh, okay. Well, he was getting it going between the tackles. Okay, how's that? Is that better?
Getting it going, huh?
Oh, jeez.
Interesting. Yeah, no, you watched this game on Skinamax, I guess. I was watching it.
I did again. I enjoyed watching him play. I just didn't like when they started running him laterally.
He was banged up throughout because he left the field a couple of different times over the course of the game. And he was sort of tapping his head for relief more than we've ever seen him. So
the crucial one was that last one. I'm like, dude, you just ran up there for 6 or 7 yards. You can't be tired. But when he came out, then they called timeout. And I said, well, then he'll get back in the huddle. The timeout's called. He'll get on the sideline, and he'll be the guy in the game. And they'll go right between the tackles again, and they did not. And I was like, damn. I mean, he must have been really hurting because he's a pretty tough kid. He was tough enough that injury happened, and he still played in the game. But at that particular time, I don't know guys that I've ever coached that would say, no, I would cut their balls off when they came to the sideline. If they were saying, hey, the guy that we saw on Friday, you think he'd ever come out, want out? No.
Ricky?
Yeah. No, not a chance in hell. He would be like What are you doing? I'm like, you're hurt right now. And he'll be like, oh, no, I'm just fine. I'm going
Yeah.
back in there. And please give me the ball when I go back in the game, please.
Yeah, yeah, you're talking about the third down play Texas had on its last offensive drive of regulation. Jonathan Brooks left after the second down run. They brought C.J. Baxter into the game. They tried the option pitch, and it did not work, and that's how K-State was able to get the ball back, and then they kicked the field goal to force overtime. Yeah, Brooks, look, he was fighting through maybe a couple of things. I don't know if it was just a shoulder, right? Like, after a carry in the first quarter, he was limping back to the sideline. You usually don't limp if it's just shoulder injury, so I think he was battling something in the legs, too. And he still went over the century mark, 22 carries for 112 yards, had a touchdown as well.
Well, he was really a stud Saturday. He really was. As I said, I think that they could have got more out of him, between the center and the guards. Those guys are doing a really good job because the tackles were hurting. I mean, anything out past that guard area outside, those guys were hurt. May have been the best game I saw Banks play as a run blocker, too, before he went out. I thought he did a fantastic job run blocking on Saturday.
Oh, I thought the O-line played great. Yeah, considering that Christian Jones didn't play and considering that Kelvin Banks missed a decent portion of the game. I thought it was one of the best performances of the year for the offensive line. Now, too many penalties. I think they had 5 procedural penalties, which those can't happen. I think 3 of them were on Cam Williams, who was playing right tackle for you. So that was his first sort of big game action. So understandable that there'd be some jitters and nervousness for him. But no, I thought Texas on the offensive line, that's what we asked for. We talked about it all last week.
Sure.
Like, when you play K-State, you got to dominate the trenches, or you at least have to hold your own in the trenches. And we weren't too nervous about the Texas D-line because they've been one of the best in the country all season long. But the offensive line, really since that Oklahoma game, we just haven't seen them put together a really, really strong performance. We knew they needed one on Saturday, and they gave us one on Saturday.
Yeah, they did. They gave what a couple guys hurt. They really played. They played tough. They played physical football. They had to. I mean, they had to because the quarterback's still so inexperienced and some of the things that he's doing right now. They've got to be careful of that. I don't know when Quinn Ewers comes back, but they're going to need him to win a championship, I believe.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. Got plenty of Sark audio to get to. Of course, Sark will meet with the media a little bit later today as well to continue to recap K-State and also to start to look ahead to this weekend's matchup against the Horny Toads of TCU.
All right, let me ask you this before you go to that. Is there a Manning mandate or something that he's not allowed to go into games? Is that a family Manning mandate that he's not going into games and playing? Because I don't know what it is. Is it about the red shirt? What are we at the time now where he can go in games now?
He can play. You get up to 4 games, and you can still keep your red shirt. I mean,
we're there now.
Well, yeah, it's tough. I don't know if there was ever like a great time to bring Arch Manning in. I mean, it's funny how quickly the narrative shifted on Saturday, right? In the first half, people are like, "Oh, Malik might be better than Quinn." Like, if Malik keeps playing like this, then we're gonna have to leave Quinn on the sideline because Malik looks awesome right now. And then in the second half, you had people wondering where the hell Arch Manning was. So,
yeah, I mean, I was wondering that. After the second interception, I was thinking, just let him go and sit just a little bit again if you want to do that, or just see what the other – why wouldn't you see what the other guy had? I mean, he could throw it in the other guy's arms too, but this guy was throwing it right at them. I mean, I'm like, damn, if those guys could catch, they would have 5 or 6 interceptions in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of guys just dropped. I'm like, really?
Yeah, it's just an impossible spot to put a true freshman in, right? Your team is unraveling. You're playing one of the top 15 scoring defenses in college football. You've got no in-game experience. Here you go, kid. Go stop the bleeding. Go lead Texas on some scoring drives to try to win us this football game. Like, you don't want to do that to him. It's not an Arch Manning thing. That's an anybody who's a true freshman type of situation. So, believe me, I was wondering if Sark was going to do it. Hell, Gus Johnson on the telecast was like, we might be seeing Arch Manning here, folks. But
I just didn't know what they were going to do. Were they going to wait for one more pick? Is that what it was? Just three strikes, you're out. Maybe that's what it was.
I don't know,
third, I mean, they may have discussed that on the third one, we got to make a decision what to do because we're up by 20, folks. We're up.
Right.
We're rolling this group in anything we want to do. Throwing the ball, running the ball. Our defense is playing great. You can't have the quarterback change the entire momentum of the game.
No, you can't.
Just can't do it.
You can't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Sark gets asked about that today if he ever seriously considered going to Arch Manning in that game. I'm sure the thought crossed his mind.
Did you consider going to him?
Yeah, I considered it, but I didn't expect him to do it. I never thought he was actually going to do it. And look, I'll give Malik Murphy some credit, right? For as bad as he was from the second quarter to overtime, when K-State tied the football game, he was able to march Texas down the field. A lot of it was on the ground, but still Malik had a couple of good throws to get the Longhorns into field goal range to take that 30-27 lead.
And I've got to see him run one time in 2 games. I got to see him take off.
That I don't get. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Why? I mean, can he actually run? I mean, there are times when they've got your back to you. Can he run? Will he run?
He won't run. Clearly, the answer to the second question is no, because he did not run one single time on Saturday.
In 2 games.
Yep. Yeah, look, we knew he was a pocket passer. People will see him and see that he's black, and they'll think, oh, this guy must be really good at running. Like, no, that's not his strength. But
dude,
the fact that he hasn't
run, I thought there was a chance where a dolphin could take off and go for a couple of yards.
Yeah, no, I don't know if that's a Malik Murphy thing. I don't know if that's a coach's directive, like, hey, we need you healthy. So, if you can avoid running, please avoid running. I don't know who to blame for that, or how do you explain it?
Well, it's not a blame. It's just a natural thing when it's time to go. If you have an opportunity to go and pick up 5 or 6 yards, I mean, you've got a run game that's going pretty good. If you can add to the run game at any time in 2 games, I've not seen it. I don't know what he looks like running with the ball. I've never seen him run with the ball.
It makes no sense. I mean, like you said, there were a couple of opportunities for Malik Murphy on Saturday to take off and run, and he just didn't do it. So, it's a lot to be desired from Malik Murphy's performance, but did enough for Texas.
Yes, did. They did. They all did enough.
Yes, they did.
Here's
Sark, the opening statement from his press conference on Saturday after the game.
We play better. Could we found a way to play better at some key moments? Sure. But we played well enough at the most critical moment when the ball's on your own, 4 or 5 yard line there for 4 straight snaps, and our defense was able to get the stop. So it was a great start to the game. I love the efficiency of which we were playing in all 3 phases. Unfortunately, we let them back into the game, and then we had to fight like crazy to find a way to win. But to sit here 8-1 sure feels a heck of a lot better than sitting here 7-2. And so proud of our team. But we also know that we can improve and we can get better, and our best football is still out there.
Did you hear that?
What, the best football is still out there?
Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure you heard the whole thing. There you go.
Yeah. It has to be out there because I think you still have to play better in order to win a championship. There's no doubt about it, because you'll get in that championship game no matter who you play. You're not going to stumble bum your way in there with picks and penalties like that and win a championship game. That's not going to happen.
I promise this is not a shot at Sark. And what he's doing there is coach speak, right?
Sure, it's Monday. Or it's right after the game, yes.
Well, coaches will always say that now we haven't played our best football yet this season, or our best football was yet to come. Like, that's not a Sark only thing. Coaches will always say stuff like that. Texas has played its best football, right? Like,
sure it has.
Like what they did in Tuscaloosa was the best Texas could play. Now,
Absolutely.
We left that game saying, hey, if Texas made a couple of plays here or there, they could have won by 17 or 20 instead of just 10 that they won by. But no, that's realistically the best Texas can play. To go on the road and beat that.
You haven't played like that since, Coach.
Bingo.
Tell the truth.
If
you really
they
haven't.
Just play like that, they're going to beat all of these Big 12 teams, especially these last 3 who aren't that good. They're going to beat them by 3, 4, 5 touchdowns.
Right.
So I think they have played their best football. They just haven't played their best football since week 2 when they, did go out and play their best football. I don't think they can play much better than that. If we just see more of that, then we're going to be talking about
a little bit of that. You're not going to be as worried with a 20-point lead. They're not going to be caught. If you can play football like you played against Alabama or close to it, then if you got a 20-point lead, there's nobody in this country catching you.
Right. So that's like, I don't know. That shouldn't bother me as much as it did. I'm cool.
Well, but that's what they'll all say that.
Exactly. But it's like, nah, dude, did you forget what you did? You did something that no one's done to Alabama in 20 years.
By the way, it's not a bad Alabama team.
Right. And this Alabama team keeps winning. My God, I should have kept receipts, but I don't try to hold grudges in this life. But all of the people out there who are like, oh, this Alabama team is 2016 Notre Dame. They're
they're going to lose
good.
3 games. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
they suck. Oh, yeah, this is Saban's worst team ever, and the dynasty's over, and this team's going to lose 3, 4, 5 games. Yeah, no, they just beat up on LSU, and they're still,
42-28.
yeah, they haven't lost to anybody else in college football this year, and they're probably going to make it to the SEC championship game, and if they win that, they'll be in the playoff again. So, yeah, no, still an impressive win for Texas, but
Yeah, there's just some things to be cleaned up because whether you win them, I'm just looking at small things that could be big things, but the biggest thing is that you won a football game with your backup quarterback 2 straight weeks now.
Yeah.
He's got to you would think he's getting better. Well, he's getting used to being out there in some pressure situations. But I'll say one thing. I said before the pregame that crowd will lift him up. Boy, it was loud on TV. It must have been something special inside that stadium at 11 a.m. because on TV, the crowd was into it. The crowd played a big part of what happened on Saturday, I got to believe.
it was a great crowd. I was there for the first half on Saturday.
Crazy.
And yeah, great atmosphere. Great atmosphere. Another sellout at DKR. It was the biggest home game of the season. You expected the fans to be on it, and they were on it. And 11 a.m. game, sometimes it's a little tough to get out of bed in the morning and to get to your seat by kickoff. But no, I thought the crowd was really, really good on Saturday. And yeah, they helped. If this game's in Manhattan, I don't know if Texas wins the way that thing went down. So I think the Horns fans definitely made a difference.
Plus, you had that lousy officiating crew that was there again.
Oh, yeah. We've gotten a few YouTube comments and text about Kevin Moore.
My goodness.
Yeah, that might be the thing that I'm most excited about leaving the Big 12 is that I'll never have to see Kevin Moore on my television screen ever again. That guy and that crew suck. Awful. Awful. Apparently you can tackle Xavier Worthy and not get called for a pass interference, I guess.
Yeah, that was just brutal call there. I mean, come on, guy.
That would have been huge for Texas. They ended up giving the ball back to K-State on that drive, and K-State scored when stuff was starting to fall out of control. So, a bad officiating crew. I've got the numbers here. Let me pull them up real quick. I say I've got the numbers here, and then I don't have the numbers. Good job, BK. Here's where we're at with Texas and the officials. Now, 9 games into the season, right? This team's 8-1. That makes 9. The amount of holding calls on Texas opponents this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 holding calls have been called on Texas opponents this year. Only 4 of those in conference play. 2 of them were declined, and 1 of them was offset with a late hit. That was on Saturday, right? K-State called for a hold, and then Ryan Watts was called for a pretty questionable late hit out of bounds on Will Howard. That's it. And then pass interference calls on opponents. Texas has now played 6 Big 12 games, Buck. There have been a total of 1 pass interference calls on a Texas opponent in conference play. That happened in Baylor.
Yeah, one of the best wide receiver groups in the nation.
Yeah. So
now I can see if it's the other way because Texas can't cover anybody, so they got to reach and grab and hug and do everything they can. So
those are the 2. Yeah, those are the 2 subjective calls, right? Like false start, you can't not call those. You got to call those. Offsides,
and when they jump like, I mean, they hunch it up in the air and like that's a false start.
Yeah. But I'm talking about like opponent penalties, right? Like there are certain things they have to call, but holding and pass interference, those are the 2 like kind of subjective calls up to the ref's discretion. And those just, especially pass interferences, have not been called by Texas opponents. And we expected that. Like this isn't the most shocking thing in the world, but obviously it's frustrating, especially when you play close games, to look at that and be like, golly, if we just got a call here or there, these games wouldn't have to be as close as they are. And, well, not the case.
Dude, I hope that group is not in Fort Worth. That will be horrifying to be on the road with that group. Playing a team that's not very good. And you've got your backup quarterback and you're struggling a little bit at times. I don't want to see that group around for sure next week.
I'm with you. I am with you. All right, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors. Plenty more Texas K-State conversation. We'll talk some Cowboys. We'll talk some Texans. We'll go around the Big 12 as it was a wild weekend of Big 12 football. A lot still to discuss. But, Buck, I will give you the first word this morning, my friend.
Folks, my bad back. I've been doing this for over 20 years with this bad back, but because of Relax the Back, this back has the support it has needed. And believe me, I needed support in my thoracic back, which I had total reconstruction. And folks, you need to discover Relax the Back also. Live pain-free soul. Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for the healthier lifestyle. And as I said, my back couldn't be happier. Live wellness for sure. And right now they've got all kinds of great sales at the Tempur-Pedic. They got Tempur-Pedic sales when it comes to Tempur-Pedic mattresses or pillows. We've got one of our folks has that pillow that I'm sure their wife is enjoying because dude got it. He doesn't have it anymore. She's got that pillow. We know that. They got everything you need. Human scale office chairs, desk, and of course, all the accessories that you want. They've got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free just like the Buck with our friends at Relax the Back.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Love them. And since 1909, the Covert family, they've been selling cars and trucks in Central Texas. Now they've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto, of course, Lincoln Ford in Austin. And of course, when you're out there in beautiful Bee Cave, they got 42 acres of unbelievable brands of cars, trucks, and SUVs, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And you got to drive a Jeep around this weekend a little bit, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Nice, huh? Nice deal.
Amazing.
I got to ask you about that drive because a lot of times Jeeps get to be kind of bumpy, and you told me it was smooth as could be, huh?
Yeah, well, the one they gave me had those big-ass tires.
Yeah, man.
Smoother ride. Yeah, it was awesome driving that Jeep around the city this weekend with the Covert logos all over it.
Oh, yeah, and thanks to them for the great meet and greet and having us out there with Ricky on Friday and all you folks that turned out. I know we had a quick turnaround because you got out there early, and a bunch of you are out there early. And we may have some news for you here over the next week or so about maybe the possible return of Ricky Williams, because let me tell you, that guy enjoyed that time out there like nobody's business. The folks that got to meet him that shook his hand, spending time, and he spent time with the folks out at Covert, but he spent time with you, the people, and he enjoyed every bit of it. He told my son, he told me, he goes, it's been a long time since I've done these kind of signings and hung around with the folks. He goes, it was great to see those people. It really was. I mean, with him and his gray dreadlocks and everything else, his French manicure. I caught that. He didn't think I saw that little French manicure. I don't do that. I'm not French. You know what I'm saying? I'm not French. But
you're European, but you're not French?
No, I'm not French. I don't do French manicures. But I thank those folks out there for sure. Dan Covert, of course, and Mike. He took all these pictures with Mike because Mike's a big Dolphin fan too. And they're going to go to a Dolphin game together, which is incredible. Stacy, thank you so much. And Jerome. Folks, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Yep. Ton of fun on Friday. Thanks to all of you who made their way to Covert BK to hang out with us and to hang out with Ricky Williams. That was a ton of fun. And
were you there for his, when did they celebrate him in the first quarter, I heard?
Yeah, into the first quarter. TV timeout, first quarter going into the second quarter is when they did the little on-field honoring of Ricky Williams. And it was cool, man. Got a massive standing ovation. McConaughey was
so big. That dude is wide as can be. Wow.
Ricky?
Yes.
What do you mean he's wide as can be?
I mean, he's big. He's fat. No, I didn't say that, Ricky. No, don't say that. What do you say? No, I didn't call him fat.
You just said he's big and wide. What does that mean?
His shoulders are broad. Okay, if I said he was broad, is that all right?
He's a broad?
No, I said
we got a Bruce Jenner situation here?
No, he's a big dude.
Call him Raquel Williams instead of Ricky?
No, I'm sorry. He's a big man. How's that?
He is a big man.
And thank you to Crown and Anchor. How about Crown and Anchor? Yep. The folks that had us for the pregame show, that was fun.
Ton of fun as well. Thanks to Crown and Anchor Pub, the iconic Crown and Anchor Pub over there on San Jacinto. Shout out to all the people who came by to see us there as well. Yeah, super fun weekend, and glad Texas got the win.
Got the win.
Yep. Code to text line 512-222-9328. If you want to chime in there, you can. Also hit us up on the YouTube comments line as well.
Any comments about me getting them 10,000 units back? 10,000 units. That's how I roll. Okay.
Yeah.
We're still down a little bit.
You're still down a lot of bit. You're down 11,000 units on the season. But yes, you did hit both of your Gold Star locks of the weekend. We'll give you some credit there. And that's a good segue because we can go around the Big 12 right now because there were 3 massive games in this conference on Saturday. Obviously, the game here in Austin had Big 12 championship implications. Bedlam in Stillwater was huge for this conference. And then the Iowa State-Kansas game. Yeah, that one actually meant a lot because, well, you had a 5-way tie for first place in this league going into the weekend. And now coming out of the weekend, there's only 2. You've got Texas and Oklahoma State. Those are the 2 teams currently tied for first place at 5-1 in the league. Now, nobody else is out of it because you now have a 5-way tie for second place in this league. There are 5 teams at 4-2 in the conference right now. So with 3 weeks left, nothing is officially official, but obviously we've got a much clearer picture for this Big 12 race right now than we did on Friday. How about Oklahoma State, man? You called it. I'll give you credit.
I just like the way I like the way they run the ball. I like they're physical enough on defense, but you can still get after them defensively. You can still get after that group at Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma did not. They really did. Although they had a running back that rushed pretty good too. Was it Kinshaw? I mean, that kid ran pretty good against Oklahoma State, but they're with their running back right now. He is the best in the country, I believe.
Oklahoma State
running back. Yeah, he's a cut above. I mean, you're talking about 2 running backs. I watched 2 running backs play banged up. I watched Jonathan Brooks play banged up on Saturday, and this kid against Oklahoma played banged up. He just kept coming back in the game, and when they needed him, boy, did he just get he is strong. He is physical, big, and fast. But that group, BK, love to play them in the championship because all they do is run it. They can't throw it. Yeah. I'm not buying that their quarterback can throw it down the field. I want them. I want to get to the championship game, and I want to play against them.
Yeah, we were thinking Texas wasn't going to play Oklahoma State this year, right? When the schedules came out, Oklahoma State wasn't on it. But all of a sudden, with just 3 weeks left in the regular season, it's looking like Texas and Oklahoma State. Now, Oklahoma State actually has a clearer path than Texas right now, even though the teams have the same record, because Oklahoma State has tiebreakers over most of the teams that are chasing them. Oklahoma State beat OU, who's 4-2. They beat Kansas State, who's 4-2, and they beat Kansas, who's 4-2. So to me, those are the 3 most likely teams to really get into the mix for this Big 12 title down the stretch. Texas, of course, beat KU and K-State, but not beating Oklahoma makes the picture a little bit murkier for the Longhorns right now. So Oklahoma State can probably lose another game. Now they shouldn't, because their last 3 games are at UCF, who sucks, at Houston, who sucks against everybody but Texas, and home against BYU, who suck. So that's what Oklahoma State has left. They're going to be favored in all of those games. If they win, they're definitely in, but they could even afford a slip up on that stretch, and more than likely, they'll still be at Jerry World on December 2nd.
Yeah, by the way, Sark, if Dave Aranda, who is his seat is hot as hot can be, if you can get him to be the secondary coach, that'd be fine with me.
Oh yeah, Baylor lost to
Houston.
Did you must have bet on that game? That's the only reason you care about that.
I can't believe that. They lost to Houston.
You can't believe Baylor lost? They suck. What do you mean you can't believe that?
Sorry, Houston at Baylor in Waco down by the river?
Yeah, it's just 2 awful teams that
man, oh man, oh man.
You should have been paid to watch. You should get a refund if you bet on that game.
Oh my goodness.
You should also check in somewhere.
I just took a flyer there. That's all.
You need help.
I took a flyer on that group. And then, of course, I watched the Kansas game, and I thought Kansas played really, really well at Iowa State. And I don't know why we were fearing Iowa State for some odd reason.
Well, it's still a road game at Ames. That's still a relatively tough place to play.
I hope to have the other quarterback by then.
Yeah, you definitely want to have Quinn Ewers back for that one. You obviously want him back as soon as possible, so you hope he's going to go in Fort Worth on Saturday night. But no, Ames, late in the year, could be cold, potentially a night game. Weird stuff can happen there. But you and I were on the nose. Like, Iowa State was favored in that game. We both picked Kansas to win outright.
Yes.
By the way, we talk about the Alabama win looking better week by week. Texas beating the crap out of Kansas.
Yes.
It's a 7-2 right now, folks. And they're
That's
only
is that the first time for them?
It's they won this. Being a Kansas football fan is great, isn't it? Back-to-back Big 12 wins for Kansas for the first time since 2008. They beat OU.
Only you would know that, yes.
And then they beat Iowa State. Yeah, they were underdogs in both of those games. Back-to-back conference wins for the Hawks since 2008. So, yeah, these aren't your older brothers Jayhawks. But that win is looking more and more impressive by the day because Kansas is very, very good this season. They're 7-2 right now.
Have we seen has their starting quarterback appeared yet? Has he resurfaced?
They're 7-2 with a backup quarterback. Like, I don't know if Texas would be 7-2 if Malik Murphy played every game this year. And Kansas is 7-2 with a backup quarterback. This is not Kansas is better than Texas by any stretch. We saw them play. We saw what happened. But just saying, that win, we're talking resume still because Texas is still alive in the CFP conversation. You want some of the teams that you've already beat to keep winning games. And Alabama keeps doing that. They're 8-1 this year. And Kansas is another team that keeps doing that. They're 7-2 this season.
That Alabama team looks, talk about roll tide. They just rolled, or did they roll them up LSU?
Yeah, LSU's defense is just like,
I don't even know what happened to the Perkins kid. Is he playing inside? He was dominating outside, but they started to stick him inside. And the guy's not like an inside linebacker.
No, I can't quite figure that out. He did have a pretty good day on Saturday. One of the few LSU defenders who actually did something. But, yeah, man, 42-28 is not a score you're used to seeing when Alabama and LSU get together. Jalen Milroe, 4 rushing touchdowns. I was told he was a backup after the Texas game. I was told he was a bum. That guy is –
that looks like a train coming through there.
Yep. No kidding. And, yeah, Alabama gets another win. We'll see what happens with the CFP rankings that come out tomorrow. Texas still number 7 in the Big 12. They're still ahead of Alabama there. They'll still be ahead of Alabama in the CFP rankings, you would think. But, yeah, man, crazy. So the Big 12 picture a little bit clearer right now. It's the same scenario for Texas, right? The Longhorns control their own destiny. They went out, and they'll be favored. They opened up as a 9 to 9.5 point favorite at TCU this weekend. They'll be favored in Ames next weekend. And, of course, they'll be favored against your Mark U and Texas Tech on that Black Friday. So,
oh, God, let's just get to there. Let's just keep winning and get to that one on a Friday.
Yeah, and as our guy Jake says, you want to talk about teams who have gotten worse. How about Oklahoma? It was funny because a lot of Texas fans, after the way OU celebrated that Cotton Bowl victory, were like, oh, man, that's your Super Bowl. Like, you guys are acting like that's your Super Bowl. And OU fans are like, F you guys, man. We're just better than y'all. Y'all suck. That's just another game for us. Whatever. Oklahoma since then is 1-2. They barely beat UCF. They needed a 2-point conversion stop in the final minute to beat a UCF team that has still not won a conference game. And then they've lost to Kansas and Oklahoma State in back-to-back weeks. So, yeah, I haven't seen any shirts out of Norman recently. I haven't seen any tattoos out of Norman recently. That fan base has been a lot quieter on social media recently.
Bro, I thought Gundy was going to cry on Saturday beating that group.
Oh, huge win.
He
for him,
loved
man.
that, man. He loved it.
Mother of children.
That's right. Mother of children was ready to break down in tears.
Well, yeah, he hadn't beat OU a lot. I think now he's 4-15 against Oklahoma in his career. But that was a huge one for Oklahoma State. Obviously, the last bedlam for the foreseeable future. OU's
now I wouldn't want to play him now. I don't want to play him again.
Well, OU's just dominated that rivalry, right? I think they're 91-20 against Oklahoma State. But to get the last one, it's big. Texas fans know that, right?
Absolutely.
Even though Texas dominated A&M, not to the degree that OU dominated Oklahoma State, but even though Texas has a massive series lead in that rivalry, you don't want to lose the last game, right? Like if A&M won that 2011 game, then, they'd be talking nonstop over the last 13 years. The last one is important. And for Oklahoma State to get the last one, they'll be able to talk a little bit to their OU brethren over the next few years. So,
and speaking of outside of the conference, boy, tough loss by the Aggies to Joey Freshwater. I mean, really, Del Boca Vista got them.
How about the Lane train? Yeah, I think Jimbo Fisher is now 6-12 in his last 18 games against Power 5 opponents.
Man,
That's
That's
bad.
not going in the right direction again. That's going in the wrong direction for them.
No, it is. Keep him there. It's absolutely going in the right direction. He just needs a little bit more time to get his players in there.
Yeah, they've got to get adjusted.
And once he does, once they understand his scheme and the way that they practice and all of that, then A&M's going to be just fine, okay? Just fine. So give him more time. He needs it. 6
Dude,
years,
they're not gonna
is
do
not
this.
enough, Buck.
No, it's enough.
Charlie Strong needed 7. Tom Herman needed 7. All right? 6 years. Jimbo Fisher, hell, he needs 17. I don't know if 7's going to be enough. Let's get this guy some more time, okay?
Let's give him some more money.
Yeah, let's give him another raise, too. When they beat Mississippi State this weekend, well, they better beat Mississippi State.
Wow, that's what I'm saying. What if they lose that? Is that it?
What are they now? They're 5-4. They've got Mississippi State at home. They should win that. Then they've got Abilene Christian at home. Boy, unfortunately, we've seen what can happen if you lose to Abilene Christian.
Yeah.
That could cost your coach's job.
Forever.
I think what Jimbo has to do, and I was talking to an Aggie fan this weekend somewhere. I can't remember where I was. And he's like, oh, dinner Saturday night. And he's like, yeah, and I think Jimbo's going to stay because of the money. And I'm like, dude, if they lose.
One of the two.
Yep. Or if they lose to LSU, they still have to go to Baton Rouge on the last game of the season.
Dude,
if they lose that and they're 7-5, to me, I don't think Jimbo survives that despite the 70+ million
loss. I can't wait to have that as my power play of the day. That will be my 10,000 unit play when that comes about. Believe me, they're not going to Baton Rouge and beating anything. They'll be beating something, all right, but it won't be in the football game, my friend. It's not going to happen.
They'll be beating what?
They will not be beating LSU in Baton Rouge at the end of the football season.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out.
It's not going to happen. Quit trying to figure out things. Stop trying to figure everything out. No, it's not all in the wording. So,
well, I'll tell you what. If you make LSU a 10,000 unit play, then A&M's got a chance to at least cover.
Wait a minute. Don't you understand? I took them. They did get a push this week. A&M. That was a push.
They did.
I had them. Yeah. Yes. Was there at any time? Somebody please tell me because I turned it off because I was sick of watching it. Was there at any time that I should have won that game? The line was 3.
Yeah. I mean, A&M, I think they had a lead in the fourth quarter. I was watching it, but obviously it was on at the same time as the Texas game was, so I was more focused on what was going on.
Oh, you were looking at you were watching that downfall almost happen?
Oh, God. I kept, switching spots on the couch. I've got the AV consultations 4TV set up. I was putting the game on different screens, trying to reverse the luck. You know how superstitious I am. I was trying everything I could possibly try to reverse Texas's fortunes a little bit. They at least found a way to get it done.
Them going for the touchdown in overtime, I just knew that's not going to happen. I knew if they tried to pass that ball.
I didn't know. You weren't nervous at all?
I wasn't nervous at that. I was not nervous at that play. I was thinking, Coach, you're going to do something that you think that people are going to that they're going to hold. You're going to get carried out on their shoulders. No, you're going to be doing something that everybody wants to put their foot in your ass. You've got the momentum. Yes, you're away. Try to steal one when you're on the road. No. You have the momentum in that from that middle of the third quarter all the way to that overtime, and you're going to go for the win. And you could have played this with that young kid playing quarterback. In overtime, I'm thinking, oh, no, he's going to kick this. We're going to overtime. And damn it, if Texas is not going to lose the game. So when he went for 2, I'm like, I was cheering for him to go for 2. I'm like, that is great. That is absolutely great. And then he didn't run it. And I knew he wasn't going to run it. I knew it. You knew it. And the American people knew that they could not run on time. They weren't going to run that ball in. They didn't try.
Well, they were from it wasn't you keep saying 2-point conversion. It wasn't a 2-point conversion. Yeah, they were 4 yards away. Of course they weren't going to run it. Everybody knew it was going to be a pass, and it should have been a pass. A run there would have been asinine. Even if they could run the ball against Texas, a run there would have been asinine. So I'm glad they went for it. I was surprised they went for it. The TV announcers were surprised they went for it. They should have kicked it, but maybe part of it was because, they missed a chip shot field goal in the fourth quarter. They had a bad snap on an extra point that they missed. Maybe that factored into the decision as well from Chris Kleiman. I'm glad he went for it, and it was the wrong move. But I was still a little bit nervous when they broke the huddle that, this Texas secondary was going to give up one more and K-State was going to win. And then boom, all of the goals for Texas this season were going to be gone.
I was thinking that pressure was going to get right in his face, and that's all they needed. Well, you didn't need much pressure with that secondary. I mean, you could just float one up and some guy's wide ass open, but just ridiculous.
Yeah. So they held on. They got the win. They made enough plays, forced a couple of turnovers.
They made enough plays early in the game. They got out. That was the group that got out of bed early and was ready to play.
Everybody did on Texas.
Yeah.
Like what a start for the They were up 17-0 with a chance to go up 20 or 24-0. It just, there were a couple of moments in the game that caused the downfall, right? Late in the first half. We haven't even talked about the blocked punt yet, where Sark after the game was like, yeah, he didn't call out the player by name because Sark doesn't do that and will never do that. And that's cool. I'm fine with that.
I call for a blocked punt, wrong way.
Yeah, exactly.
Favored, huh?
He's just like, somebody missed the call and did something that they weren't supposed to do. And it was obvious because the guy who blocked it was.
There were two guys coming in there.
Yeah. It looked like there was more than one Texas player who missed the call.
Yeah, there were two guys coming clean. They were just fighting to see who got to the ball first.
Yeah, because it's not like Sanborn held the ball for a long time. It's not like the snap was bad. I mean, yeah, those K-State guys came in clean and they blocked the punt. And, well, K-State got another short field, which is why I'm not nearly as hard on the defense as I think some Texas fans are. K-State turned that short field into a touchdown right before the half. So that gave the Wildcats some momentum. Still, Texas, they came back and they pushed the lead up to 20. And it was 27-7 going into the last play of the third quarter. And then you had just the touchdown by Phillip Brooks. You give him some credit. It was a good ball from Will Howard. Phillip Brooks made the catch on the sideline. He was able to shimmy by Ryan Watts. And then Michael Taft, had an interception on Saturday, but just one of the saddest tackling attempts you'll ever see. Phillip Brooks scores that touchdown on the final play of the third quarter. And then it was just the offense, man. Like Malik Murphy throwing one of the worst interceptions you will ever see at any level of football. And then Jonathan Brooks, like I'm supposed to get mad at Sark for calling a screen pass on 3rd and long. Malik Murphy's not supposed to throw that ball. That's dumb. And then I'm supposed to get mad at Sark for handing the ball off to Jonathan Brooks on the next drive. Jonathan Brooks fumbles the ball.
He got crushed too.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
That's like, Sark wasn't perfect on Saturday. There are things that I wish he changed, and there are things that I'm sure he wished he changed. But I can't blame him for Malik Murphy just forgetting how to throw the football. I can't blame him for Jonathan Brooks fumbling the football when he hasn't lost a fumble all season long. Like the players just they coughed it up on offense, and that allowed K-State to get right back into it.
Dude, he got whacked when he started trying to get up inside of there. They held him up, and the second guy that came through his body, I believe, when that ball went out. I mean, that was quite a hit.
Yep. You got to hold on to it, though, right?
Oh, you don't have a choice. That's not your ball. You better hold on to it.
Yeah. So, look,
just like at the end of the game, you better go there and take a deep breath and say, hey, coach, I'm going back in. And so the coach can go, okay, that's fine. Nice run. You're not getting – by the way, I'm not letting you out of this game. I've watched you run around all day long, limping, hurt shoulder. This is where we need you right here. I don't need you to tell me – I don't need to make a substitution for a freshman running back. Even though he's playing okay, he's not playing that okay for me. Your ass is going back in the game. Then again, I'm the guy who put Ricky Williams in when he got hit in a bowl game and said, hey, I'm not remembering things.
And you're the guy who –
I said, you'll get over it. You'll start to remember. Once you get hit again, things will come back to you.
Yeah. You'll bounce back. You'll get unconcussed with the next hit.
The next hit, you'll be right back to normal. Come on, let's go.
Sure.
I've also had Priest Holmes try to tap out in a Sun Bowl game after he scored 3 touchdowns, try to tap me out one time. I turned my back and looked up in the stands, and guys are going, hey, Priest wants out. And I'm like, he wants what? He wants out? He's about to be the MVP. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. And so Makovic says, so what are we going to do? I said, we're going to run counter again. We ran counter. He went for about 8 more yards. And I said, now he can come out. And he came out for 1 play, and I sent his ass right back in there. He said, did you see me? I'm like, did I see you do what? Trying to tap out of the game? No, I missed that. I was looking up in the stands. I was wondering where my kids were. No, I didn't see you try to tap out of the game. Hell no, get back in there. I'll give you one play off.
Yep.
But he played tough. He was tough. I mean, as I'm hearing from my son, he said, Dad, you don't understand. He said, that dude was hurt. I was there. He said, every time he came off on the sideline, they brought him over. He was doing stuff with his shoulder. And I never saw the limp part that you saw. But when my son said he was right there, he said his shoulder, someone was up with his shoulder because he kept stretching and stretching.
Yeah. Yeah. He was banged up on Saturday.
Keep it up. Let's go. Come on.
22 carries, got back over the century mark for the first time in a few weeks. I'll give Jonathan Brooks some credit. That fumble can't happen in that spot.
No, it can't.
State had all the momentum. Yeah, like Sark called the right play. That's what you need to do. You got to run the ball because that's what you do best. You got to give the ball to your best player, and Jonathan Brooks has been this team's best player. And you just got to hope that your best player can put the team on his back a little bit. And unfortunately it was a bad time for Brooks to lose his first fumble of the season. So, man, crazy win for Texas. Let's give some love to some sponsors. Then we got to dive into Malik Murphy's performance a little bit more because it was a tale of, I can't even call it a tale of two halves because Malik Murphy started struggling in the first half. It was really the first quarter. We saw greatness from Malik, and then the rest of the game, I don't know what the hell we saw from Malik. We'll let you hear from Sark, and then we'll kind of break down what Malik Murphy did in his second career start at Texas.
But those secondary dudes just can't catch. I mean, that's why they play in the secondary. I mean, they had feet for hands. I mean, it looks like they tried to throw their feet up there to catch the ball. I mean, it hit them right in the hands. It wasn't like they were hard interceptions, I don't believe.
No, there were a couple of drop picks by K-State.
Some
guy who will never drop the ball. Our man, Dr. Greg Eckert.
No doubt about him. Now, he does everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work and restoring teeth. I did mine in just 2 visits with a good doctor. And you can do it also. But find out if you're a candidate for dental implants. Turn that frown upside down in just one day. You can leave his office with a big old smile. 512-345-3166. Now, general dentistry, how about teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, extractions? By the way, did you get your mouthpiece?
Brain ball. Yep.
Yeah, get your brain ball. I'll be using that tomorrow when I do this deal right here. I'll be talking. I'll just show you what I can do with brain ball just in case. I'm going to use the brain vault, by the way, to have my jaw line the right way for golf this week. I'm going to wear that playing golf and see if there's a difference. You know how we tense up before we make contact? Because when I go in there and I got my driver in my hand, I make contact. And I want to see
your head? What do you hit your head on your backswing?
The alignment of my jaw. I want to find out if it'll work playing golf. So I'm going to use brain vault as I play golf this week.
You're going to wear
I'm overstretching it a little bit?
You're going to wear a mouthpiece on the golf course?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen that. What are you trying out for live? You're going to wear shorts too?
Trying to get that dollar from them. But Dr. Eckert, folks, is absolutely the best. And if you got dental insurance, it's that time. Let's start to use it or you're going to lose it. Now, don't delay your dental care by saying, you know what, I'll wait till the new year. Don't do that. You can still get that done in November. You can get some of it done in December, but he is going to be busy. And dental anxiety, do not take your dental care. Just take it seriously. And if you've got dental anxiety, get IV sedation, get knocked out. If that's the way you need to go to have your teeth taken care of, Dr. Eckert will do that for you too. Over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth, 28 years of business. He's our dentist, and he should be your dentist too. Yeah, that's right. Brain vault. I'm using that on the golf course. The lower piece, they have separate. They have an upper piece and a lower piece. When I grit down, because I'm going 360 on the drive, my drive and then a 3-wood, then I get
You're right. You're going 360 feet on the drive. Nice 120 yards. Oh,
yeah, I'm putting that on. Wait till they see me with that thing in my mouth. With a little Longhorn on it, with my initials on it. That's awesome.
Yeah, if you need it for golf, but hey, it's more for your kids. If you've got a kid who plays football, basketball, if you've got a kid who's a cheerleader, because cheerleaders get concussions all the time, you need that brain vault mouth guard.
If you're doing jiu-jitsu, you need that.
Jiu-jitsu, wrestling, whatever. Right. Any sport that requires a mouth guard, not golf. Brain vault, that's where you need to go. This stuff is revolutionary. Shout out to them. Shout out to Centex Tickets. Hey, it is a road game this Saturday, but it's in Fort Worth. A bunch of Texas fans are going to be making the drive up there to Fort Worth, to Cowtown this Saturday. If you're looking for tickets to the game, centextickets.com. That's the place to get them. I got my World Series tickets. That's right, Game 5. Even though it was on the road in Phoenix, I got my tickets from centextickets.com. Football, basketball, hockey, I guess baseball's done, so you can't get baseball tickets right now. Concerts, Broadway shows, they've got them all for you on site right now at centextickets.com. Shout out to 7-Eleven as well. Our guy, Ashish. I got to give me some at 7-Eleven today, man.
It is Monday. We got to go. We got to roll there. That's right. That Sunday paper that I did not get, I will pick it up today. Start all over again. That's
why
right.
I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage.
That guy was so happy this weekend, man. That guy, I'm telling you, he was happy as a pig in shit. I mean, I've never, big old smile, big old mullet. He beat the Sooners the last time through. And as long as he's coaching, he ain't ever playing them again.
God, people were so ready to get rid of Mike Gundy. And a lot of, like myself included, I was like, man, this might be the last year for him in Stillwater. Once they lost that game to South Alabama, they got boat raced by South Alabama, not Alabama, South Alabama at home. And with all the, transfer portal stuff, and Oklahoma State's recruiting has slipped in recent years, it just felt like the writing was on the wall that Gundy's time in Stillwater was coming to an end. And then for his team to just turn things around the way that it has, and obviously for them to get the win in the last ever Bedlam, tip the cap, man. That guy is a really, really, really good coach. And this is one of his least talented teams that I think he's ever had.
Where's the running back? Is the running back from there? I mean, has he been there forever? Is he a portal guy?
He's a Metroplex kid. He's from Texas. Ollie Gordon, who leads the nation in rushing right now, who should be the favorite to win the Doak Walker Award. I don't think he's a portal guy, man. He was just like a 3-star recruit.
He's just been waiting his time there.
Yeah, didn't get a ton of offers from big-time programs out of high school. Mike Gundy was able to find him. And someone said it's like trying to tackle a giraffe. That's what it looks like. He is tall. He is big. He is physical. And, 3-star kid, the 41st ranked running back in the country in the class of 2022. So he's young. This is just his second year of college football. But he has burst onto the scene and, become one of the most efficient running backs in the nation.
Things will start running through Stillwater once we're out of here. You know that. Sorry, Lubbock.
Well, if they keep that possum in Lubbock, maybe Tech's got a chance. How about that deal last Thursday? The random possum that showed up on the field and helped Tech turn things around against TCU.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man. Tortillas and possums. What a combo out there. Okay, Malik Murphy. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian before you and I talk more about Texas's quarterback. A couple of cuts to get to from Sark. These are from his post-game press conference on Saturday. Here's Sark first talking about Malik Murphy's day against K-State.
Last week, sometimes your best play is throwing it away. And we haven't got to that point yet with him because it's not about talent. It's not about understanding of the scheme. He doesn't have to prove anymore that he has to make a play. He makes plenty of plays, and we see him make those plays. But what I saw out of him today was, again, bouncing back. He had thrown the interception on the screen, backed up. And then we have the fumble with Jonathan. And inevitably, we needed a drive. And he made some really critical throws on that drive to get us down there when we kicked the field goal. Had a couple big throws to AD, had a really nice 4th down conversion to JT Sanders. And really, I thought he was throwing a touchdown to Xavier on the 3rd down, and we didn't get a holding penalty. We didn't get a pass interference penalty, but we're not getting those. So we're not going to complain about that. All right, but it was the right read, and things were there for him to make that play. It didn't happen, but he led us on that drive, which I think is big for him from that standpoint. I don't know exactly on some of the throws there in overtime, but he should feel like we have the utmost faith in him because we do.
Well, there's no doubt about it because you won't yank him out of the game. If he's throwing interceptions or whatever, you're not going to take him out. We got that point now. But the ball he threw to JT Sanders was a really nice ball over the middle. That was a good pass and a good catch and run with it too. That was well done. But he's at that point now that he's got that big arm and he doesn't set his feet. He throws off his back foot. He leans back a lot of times when he's throwing. And that's probably some of the cause of that. His arm strength is there, but if you want to really try to get it through tight windows, you better be stepping into the throws instead of backing up away that fall away Michael Jordan jump shot that he's starting to show a little bit of. Now, I don't even care about the sidearm stuff sometimes when it doesn't come over the top because he's got the velocity there. It's just when he's falling backwards, it's hard to throw hard forward when you're falling backwards. It just is. And you can see that in him now. It's some of the mechanics of his footwork are like Quinn's a little bit. When they throw their best ball, that's when they step into it. They can get away with the fall away jump shot every once in a while, but the majority of times you're not going to get away. If your footwork is shitty, that throw is going to be shitty.
Yeah, such a weird game for Malik Murphy, right? I mean, he was incredible in the first quarter. 7 of 11. Shout out to 7-Eleven.
There you go.
152 yards and a touchdown. And, boy, he hit A.D. Mitchell on that deep ball. It was perfect.
Yeah.
He had a couple of deep balls to A.D. Mitchell in the first quarter that were perfect, like dropped in a bucket type of perfect. And once again, the conversation was, oh, dude, this is the best quarterback on the team. Like, this is our guy. Hey, Quinn, take a few more weeks, brother. We're good. This is our best quarterback right now. And God, Texas jumped out to that 17-0 lead, and you're thinking, oh man, like this, we're gonna run away with this one against K-State. Seriously, a team that's just been dominating teams. We are beating the crap out of these guys, and this is a top 15 scoring defense in the country. And Malik Murphy, our backup, is just picking them apart. I mean, it was glorious. But from the second quarter on, Malik Murphy was 12 of 26 for 96 yards and 2 interceptions. That's 3.7 yards per attempt. Dude, Iowa fans would think that's bad, okay? He was awful. And like you said, the conversation shifted from, oh, this guy's the best quarterback on the team to, we need the true freshman right now. We need Arch Manning in this football game. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen such a dramatic 180 over the course of a game where Malik Murphy looked like, man, if he plays like this, he is one of the best quarterbacks in the conference. And, oh, my God, we are set to, dude, this guy's going to cost us the football game, and we need to take him out. Otherwise, we are going to lose this football game.
I mean, it was a dramatic change for him, and he's just got to get more consistent of how he throws the ball. I mean, the mechanics, that deep ball, he still throws a nice deep ball, but eventually you start seeing how short they came up. They just didn't get out in front of guys. Guys were open, but he started throwing off his back foot, and he didn't have enough ump on the ball. But when he steps into it, it gets there in a hurry. A.D. Mitchell loves the way I got to believe he loves the way he throws that ball, because when in that 15-yard range, those balls, those intermediate zone balls, they get on you in a hurry. They're right in your chest. But if you get a little pressure and you start to get off balance and you just decide, I'm throwing it anyway, like he did that screen, it's like, oh no.
Yeah, he wasn't good. He wasn't good. Now, of course, you've got the caveats. Second career start going up against a really, really good
Absolutely.
defense. But he was just bad. And he had 2 interceptions. There were a couple of dropped interceptions as well. And not like, they would have been incredible plays if the DBs made them.
No, they just dropped them.
One of them in the end zone, too, in the first half, even when Malik Murphy was playing pretty well. And then another one in the second half. Like,
one hit the guy right in the belly and fell down to his nuts. I'm like, just drop that ball.
Yep. Those are balls thrown right to the K-State defenders. And like you said earlier, that's why those guys are DBs and not wide receivers. And then I went back and rewatched this yesterday. I counted 7 wide open receivers that Malik Murphy missed. This is not, they had a step, and if Malik Murphy makes an NFL caliber throw, then they would have been caught. The receivers were wide ass open. They had yards, plural, of separation from any K-State defenders, and Malik just missed them. He was either behind, he short-armed a couple.
That's that's off that back foot falling backwards throat. It just doesn't get out there. It just starts to, you just don't have no zip. There's no zip on it.
I'm probably in the minority just based on what I've seen on social media over the last couple of days. I thought Sark called a great game. He had guys open all day long. What happened was, why Texas blew the 20-point lead, Malik Murphy was hitting those dudes in the first quarter.
Right.
Wasn't hitting anybody the rest of the game. Like, if Quinn Ewers plays, and Quinn Ewers has his faults, believe me, we've talked about him a lot. Quinn Ewers is far from perfect. But if Ewers plays in that game, Texas probably wins by 3 touchdowns, and they score 40-50. Like that's what would have gone down. The way Sark was,
because their secondary was not very good either.
He was in his bag. He was in his bag on Saturday, and Texas was able to run the football too. Give the offensive line credit, give the running backs credit, and he was scheming dudes open for all 4 quarters and overtime on Saturday.
And when you have this particular guy playing quarterback right now, BK, there can't be everybody who played above and beyond, fantastic. Jonathan Brooks, you can't put it on the ground. You just can't, not with this kind of quarterback. You can't do that. That's your obligation, is to hold on to that football. There's no excuse for him fumbling. He's taking big hits. He took a big hit, but he's taken hits before. There's no excuse for that. But when Sark puts you in a good position to get it done, and you're the quarterback, you have to get it done. You did it before. You were doing it. You did it in the first quarter. You just can't. You can't get lazy with your footwork and then start thinking, oh, my arm, I've got a big arm, I can get this out there. Throwing off your back foot. It's just, they came up short, as you said. And if that group on the other side could have caught, I don't think Texas would have won the game if those guys would have caught the ball, because there was at least 5 picks.
Yeah. I mean, when you're talking about a 3-point game that was decided in overtime.
Right.
Yeah. If Texas had 4 or 5 turnovers instead of the 3 that they did have, then
right.
The Longhorns are coming up on the losing end, and people are mad at Sark for not making a change at quarterback. So text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. The script ran out, and the plays that Murphy had practiced all week got replaced by different plays. Yeah, I mean, the opening script was great for Sark, but once again, like I thought his play calling throughout the game was really good. That was looking like, and we talked about this at Crown and Anchor for our pregame show on Saturday, like this feels like a game that Sark needs to go out there and win for his team. I thought it was his play calling. Now, look, he deserves some blame for the block punt. He deserves some blame for some of the other, all the penalties that Texas had. It wasn't the cleanest game for Texas, but I thought the offensive coordinator version of Sark did more than enough for Texas to win. Malik Murphy just lost it, man.
After that, and I thought they dominated. I thought they could have been a dominant team at the center in both guard position, running the ball in the middle a little bit more. They got away. They just started thinking that they could go off tackle. Your tackles were hurt. The guys you had to replace them with, they weren't running the ball well enough outside of the, on the outside shoulder of the guard. It just wasn't there. But when they would go inside, man, they pulverized those guys. Jake Majors was really good in this football game.
Yeah.
They getting the ball inside where he was a lot, and they did really well. And then for some reason, they started thinking, well, we got to switch up. We got to move the run game out a little wider. And the tackles, they weren't there. They just, they were hurt.
I thought they ran it pretty well throughout, man. Like, you're right. They did switch it up, but I thought they had some success doing that too. They averaged more than 6 yards a carry in this game. And if you take away the Baxter long touchdown run, they still averaged, I think, just about 5 yards.
Oh, yeah. Carry. They still ran. Yeah, they were still going to run the ball. Yeah. I thought they could have done more. I think clock management with that, you just needed to run a little bit more clock with the run game. I just didn't want to see that group come back on the field. With our secondary, I was just worried because they weren't going to run it. You knew they couldn't run it. It wasn't they weren't going to run it. They couldn't run the ball.
Right. And that's where, if you want to be critical of Steve Sarkisian, I guess you can, because look, Texas ran it 37 times. They threw it 37 times. If you wanted 5 to 8 more carries,
I needed 8 to 10 more runs. Yes.
That's fine. When you average 6 yards a carry, it's easy to be like, why didn't you run it more? But once again, guys were wide open. And you could say, well, Sark, you got to realize your quarterback doesn't have it. But Sark's seen Malik Murphy in practice. Like, he had to think, okay, no, I'm just going to keep scheming guys open, and Malik's going to be able to hit some of these guys, right?
Well, the one
we saw it in the first quarter. We see it in practice. He's going to be able to complete some of these passes, so I'm going to keep throwing the ball a little bit. And once again, if you want to be critical of Sark for that, you can. I'm not going to be, because Malik Murphy, if you're a scholarship player at the University of Texas,
been there 3 years.
I don't give a damn if it's your second career start. If you're on scholarship at Texas and you're starting at Texas, you have to be able to make some of those throws. And
if you made those throws in the first quarter, you'd be able to make those throws in the fourth quarter. Those wide open throws. The one on the crossing route that came across was clean. A big third down. Dude, that thing, I'm like, oh, that's so wide open.
Yeah.
I'm thinking BK maybe they able to make that pass. But no, that was down low. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, so it was bad, and
a work in progress still for him, because I don't think Quinn Ewers is going to be ready this week. And now the Manning mandate. I mean, I don't know if he's going to even get on the field. I just don't know. You got to keep doing what you do best. Stop the run, stuff everybody's run game, make the team on the other side, make them one-dimensional, and just ride your running game. Because now your freshman running back is there. He's a college, level big-time running back himself. Now, if Jonathan Brooks is hurting, which he ain't getting out of, because I'll be turning my head against that too. Oh, my shoulder hurts a little bit. Okay, well, by Thursday, he should be just fine and ready to go. Now you got to
Yep.
suck that up. I mean, he sucked it up in the game. I didn't see him have to totally come out of the game for a long period of time. He kept going back in and out. He'll be hurt. He'll be sore, but hey, you play running back. That's what happens.
Well, we saw Jaden Blue a few times on Saturday, which that told you everything you needed to know about Jonathan Brooks' health.
Should have been.
There.
You're right.
So this is, look, Brooks doesn't have to practice this week. Just get him healthy for next Saturday.
And don't fumble.
Because we don't know. We'll hear from Sark later today, and I'm sure somebody will ask him about Quinn Ewers. There was an update on TV on Saturday from Bruce Feldman, who was doing sidelines for the game. And he said that Quinn Ewers had been throwing. So I think like Wednesday or Thursday last week, he was throwing, which is obviously a positive sign and a step in the right direction for Quinn's recovery. Sark was asked a little bit after the game, and he didn't really give a firm answer either way. Once again, he'll be asked about it today, and he'll be asked about it on Thursday. So I think there's a chance that Quinn does play against TCU on Saturday, but it might be another week without him. And then, look, this is something new for Malik Murphy, right? He started a couple of games. Well, both of those games were in Austin. He had to come in the fourth quarter against Houston, only threw it twice, but he was the quarterback on the field on Texas's game-winning drive. But that's the road experience that Malik Murphy has in college football.
Yes.
Just that. So even though K-State's way better than TCU, don't believe me? Watch the K-State TCU game where K-State won 41-3 a couple of weeks ago. K-State's a better football team. But if it is Malik Murphy, then this will be his first road start of his college career. So just
and I would expect
your running back.
Yeah, I mean, if he's, didn't he not go in that game? Was there something about his back or something? I mean, he made it through, so must not be that bad. It'll be sore, but dude, they're all sore now. This is a home stretch. This is trying to get to the championship. You're going to be sore. That's one less thing you need to do except for be at the training room getting all the therapy you can get. But I don't expect. I think Texas with Malik Murphy should be able to win this game against TCU. They're just not good. They lost too many guys to the pros.
Right.
But then again, if you're going to throw it to the other guy 6 times, they may not drop it all 6. A couple of these times they're going to catch those balls. You're not going to get lucky, and because that's all it was. And yes, defensive backs aren't wide receivers, but dude, those weren't hard interceptions to make. They just weren't.
Now, and the decision on the screen pass was one of the worst decisions you'll ever see a quarterback make. Like, eat it, dude. Take the sack, throw it into the ground. Don't give them a 12-yard drive, please, Malik.
No, don't do that.
Yeah. Comment from JSDTX. I don't understand how we can't get a first down at the end of the game. Jason follows up. Foot was off the gas. Hope to get home by. See, this is how Sark never wins. Like,
right.
Texas gets the ball back with 1:45 left with a struggling quarterback.
I'm not throwing it.
Run the ball. They tried to run it 3 times, and K-State stopped them. Like, how is you're mad at Sark?
That has nothing to do with foot on the gas. I'm not letting that guy throw an interception again and lose the game, because then I will like an ass if I let him throw it. You're supposed to saddle up your run game then. Even if they know it's coming, that's what Stark always talking about. Even though they know we're going to run, we have to run the ball. Yeah, that's what you did at Alabama. They knew you were going to run. They couldn't stop you. K-State shouldn't have been able to do it either. No, that's not taking your foot off the gas. That makes sense to me, because you needed to run clock then too.
Right. You needed them. Look, you wanted to get a first down. Of course, you get a first down, the game is over.
Right.
But yeah, maybe if you have Quinn Ewers, you throw a screen or you throw a slant, something high percentage. But with the way Malik Murphy was playing, you got to run the football. Now, if you want to get mad at the pitch on 3rd and 4, okay. They tried it earlier. It turned into a 50-something yard touchdown. They tried it on that play, and it didn't work. K-State stuffed it out. You give them some credit there, but I'm not getting mad at Sark for running the football 3 times there. We would have been livid. My God, if he threw it and Quinn turned it over, or even threw an incomplete pass, so K-State got to keep one of its timeouts on that last drive.
Oh, no, you would have been nuts. I was thinking, no, just run that ball. Let's go.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not particularly excited about where the tackles were hurting that you were running out there, because you were killing them in the middle. That kid had just run for like 6 or 7 yards between the guards, and they didn't have their linebackers. They were missing that one kid, and you could tell, because they couldn't stop the run inside. But as you started to move it out just a little bit wider, their guys could flow because their tackles could play.
Maybe the play call was different, right? Like, because Jonathan Brooks had the nice run up the gut on the play before. Maybe if Brooks is in the game, they call it again. But
you're absolutely right. But he wasn't. You're right. You're absolutely right. He was
Sark's
not in the game.
Yeah, Sark's like, well, let's see. What was my best run to CJ Baxter today? Oh, a pitch on 4th and 1 turned into a 50-something yard touchdown.
Yes.
Let's try. Like, it didn't work. You can criticize Sark for that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm letting him off the hook too much today. But I didn't have any complaints with that one either.
Well, you're gonna that play is going to be obsolete in a hurry if your quarterback just kind of runs and takes 2 steps and then pitches it. If he's never going to carry it either. Once again, I haven't seen him carry the ball in 2 games where if there's a availability to go. And I know I'm thinking more than I've got to think that dude is 6'5", 6'6". He's going to fall even if he just falls down where he is, he's going to get you 3 yards, right?
I guess not. I don't know. Once
but
again,
you can't afford to get him. You can't afford to get him hurt.
That's obviously. It. Yeah, I don't know if that's a coaching directive or if it's just that's who Malik Murphy is. Like he just.
I think that's. I'm thinking after 2 games, that's who he is. I don't think that's a directive from the coaches because they wouldn't sure as shit say, hey, if there's a 5-yard run for you to have for a first down, just go ahead and run it up there with your 4.8 or whatever it is that you run. Just give it to me. Give me the 5 yards and we'll be all right. I think that's a Malik Murphy not knowing when to do it or having this unbelievable confidence that his arm can get it done. So
yeah,
they got to fix that. I just don't know if they can continue to go on. They can't go on having 2 turnovers a game by the quarterback. That's just not, even if you're playing teams that aren't as good as K-State.
Right. I didn't think they'd win. Like I'll eat some words. I thought if Texas had multiple turnovers, they were going to lose, and they had 3 of them and still found a way to get the dub. So now Texas had a couple of takeaways that obviously made a difference. But yeah, you are walking very close to the sun.
Yes, you are.
Giving the ball away multiple times like Texas has the last 2 games with Malik Murphy.
And as you said, I'm glad the fans were into it because if that's a road game and you give it away like that, look out. If that was at K-State, if that was in Manhattan, I think that would be totally different. But your crowd had an awful lot to do with Saturday. Like I said, on TV, it was loud.
Yep.
I mean, it was fantastic, the folks that showed up for that game. I thought they would. It was a beautiful day for a football game.
It was. Yeah, gorgeous weather in Austin. A little overcast in the morning, but the sun came out. Low 80s temps. Can't ask for much more this time of the year. Shout out to Eddie. Appreciate the kind words. Ask where can he get one of those Texas Sports Unfiltered hats? Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you can just click the video description below us, and there's going to be a link to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection at laststandhats.com, and that's where you can find it. Or if you're listening on the app and you want a Texas Sports Unfiltered lid, you could just go to laststandhats.com, search Texas Sports Unfiltered, and boom, you can find that exact same hat that the Buck has. We've got all sorts of different colors too. Curved bill, flat bill, different color schemes, however you want it. You've got it. You can wrap TSU wherever you go. Shout out to laststandhats.com for making that one happen.
And a good job by that offensive line. When you're changing your tackles out, BK, when you're playing against a team like that, as physical as they can be, the guys that came in and had to play, that's good. Now that's on the fly right there. That's pretty good coaching to get that done because the kid wasn't under a lot of pressure. You know, he had some pressure in his face, but every quarterback has pressure in his face. Damn, he's 6'6". I mean, they don't get to his face. They get to his chest.
You talk about pressure, and people are saying, well, when Malik got pressured, he fell apart. Yeah, yes, I agree. He didn't get sacked. I think he only got hit once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
And you could probably count the actual, real pressures.
That's what I didn't see a lot of them.
On one hand. Maybe you need a second hand for, 1 or 2, but the O-line did a good job. Obviously, they did a great job run blocking too, because Texas was good on the ground, and they protected Malik. This wasn't a case of Malik had pressure in his face all day long, and that explains why he made so many mistakes. No, he was given a clean pocket way more often than not.
Yeah, it's just still some of that young footwork. Got to keep on it.
Yeah, but the O-line, I thought, Texas in the trenches. Obviously, you look at K-State's rushing stats. That tells you what the D-line did. And hell, on the biggest play of the game, Texas was able to get pressure.
They blew that play up, man.
Yeah, the pass rush was great too. That's when Texas's D-line plays like that, then they're a special bunch, and this defense has a chance to be special. What a performance by them on Saturday. And yeah, that was great. That was big time. That D-line is one of the best in all of college football.
And I ended up staying up pretty late to see that Washington USC game. Wow. I had the over. Thank you very much.
Yeah. What was the total there? Like 75?
Yes.
Way too low. Not
Done
way
it
too
half.
low. Way too low.
Way too low.
Like those two teams. Yeah. And Alex Grinch got fired. Did you see that? USC
No.
finally fired its
They
DC.
finally did?
Yeah. It took them 3 losses and a bunch of awful defensive performances to
Wow.
finally make
They
it
scored
happen.
too many points to be losing games like that.
Yeah. You should never lose when you score 40 plus. In this economy,
No,
give me a
you're
break.
right.
Yeah, awful. I mean, Alex Grinch should have got fired in Norman before Lincoln Riley even left to take the USC job. And, well, their defense cost them the Pac-12 title and a playoff spot last year, and it's cost them the Pac-12 title and a spot at the playoffs this year. Caleb Williams is still really, really good, but they're not going to win anything of note with that dude because Alex Grinch just is a horrible defensive coordinator, and Lincoln Riley, for some reason, decided to keep him around for as long as he did.
Yeah, and Michael Penix has got to be the leader for the Heisman. Man, can he throw some darts?
Yeah, Michael Penix.
That was unbelievable watching those two play.
Yeah, good bounce back for him. It was really the run game for Washington that was.
They had two different running backs going to the game.
Yeah. Kid Johnson had 250 plus and 4 touchdowns
About
on the
that.
ground. Yeah, Washington had struggled a little bit since its win against Oregon. The offense had kind of sputtered in recent weeks, but they figured it out. That's a nice win for them. They stay undefeated. And if you're a Texas fan, still thinking about the playoff, and even though this team clearly has its flaws, but you can absolutely still think about the playoff because your team only has 1 loss and they're ranked in the top 7 in the country right now. You didn't get the help that you were looking for, right? Like you're rooting against Florida State right now. You're rooting against Washington right now. You're rooting against Georgia right now. Like all the teams in front of you, you are rooting against. So I've maintained that I think if Texas runs the table, they will make it to the Final Four. But for that to happen, other teams ranked ahead of Texas have to start losing games. I mean, if there are 4 undefeated Power 5 teams at the end of the year, then it sucks. Texas ain't going to make it to the CFP. Some of those teams have to start losing. I still think it will happen at some point, but you didn't get that help that you were hoping for this past Saturday.
Yeah, you need Penn State to drop one on the cheaters this week.
Yeah, it'd be nice if Michigan loses, right?
Yeah, because if they have a loss, that committee's going to say, along with the other things that are going on, and the NCAA may not be able to do anything about it, but we sure can as we moved into about 5th.
I know you're going to have a 5,000 unit play on that game this weekend.
I am not.
Michigan's only a 3.5 point favorite.
I am not making Penn State the favorite in that game.
No,
no.
I figured you're taking Michigan. It's only 3.5.
I don't like that. I don't like that game. It'll probably be rainy and cold in Happy Valley.
Oh my goodness. Penn State in a big game.
Other easy games out there. I'm trying to help the people. You don't destroy. I'm on a roll right now. Don't start putting those negative vibes in my head. I'll start listening to you. Who did you pick to win the game on Saturday, by the way?
The Texas game?
Yeah.
Texas.
You did?
Friday I picked K-State, but at the end of our pregame show, I'm like, I'm feeling better about this game today. I picked Texas. I think you and I both had them winning by 3, which is what ended up happening. But I did have Oklahoma, and you had Oklahoma State. You have won 2 in a row. I love how that's a hot streak. Like you're a baseball team. You play 162 games.
Right now.
You make 162 picks, and you win 2 in a row, and all of a sudden you're on fire like NBA Jam. Come on, man.
Let me just tell you, anybody playing Syracuse, Dino Babers, I got him.
You're gonna put 5,000 units on Pitt football this week.
Yes, I am.
God bless you, man.
So far early in the week, hell yeah. Against Syracuse, they are awful.
Pitt at 2-7 is a 2-point road favorite at Syracuse this Saturday. That's how bad I guess both of those teams are right now.
It is bad. It's bad looking football. And about the NFL yesterday, there was some great football. That early morning game, I loved it. I love Kansas City. That defense is for real for Kansas City. You know, they've got some struggles.
Let's take a 20 here before we get to the Chiefs, before we talk about the Cowboys and Eagles, before we talk about what the hell CJ Stroud did yesterday.
Wow.
We've got some sponsors to shout out. Buck, Texas Orthopedics.
No doubt about it. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, do contact the folks at Texas Orthopedics. Now, their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. While you're there, do say hello to Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yeah, shout out to them, and shout out to Altstat Beer as well, the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. Boy, I had a couple of Altstats watching that Texas game on Saturday.
Bet you did.
I needed a few more, honestly, to get me through that. But Altstat, the best beer that there is. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are the two flagship beers. Those are award-winning beers. It's not just some guy on a YouTube show and on an app telling you about Altstat. No, people who get paid to drink beer for a living are telling you about the greatness of Altstat. We're just lucky enough to have it right here in the great state of Texas. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all over the Lone Star State. They've got it in Austin. They've got it in the Metroplex. They've got it in H-Town. This stuff is liquid gold. I'm telling y'all. Monday Night Football tonight, get ready with some Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. Hey, Texas basketball back tonight, too.
There you go.
Altstat beer for that. Shout out to them. Shout out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems as well. I don't know what the hell the weather's going to do anymore. The heat kicked on last week. If it gave you fits and you're like, shoot, I need to be ready for the next time the heat's going to have to kick on, call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Or if somehow your AC screwed up once the heat came on and you click back over to the AC and now that's not working, call Woods Comfort Systems. Heating, AC. They also do plumbing as well.
60 years, brother.
60 years. The weather here, it sucks. It makes no freaking sense. The good news is Woods Comfort Systems is here to make sure that you and your family are comfortable in your house all year long. And as the Buck said, they've been doing it for 60 years, not 16, 60. Go to their website, woodscomfortsystems.com, and get a booking, man, because they've made the Bucks home comfortable year round. Absolutely. They can do that for you too.
They have. There's no doubt about it. We got all the sliding glass doors open this morning, and it is beautiful outside. But we're supposed to be in the 80s today.
Yep, 80s for the next few days. Wow. Chance of rain this weekend as we get
close. No. I'll let you know when there's a chance of rain. Remember that.
Any chance of rain coming up this week then?
I'll let you know I've got that 2-day window. I'll let you know by Thursday.
2-day window? It's only a 1-day window.
1-day window back and forth. And forth. You're right. I'll let you know by Thursday.
That's ridiculous. And shout out to Great Blue Heron Furniture as well.
Look at that doggo.
Come on. Doggo sitting on the couch on top of Bucky's head. If you want to buy a couch that you can put on Bucky's head, that'd probably kill him. But you can buy it.
Big couch.
Yeah, you can buy it at greatblueheronfurniture.com. Custom leather furniture company that started in 1991. Longhorn owned. Most of the manufacturing is done right here in the great state of Texas. The lead manufacturer is a good friend of mine, actually two of my best friends' dad. This guy is the man. This company is legit. And if you're looking for a way to spice up your home, Great Blue Heron Furniture, the best looking furniture that you can find. But this stuff is also comfortable, and it's also built to last, not just for years, but for decades. For decades. I'm telling you, you cannot find more stylish, more comfortable, or more well-built furniture anywhere in the universe. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. They've got you covered. There's actually a link in the video description below, if you're watching on YouTube, that you can click on. It will take you right to the TSU collection.
That's right.
Great Blue Heron Furniture. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. And if you prove that you buy a piece from Great Blue Heron Furniture, I'm going to send you a Last Stand hat as well. So many reasons to get you a couch or a recliner or a chair or bar stools, whatever, at Great Blue Heron Furniture.
And somebody's winning $150 from Cabo Bob's, aren't they, this week again?
Yep, because the Longhorns won. We'll be giving away another $150 catering gift certificate from our friends at Cabo Bob's. So
a damn randomizer.
That'll happen either tomorrow or Wednesday. You just got to be tuned in for your chance to win. It's as simple as that. Buck, you brought up the NFL.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Okay, you started talking about the Chiefs-Dolphins game. How about that Chiefs defense, dude?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're scoring touchdowns now. Like the Chiefs offense, they didn't score in the second half, and they still have some issues, right? I mean, it's clear that this ain't the same offense that we've seen in recent years. They don't have too many weapons on the outside, and it's just not the traditional Chiefs offense that we've grown accustomed to seeing since Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes got there. But the Chiefs defense is one of the best in the NFL. They scored a touchdown yesterday, and they kept that red-hot Miami Dolphins offense to just 14 points. Nice win for the Chiefs over in Germany yesterday.
It really was. I thought Patrick Mahomes played well. As you said, he doesn't have the type of weapons that he had last year, but they can still move the ball all around. They have a lot of guys that catch the ball now. They have many different guys that have, bit roles in what they do offensively. But they're still going to have to run the ball just a little bit better. They didn't run it that well yesterday. Now, Pacheco, that guy right there is going to have to get a little bit more involved in the screen game. But like you said, BK, what they're doing on defense, I didn't think I'd see that from that group. I really didn't. I know they had some special type of players with Jones and guys like that, but Snead has become a really good cornerback. And I was thinking, is that guy ever going to really last in the NFL? Because he doesn't have top speed. He's a big guy. He looks more like a free safety than a guy that can be just near the line of scrimmage and then have to cover dudes. He's playing well.
Yeah, he is. And that Chiefs defense, I think they're number 1 or number 2 in scoring defense in the NFL. Wow. I was trying to look that stat up. Yeah, I mean, that defense, it's usually just, hey, please do enough. Mahomes is going to go out there and score 30 plus. Just try to keep the other team in the high 20s if you can, and that'll be enough. No, this year it's the other way around. Like, their defense is the biggest reason why they're 7-2 right now. And yeah, Travis Kelce only 3 catches for 14 yards.
Boy, they couldn't get him the ball yesterday for sure.
No, Noah Gray, whatever that is, was the leading receiver for the Chiefs with 3 catches and 34 yards. Neither quarterback cracked 200 yards. Like, I don't think anybody saw this as a defensive struggle, considering just how much talent both of these teams have on offense and how good both of these quarterbacks are. But it was a defensive struggle, and the Chiefs defense was able to hold on and get the job done late. So Kansas City looks good. They are a more complete team than they have been, and you know that offense is going to figure it out. And if the defense keeps playing like that and they get their offense back on track, then we might have our first repeat Super Bowl winner since the Patriots in the early 2000s. The Texas teams, I've put off talking about the Cowboys for as long as I possibly could, but we have to obviously talk about the Cowboys and the Eagles. Philadelphia gets the win, 28-23. The Cowboys had a chance at the very end, but they got stopped on 4th down and forever. God, the Cowboys had so many chances. It felt like they were the better team in the 4th quarter. They got stopped on downs as Luke Schoonmaker on a play that was originally called a touchdown. It was overturned. They said he was down at the 1. And then obviously the last drive of the game, the Cowboys got into field goal range. They got all the way down to the 6-yard line, needing a touchdown, down by 5. Then a bad sack, Terrence Steele, more like turnstile Steele.
Oh boy, he got beat twice during that game, really badly.
No, three times.
By old man Clark.
Yeah. Graham got him, Clark got him. Everybody was getting that dude. An awful sack, and the Cowboys tried. They threw it to CeeDee Lamb on that last play of the game, but he got stopped short of the goal line. And it stinks. Like, I expected the Eagles to win this game. I honestly didn't think it'd be as close as it was, but you felt like the Cowboys were right there with them. They had their chances, but they just couldn't make the big enough plays down the stretch, and they come up 1 score short.
Yeah, Gainwell had a nice run for a touchdown over in the right-hand corner to start that thing off. But I didn't think they ran the ball all that great during the course of the game. And, of course, their quarterback got it on the knee, and when he came back, I'm thinking, oh, he's limped up. The Cowboys are going to really get after him, But he hung in there, threw some nice balls. He threw a great ball. He threw 2 great balls in the course of that game yesterday, Jalen Hurts. But he was banged up, and their defense is still a bunch of monsters, and the Cowboys can't run it.
Yeah, I thought the Cowboys defense played pretty well. They were able to keep Philadelphia's rushing attack in check for most of the game. They didn't stop the QB sneak, brotherly shove, tush push, whatever. Nobody does. Nobody stops that. That plays a freaking cheat code right now. That's why people want to get rid of it. Offensively, I thought Dak played a great game, man. He really did. A couple of decisions that
I didn't like the 4th down play. He had been going to the tight end. He was the guy who was going to be single covered, but the one out there to Tolbert, I was like, you're not trying to make this guy the hero of the day because you've hit him with a couple passes, are you? Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a great route, and you don't expect that guy to run great routes. So CeeDee Lamb had like 3 guys on him.
Yeah, the Cowboys had a couple of turnovers on downs, right?
Their tight ends are really playing well. Those young tight ends they're doing a good job.
I don't know. I mean, Schoonmaker's got to run that route to the end zone on that play. He's a rookie, and he'll learn from that. And you credit the Eagles defender for making a great play there. That was a
close call. That was a tough call to make because I couldn't tell if the ball was on the end line But did the knee hit first? It wasn't like simultaneously.
It was the right call. Yeah, it was simultaneous, but the ball was in I guess it was the left arm. So the ball,
Yes.
it was the right call. They called it a touchdown. I see why they called it a touchdown.
They
but
put it down where his knee was, not actually where the ball was.
No, the ball was where the knee was.
It was okay.
Yeah, if the ball was in the other hand, then they would have called it a touchdown, and it would have been a touchdown. But no, they got it right. Just unfortunate there. And then the other fourth down a little bit later in the game, it was a 4th and 8 from the Eagles' 29-yard line. And Dak went to Jalen Tolbert on a 1-on-1. And if he continues to go through his progressions, he would have seen, I think it was Jake Ferguson. He had Ferguson.
Oh yeah,
who had some separation. First read was to CeeDee Lamb. Like you said, CeeDee Lamb was covered. There was no way there, even though Greg Olson's like, I would have thrown it to CeeDee Lamb here. He's your best receiver.
Yeah, I heard him say that. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's 3. What do you think, those other guys aren't pros or something?
Yeah, it's like, awful. What game are you watching, Greg? But
he was
second read,
he couldn't throw it to him.
Yeah, everyone would have been like, Dak, you're an idiot for throwing to CeeDee Lamb there. He was triple covered. Go to somebody else who's in 1-on-1. Went to Tolbert. DB made a good play on the ball.
Yeah.
That one was incomplete. Then the Cowboys defense got to stop, right? The Eagles, with their rushing attack, I don't see people blaming Nick Sirianni for running it 3 times like they blame Steve Sarkisian for running it 3 times in that spot. The Cowboys defense get a stop. They get the ball back. And then as Longhorn Bear says, I mean, this is just the Cowboys making losing plays, dude.
Yes, it was. You're absolutely
the Cowboys
right.
making losing. They get to the 6-yard line. There's a false start. Then you've got the sack. Then you've got a delay of game. And then obviously the final play of the game where, you're 26 yards away. You're not.
I didn't get that delay of game. What was going on with the clock? Were they just not paying attention? What was Mike McCarthy doing? Taking too long to get the play in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Cowboys receivers were slow getting back, and you blame McCarthy, you blame Dak, you blame everybody, but you can't have that sack. The sack is awful. You can't have any of that.
6 false starts.
Right, like that's Cowboys in big games. Usually it's the playoffs where they screw that up, but this was still a big game, right? If the Cowboys get a win, they're a half game back of first place from the Eagles in the division right now, and both teams would have had 2 losses. But, the Cowboys have a chance to win. They've got 1st and goal from the 6. They had done a lot to get to that spot. And then, boom, false start, sack, delay of game, and you lose. Like, that's just same.
And then Dak stepping out of bounds there at the 1. That was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough to hit that corner for that big dude.
Just tough one. So, Cowboys 5-3. Now they're, 2.5 games out of first place. That's how big of a game that one was. The good news for the Cowboys, their next 2 games are against the Giants, who suck. Dallas opened up as a 16-point favorite against the G-Men. That game's in Dallas. Daniel Jones is probably out for the year with a torn ACL. And then Carolina's the game after that for Dallas.
Wow.
So you'd like to think the Cowboys can get back on track over these next 2 games, but that one's going to sting for a while. And I know the Arizona loss happened. That one sucks. My God, you lost to one of the worst teams, if not the worst teams in football. But those are the games people are going to hate on the Cowboys until they win games like that. They played San Francisco. They played Philadelphia.
Right.
Those are the teams people thought were the 2 best in the NFC going into the year. San Francisco's lost 3 in a row. They've got some issues right now, but I still think those are the 2 best teams in the NFC. And the Cowboys are 0-2. Now, they were a lot closer against the Eagles than they were against San Francisco.
I thought that would be a split. In the beginning of the year, I still think it'll be a split. I think the Cowboys will win at home.
Yep. And then
and they had a good chance to win yesterday.
A great chance to win yesterday. Chances, plural, to win yesterday. And they came up short. A team who did not come up short is the other team in Texas. This was the game of the year in the NFL. I'm telling y'all, no one's going to call it that because it was a matchup of 2, 3, and 4 teams in Houston yesterday. But if you're just talking about the entertainment value of the game itself and the back and forth, the fact that you had 5 lead changes in the 4th quarter of that game at NRG yesterday, what a thriller. And the Texans get the win 39-37 over Baker Moneymaker and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Come on, Baker.
CJ Stroud might be the best performance by a rookie quarterback in NFL history.
Well, it was.
And he led the Texans. So the Texans gave up a late touchdown with 46 seconds to go. And you're like, shoot, the game is over. Just would have been an awful way for the Texans to lose. Their defense just couldn't get a stop. And Baker Mayfield was about to be the big story. But CJ Stroud, with 46 seconds left, marches the Texans down the field finds Tank Dell into the end zone, and the Texans get the victory. 6 plays, 75 yards, in just 40 seconds. C.J. Stroud gets the game-winning score with just 6 seconds left, and the Texans get the win to get back to 500. What a massive, massive win for them. And an
Dude,
awesome,
what is that Tank Dell? Is he 5'7"? That man, he can get up. He makes some great. He runs some really nice routes too.
If you watch college football, you shouldn't be surprised that Tank Dell's this good, because he was awesome at Houston, one of the best playmakers in college football for years, both as a receiver and a returner. And he's a freaking monster. He had a couple of big catches on that last drive, including the game-winning touchdown. But here's why saying C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday was the best performance by a rookie quarterback ever is not hyperbole. 470 passing yards. That is a rookie record. 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. The game-winning touchdown drive, as I mentioned, with 46 seconds on the clock. He's the third quarterback in NFL history, not third rookie quarterback in NFL history. The third quarterback in NFL history to have 470-plus passing yards, 5 or more touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. No rookie has ever done that, by the way. Only 2 other players have done that before. Like, incredible against Todd Bowles. And the Bucs aren't great, but they're solid. Todd Bowles is a defensive coach, right. And it's not like I just praised Tank Dell. He's very good. It's not like the Texans have all sorts of super talented receivers down there. And, oh, by the way, they can't run the ball worth shit. They
can't
run
what they're
it.
supposed to be able to do. You're right.
Right. They cannot run. That was literally C.J. Stroud putting the team on his back like Greg Jennings in that YouTube viral video and willing the Texans to a victory, man. You can't say enough good things about that guy. What a year he's had and what a performance yesterday. It was really fun to watch. You don't have to be a Texans fan to enjoy what you saw from that young quarterback yesterday. That was masterful.
Yeah, and he's loving the tight end that came from Dallas. He's loving that dude.
Yep. He and Dalton Schultz have had a pretty good rapport all season long. And, yeah, Noah Brown, too, at a 75-yard touchdown. Yeah, another former Cowboy. Had a great day. Dalton Schultz, 10 catches for 130 yards. Tank Dell, 6 catches for 114 yards. I mean, my God, some of these receivers had more yards yesterday than Jordan Whittington has had all season.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wait a minute. Did Jordan Whittington catch a pass?
He did.
He had one pass, right?
Was it only one?
I think it may have been only one this week.
Yeah, well, he had more than he had against BYU.
Wow.
That's for sure. But just incredible. Incredible stuff by the Texans. The game of the year. Like, we might not see a more entertaining game in the NFL this season.
That was entertaining.
If you live in Austin, you were watching that. Hopefully you were watching that because it was on CBS. You know, for the last few years, it's been like, Jesus, can we get somebody else on TV besides the Texans?
You're right.
I don't want to watch these guys. Like, why are we stuck watching the Texans? I know they're 2.5 hours away, but I still don't want to watch them. This team is incredibly watchable now because of C.J. Stroud, and the future is bright. D'Amico Ryan's year 1 has done a great job. And look, you need players, and they've got a player. And hopefully this quarterback is not an alleged sexual deviant. Hopefully he actually does want to stick around in Houston. If so, the Texans, they're going to be a factor for a while.
Oh, yeah.
C.J. Stroud, man.
Yeah, they're going to truly build around that dude.
Incredible. Any other NFL storylines we need to get to? Game last night, Bengals with the win.
Bengals are back. Their quarterback's healthy.
That's what they do. Like they were 0-2 last year, and everyone's like, what's going on with Cincinnati? I think they were also 1-3 last year, and they ended up playing for the AFC Championship. And yeah, they were 1-3 this year. They won 4 in a row to get to 5-3. Nice win over Buffalo last night on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, I mean the Ravens held serve. They continue to win.
Mm-hmm. Ravens are awesome.
Yeah,
they don't just continue to win. Their last 2 games. I guess 2 of their last 3 games because they played Arizona in between. But they destroyed Detroit when everybody was saying how good Detroit was. And then Seattle came into yesterday's game at 5-2. It was 37-3.
Oh, yeah, they chumped them yesterday.
Yeah, it's not just like the Ravens aren't just winning games against good teams. They are demoralizing.
They're covering. They're great.
Like alternate line galore for Baltimore right now. So, yeah, they continue to play really well. We'll talk more about some of the other NFL games throughout the course of the week. We'll talk plenty more Texas football and Cowboys and Texans and plenty of sports happenings. And, of course, Texas basketball, Buck, maybe a thought on them. The Longhorns open their season tonight. Yes, college basketball is back today. The Longhorns hosting the Incarnate Word at Moody Center. For those of you who care, Texas is a 31.5-point favorite in this game tonight.
That should be total destruction tonight, I would think.
That's the hope right there. Hopefully Texas plays a better first half than they did against St. Ed's last Monday. If they do that, yeah, they should win this game and win this one pretty handily.
They just got to get their guys back to healthy. Just get all the things that you can get done in a game like this and start getting your big men ready for conference play.
Yep. Yeah, the good news, the first few games for Texas, not super tough opponents.
Oh, no.
Dylan DeSue, yeah, you're probably right. We might have to wait.
They're going back to New York, though. Aren't they going back to that? Don't they have this tournament where they go play in New York City again?
Yeah, a couple of weeks from now.
Okay.
I think their first opponent in that is Louisville. They suck. But if they win that, they'll have to play either UConn or Indiana. So that's like the first really, really tough game that Texas will have. It's in a couple of weeks. DeSue won't be back by that one. Maybe Caden Shedrick, the Virginia transfer, will be back by then. He's closer, according to Rodney Terry, than Dylan DeSue is. So, yeah, it'd be nice to have both of them. You won't have both of them. Hopefully you have one of them. But these first couple of games for the Longhorns should be wins, including this one tonight against Incarnate Word. They've got a first-year head coach, first-time head coach, a bunch of new players. I think they only have one starter back from last year, they being the Incarnate Word. So this should be a good one for Texas and hopefully an easy win. Once again, the line is 31.5. So,
well, they'll be the important deal of today is Sark's presser today about the injuries because Watts looked like somebody had sniped him out of the stands when he went down with that hamstring and then came back in the game in the fourth quarter. I thought he was done for the year the way he was rolling around. So, and then he got back in the game. I'm like, he's okay.
Yeah, I think he got hurt in the fourth and came back in the fourth. So probably just cramps, right? If it's something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you don't always have to pull a hamstring. Maybe he just had a cramp in it. But boy, the way he grabbed that thing, I'm like, he's done. We won't see him for a couple games. And then he came back. I'm like, damn. What they got on the sideline over there?
We saw what the secondary looked like without Ryan Watts. I know he didn't play his best game as a Longhorn on Saturday, but they need that dude. They need that dude out there.
They need any dudes back there.
Yep. And you need Ollie Pop. That's what you need.
Yes, I do. I get my Ollie Pop.
You need it. I need it. The American people need it.
That's right.
Ollie Pop. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I've got one can left, which means I got to go to the store and get a few more Ollie Pops here this week. This stuff is fantastic. It tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but it's actually healthy for you. Inside of every can, you get a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. 9 grams of fiber in every can. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. And the flavor is absolutely there. They've got the classics, classic cola, root beer, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin, which is their take on a Dr. Pepper, cream soda, cherry cola. They've got like tropical punch. They've got strawberry vanilla. They've got grape soda, all sorts of flavors, something for everybody. And once again, it is soda. It tastes like soda. So you're going to love it, but it's also good for you. And you're going to love that as well. Shout out to Ollie Pop and Buck. Top Gun. You're getting your garden ready, right?
Oh, my garden's ready. I was maneuvering some of the soil around during the weekend here, and I'll continue to maneuver it around and massage it a little bit. I'll get my hands in Mother Earth and get all the nutrients that I need to get into that 15 by 15. But Top Gun's got everything that I need. If I can get that tiller, once I start to get that ground a little softer, I'll get the tiller from Top Guns over with Brandon Mars, and I'll get that done. And also, this is the time if you're going to do some trimming of those oak trees, if you're one of those people that will get up there and do it, I call somebody. I don't play with that mess. You know what I'm saying? But if you're that guy or that gal that likes to be out there with that pole saw, he's got them for sale. He's got them for rent. He doesn't just rent stuff. That dude has all kinds of things for sale out there too. Yep. If you need a bobcat because you want to move some earth a little bit, that's the place to go. Is Top Gun Rentals.
Yep.
And sales, as I like to call them, because they sell it too.
Top Gun Rentals and lawn equipment. Yeah, you can rent, you can buy. They've got the biggest selection, all of the best brands, great prices, and they're great people as well.
Oh,
yeah. You mentioned Brandon Mars, good buddy of both of ours. They do great work. 2 locations in the Austin area, up north in Anderson Square, down south on South 1st Street. TopGun.net will shoot you straight. 2 guys who probably won't shoot you straight. They're going to shoot you all over the place are the 2 guys that we've got coming on now. It's
Man, let me
Wags.
tell you, I'm going to get my hands in your all soil. Let me tell you that. Huh? I'm going to push your soil around.
Wow. That's not what I wanted to hear this
Who's
morning.
this Mother Earth you're talking about? Jeez, I
Mother
need to
Earth.
meet her.
I don't
Yeah.
wear gloves. I put my hands in the soil. I like to get my
you just
know,
pushing that earth
you see
around.
people,
It's
you
getting
see people in there, Rodney, with the gloves on, like they're
I
doing something in the garden. I get my hands into the dirt.
yeah,
and
you
get them in
want to
there.
touch grass. You actually want to get up in that soil and feel that soil yourself. Huh?
Absolutely. I want to squeeze
See
it.
how
Nice
moist it is.
Nice and moist. Yeah, that's
Yeah, moist. Yeah, there you go. Now you're talking my language.
Gross. All right,
Green
fellas.
thumb, this guy.
We'll be locked in today. Excited to listen.
Wags,
bud.
you could have thrown some of those. You could have picked off some of those passes on Saturday. You wouldn't have dropped those.
Now I would have got back in my drop too, and we're going to talk about a little bit about that too.
Oh, get back in my drop. There you go. All
Hey,
right.
back in my day, man. Hey, honorable mention, all-state honorable mention back in 1999, dude.
Oh.
Third team.
Can we see the plaque up on the wall here next show, please?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
bring
you
it
need to
out.
have that up there.
I still got the certificate and everything.
Paper certificate with a thumbtack.
Yeah, living in the glory days, man. Hey, so here's the equivalent to that, right? Like I was all state, and Rod Babers, same year that Rod Babers was all district, right? Rod Babers only made all district in Texas. That's the difference in the equivalency between Maryland football and Texas football. That's how good Texas football is. Like an all district player can get to the NFL. All state, we're just dreaming, baby. We're just dreaming.
Texas Sports Unfiltered, even better.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, limit.
Got a leg up on those guys.
Slam it down, slam it.
See you guys.
Later, guys. There they go, man. Great start to a Monday. We got some Monday morning quarterbacking to do for you, not just in the NFL, but of course on the Longhorn campus as well. Malik Murphy style. Looked great at times, but also, man, Rodney gave us a scare, man. Made me hold my breath a lot. Almost made my, heart go into cardiac arrest quite a few times. We'll break this down a little bit more. We got a lot of NFL to talk about, man. Excellent quarterback play, Rodney.
Yeah,
and
man.
if you're a fan of the Texans, man, you got to be loving life. And if you're a fan of the Cowboys, man, you kind of see the writing on the wall, right? Because you've seen some things at its best, and you still come up with a loss. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But first off, how was your weekend, my guy?
Dude, it was awesome. Got up Saturday, was checking out the Longhorn game there. Had to get on the road. So my daughter that goes to Tarleton State over in Stephenville, she's like, Dad, last home game, why don't you come on up? Let's tailgate. Let's go to the game. 6 p.m. start. Took the drive
How
up
far
there.
was the drive for that?
Not far at all. 2.5 hours, if even that. Down 281.
That's still a long.
Dude, that's
not
nothing.
far for Texas.
I live on the road, dude. So it's nothing. But we had a really good time. And listening to the game on the way. And I got to tell you, I think the coolest part of this is, and I wanted to tell Buck before he slammed the laptop down on us. I think one of the coolest things is with our group chat, having a coach right there, because it's like that really makes me miss football with Buck. With some of the play selection and the different things that he is getting to tell us as this is going on. It's like, God damn. Oh, sorry. God darn. I wish I was on the field right there. With some of the stuff that Buck talks about, but good weekend. Hey, did you survive? Did you fall back? I
did fall, but you know what? I like the fall back more than the spring forward. I think we're all on the same page of this, right? Like we get the extra hour.
Why do we still do?
Who complains about the extra hour? That's what I'm wondering. My wife's just like, we don't get started with the day long, fast enough. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She likes to get up and drink her coffee when the birds are chirping and it's still dark out. So, I like to just be waking up and picking my belly button and stuff like that, like you like to talk about. But
my wife this morning, she's up an hour early, and she's kind of stomping around, and I'm like, what are you doing? And she's, oh, this time change is horrible. I'm like, well, then go back to sleep.
Yeah. Well, see, some people can't sleep. I'm kind of like that. As soon as I hear the birds chirping, I start to wake up, but I don't like being outside while the birds are chirping. You know what I mean? Like I like to start my day once that sun starts to rise. I don't like to be up before the sun. It just throws my rhythm all off, man.
This 5:45 dark as shit outside. I can do without that, man. Because it just kind of
I won't say it's depressing, man, but some people wake up, they're going to work when the sun's down, and then they're coming back home when the sun's down too. That ain't exactly the best quality of life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's
no doubt.
That's a life of work and occupation. That's about it, my guy.
I don't know why we still do this. And when I got to figure out the biggest chore that I have today, Wags, here in my studio, I've got one of those atomic clocks up there. And I have sat there and jacked around with that time. But there's a setting, I guess, that I keep missing because like right now it says 11:05. And last night when I said it, it would have said 10:05. So that's my chore today.
It didn't change over?
Huh?
What, it just didn't change over? Is it supposed to?
It did, but then it moved back. Oh, I know what it is. It says EST.
Yeah, you got it on. Yeah, you gotta set it on CT. My guy, Rodney, my guy. Hey, man, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he gets the damn job done. That's the best thing about him. Put them all together, man. You got a toolbox.
I'm a Phillips screwdriver, brother. I'm just all fucked up.
Man, I ain't heard that. Anyways, man. All right, let's get you want to break down some college quarterback and play before we get into the professionals, or you want to go with the pros first before we get into the average Joes?
Hey, your call, brother. Let's do either one. I mean, there's plenty of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, let's hear from Sarkisian and everybody last. Let's keep everybody teased. You know what I mean? Because everybody's here for the Longhorn talk, anyways. We'll make them sit through the professional gridiron talk. Anyways, it's good, anyways, right? We got some Dallas. We'll lead with the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles here, man. Rodney, I mean, let's just call it what it is, man. You can't lie to the eye in the sky. When you think that Dak Prescott is not QB1 and not the franchise quarterback that the Dallas Cowboys sought after, he goes and has a game on prime time, or not in prime time, but I mean late afternoon against the division rivalries, the Philadelphia Eagles, best team in the NFC right now, and perform. He was the best player on the field. Here's the problem. Eagles had a banged up Jalen Hurts, a couple of banged up injuries on the defense as well, and they were still able to win the game. It felt like no matter what Dak Prescott did, he did everything fantastic, right? There was still not that much of a running game. There was still dropped passes and really, really questionable calls from Mike McCarthy. Like it's McCarthy 101, man. It's the same thing. Like, and it goes back to me thinking if McCarthy is the guy, because and I'm not trying to put Aaron Rodgers on a pedestal. I'm really not, man. But in his prime, if you struggled to win, and you got one, you got a chip, you got one, but you could argue that you could have got a couple more with Aaron Rodgers. And that's always been kind of like the looming like concern for Mike McCarthy, right? Is he actually got the stuff it takes to get his teams to hoisting up the Lombardi Trophy? It's happened one time, man, but can it happen with the Cowboys? It feels like some of the same mistakes that the Cowboys just can't get out of their own way, like we talk about, right? It seems like it just keeps repeating himself when Dak Prescott is playing at his highest level. Because you could argue that was one of his best games he's ever played last night.
Yeah. And you go down to, I mean, what you're saying right there, I mean, it's organizational, it seems like. I mean, this really, as you're sitting here watching this and as a Cowboys fan, I mean, this really felt like one of those epic playoff collapses that we're so accustomed to watching. I mean, because you're waiting for something to go wrong. And yeah, man, you know, I'm hard on Dak, but I mean, what?
Rightfully so. He's QB1 for the Cowboys, right?
And the whole thing is when we all want to sit here and bitch about Dak or whatever, who are you going to get better? I mean, it's kind of one of those things. But the frustrating part about this is, to me, if you really go in and look at the stat line, I mean, still the rushing 51 yards for Tony Pollard, you've got to solidify that. You got to get better with that. But I mean, CD Lamb, you know, 191
can't finish drives either, Rodney. You can't. I mean, hell, and then you get down. Let's talk. You want to talk about finishing drives? Let's talk about the last drive. Let's talk about getting down there and being able to
same old shit.
You know, push it in and you know, get 7 up on, or get 6 on the board, and then you know, get the damn field goal afterwards. Same old shit. Go down there, penalty. 1st and 5, you know, 1st and goal on the 5-yard line, penalty. Back your ass up. That's drive killers, Rodney. I don't like, and of course, when I tried to be optimistic when the 1st and 5 penalty happened, right? I was just like, all right, gives them a little bit more room to operate with. They can throw the ball. They can get a little bit more something going on. Inept play, inept goal line play, man. I don't get it. And you know what? As a Giants fan, man, I feel your pain. I don't know what's worse, to be a Giants fan or to be a Cowboys fan. I would argue it's to be a Cowboys fan, to have that much talent around you, to be that much talent on the field and still not be able to get over that hump.
I mean, it is. And the sad thing is that you are so accustomed to it. You know, it's like the whole thing is as a Cowboys fan, and I've got an ex-football coach that he is the ultimate Cowboys fan, and he's always sending me all this Dallas stuff, and and I go back at him and I'm like, yeah, and he's like, man, you're so negative. I don't even know how you're a Cowboy fan. I'm like, man, I'm a Cowboy fan because I've lived through this shit for however long it is. And you said it, Wags. It's like they can't get out of their own way. There's always something that it's like, when we talked about when the Cowboys played the Chargers, it's like, okay, which one of these drunk fools is going to be able to stumble their way home? Because it's like mirror images of what they do. And it's just, I mean, Dak, I mean, it really was. It was a great performance for him, but and that is the worst part, that all of those pieces are around him.
Almost 400, clean game, almost 400 yards. Three touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
Going through his progressions. I mean, throwing balls to Gallup. And that's another thing too. Like Gallup, you got to catch some passes. You got to catch the damn ball. Who's the rookie tight end? Not Ferguson. Who's Schooner?
Yeah. And then so that play right there, I mean, that's the right call. That was the right call. I think if he'd had the ball in the other hand, maybe that call would have been correct. But still, the whole thing is, and a lot of people are focusing back on that. And I always say this with football, and especially with the Cowboys, because they're my Cowboys and they piss me off as much as I love them, is when you put yourself in a position at the end of the ball game to win a huge game, when you pass up all of these opportunities, don't go back to one play. Don't go back to one play, because it's a culmination of a lot of things.
No, for sure.
You didn't do right. That you didn't do right. Yeah.
You didn't do the little things right, and ultimately, it didn't get you the victory in the end. But to Daryl's point right here, I don't get how you don't. And this goes to third down plays too, right? Whenever you have to convert and get a new set of downs, I don't understand why you don't run a route that's at least the length of the sticks, right? At least the length of the first down or the yard to gain, or in this case, into the damn end zone. It's goal. It is goal. You have to get across it. Now, maybe you can make a guy miss, but that wasn't the case here, man. You had a 3-yard route or a 3-yard out route. I mean, and you don't really have that much momentum coming off the line that way to kind of fall forward. The defense obviously is playing downhill, and they should be able to keep you out of the end zone. Thankfully, for Schooner Bay or whatever the hell his name was, he didn't have another opposition coming down upon him to try and force him out. He actually had a shot to lean forward. It just didn't go that way. It seems like all the little things that Dallas needs to do, or the other teams like Philadelphia and San Francisco do, like to get right and to actually get the small victories, or the one score victories or whatnot, the small close victories, Dallas just doesn't do, man. They're the Chargers of the NFC. They can't get out of their own damn way.
And this game yesterday, you put it. I go back and I look at it. I look at it in one just way right now with Philadelphia. The difference between Dallas and Philadelphia. Yes, talent-wise, Dallas is probably better. But when you look at this, Prescott is just blowing them out of the water. I mean, we've thrown the stats out. We're talking about what Dak did yesterday, and
never played.
And Wags just stripping this defense down. I mean, making them pantsing this defense, making them look stupid. But when you get to crunch time, somehow this defense for the Eagles, they find a way to make a play. And that's
it wasn't the Eagles just making the play, though, was it? Double R? I think it was, bad play calling.
You put yourself in the hole. Yeah, you put yourself in the hole. And that's God bless America. As much as I want to sit here and be mad and be pissed off and be disappointed. Fuck, dude. It's like
you knew it was gonna happen.
It's like, here we go again. I knew this was going to be one of two things. It was either going to be I was telling some friends yesterday, I said, Cowboys are going to win 31-10, or they're going to fucking lose by 2 points or 3 points at the end of the game. You know, one of those heartbreaking losses. Same thing, dude. I mean, it's like, oh my goodness. And I'll tell you the worst part about it, Wags, is now, I mean, now you're 2.5 games back here in the East. And that's, you know, the whole thing right there. And yeah, Cowboys fashion. Go back and look at the Arizona game. Why did you lose that? How did you lose that game?
Yeah, then that's another one too. That is a big loss that's going to come back to hurt him, man. A huge loss that's going to come back to hurt him. But you got to get something going on the run. Like for teams, especially for Mike McCarthy teams, like you are known for having at least a pedigree or a blueprint of some type of ground attack, right?
Something.
This was, I mean, this was Dak putting the Cowboys on his back, and I mean, still, like you got to think, like if the Cowboys defense can hold the Philadelphia Eagles to 4 scores, you'd like to think that the Dallas Cowboys should be able to win that game. I mean, especially if I go in here and tell you that Dak Prescott threw for almost 400 yards, 374 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions, you'd like to think that they'd come away with that victory, man. They looked like the best team on the field last night, and especially against a hobbled up Philadelphia team, man, and they still weren't able to come out with the victory. That's why I think I think the writing's on the wall. Dallas is what they just are, man. They might contend for a playoff spot, but they're pretenders, not contenders.
They're like that tease in high school. You remember that one girl? Always a tease, you know. That's what
I don't.
You don't. Look at you. You scored all the time. Shit.
Nah, man. I'm gonna pull this down too. By the way, I left that up. Sorry about that. Skylined you for a while, man.
So, seriously, I mean, with the Cowboys, you got to figure out the run game, and you know there seems to be all of the question with Tony Pollard. Yeah, I know he's been hurt and trying to come back, but what made Tony Pollard so great the last 2 years? He wasn't the featured back. He wasn't a featured back.
Let's go on that right there. If Tony Pollard's banged up, right, and if the organization knows that Tony Pollard's banged up, then why in the hell didn't they make a move at the deadline to pull somebody else in that could supplement at least a 1-2 caliber punch if the other backs in the locker room aren't able to supplement that or give you what Zeke was giving you? I just don't get. So
organizational. Back to that.
Yeah, why didn't you make a damn move? I mean, of course. I mean, you want to talk about not pulling the trigger at the deadline. These are what championship caliber teams are doing. I mean, hell, look at Chicago. Everybody threw their arms up in the air. Why the hell they were going after Sweat? And hell, he making plays against the for the Bears on Sunday, man. Yeah. So it looks like, I mean, hell, of course. And what did the Bears do? Right away, man. They extend him and get him on a new contract. So
yeah. Well, I mean, and it's you sit here and you watch this, and it's like, I mean, for Dallas,
you got to make moves. You just got to be aggressive, Rodney. Is my point. You got to go if you want to get a championship. You can't expect it to just fall into your damn lap. You got to go get it. Especially when the arms race is going on with Philadelphia, they're making moves, and you're not making moves. I'm sorry, Dallas. The writing's on the wall.
Yeah, how much better did they get? How much better although Byard got burned yesterday. I mean, that is what it is. But Dallas really didn't. But that's kind of the whole mindset there with the Jones family is that they don't want to go. They don't want to go to the trade deadline and make moves, and they want to build through the draft, and that's great. I mean, I can totally appreciate that. And a lot of these own, but at the same time, we all know that part of the Cowboy problem is that, man, they homegrown this thing too much. Where it's like, okay, you've kind of run the interview course, get the fuck out, and they don't do that part either. But it's.
I mean, the good news is for Dallas is that Philadelphia is 8-1, and then besides Philadelphia, I think the rest of the NFC is just wide open. I think there's hold on here. Detroit. Detroit's the other 6-win team, and we've seen that Detroit can get beat, not just beat, destroyed by Baltimore, who, by the way, we need to talk about Baltimore too here in a little bit. Baltimore might be one of the best damn teams emerging in the AFC, and they could be making a push at this thing. And in fact, the way that I saw Cleveland play, if Deshaun Watson can continue to play, or if Deshaun Watson can get to an inkling of what he was at the highest caliber of play that he was at Houston, right? If he can just be a game manager and have consistent play and let that defense continue to eat like they ate on Sunday, my goodness, Rodney. I know they played against the Cardinals, but hell, the Cardinals beat the Cowboys. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Well, and the whole thing is,
you
look
can
at
let them
Cincinnati.
doggies bark. I know you can hear the damn construction outside my house too. Hey, it's their world too. Damn it, let them play. Let them have it. Let them have it, Rodney.
my
Stop.
God,
You're being mean to my kids in there. Your kids.
No. But look at Cincinnati. I think a lot of people had Cincinnati. It's like, what's wrong with the Bengals? Well, here they come. Here they come again. But it really is.
No, can we? Are they coming alive, or are the Bills are the Bills lost? Have the Bills window?
Yes.
Has the Bills windows shrank significantly? That much? Is it gone? Can they no longer contest or compete for an AFC title?
We talked at the beginning of the year where we talked about teams that have run their course, and it's either shit or get off the pot. No other way to put it. And Buffalo was that first team that we talked about, man. They are running the end of their course right there. And it would be, if they were in the NFC, that would be one thing. But being in the AFC, oh my goodness, man, there's just so much right there.
Can't do that. Now, I would actually argue that the NFC started to come around and had the more dominant. I mean, they had the parity back a couple of years ago. Now I'm starting to argue that besides the Chiefs, I can't dethrone the Chiefs yet, man. Not until I see, Philadelphia actually, get them off the mantle here. But you're starting to see the teams that had the parity, like Detroit, San Francisco, even though San Francisco's had like a little bit of an up and down roller coaster between parity and then success. You're starting to see the people or the teams that had parity actually start to be the stalwarts now in the NFC and actually start to emerge and have better teams on, well, I guess on paper, personnel wise, than the AFC does. I mean, hell, who would have thought that the Dolphins actually had like a decent roster on paper, but no one actually thought they'd be able to put it together, man. Who'd have thought that a guy McDaniel would be able to go in there and call him an oddball, call him what you want, but it looks like he relates to the players pretty damn well, man. They didn't get the victory over in Germany. We kind of talked a little bit about that, how both teams would come out a little bit lethargic, and they did. Both teams really off production, off performance for the offenses. Both offenses there looked like there was a lot of jet lag. No pun intended.
Yeah. Well, and we talked about that as well. And to your point right there about with Kansas City, I mean, you not time to bury him again, because we were talking about that last week, is how good is Miami going to be? I mean, they were like mentally prepared being there so early in the week to go in here to Germany and take on the Chiefs, and the Chiefs put the hammer down and said, no, we're not ready to give that up yet. And that's kind of the one thing right there, the whole, you got to be the man, you got to beat the man, all that good stuff. I mean, all of that is happening right there, but you've got, it really does come down to with the NFC. The NFC, the parity is really good right now.
Who's the team on Sunday that impressed you the most?
I hate to say it. No, I really don't hate to say it. The Houston Texans. Look at these guys, man. I heard BK and Bucky talking about that.
Stroud impressed me the most as a quarterback, but I don't know if they're the team that impressed me. I'll tell you my team, but let's talk about the Texans real quick.
Yeah, I mean, look at this guy. CJ Stroud. I mean, here's your guy. I mean, rookie records that he's doing right there, or that he's able to accomplish. I think
in general, Andrew Luck, huh?
Oh, I know,
Andrew
man.
Luck.
It's like these monumental players that come in and do amazing things, and I think Houston finally has their guy right here, and good for them. I mean, all the heartbreak that you've endured right there, but I mean, just the back and forth right there, and the wherewithal of this young dude to be able to come in. If you're Carolina right now, you got to be kicking yourself in the ass, thinking, man, what the hell were we doing? We got the wrong dude, because this guy comes in and he already looks like an established veteran right now. But you know what, Wags? He's got a pretty decent supporting cast, and that's definitely going to help your maturation rate when you get into the NFL.
So I didn't think that this group of young wide receivers would actually be able to perform the way that they did. I thought that this wide receiver room would be reliant on Robert Woods, but even with him out, Tank Dell's been able to step in here, Nico Collins, and then Schultz. We talked about the piece, how big of a piece that Schultz was in the Dallas Cowboys organization. Insert him into this Texans offense, and my goodness, man, they look fun, dude. And not you talked about the poise of CJ Stroud, right? You talked about the poise of rookie quarterback play. I can't, and not just the fact that he threw for 470 yards. It's that he did it on the last drive, like the final drive of the game. To be able
When it
to
counted.
go out there
When it
and
counted,
not even, I mean, hell, not even, have one interception or a flaw. Like I'm trying to find a memory when he actually made like bad plays. He threw maybe the 2-point conversion. You know what I mean? The 2-point conversion is the only one that is the only pass that I can remember him, really having just a terrible play on. But damn, like to put the team on your back going down there, trying to get the last driving score to go up and win the game and take the game after having such a bad performance in a rookie showcase the week before, and to come back and fire on all cylinders that way. Fantastic job,
man,
my guy.
I'm telling you, man, that's where that's the stuff that you can't teach.
Yeah,
To
and
have
only
that
and to Ike's point too, 40 seconds. He marched him down there in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
I think
And again,
plays, maybe 6 plays, 40 seconds.
yeah, and that's not teachable. I mean, that's stuff right there to where this dude, I mean, 30 of 42, 470 yards and 5 touchdowns, man. What, and the biggest thing, no interceptions. And this, in this
clean game.
And I directly correlate this back to the years of heartbreak as being a Cowboys fan. This is where Tony Romo or Dak Prescott, whoever you insert quarterback, or you get into one of these situations and you go down there and it didn't happen yesterday with Dak. So I'm not slamming Dak for what happened yesterday, but that's where those mistakes happen. And I mean, this dude goes out and wins that game. And hey,
you
man,
want to talk about no help on the ground. Like Houston didn't have any help, man. Especially like I thought that Singletary would be able to eat without Pierce.
26 yards.
It just goes to show you, bro. Like you need a 1-2 punch in the NFL. You really do. Not every team has a Derrick Henry. Not every team has a Nick Chubb. You need a 1-2 punch, man.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, I mean, I really do think that Houston that Texan acquisition of Dalton Schultz, that right there, I mean, that really is the seam. I mean, that was Dak's spark plug right there. That was the check down that Dak always knew was there. And you're watching him do this in Houston, and you know, I know the tight end play's gotten better with the Cowboys, but when he goes to Houston, a lot of we Cowboy fans are kicking ourselves in the booty saying, man, we're letting that dude get away. This right here, what you're watching him do with this rookie quarterback, is the reason why you're so frustrated that he got away. Because yesterday, again, no offense to the tight ends, that would have been a Dalton Schultz time yesterday. That would have been Dak's dude right there to get this done. But no. Way to go,
entire receiving core 8 up, 6 receptions, 153 for Brown, and then Schultz coming in contributing big time, 10 receptions, 130 with some payday touchdown. That's right there, 6 receptions for Tank Dell, who maybe if you look hard enough, you might be able to find him on the field. He's so small, but he's able to carve the defense up. 6 receptions, 114, two touchdowns right there. And then Nico Collins, baby, 3 receptions, 54 yards for a touchdown. I mean, dude, Stroud was lighting it up, and he had to, man. And that's what winning champions do, man. When it comes down to crunch time and you got to eat, go ahead and eat them up, baby. That's the best thing about that's the best thing that I've seen out of my quarterback play from the NFL. But the best thing I saw, the team that surprised me the most, probably the Cleveland Browns, dude. The Cleveland Browns absolutely dominated on Sunday, dude. I mean, absolutely destroyed them. Now, look, you could say that the Raiders destroyed the Giants too, but we obviously knew that the Raiders were going to have a field day or one hell of a day against the Giants. But the Cleveland Browns to go in on Sunday and perform that the way they did, holding the opposition to 54 yards. I got to look this up for sure, but I thought I saw the stat correctly. 54 or 58 yards. That's what they yielded. Tremendous. And I know, don't get me wrong. I know the opposition, man. I know 58. It's the Cleveland, or I know I know it's the Cardinals, man. But still, my God, man. Best defense in the league, and if they continue to play like that, lights out championship caliber defense. Rodney, there's a damn good chance that they could actually contend. I mean, is it possible that all 4 teams from the AFC North could make a push and get into the playoffs here for the AFC? Has that happened before? Can that happen?
If it ended today, they would. So that's, I mean,
Well, yeah, that's
yes.
what like I'm looking at the standings.
Yeah.
I'm like, is this possible?
I mean, I think it is. I mean, I really think it is, and that's just the season that we're having. I mean, but both college football and NFL. It's like, man, what are we going to get this week? I mean, it's all these different. I mean, look at Minnesota.
A bag of treats, a damn bag of treats is what we're going to get.
When we talk about impressive, look at Josh Dobbs yesterday, dude.
Shit. And we talked about that, right? Like, would he actually get a chance?
Yeah, he didn't even practice. I mean, no reps with anybody, and he gets thrust in.
You don't even know his players' names.
Yeah,
you don't even know his teammates.
Doesn't even know the playbook, and he's out here slinging this ball around, and they win. And hell, we put Minnesota in the grave too, and here comes this dude. It's like, man, yeah, Minnesota. How about that? I mean, hey,
I'm looking for it. I can't find it.
Where is it? Come on,
I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Damn it! There he is.
Minnesota.
Whatever you set me up for, man. I'm just not quick with my fingers. I used to be really quick with my fingers, man.
I can look for it
really
too.
quick.
I don't know why the hell I'm over here. Whatever. But
yeah, you got the damn. I was gonna say you got permissions too, bro. You got permissions. But yeah, the Vikings were fantastic. Again, they continue to win after going 0-4. I mean, who the hell who saw this happen?
Yeah.
Maybe another impressive team. The Ravens. They have just blown the doors off their opposition the past 2 weeks, man. They look for real. Pittsburgh, I got some concerns if you're Steelers fans, we definitely got to address some concerns there. We'll talk about that as the week progresses here. Yeah, man, fantastic week of football. And we're not done yet. We're not done. We still got some football tonight. We got the Chargers who hey, we know what the Chargers are going to do. They're going to wow us. They're going to woo us, but then ultimately they won't be able to get out of their own way. You have an impressive quarterback right now with some tremendous arm talent, but going up arguably, we just talked about, the Cleveland defense being one hell of arguably the best defense in the league. I'm going to call them the best defense in the NFL right now. I think that they're playing at that level. Another great defense is the Jets defense, right? However, they're constantly tired. They're constantly on the field. If they can get some consistency from their offense, lights out, I think it could be tremendous firepower for the Jets tonight, and the Chargers won't stand a chance.
Well, or it'll be the same blueprint that we see with the Chargers. The Cowboys of the AFC jump out to a nice advantage and find a way to lay a broken egg here at the end of the game and let it get away. And that's so. I don't know. This will be a fun game to watch. I think this will be a fun game to watch tonight. But I mean, you sit here and you watch everything that's going on yesterday, and you were talking about the Ravens, and I mean, a lot of it's finally starting to get a little noisy with what the Ravens are doing. I mean, up until this point, up until about a week ago, everything was kind of happening a little quiet there for them, and I think where people really started paying attention was when they became the forerunner there for Derrick Henry. I think people maybe that weren't really paying attention to them looked, and they were like, "Holy shit, you had that!"
They're doing this with a pieced together backfield.
Yes,
like people from the practice team are contributing and making big plays and points, man. Like and now the wide receivers are starting to get a really good rapport. You're starting to get OBJ involved. He got his first touchdown yesterday with the Ravens. He's starting to dance a little bit now. God, Lamar Jackson and company starting to get a little bit hot with the receiving core. Rodney, you're on point, bro. Dude, you've been talking about it all season long, man. Starting to make a little bit of noise. These Ravens are, man. And when the flock comes, they come for that championship. That's for sure, man. Where do you got them actually representing the AFC? You got them contending over the over the Chiefs. I mean, still the Chiefs are still one game better at the moment, but I mean, you gotta figure the way that the Ravens are playing, they're probably poised to take. A lot of people thought it was going to be the Bengals, but it looks like the Ravens going to be able to take the crown for the AFC North.
Yeah, I really think so. And if there is the matchup there, when that happens, when it is Kansas City and the Ravens, I think that's going to be so cool to watch, because part of the thing is with the Chiefs that you know, I know that there are a lot of Chiefs fans now, you know, with the run that they've been on, but this really isn't like we were talking about earlier. I mean, this really isn't the Kansas City team that people have fallen in love with. This is a Kansas City team that at times,
explosive team that's going to blow the doors off you like
Right.
40 points and still be able to hold you to like 20, right?
Right. And that's where I think, man, a Kansas City Baltimore matchup right now, because ugly game. I mean, these guys and Mahomes having to do things differently with Lamar Jackson there. But man, the Ravens are scary, man. That really is a team that you've got to focus in and watch these guys, because we've mentioned it so many different times. I mean, you run the gauntlet to get through that division. Right. I mean, I think that's part of
if
what
you
is
can
so
survive and stay, you know,
that's right.
Without injury free, right? And you go through that gauntlet, you're calloused up, you're hardened up, and not, you know, battle ready. And then, my God, you know, you have no injuries, you're well tested, you're going to beat the brakes off of any other team that comes at you. That's a great point, Rodney.
That's a whole thing. You know, you're used to getting tested every week, and I think that's where, coming out of that division, I mean, whoever it is, I mean, but I mean, seriously, with Baltimore, I mean, I do want to quickly go back to, I know we got to hit Texas football and we got to talk about our sponsors, Wags, but man, I want to go to the Falcons here, because you and I have been critical of this head coach right now. Dude,
I tried to avoid it because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to bring up the misery, man. I drafted Bijan Robinson in every one of my dynasty picks or every one of my dynasty leagues. Not that dynasty, you know, leagues matter right now, but my God, you got to feel for Bijan Robinson, right?
What?
Like, he just doesn't know how to be utilized. He just doesn't. And you know, go ahead and gripe about Arthur Smith, because I'm sure it's a lot worse or a lot better than what I could give him.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, man, what are you doing? And we're sitting here talking about, I mean, the stuff like that Arthur Smith is doing. I mean, it's like that BMW you keep in the garage, man. I ain't driving this thing. Well, what the hell? What are you doing here? And yeah, and we can go back to, I mean, talking about the Josh Dobbs thing right here. This dude with no practice comes out and slices up your offense. Or your defense. Come on, man. You know, it's going to be a time. I just hope for Bijan Robinson there that there's going to be a change in place that's going to allow him to, man, if I'm sitting here as a Cowboys fan with our pathetic running attack, and I'm like, man, that dude just sitting around doing nothing. Come over here and run the ball for my team. We'll put you to work. But man, I cannot figure out what in the hell's going on in the ATL right now.
So if you're looking at rushing leaders, right, in the NFL, Tyler Algier is actually 28th in the league, right? And there is no sign in the top 50 of Bijan Robinson. So, I mean, again, you know, it's in not, you know, tremendous, mind-blowing numbers from Algier either, right? Just 371 yards. But I mean, the lowest guy on here, like Austin Eckler, is 50, and he's got 218. So Bijan Robinson just has not been utilized at all if you're Arthur Smith. And you're wondering, if you're, you know, the Falcons organization, how long are they going to keep this up to where they let this guy keep calling plays and just blow talent? I mean, no one's going to want to play for this dude. Like, you talk about how McDaniel lost the respect of the Raiders in the locker room, and they're sitting here, you know, smoking cigars like they won the damn Super Bowl after a Giants victory, right? It wasn't because they beat the Giants. It's because McDaniel's gone. Like, that's how toxic a head coach can be, man. And you can't, and I go back to this all the time. We've heard Saban and Belichick say, you can't undo bad coaching. You just can't. Like, you can have the best talent on the field, but if he is poorly coached, he's going to get beat week in and week out. And that's what you're seeing. I think that's what you're seeing in Atlanta right now.
And you know, the other part of it is, I mean, the frustrating part, you know, if you're a Falcons fan, is shit, you're a game out of first. And it's like, man, are you coaching? Are you playing to win the game? Or, I mean, the Saints are 5-4. The Falcons
you're
are 4-5.
in a division that could be taken. Like, you could seriously still take this damn division.
It's like right there. And I mean, you know, we were talking about the Buccaneers, and you know, the Falcons. I mean, the Panthers are what they are here. But you know, this whole thing, it's like Atlanta. Do you want to try to win the division, or are you just going to sit here and I for the life of me cannot figure this out, dude. It's like there are some, we always sit here talking about the Longhorns, and it's like, well, run the ball more often. Well, shit. I mean, this Falcons thing is a little more obvious than the stuff we talk about every week with our team around here. Jeez.
Let's talk about some of the obvious sponsors that we need to get going here, and tell about people that need to obviously look these sponsors up and support them.
Yeah, if you are in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, you obviously need to call our friends at Covert BK. And how about that Friday bash that you had out there? Saw the photos there with my man Ricky Williams, our man Ricky Williams out there getting out, and all of the great folks getting out there to see him on just a great, well-deserved weekend out there for Ricky Williams. 42 acres in beautiful bee caves out 71 out in the hill country. Hell, it's worth the drive. Even if you go out there and you're not going to buy something, just take the drive out there and check out all the beautiful stuff out there. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets are over in Hutto, and the Ford and Lincolns offer research at 183 here in Austin. Covert BK, they're going to service all makes and models of your vehicles. They will get all of that maintenance done for you. Don't spend all day at the dealership, in and out of there. 86 service bays. They're going to get that minimal weight done for you. And of course, covertbk.com. Hit the website right there. You can schedule service appointments there. Make it real easy for you. You can check out the weekly specials. All of that is right there. You don't need a President's Day special. It's every week. There are new and pre-owned specials there for you. So check that stuff out. Go see Dan Covert and all of our great friends out there. If you don't want to get online, just go. Take the drive. Since 1909, the Covert family doing it right in Central Texas. They have served hundreds, thousands, millions of Central Texans. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Sure as hell, not ever, my friends. Hey,
you know what? We need an optometrist sponsorship or whatever, because I need my eyes checked. Bijan Robinson is actually, I was gonna say it doesn't. What I said just doesn't add up, because on my fantasy teams, he's still like one of my leading scorers. It's because he is having a pretty decent year, as a matter of fact, Rodney. He's top 10 in rushing, so I have to actually renege on some of this.
No, I mean, but still, I mean,
no, I get it, but it's still like I said that he wasn't even in the top 50. He's in the top 10, so I just got to make sure that I correct myself.
Well, you know what? We're journalists. We're journalists somewhat. You said not top 50. He's not in the top 50. He's in the top 10. So
I know, but hey, look, I like to hold myself accountable. I like to hold everybody accountable. So I just wanted to make sure, like, I'm sitting here going over the numbers here, and I'm like, oh, there's Bijan Robinson right there. Clearly, I need my eyes checked, or I need to get these cloudy contacts changed, by the way. Anyway, my guy.
Same.
Yeah,
I was talking about
in for a month, man. I'm actually disciplined. I try to take mine out every, bi-weekly, like the optometrist, recommend or whatnot. Hey, we also got to tell you about audiovisual consultations. You can see all types of championship level games. You can see your favorite sitcoms. You can watch your favorite I guess we like to call them raunchy, cheesy, just brainless television, like reality shows, right? Like Below Deck and stuff like that. I like to watch The Office. You can do all this with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they've done on their website over the past 35 years rather, since 1988. They've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Just look them up, man, avconsultations.com, and they will give you an idea of what you need. You can get the 2 TVs like I got behind me, or you can also get the Dream Theater system that I have downstairs in my living room, man. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right. Let's talk about it, man. We've gotten into the professional gridiron for a lot now. Let's talk about it's a Monday morning victory, right? It's a Monday morning victory. It's like Sark said, it feels a lot better, sitting here with 1 loss instead of 2 losses, right? But when you play, I'll give you all that coach speak too. When you play ugly and you win, it's a good sign, right? It's a good sign. Hell, Rodney, at least when you're surviving the game and getting out of there with the victory, I'll take it. I'll take any damn win I can get. But it still gives me a little bit of concern, man. Yeah. I thought, to Sark's credit, he let Malik Murphy eat, right? He didn't have too much of a leash on him. He was out there and gave him confidence, I thought, which allowed him to make those deep throws to Mitchell, right? Which allowed him to have some of the success that he had on Saturday. But you also saw a lot of ill-advised throws. You could argue that Murphy could have had 4 or 5 interceptions. You really could have, man. Very aggressive play, which I recommend. I commend Sarkisian for allowing Malik Murphy to be aggressive, but we got to clean it up. We got to dial it back, and we got to find out where find out where he's making the wrong reads. I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like the Baker Mayfield backpedal, throw off your back foot, fade away. I don't like that. I think what Malik Murphy does best is stand in the pocket firm and utilize that strong, talented arm that he has, man. He throws the slant pretty damn well, and you've already seen him be able to throw the deep vertical, right? He hits the seam almost better than it's not as pretty as a delivery as Ewers, but damn, like he still has the tremendous arm talent that Ewers has too. So my goodness, man. Once you have this raw talent harnessed and honed, I think it's going to be very, very dangerous. And if you're the opposition for the Longhorns now, you know that you got a deep threat. And with Brooks being able to eat like he was on the ground this past Saturday, we played poorly, Rodney, but again, we still got the dubs. So we'll break this down. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Just kind of a couple of points to what you're saying right there, and back to the Cowboys conversation. This is very, kind of correlating all of that. This is very much a game where in the recent past, Texas would have lost this game. So that's where, this game and the Houston game, this is where I go back to, it does seem like something has happened there. And again, I think a lot of this is, I heard this alluded to during the broadcast on Saturday as to where this team now you've got the same coaching staff. There's some consistency here. So I think that's something that really bodes well to be able to win these ugly football games. And the fact that Texas can win these games, because seriously, think about it, Wags, as well as I do, man, the Houston game and this game, you'd have lost them in the past. You'd have found an ugly way to have lost.
I don't want to be a pessimist, dude, but I was sitting here on my couch and I was like, I looked over at Bianca and was like, here we go again, girl. This is it.
Yep.
This is it.
This is what's going to happen. But
I was in the fetal position. I started feeling, sick to my stomach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Doing that slow rocking thing like you are on a Ferris wheel. I don't get sick on a Ferris wheel, but like when you're getting sick on a damn ride or something, you're get me out of here. It was misery watching it happen, man. Can I say we kind of got saved again?
Yeah, we did. There's no doubt about it. And that's why, especially as a Texas fan, I'm like, dude, I don't care if it's ugly. I don't care how you win as long as you keep winning. And that's what, for whatever reason, this team is finding something a way to do this. But here's the other part, Wax. So look at what Kansas State did. We were all concerned about the running attack and what's Avery Johnson going to do, and he could gouge us up or whatever. That shit wasn't working. What'd they do? They go to the air and holy smoke! I'm assuming that when we hear from Sark today, it's going to be, well, they did some things that we weren't expecting. No shit.
No kidding. See, at what time? What time do you start planning for off tendency things, right? And to me, I think where the Longhorns are most vulnerable is if you can spread them out and go to a doubles formation, right? And have 10 personnel or 11 personnel in the field, and then you have somewhat of a mobile quarterback. You gouge them down the middle because half the time they struggle to execute and make a one-on-one tackle. Now that's in the past. Let me back that up. That was a lull in the past 3 weeks of play, right? I didn't see that on Saturday. I saw really high-end defensive play on Saturday. But what concerns me is you had this team beat, man. Why did you go off script? You were, you had the run that was established, and then Malik Murphy, had excellent, confidence, and he was able to get some really decent, success off play action passes. Hell, man, I don't understand why you had to go feel like it was necessary to try things when you knew that certain things were working. I don't know why you have to go off script when you're getting plays that are getting you 4 yards a pop. That's a first. That's a first down. Saturdays are not a time to try shit out. All right. It's a time to execute, man. It is not a time to get cute.
And the whole, all gas, no brakes. I mean, I love that theory.
It felt like he took the brake. It felt like he took the foot off the gas, man.
Man, let me tell you something right there, man. They are bleeding the brakes because they seem to be working pretty well, because that's what we're seeing in these ball games. But I mean, we can sit here and talk about this, but Wags, how about this defensive front, man? These dudes, I mean, you hold Kansas State to 33 yards rushing, and that's when they flip the script and they start going up into the air and start testing the secondary and doing the different things that they were doing right there. But it's still, I mean, finding Michael Taft, I mean, finding ways to win. But it really is one of these things to where every time we get into one of these games with Wags, I think back and I go back to that. What was that? 09? What was the Texas Tech game? The catch at the end of the game. I'm like, oh my!
I can't remember the year, man. I can't remember yesterday, Rodney.
That one keeps coming to mind to me, where you get in one of these situations. And Kansas State's a very good football team, dude. There's no doubt about this. But again, this is
Klieman, man. Klieman just wins, dude. He just wins.
And that's
and you know who else wins? Dykes. Dykes wins too.
Yes, he does. And that's that really is concerning.
We'll talk about TCU coming up. So
yeah,
we'll break all that down coming up in Tuesday and Wednesday and everything, but still.
And it really is. You're putting yourself. Yes, ugly wins are good. I don't care. The record is great. I love that. But man, you are putting yourself in position where like the 9 lives of a cat. You keep getting into these scenarios, and at some point you're going to run out of lives, and I hope that doesn't happen. And I see Noe talking about right there where
one more loss. He sees one more loss.
Another loss. I mean, and you just don't know. You just
hopefully,
don't know.
Hopefully that doesn't come true. But hey, Oklahoma lost. They lost in Bedlam. How about that? He's a man. He's 40. Mike Gundy took care of business. But we also. We need to hear from Sarkisian. We talked about the sounder that we have. We need to hear from him. Let's hear from Sarkisian on winning ugly.
I'd much rather, win ugly than lose pretty. I've never seen a pretty loss, so I'll take this one. I love being 8-1. Proud of our team. Like I said, we did a lot of really good things today, but there's a handful of things that I know we can improve upon, and that was one of the things I just challenged the team in the locker room. It's easy to look at the result and be excited about the result of the game. Our job as coaches is to go back and peel back the onion on the game and find areas for where each individual player can improve so that the team can improve. And like I said, I think our best football is still out there. We were close today to playing our best football. But then block punt, interception, another interception, fumble. Next thing you know, we're in a dogfight. And the game really didn't need to be a dogfight. But we made it that way. And then credit Kansas State for capitalize on those things. But I do think that our guys are finding out about what character really means and what being a team really means and why culture is so important and why sticking together is so important. So on that note, I'm pumped about that because like I said, there's a lot of teams that would have played in this game today that wouldn't have won, and we continue to find a way to win, and that's, like I said, the sign of a champion.
So, and he's right. There's a lot of coach speak there, but damn it, Rodney, he kind of hit the nail on the head, man. There's a lot of championship football that's still left to be played out there. You saw a lot of really good things, but the concerning things, man, like, hey, defense played great against the run. But you allowed a quarterback like Howard, and don't get me wrong, like Kansas State dropped back 42 times.
Mm-hmm.
I did not foresee Howard being able to, light the Longhorns or have the success that he had, being able to throw 4 touchdowns. Linebackers, from what I saw out of the linebackers, tremendous play downhill going up against the run. A little bit of hesitation sometimes on the QB draw and on the RPOs, but that's expected, especially if you're looking to be attacking the edge. They do not get back in their drops fast enough. They just don't. And nor do they get enough depth. When you're playing zone defense and you're not locking up in man and you're expecting your linebackers to be in zone, you have got to at least get 5 yards, 7 yards off the rip to take away that zone, to take away those pockets, because you got to expect that the slant's coming right over the middle, right? That's where the Longhorns have been vulnerable mostly. I thought it was, I can't remember, was it Blackwell?
Yes.
Was it Blackwell? Yeah,
yes.
Blackwell.
Yes.
Blackwell got back in his drop a few times, but then didn't even notice that he had a defender right in his hook to curl zone. Right, I mean the guy's within an arm's reach to your left, and you play the middle of the field, which technically he's kind of right, but you also had help. You also had help off of your half. You had you're playing the other hash there, right? Howard didn't even look him off that much. He just took like a little bit of a scoop, enough to just get him to bite, right? And then he, was able to squeeze it in there. I forget the wide receiver that Howard actually converted the pass to, but it was enough for him to get a fresh set of downs. Longhorns could have got off the field right there. That's the little things, Rodney, the little things that you need to do to win on Sunday, or to win on Saturday, rather. Poor coverage, I thought, from the secondary too. I mean, look, Taft being able to have a nose for the ball, call this guy what you want. He just continues to make plays more. The secondary makes plays from time to time. You just need more consistent playmaking and turnovers, takeaways from the secondary. You can't allow a quarterback like Howard to come out there and put up 330 or 327 on you. And again, I know you were on the field a lot. You were worn down a lot in the second half, man. And that's to the offense too. Like, the offense has to be able, we talk about establish and run. The offense has to be able to do that and allow you to heal and rest up and recover and wear down that opposition. So it all goes hand in hand, man. Like we said, they were able to get out of there on Saturday with the victory, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, you get the win, and the whole thing is, I think, like what you're talking about right there, with the linebackers, and you're exactly dead on, man. To fall back into coverage right there, you expect to get pressure on the quarterback. With
double R, like when you're blitzing, like that's your assignment now. Your assignment's to drop back in coverage and take away those holes.
Exactly right.
The quarterback is taught attack where the blitz is coming from, right? Or throw into the pressure. So you got to get back and cover where that hole, where the pressure's being alleviated.
And you can, I don't care if it's high school football or college football or NFL football. If you're going to have a tremendous pass rush, which Texas has with Sweat and with Murphy and with these guys, if you have those guys, where's the quarterback going to check down to?
Right.
Exactly where you're talking about. He's going to drop it right down in the middle, which by the way, why don't we do that a little more with
Malik does that though. Malik hits the check down quite a bit.
He did.
And I think this is a great teaching spot for Ewers too. Like Ewers being able to see this play out on the sideline. What does Malik Murphy do well, right? Like that was the one thing that I hated when I got injured, right? Was seeing my backup go in and playing pretty damn good. You know what I mean? Like it just elevates your level of play. Like all right, now you really got to get back out there and heal. You know what I mean? So anyways, let's tell them about our friends at Blue Heron. There's a lot to break down. We'll get more into it on Tuesday as well. We got another show coming up. I feel like I could go 2 hours with you, my guy. I really do, man. I love what we got going on here, but let's tell our friends about Great Blue Heron.
Great Blue Heron Furniture, custom leather furniture company, founded back in 1991. That's a Longhorn-owned company right there. So that tells you all you need to know. Focusing on the heavy leathers, the hides, fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is absolutely gorgeous. It is beautiful, and the best quality that you're going to find. You can find a lot of rinky-dink, run-of-the-mill furniture out on the market. This right here is top notch. You're not going to find anything more stylish, more comfortable than what you're going to find here with Great Blue Heron. If you hit that YouTube link, it's right there in the YouTube video. It's going to take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Use the promo code HOOK'em on that purchase right there. You get 15% off. And also, I heard my man BK talking about where if and he can track this stuff. If he finds that you did that, you're going to get a Last Stand hat. So there you go. Kind of double win for you right there. If you're looking for furniture that's amazing and built to last for decades, that's what you want, right? You don't want weeks. You don't want months. You don't want days, man. You want decades. This is the stuff that's going to last. It's going to grow old with you, grow old with all of us like we always do with the gray hair and stuff. Great Blue Heron Furniture. Check that link out right there or hit them up at 866-247-9688. Pick up that phone call. Make a phone call. Have a conversation. It still works these days. Great Blue Heron Furniture.
We got gray hair. You
I
ain't
do.
got
I don't know
any
about
hair. You ain't got any hair. I got gray hair.
Yeah,
We want to
Lord.
thank everybody for checking out Chaos Theory today, man. We had a fun time with you guys, of course, man. Hey, every Monday is a lot better when we win, of course, right? Look, we can. It's fun to come on here and be petty and break down. Of course, there's a lot more sound from Sark that I'm sure you guys are going to get into it in the next hour here, and then into the midday shows as well, and then the afternoons. Plenty of stuff to break down here with the Longhorn talk. Hey, when you win ugly, you know what I mean? I'll go to Sarkeesian here with the coach speak, okay? When you can win ugly, it is the mark of a good sign, right? You'll take them any way that you can get. And like Bucky says, he doesn't care if he comes in here and gets every victory just by 1 point, dude. As long as you're in that championship game at the end of the year, you're doing something right, my guy.
Amen. And that's the whole thing, man. Like I said, this is where you talk about growth, you talk about culture, you talk about everything really starting to come together for this program. Like I said, and I say it all the time, this game would have been lost in the recent past. Yeah. In the recent 100. Past. Damn.
The culture's been established. You know what else has been established?
Texas Sports Unfiltered culture,
Texas
my brother.
Fucking Sports Unfiltered, my guy. That's right, man. Welcome back onto the show if he's ready. Our guy BK, the fearless leader, the general, not General Andrew Luck, General Brad Kellner. What's going on? Hey, that stash is coming in, man. You doing this November thing?
November every year.
Yeah. I trimmed mine up at the beginning of November just so we could get a fresh start. I didn't trim the beard up, but I trimmed the mustache there, man.
See, I can't grow the rest of this. I can only grow the pedo stash. Everything else.
You should be a cop, dude. You should be a cop. Get you some aviators. No, I know. I know what I'm getting Katie for her birthday. We can call you up.
We can start calling you.
Can you dance?
You remember that old police show? We can start calling you BK Hooker instead of TJ Hooker.
Instead of TJ Hooker. Heather Locklear was on that show. How about
BK
that?
Hooker.
I like
that.
All
right, guys. I got to get out of here, man. I got to bail. You guys have a great show, man. Enjoy the rest of y'all's day. Hey, for everybody else at Chaos Theory, thank you guys for checking this out, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Wags. And there he goes. One half of Chaos Theory, but the other half of Chaos Theory is sticking around for another hour with me. It's Rodney and BK today from 11 to noon. The news, if you've missed it, Mike Hardge no longer with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's still alive. But no longer with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Enjoyed having Mike as a part of the team for the last couple of months. He is on to something different. We wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors. So we will have a more permanent solution for 11 to noon in time here at TSU. But for today, Rodney was nice enough to stick around for another hour to help me out from 11 to 12. So there's the update. Once again, appreciate Mike Hardge for what he gave to Texas Sports Unfiltered, but he will no longer be a part of this thing going forward. But hey, the show goes on. We still love what we've got brewing. We still love the guys that we do have, and we're looking to add even more to our talented team. So there you go. And Rodney, I heard y'all talking about this Texas K-State game.
Yep.
And I'll take this one 10 out of 10 times. You know, to me, this one doesn't even qualify for a win is a win. Like the game at Houston qualifies as a win is a win because like that game, Texas was a 23.5 point favorite. You were supposed to beat the crap out of them and you played like dog shit and you had to hold on for dear life to get the win. I would have signed up. I won't speak for every Texas fan, but I would have signed up for a 3-point victory over this K-State team. I mean, K-State came in on a 3-game winning streak. They were beating the brakes off of the teams that they had played in recent weeks. And considering the fact that Texas had a backup quarterback and had a bunch of other injuries pop up over the course of that game on Saturday, like to me, that wasn't that ugly. To me, that was very pretty. And Texas beat one of the best teams in this conference, the best team that they had left on their schedule in the final month of the season. And they were able to do that despite having a backup quarterback and losing a lot of key pieces over the course of the game. So I thought it was pretty what Texas was able to accomplish at DKR on Saturday.
Yeah, nothing wrong with winning a dogfight. I mean, I think if anything, it makes it even more impressive the fact that they would, like I was just talking about in the hour of chaos theory. It's like, I mean, the fact that you were able to do that, I mean, that's a huge step for the program. And I really do think a lot of it is. I touched on it. To me, BK, it's there's some continuity here. That everything is stable right now. You know, in the past, it's been where you've got coordinators coming and going and all of these different things. And I think that when you get into these gut checks and you have these games that you got to win in the trenches and got to win ugly and do all these different things. I think the fact that you have the same coaching staff and you have the same people that you can lean on, and these guys truly believe in one another and the coaches believe in the players, I think that's massive, man. Put old dudes like me, put yourself in the mindset of one of these young kids where it's like, okay, here we are. I mean, it's 27-7. Here comes Kansas State back. What do I have to do? These guys are coached, trained, and programmed to win. And it was never more obvious than it was on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, look, I won't sit here and say that Saturday wasn't frustrating because
Oh yeah.
when you're up 27-7 late in the third quarter, you shouldn't have to play overtime to get a win, right? I mean, the Longhorns imploded. The offense turned it over a couple of times. The defense couldn't get stops, and things just fell apart. And credit K-State, they made all the plays that they needed to make to get back into the game, but obviously Texas sure as hell handed them that comeback on a silver platter by some of the bonehead mistakes that the Longhorns were making. But they found a way, man. They found a way, even with everything going against them. And I heard you talking about this with Wags. There are so many Texas teams since 2010 that would have lost that game. Hell, I feel like a Tom Herman coached Texas team not only loses that game in overtime, I feel like they lose that game by 10 in regulation. Like they just
it doesn't even get to overtime.
Yeah. They wouldn't have been able to right the ship because keep in mind, like it's not like K-State. I know they kicked the game tying field goal with 1 second left in regulation to force overtime, but they had tied it with like 6 or 7 minutes left in regulation.
Yep.
So there was time for Texas to keep screwing up, but the Texas offense, they got the ball back. Malik Murphy, for as bad as he was from the second quarter on, made a couple of throws. The Texas ground game picked up some first downs. The Longhorns were able to kick a field goal. Well, they needed that field goal because K-State ultimately kicked their field goal to force overtime. So there was an opportunity for things to get even worse, as strange as that sounds, considering how badly things went for Texas for the end of the third quarter and most of the fourth quarter. They were able to right the ship. They made enough plays on offense to kick that go-ahead field goal. And then defensively, I'll be honest, Rodney, I was having OU flashbacks.
Yep.
Like, I mean, a couple of times. K-State got the ball a couple of times in the last 5 or 6 minutes, and I'm like, oh, shit, they're about to score a touchdown, aren't they?
Yep.
And Texas bowed up. They got to stop. The K-State kicker missed an easy field goal. And then on the last drive of the game, speaking of those OU flashbacks, K-State gets the ball with like a minute and a half left, and I'm like almost praying for overtime. I'm not thinking, we're going to turn these guys over on downs and this game's over and Texas is going to win. No, I'm just like, please just keep them out of the end zone. Like I will sign up for a field goal right now.
Yep. And
the Texas defense was able to keep them out of the end zone and keep them to a field goal. And obviously the fourth down play in overtime, the Longhorn defense comes up with a big stop. So it was frustrating watching that thing unfold, but Texas made some winning plays when they absolutely had to. It shouldn't have come down to the way that it did, but they made some winning plays in all three phases when they absolutely had to, and that's a big step in the right direction.
Because it really was. I mean, it was a barrage that happened so quick. I mean, you look down and then boom. I mean, this was happening so quick. And I was talking about that earlier. I mean, compliment Kansas State for what they did. I mean, they went totally off script right there and went to the air, and Texas wasn't ready for that. And I was telling Wags, we'll hear Sark if he hasn't. No, it's only 11:07. He's not there yet. So I mean, we'll hear. They did some things we weren't expecting, and there was no doubt about that. And they did them really efficiently. But just a couple of things right there, and this is where it's something you said this morning that I really want to touch on, because I know a lot of folks, obviously, I mean, I'm guilty of doing it as much as anybody else. I want to go in there and beat up Sark on game plans and different things. He pretty much did exactly what we wanted him to do. I mean, going to start establishing the run game, doing different things. I thought it was a very effectively called ball game there for the Texas football team. And, adjusting. We saw adjustments, all of that. He did exactly what we always want him to do. Yeah. I mean, the fact is that Kansas State did what they did, and you said it, man. You make stops when you got to have them, and that's a mark of championship football.
Yeah, look, the head coach is always going to get more credit when things go right and more blame when things go wrong. And you can't completely let Sark off the hook for his team blowing a 20-point second half lead. Like, some of that's got to fall on the coaching. There were some bad penalties. That falls on the coaching. The punt block falls on the coaching. That's more of Jeff Banks' forte, but ultimately the head coach is going to get blamed when shit like that happens. But I thought Sark called a great game. I mean, really, I'm with you, Rodney. Like, there are a couple of things. Maybe you should have run it a few more times. Texas was dead even, 50-50 split. They threw it 37 times. They ran it 37 times. If you want to say with the backup quarterback and a big lead, maybe you should run it a little bit more. Okay, I'll listen to that. But, man, they schemed guys open all game long. And if Malik Murphy didn't have to play the way that he played in the first quarter for Texas to win that game handily. If he played somewhere in between first quarter Malik and second quarter through overtime Malik, Texas wins that game pretty handily. But Malik just kept missing dudes. I mean, obviously the god-awful interception on the screen pass, like, you're going to blame Sark for that? Wait, he called a screen on 3rd and long with the backup quarterback. Every coach does that. That's what you're supposed to do. The quarterback's just not supposed to throw it right to the other team. And Malik he was missing dudes all day long. Like, I'm not going to blame Sark for that. If you say, oh, Sark, he's the coach, he should develop him better. Okay, I guess. But in game, I thought Sark did a lot of things right on Saturday, and he's catching some unfair heat for me because I thought he did a good enough job, and his job was good enough for Texas to win this game by double digits.
Yeah. And like talking about Malik right there. I mean, that's you're sitting there watching this, and I was just talking about, bleeding the brakes and doing all these different things. I mean, all gas, no brakes, whatever. But it was there with Malik. It's like, man, there was no trickle down. It's one thing when you kind of start falling off a little bit. I mean, there wasn't any of that. I mean, he's like Wile E. Coyote, dude. He's just like right off the cliff. I mean, with some of the decisions and the back foot throws and all of that. And I mean, that's stuff that, again, you can coach that, you can fix that. But I mean, the in-game adjustments and all of that right there, I just, for the life of me, can't figure out what happened right there. Because that was another situation in that first quarter where it's like, shit, man, this guy may need to stay in, when yours is back, I think we may need to go with number 6. And then you get into that, into the first half, and it's like, shit, when's yours coming back?
Right, exactly. And people were asking about Arch Manning and how long of a leash could you have with Malik? I don't know if I've ever seen a narrative spin like that much over the course of one game. Yeah. And Malik Murphy, the stats tell the whole story. Obviously, if you watch the game, the eye test does too. But he was 7 for 11 for 152 yards and a touchdown in the first quarter. From the second quarter on, Malik Murphy, 12 of 26, 96 yards and 2 picks. Oh, by the way, K-State dropped a couple of easy interceptions too. So,
dude, it should have been like 4 or 5 picks.
Yeah, like we all want Malik Murphy to be great. Like we wanted that first quarter conversation to be the conversation. Like, man, Malik's playing so damn well that, hey, Quinn, take all the time you need, brother. Like, we're good. We might have somebody better than you right now. And unfortunately, in 2 games, it hasn't been that way. Like, Malik struggled against BYU. Now, Texas was so good defensively and on special teams, and BYU's just that bad to where, okay, Texas was able to easily overcome Malik's mistakes and win that game by almost 30. But yeah, they, ultimately at the end of the day, they were able to overcome the mistakes and still get a win, but it nearly cost them what looked like, an easy resume boosting kind of style points type of win for Texas. And style points do matter when you're in the CFP conversation. What looked like one of those turned into a nail biter where you're just thankful to have gotten out of there with a W.
That's right. And talking about the style points right there, I mean, I think it's even more imperative right now, the fact that, with what's happening with OU, I mean, suddenly, they've come crashing down to earth. I mean, with them and the fact that Texas is able to beat it, this is a good Kansas State team, man. I know some folks are like, wow, it's only Kansas State. Don't give me that shit. That's defending Big 12 champion. This is a great program. The fact that you're able to win this, and I mean, you got to give credit where credit is due, because let me tell you something. Football, it's a lot of different phases. Bert Auburn, 4 for 4.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. How big is that? I mean, you got to have that dude. And again, this is where in the past you may have had issues with the kicking game, but I mean, 32, 49, 34, 42 in overtime. Shit. I'll take that any day and twice on Sunday.
Player of the game.
No
Player
doubt.
of the game. Like T'Vondre Sweat, awesome. Byron Murphy, awesome. Jonathan Brooks, great day. The offensive line as a whole, their best game since Baylor,
yeah.
Maybe Alabama. Like plenty of game balls that you could hand out to Texas players for what took place on Saturday. But yeah, Bert Auburn 4 for 4 and timely kicks. And it's not like they were all chippies either. When you win a game by 3, it's easy to praise the kicker who makes all 4 of his field goals. Bert Auburn deserves the praise and love for his performance on Saturday. If he misses one of those, well, we're sitting here talking about a 7-2 football team instead of an 8-1 football team. So I'm glad you brought him up, man. He was, and what a 180 it's been for that guy, right? I mean, after the Oklahoma game, it's like, shit, we got to open up the kicker competition. We got to try to find somebody out of the 50,000 students on campus. There's got to be somebody better than Bert Auburn, right? And since then, he's been really, really good. So that's another reason why people want Sark to take the points a little bit more than he actually does, because now you feel like you've got a kicker who can actually make stuff.
Yeah, when you've got nails, on a kicker right there, I mean, take the 3 points. I mean, every now and then it's not a bad thing, especially when you're struggling in the red zone. I mean, and that's something BK that's got to be an area of concern right there. I mean, when you talk about tooling things up and refining things as you get into this championship football right here, whether it be Big 12 championships or playoff games or bowl games, whatever the hell it's going to be, man, you got to solidify that red zone. You got to solidify that red zone offense, because Kansas State's a very good football team. But when you get into playing some of these others, man, if you're not able to get 6 points, 3 is great. If you're not able to get 6, dude, that's going to cost you a football game every time.
We keep saying that, and I guess it did cost Texas against Oklahoma, right? So it's right, but this has been a season-long problem. I mean, even in the first half, when things were going perfect for Texas, they were 0 of 2 in the red zone. They had 2 trips in there. They had a field goal, so technically that counts, but I'm talking touchdowns. That's all what we're focused on right now. And then you had the 4th down stop where people are mad at Sark for not taking the points, where they tried the red cat and it didn't work. Savion Red fumbled, and Texas actually lost yardage on the play. So, Rodney, even when things are clicking for this offense, they still suck in the red zone. It's just, it is what it is. And it's like, you believe me, I'm with you. I want it to get fixed, and I am worried that it's going to cost Texas again this year. But it's almost like we talk about overcoming the refs, like, the refs are never going to be on your side, so you have to find a way to win despite that. It's almost the same thing with this red zone offense. Like, it's a problem. We're 9 games in. It's not like a Malik Murphy only issue, because these issues were prevalent with Quinn at quarterback too. You just have to overcome not being able to punch it into the end zone once you get into the red area. It sucks.
Yeah, this is where, I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. And we need the 18-wheeler back, my man. 18-wheeler in there, we wouldn't have any of these problems, my friend. But I mean, you're exactly right. It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, you got to get more effective there. I mean, one of 4, I think it was. I mean, come on. But we can sit here and go on and on about this. But I'll tell you one thing, BK, that is not an issue. And man, this defensive front. I mean, these dudes are monsters, man. I mean, this front that Texas has on defense. I mean, how many times did they step to the forefront right there? I mean, they obviously, T'Vondre Sweat, I mean, you win the football game there in overtime, but I mean, these dudes are monsters right there. And there are other things that maybe like Wags and I were talking about with coverage and so forth, going into zone coverage and different things right there. But man, I'll tell you one thing that ain't lacking. These monsters up front, dude, man. Now this is kick-ass to see what these guys, it's the best defensive front in college football, in my opinion.
I'm with you. It's well said. This defensive line was amazing on Saturday. And I mean, K-State averaged 225 rushing yards per game going into Saturday, and Texas held them to 43.
Yep.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. T'Vondre Sweat, the highest graded defensive tackle in the country, according to Pro Football Focus. Byron Murphy is great. He hasn't always put up numbers, but hey, when you're a defensive tackle, sometimes it's tough to put up big stats. That guy was great on Saturday, but he's been really good all season. I don't think there's any question that Texas has the best interior defensive line in college football with those 2 guys, with Sweat, with Murphy, but also with Alfred Collins coming in, with Vernon Broughton coming in and making some plays too. Texas has the best D tackle room in the country, but when the edges are playing like they did on Saturday, Rodney, you're right. There's no better D-line in the country. I mean, Barron Sorrell, a career day for him. Ethan Burke was magnificent. Obviously, the huge strip sack fumble early in the third quarter that gave Texas the ball back. And the next play, boom, Jonathan Brooks scores it, and Texas goes up 24-7. Burke was magnificent. If those two guys are going to play like that against, by the way, a K-State O-line, which was one of the best in the country, and I think still is one of the best in the country, for Texas's D-line to win that battle in a game where all week long, both coaches, right, Sark and Chris Kleiman, were talking about how important physicality was going to be. And the team that's more physical is going to win. And the team that wins in the trenches is going to win. For Texas's D-line to do that against that really talented and experienced K-State offensive line, you're damn right. I mean, they've got a strong case to be considered the very best in college football.
And I think that because I think the question that comes up to me a lot is the identity of this Texas football team. I mean, because you hear that all the time. I mean, what's the identity? We talk about it with the Cowboys. I know the pundits, depending where you are, they're always talking about what is the identity of whatever football team that you happen to be covering, for the most part. And I think when you really look at what Texas is doing right here, with a backup quarterback, with a running game, with what they're doing, I think the identity of the Texas football team really is that defensive front. I mean, if you really want to dive in there and look at this, because seriously, go back to the Houston game that you were mentioning right there. Go back to this game right here. How do you win those games? You win them with those big dudes up in the front. You win them in the trenches, and that's the whole thing with this. And I say that with a lot of pride, being a defensive guy. Is that instead of I'm offensive too. I'm very offensive. But being a defensive guy, I like the fact that in a Steve Sarkisian offense, to me, the identity of this football team is being able to win ugly games with your defensive front. And that's pretty crazy in a Steve Sarkisian.
You're right. No, that's well said. Like the offensive identity, still a little bit of a question. I mean, Jonathan Brooks is the best player on this offense. So running the football seems like the thing that Texas does best offensively. Good to see Jonathan Brooks get back over 100 yards, even though he was clearly banged up. Looked like he had a couple of different things ailing him over the course of that game. But you're right. Like where Texas is very best is on that defensive line. And, they did great things against Alabama in that game against that offensive line, which is always littered with first-round picks. And then K-State, all 5 starters back from an O-line, which was really good last year. The kid Cooper Beebe, their left guard, is a first-round pick as a guard. He's really good. All upperclassmen up front for them. And, Texas just – there was a stretch when everything was falling apart for Texas to where, the Texas O-line was winning in the third and fourth quarter when K-State came back. But, God, for the vast majority of the game, the Texas D-line was able to win. And, obviously, in the biggest moment of the game, the goal line stand at the end. I mean, hell, Texas defense, the way things were falling apart for them and with what we've seen from them over the last month or so, for them to have a goal line stand. I thought Texas had lost that game about 5 or 6 different times in the last 5 minutes of regulation and in overtime. And in overtime specifically, Texas settles for 3, and I'm like, shit, this is over. And then K-State's very first play, Rodney, they get all the way down to the 6-yard line, and it's like, oh, my God, it's like watching your house burn down. There's just nothing you can do about it. This thing is over. For the Texas defense on 4 straight plays to keep K-State out of the end zone. Once again, the D-line was a huge part of that. They got the stuff on first down. Devondre Sweat, they tried the little Tebow / Colin Klein jump pass on second down. Big 93 got his ginormous Paul up there to make the play. Third down, the secondary actually came through. And then fourth down, just immediate pressure. Barron Sorrell and Byron Murphy right in Will Howard's face. Like they stepped up when they needed to, and a freaking goal line stand for Texas with the game on the line. That's big time stuff right there.
Yeah, I want Sweat to go up and grab that football. That'd have been perfect at the end.
David Benda ran into him. It's like, dude, let the big man have the interception.
Like, dude, what are you doing? But kind of back to the Burt Auburn thing. Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about that, and you're talking about Kansas State there in the fourth quarter, their dude missed a fucking chip shot. And I mean, how important is a kicker? Yeah. That right there, I mean, there's your answer right there. That's their kicker, but pretty damn important. I got to tell you, one of the best. I loved the fourth down play the pitch to CJ Baxter. Kind of back to talking about Sark's game plan right there and his play calling. Dude, that was a thing of beauty right there. That right there, just bursting over on the outside. No, I love that play call. That's some big balls play calling right there. I mean, it's easy to run it right up the middle, which we want him to do. But man, I like that one right there. And how about CJ Baxter? I mean, that's another dude that we got to talk about right there. Looks like we finally have, especially right now, that we are seeing 24 kind of ailing around a little bit. He's getting up a little bit slower from time to time. But when you watch what CJ Baxter is doing, I hate to call him a number two. He's got a damn good number two right there, ready to pound the rock.
Yeah. I didn't think CJ Baxter was that great against BYU. Like he obviously did some things against Oklahoma and did some good things against Houston. And at various portions of the year, he's been a good player, and you see why this coaching staff is so excited about him. But yeah, Saturday, I thought he was great. I mean, obviously the long 4th and 1 run that you talked about, great play call by Sark. You got to give him credit for that, right? If everyone's going to criticize Sark for going for it on 4th down instead of taking the points, well, how about credit for Sark for going for it on 4th and 1 on his own half of the field?
Yeah.
And that turning into a 50-something yard touchdown. But yeah, Baxter made a guy miss, right? Everybody was blocked except for one on that play. And obviously once Baxter got to the second level, it was all over but the crying for K-State. But yeah, Baxter made that one dude miss with a great cutback, and then he showed the Jets. He's a talented player, man. Brooks is still the best running back on the team, but like you said, you need to have a good number 2 in your backfield, and CJ Baxter is that. And hey, if Jonathan Brooks is not 100%, which there's reason to believe that he won't be 100% in Fort Worth this coming Saturday, nice to know that you've got somebody that you can rely on in CJ Baxter. And Jaden Blue, I thought was pretty good too. He only had a couple of carries, but feels like Texas has something there too. So yeah, the running back room is in very, very good hands right now for Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned Fort Worth, because that's going to be, this is going to be an interesting week of preparation. I mean, especially with kind of I hate to say the collapse kind of that we saw there with Malik Murphy, because you still win the game and you find a way to win the game. And he found a way to make plays in the fourth quarter that needed to be made. But now you're going, TCU, whatever. But I mean, you're going into an environment where this is here's their Super Bowl right here. You know how that goes. We hear that cliche all the time. I mean, you're going in. I mean, here's your first road test for Malik Murphy. I mean, how does he respond? How does he bounce back? I think this is something that's going to be pretty interesting to watch. And again, this is where, to the identity of this team, you're going to rely on this defensive front to win you this football game, to shut TCU down. The running game is going to be imperative once again, whether it's Baxter, whether it's Brooks, whoever it is. This is a whole different test right here. When we talk about winning ugly and talking about getting over hurdles that this program hasn't been able to get over. Yeah, I know it isn't the TCU team from last year, but still, man, this is going to be something huge right here, especially coming off of a nail-biting, ball-busting win here over Kansas State.
Yeah, I know I brought up style points earlier, right? And of course you want to have your cake and be able to eat it too, because what's the point of having a cake if you can't eat it, Rodney?
Damn right.
I've never understood that expression.
No.
You want the style points, but every game started by Malik Murphy. And this is not just a Malik Murphy thing. Like, this is a backup quarterback thing. This is the conversation that teams in the NFL and college football and high school football have. You just want to survive and advance.
That's it.
And that's where this is the playoffs right now for Texas. Like, you might not think this is a top 4 team in the country, and right now they're probably not a top 4 team in the country, but they are still very much in the thick of things for this college football playoff race this year. And it's literally survive and advance right now to stay alive. You cannot lose another game. Hell, you run the risk of not getting to Arlington, which was your first goal this year, to win the Big 12 championship. So if you lose one of those, you're obviously in serious trouble there. But when you're talking about the college football playoff and a shot at competing for a national championship, you cannot afford another loss. Of course, you'd love to be beating teams by 29 every week like you did with BYU, but it's just survive and advance until you get Quinn Ewers back. Like, if Quinn's going to miss one more week, and we'll hear more from Sark today, I doubt he's going to give us a firm update on whether or not Quinn Ewers will play this Saturday. He probably doesn't know the answer to that as we sit 5 days away from that TCU game. But as long as Malik Murphy, or as long as the backup quarterback is in for Texas, you just need to survive and advance. So I'd love to cover the 9.5, but if Malik Murphy's the guy Saturday night, just win, baby. Find a way to beat a TCU team that has given you fits in recent years.
That's exactly right. And I mean, for the style points conversation, I mean, yeah, OU, what's happened? Hey, Alabama, you keep winning. I mean, they have hit a different gear since the Texas game. So, I mean, to the style points conversation, there you go, right there. There's your big win. I think that's the one that you can continue to focus on if you're worried about style points. But, I mean, to your point there, BK, I mean, that really is the case this year. I mean, look at Georgia. I mean, 30-21 beating Missouri. I mean, they have been hanging on all year and finding ways to win football games. And it's been that way across the top 10, across the top 25, where teams are winning these ugly games. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. USC. I mean, where'd they go? What have they done lately? Big USC. And then, same thing. I mean, that's the beauty of this year to me. Even in the NFL, dude, the parity. It's like, shit, you never know what's going to happen. You have no idea. Man, a win is a win. Just keep winning games, dude. I don't give a damn if you win by 50 or you win by 2. A win is a win. That's all that matters right now.
Yeah, look, and especially to get to the Big 12 championship game, which I wasn't thinking playoff before this year started. Obviously, you win that game in Tuscaloosa and the conversation starts to change. But my number one goal, and I think Texas's number one goal, was to win the Big 12 on the way out the door. And there are no style points when it comes to conference standings, right? You can win these last 3 games by 1 point each, and you'll be playing for the conference title game on December 2nd. So that's the most important thing, because, look, there's plenty to criticize and plenty of bad from what took place on Saturday. But as Sark said it in his post game, and as we've said it in the first 30 minutes today, happy to be talking about an 8-1 team. That's much better than talking about a 7-2 team, because then, the whole conversation would be a lot different today if Texas couldn't find a way to get that stop on 4th and goal.
And let me tell you, BK, I mean, a 7-2 team, that would suck. I'm glad that it's not a 7-2 team, but hell, as I always say, in the recent past, that was a 4-loss football team right now. I mean, it's like I was saying earlier in the chaos theory. It's like, okay, at this point in the recent past, we're over here booking hotel rooms in San Antonio again, getting ready to go to the Alamo Bowl again. It's a team that's winning ugly football games, and you call it ugly, you call it whatever you go. Dude, I call it a 1-loss football team. I call it a team. How big was this weekend in the Big 12? Oh. You go in and you have this log jam, and here we are at the end of it. Two teams with 1 loss, Texas and Oklahoma State. Everybody else is sucking dust behind these 2 teams. And this was transition weekend in the Big 12, dude.
We knew it, right? We knew we'd have a lot clearer picture of what this conference would look like after this weekend, because you had 3 huge games in the Big 12. Of course, the one here, the Bedlam game, and then Kansas at Iowa State. Yeah, 5-way tie for first going into the weekend, and now it's just a 2-way tie. Now, nothing's over. Nothing's set in stone, because there's a 5-way tie for second place right now in the Big 12. So if either Texas or Oklahoma State slips up in these final 3 weeks of the regular season, then the door opens for any of those guys to step up. But now the path is clear for Texas and for Oklahoma State. And hey, we'll take that. We didn't have Oklahoma State on the schedule this year. It's kind of disappointing, right? And then especially early on watching Oklahoma State play, it's like, shit, that'd be a free win. I wish we had Oklahoma State on the schedule. And now all of a sudden it's like, maybe it's a good thing we don't have Oklahoma State on the schedule.
Yeah,
but
no shit.
If Texas does get the Pokes this year, it's playing at Jerry World for a Big 12 title. So we'll all sign up for that one, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'll gladly take that game. Doesn't have to be on the regular season schedule. I do want to, talking about the Big 12, dude, I want to give your Kansas Jayhawks a little bit of a pat on the back right there, man. How about that shit? I mean, a couple of back-to-back wins there in the Big 12, man. I'll take that, man. I will take that. That's got to be pretty cool for you, man. Now that's a great turnaround, dude. That right there, that program, to see them in the place that they're at right now, man. Hell, they took us to the wire. I mean, yeah, man. I love that.
I'm like Ricky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Exactly.
Right
exactly.
I mean,
No doubt.
There have been years where I'd be happy if Kansas was 2-7 through 9 games.
Yeah.
Here they are at 7-2 through 9 games, and the 3rd highest ranked team in the Big 12. Now, maybe that changes tomorrow with the new CFP rankings because of Oklahoma State beating Oklahoma. It's a more impressive win than beating Iowa State. But it's insane. I mean, with the backup quarterback, right? Talk about it with Texas playing with the backup quarterback. Kansas with a backup quarterback. They're missing the preseason conference player of the year on offense, and they are still finding ways to win. So, that Alabama game looking better every week for Texas. That Kansas game looking better every week for Texas because, like you said, the Hawks are playing some damn good ball right now, man.
Want to ask you, I know we are Texas Sports Unfiltered, but we got Jimbo Fisher in College Station. To sit here and watch what's going on, with the decline that we're seeing here with Oklahoma here the last few weeks since the Texas game, that's one thing. But man, sitting there looking at what's going on right now in College Station, is he done? You got to pay the dude $80 million or whatever the hell it's going to be. I think if you get rid of him now, I guess you're going to save a little bit of money, a few million, which they got plenty of money over there in College Station, so they ain't worried about that. But is it time for them to make a change, man? Because that right there, talk about buying a bill of goods right there. Man, if you're a Texas A&M fan, you have to be thinking right now, what in the hell is going on here? Jeez.
Yeah. Jimbo Fisher in his last 18 games against Power 5 opponents is just 6-12.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's bad. And oh, by the way, they got rid of Kevin Sumlin to bring in Jimbo Fisher because Sumlin wasn't good enough through 69 games. Very nice. In College Station.
Yeah.
Kevin Sumlin, 47-22. Jimbo Fisher, 44-25. And Jimbo's got, I think, 7 more guaranteed years on that ginormous contract.
Yep.
And it's a $75+ million buyout for the Aggies if they want to move on. I'm with you, man. They've got money over there. I think for Jimbo to keep his job, he's going to have to win these last 3 games of the regular season. That might not be enough, but that, it could be. And they've got 2 very winnable games. They get Mississippi State at home this Saturday. They get Abilene Christian at home next Saturday. As I told Buck this morning, if you lose to Abilene Christian, you might lose your job.
They're going to fire your ass on the field.
Yeah, our basketball program unfortunately found that one out a couple of years ago in the NCAA tournament, right?
Yeah.
So right. No, if Jimbo loses one of those 2, Abilene Christian, he gets fired on the field. You're damn right. But then they've got to go to Baton Rouge, last game of the regular season. And if they win that one, it'll be 8-4 for A&M, and that'll at least be a ranked win, you would think, for the Aggies, and something Jimbo could point to as, I haven't completely lost this program yet.
Yeah.
But if you lose that game and you end up 7-5, which is what a 2-1 finish for the Aggies would be, then I think they'll pay him to leave, man. I really do. It's an insane amount of money. And obviously you got to pay his assistants buyouts, and you've got to pay the next guy and the next staff to bring in. So it's not just the whatever you're paying Jimbo to leave. It's we're talking 9 figures worth of money that you've got to pay to make that change. But they are desperate for a winner. I think with Texas coming to the conference too, they really want to be better than Texas, and they want to make sure they don't get destroyed by Texas in the first game between these 2 teams since 2011 next year. So I don't think they'll wait to make the move if the Aggies lose at least one more in these final few games.
And that really is the ironic thing when you look at that, when A&M makes the move to the SEC to kind of get out of the whole shadow, whatever you want to call it there, of Texas, and do their own thing, and make the move to the huge SEC conference, and then the success that they've had. You look, early on success. I won't say it's consistent, but then the move here with Jimbo Fisher as he comes over, the success with him, ironically, early on in his tenure, where he's inheriting some stuff here, but not able to get this program to the elite status that they feel that they should be at for whatever reason. And the ironic part of that is that now here comes Texas into the SEC next year. Still a lot of football to be played this year, but you're watching Texas come in with an amount of momentum that they haven't seen in so long, and with some consistency and possibly a playoff team coming into the SEC. How ironic is that with the whole A&M Texas rivalry hopefully coming back to fruition again? To that's the status of the 2 programs. You would think that Texas coming in to the SEC, it would be something where it's you'd cast some shade at them for playing in the Big 12, but it's A&M on their heels, Texas coming in, and what a better time to renew the rivalry, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, with all the downs Texas has had in recent years, it's nice to be confident going into next year and the restart of that rivalry. And Jimbo had one good year in College Station. It was the COVID year. And A&M wasn't the only school that fell victim to a coach's success during the COVID year, right? Indiana and Tom Allen, they gave him a huge extension because they were great in the COVID year. Michigan State with Brenda Trace. Oh, no, that's not the name of the head coach. But Michigan State with Mel. Can't keep his stuff in his pants. Tucker. They had a great year in 2020, and they gave him a big extension. The COVID year was just so weird, man. Every other year for Jimbo has had at least 4 losses, including this season. Only 9 games in, and they've already lost 4 times. It's a disaster right now. And the Aggies thought they had the heist of the century, didn't they? When they got Jimbo from Florida State. Now look at Florida State. Florida State's undefeated. They're top 4 in the country. They're probably making the playoff this year.
Yep.
And A&M is 5-4, and they're talking about paying a coach $80 million to leave.
Yeah, that was like the most. I remember vividly that day when all that shit was going down. I was driving to Pensacola, Florida for a race, and all that stuff is going on, and I'm listening to where it's like A&M has gone out, and here it is, national championship within a couple of years. It's coming. This is a biggest steal of the century, and it's like, where are you at right now? I mean, you're in the same predicament you were before. I mean, but again, we've been there. So you just don't see the improvement that you expected, and they certainly figured by now they were going to have a national championship, which they're not anywhere close to having that. But speaking of championships and speaking of cool stuff, you guys look like y'all had a good time Friday out at Covert. That looked pretty cool having Rio Don out there.
Oh, it was awesome, man. Yeah, shout out to Ricky Williams for coming by Covert BK on Friday. Shout out to Covert BK, of course, for having us out here. You talk about them every day. Beautiful dealership, 3 dealerships, as a matter of fact, out there at Covert BK. 7 different brands, 42 acres. If you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go see our friends at Covert BK. But yeah, ton of fun on Friday, our final pregame luncheon of the year. Ricky Williams came out, took some pictures, signed some autographs. Great food provided from our friends at Smoky Mo's Barbecue and Verde's Mexican Parrilla. We had a ball out there. So, yeah, that was a ton of fun. And then a good pregame show Saturday morning at Crown and Anchor Pub by campus as well. It was a good weekend. When you said championship, I thought you were going to talk about Ryan Blaney yesterday, Rodney.
Yeah.
I thought we were going NASCAR for a second there, huh?
Yeah, and that's why I'm wearing this, because I've been doing Zooms. I've got some Zooms coming up afterwards, just kind of talking about that. But the captain, Roger Penske, gets him another championship. That was my favorite going into that race yesterday with Ryan Blaney. He had been riding a tremendous amount of momentum going in. Sad that Kevin Harvick runs his last race, but he's going on to bigger and better things. He's going to be a TV star. And it was ironic that you get to the end of that race and Ross Chastain's up in the front and he's blocking Blaney, and Chastain's like, I don't give a shit. I know he's mad. I wasn't going to let him pass. I don't care if he's running for a championship or not.
Yep.
So yeah, good stuff.
Ford breaking out the brooms this weekend too, didn't they?
Ford taking care of business. You had a truck race that was horrible on Friday night. My goodness. I got back from a high school football game about 10:30, and I got in, and man, that race it wasn't over till 1:00. I mean, they couldn't get out of their own way. Speaking of Ford, you can get the Covert Fords over in Hutto there, my friends. You can go out there, get that blue oval there with our friends at Covert.
Hey, speaking of championships, let's not forget about Jimbo Fisher's national championship trophy they gave him in College Station when he took the job there 6 years ago. That's a legit trophy right there, Rodney, that you're seeing on your screen, isn't it?
That's it. That's it right there. And he can pack that shit up with him and take it when they buy him out and send him out of there, man. And I'll tell you what really sucks for him. I mean, I hate that we're kind of casting shade here at Jimbo Fisher, because kind of the backstory with that. I know that he has a child that has some special needs and so forth. And a lot of the treatment there, whatever he was going through, was there in College Station, so that part of the story was great right here. But when you're doing shit like this, man, what is this? Come on, man. You hadn't even been close. Well, 2020, we'll give him that. But hell, everybody was close in 2020. I think you just kind of throw 2020 out the window. I think if you're most of us, BK, you don't even fucking remember 2020. It's like, man, what a haze that was. Oh my God.
Try to forget it. Yeah, the jokes write themselves with A&M sometimes, don't they?
No, man. Well, and they don't help the cause. I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing, when you make an ass out of yourself, and they seem to do well at that. And I'm like, geez. Hey, I want to ask you, especially since you spending the last couple of years there in Houston, these Houston Texans, they seem to have found they seem to have found them that franchise quarterback in CJ Stroud that did just amazing things yesterday. And you've got a pretty decent supporting cast right here. I was talking to somebody yesterday where it was like, oh, well, shit, that was only Tampa Bay. I don't care. Did you see that performance? I mean, that dude right there. And I talked about it earlier, man. If I'm Carolina, if I'm the Carolina Panthers, I'm going to go cut my nuts off, man, because I screwed up on the pick that I made.
Yep. Yeah, they're watching Bryce Young struggle to lead the 1-7 Carolina Panthers, and then they've got to go watch CJ Stroud just turn the Texans around. I mean, there haven't been a lot of reasons for optimism in recent years. Hell, there haven't been a lot of reasons for optimism in the 2-decade-plus history of the Houston Texans. Right, exactly. But they've got one right now. CJ Stroud is the real deal. Man, he's not only good for a rookie, Rodney, he is really good. He's a top 10 quarterback in football right now. And the Texans' run game's not that good. Their defense still has holes, right? They gave up 37 to Baker Mayfield in that game yesterday. Let's not forget that. The receivers are playing well, but we're not talking about a bunch of all-pros on the outside for CJ to be throwing to. He's doing a lot of this on his own, man. So he deserves a ton of credit. He is so much fun to watch. That game yesterday was maybe the game of the year in the NFL. Like you said, it was 2, 3, and 4 teams, so I'm sure a lot of people weren't paying any attention to it. But man, if you watched that one, you enjoyed it because that was fun throughout, and you got to see the best rookie quarterback performance in the history of the NFL for Mr. CJ Stroud yesterday.
And, you know, the thing about that is I'm watching the end of that game. Well, I mean, I watched most of that game, but as I'm sitting there watching the end of this game, you're waiting for that rookie mistake. You're waiting for him to look like a rookie, dude. And it just never happened. And there was nothing there while you're waiting for it to happen. There's nothing as I'm watching this making me think, oh shit, here it comes. Because I mean, there was never any indication that he was going to make that mistake. And the fact is, I mean, I think any realistic Texan fan, you know, going into this campaign, especially with the rookie quarterback and the lack of those pieces that you're talking about right there, the fact that they're 4-4 and 2 games out of first in the AFC South, a division that, I mean, yeah, you got Jacksonville there, but with this jumbled playoff mess that we're watching here, you know, in the AFC, I mean, with everything happening in the AFC North, hell, they're only a game out from the whole cluster of AFC North teams at this point.
Head coach and quarterback, Rodney. You get those two things right, you got a chance. And D'Amico Ryans looks like the real deal as a head coach. Texans fans were pumped to get him, and they should have been. Like every NFL team that had a vacancy this past offseason wanted to talk to D'Amico Ryans, and D'Amico turned them all down to go to Houston. Now, of course, the Texans drafted him, so D'Amico had that time in Houston. He knew about the franchise. He loved living in Houston, so that helped. But the Texans were able to get a big-time head coach that everybody else wanted, and obviously CJ Stroud looks like he's a problem at the quarterback position. You get those two things right, you can turn your fortunes around in this league pretty quick. I mean, we see teams go from first to worst and worst to first all of the time in the NFL. And I don't know if the Texans are going to end up winning the division, but yeah, they've taken a total 180 from the last 3 years where they've been the worst team in the NFL. They've got plenty of reasons to be excited down there in H-Town, and it starts with the head coach and it starts with the quarterback. Awesome.
It's back to Love You Blue. It's the Bum Phillips. They're knocking on the door. They're knocking on the door. That's what Bum Phillips said. You had to start by knocking on the door, and that's what they're doing. And I don't think anyone expected it. So yeah, there you go, man. And good. I mean, that's super awesome to see. Yeah. Our team. Look, people, lay off of Dak Prescott. That was the dude was tremendous yesterday. Best player on the field. We were talking about that on the chaos theory to where you can't hang this one on Dak Prescott. People are going to find ways to do it. I mean, he was superb yesterday. The running game is still not there. Some of the play calls. I mean, this is typical to me yesterday. BK, I felt like this was, you know, a NFC divisional playoff game to where it's like, okay, how's it going to happen? How's it going to happen? And it's unfortunate that it happens again. And God. I thought this is merely my opinion. I think that for whatever reason, the Cowboys would have won in Philadelphia than winning in Arlington for whatever reason. I just thought that was going to be a more winnable game than one on the road. But time will tell. 2.5 games back, you better fucking win something.
Yeah, that one hurt. That one hurt because, yeah, you win that game yesterday and you're a half game back. in the division, and you're right in the thick of things to maybe get a top 2 seed in the NFC. But yeah, not the case. And the Cowboys played a whale of a game. They were awesome in the fourth quarter to come back.
Yeah.
Cowboys had a lead at halftime. The Eagles dominated the third quarter. They did whatever they wanted offensively. The Cowboys offense got stuck in a little bit of a rut, but in the fourth quarter, the Cowboys made some big plays to get right back into things, but they couldn't make the play. All right. And they had a couple of turnovers on downs deep in Philadelphia territory. Obviously, the Schoonmaker touchdown, no touchdown on 4th and goal, where they called it a touchdown on the field. And yeah, it looked like the right call to overturn it. It looked like he was just a couple of inches short, and it did get overturned. And obviously the end of the game sequence where the Cowboys got all the way down to the 6-yard line, and you get a false start, and a bad sack, then a delay of game, and all of a sudden you go from needing just 6 yards to win the game to needing 26 yards to win the game. And of course, the Cowboys got close with CeeDee Lamb, but the Eagles, they weren't going to let them score. They had everybody right there at the goal line to make sure something like that wouldn't happen, and they made it happen. So, yeah, Dak played a great game. A couple of throws here or there I'm sure he wishes he could have back. That's life as a quarterback in the NFL, but just brutal, man. Another game against a good team where it felt like the Cowboys were there and they had their chances, but they didn't get it done. And until you start getting it done against the best teams in football, that's going to be the narrative that follows you. And the Cowboys have played 2 Super Bowl contenders this year. They're 0-2. Now, they were at least close yesterday. They weren't close in the first one against the 49ers. They played a 4-quarter game in Philly yesterday, but at the end of the day, a loss is a loss. They are 0-2, so people still don't view them on the level as San Francisco, Philadelphia, Kansas City, some of the other legit contenders in the NFL.
And this is where I go back to what we were talking about earlier with Texas. Talking about the game on Saturday, this is where, Texas would have found a way in the past to lose that game to Kansas State. But that's not what happened. When you're watching this Cowboy game yesterday, you're thinking, okay, the Cowboys are going to find a way to lose this game. And that's exactly what they did. They haven't been able to get over that hump. And I don't know when or if that's going to happen, but correlate that to Philadelphia. That defense got gouged yesterday by Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott was a surgeon against that defense yesterday. But you know what? When you said it, when they had to make a play, they made a play and they won the game. And that's where we talk about the Texas football team, where ugly wins, a win is a win. Philadelphia cruise control right now in the NFC East. And that's where it doesn't matter if it's ugly, pretty, moderate, a win is a win.
Well, if you want to talk about some Cowboys and Longhorn comparisons, you can look straight at the red zone statistics. We've talked about it ad nauseum how bad the Longhorns have been in the red area this year. Well, it's the same thing for the Dallas Cowboys. Both of those turnovers on downs that we talked about in the fourth quarter were red zone trips for the Cowboys. And this team ranks 29th in red zone touchdown percentage right now, ahead of the Giants, the Jets, and the Titans. 3 very bad teams. Yeah. Like that's not a stat that you want to be towards the bottom of. I don't know how many stats there are that you want to be towards the bottom of, but that's been an issue for the Cowboys. They've had to settle for 3 too many times, and they've come up short of the end zone way too many times. So it reared its ugly head. Like, you talk about it maybe costing the Longhorns another game down the stretch. It cost the Cowboys yesterday, just their inability to find the end zone when they get close. That was the difference. Philadelphia cashed in on its red zone chances, and the Cowboys couldn't do it, and that's why Philadelphia came up with the win yesterday.
Yeah, and it's extremely concerning. I know we've talked about it on our show. The whole discussion at the trade deadline where something obviously with the lack of red zone efficiency or lack thereof, it, whatever you want to call it, to go in there and maybe try to solidify something to help that. This running attack that Dallas absolutely does not have, and it was something. Yeah, maybe don't go get Derrick Henry, but man, get somebody, because it's just, with Tony Pollard, he's banged up, but Tony Pollard wasn't a featured back last year. That seems to be a lot of the confusion right now. He was somebody that came in and made plays. He wasn't a filler, but he wasn't the featured back, and I think that he is showing us, I know there's injuries in place, but he's showing us that possibly he's not going to be the featured back for the Dallas Cowboys. And I was hoping that at some point at that trade deadline that they would go and try to address that somewhere, but they didn't do that, where Philadelphia seems to have gotten better, where they went and added a piece to where they were lacking a little bit in the secondary. And Dallas did not do that. They did nothing, my friend. They did nothing. And that now you find yourself 2.5 games back, and you find yourself this is going to be a playoff team, but man, you're making your road harder. You're making your road harder when you don't necessarily have to be doing that.
Who cares? Like Cowboys fans don't care if this is a playoff team. Like, who cares at this point? They keep making the playoffs. That hasn't been the problem. It's not like they've been, it's the Texans. Like, the Texans would be thrilled to make the playoffs this year.
Absolutely.
The Cowboys are not thrilled to make the playoffs because they have made the playoffs a bunch over the last 2.5 decades. But when they get there, they can't do anything. And obviously, when you get there, you play teams like Philadelphia and San Francisco, and you just keep coming up short in those games, which is like you've got no confidence that in January this team's going to be able to make the plays that they need to make to advance in the postseason. So, alas, life as a Cowboys fan. All right, some shout outs to some sponsors. Got to give some love to some of our great people. How about a recorded spot here from our buddy Tom McKay at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations. Also, shout out to our friends at greatblueheronfurniture.com. Make sure you use the promo code HOOK'em, and you're going to get 15% off your purchase over there at greatblueheronfurniture.com. The most stylish, the most comfortable, the most well-built furniture that you can find in the history of the known universe. It's right there at greatblueheronfurniture.com. If you need a couch, a recliner, a chair, ottoman, bar stools, whatever, just something to make your home look a little bit better for you, for your family, and for friends who stop by, go to greatblueheronfurniture.com to get that custom leather piece in the comfort of your home. All right, got about 5 minutes left before Trey jumps on for the award-winning midday program. Rodney, any other big takeaways from the sports weekend? College football, the NFL, basketball, baseball, whatever. Anything else really catch your attention over the last couple of days?
Just with football. Obviously we love football season. There's no doubt about it. It's the best time of the year. But I just think that this year, the fact that, obviously the success that we're having here, makes it much more of a enjoyable college football season that we're watching right now. But just with the parity that I keep talking about, man, I just love the fact that you don't know what's going to happen from week to week, whether it's on Saturday or Sunday, hell, even sometimes on Thursday. Just kind of to watch. Like USC, for example, with Caleb Williams the other day, the expectations, everything that you're thinking is going to happen right there with them. And now that they've they've fallen off the grid here, and hell, now Alex Grinch is out the door. Who would have thought that was going to be something that we'd see at USC? This is kind of, with that, I'm like, okay, does Caleb Williams shut it down at this point? Should he just not play? What happens with that? I like the fact that and like with the NFL, like we're talking about, I think if the season ended today, all of the AFC North teams would be in the playoffs. That's unheard of. The fact that the Texans are contenders. The fact that game yesterday, Kansas City and Miami, that was just a beauty to watch right there. So damn early in the morning, by the way. I hope everybody fell back. But man, it's unpredictable. It's just so freaking unpredictable, man. That's the one thing it seems like every weekend that's a takeaway for me.
Football is the best, isn't it?
Oh, dude. I'll tell you, man.
There's a reason why we all wait 7 to 8 months for this part of the year.
And isn't that the funny thing? I had a friend that moved to the States a couple of years ago. Didn't really understand American football, but now he's all into it. And he tells me time after time, he's like, it's really weird to me, as savage as this game is, how we all fall in love with it and
Oh, yeah.
can't wait. And it's like, yeah.
Best reality TV there is.
Dude,
Football.
I know.
It's as simple as that. Yeah,
it is.
It's been a fun year. Like you said, it's more enjoyable when your teams are good. But shoot, if you're just a casual football fan, this has been a fun year. You've got some parity now in college football.
Absolutely.
It doesn't feel like there's that one dominant team. Whoever wins it all this year, we're not going to be like, oh, this is one of the best teams in the history of college football. No, that team doesn't exist, but it does feel like some other teams have a chance this year, which is good. And yeah, in the NFL, you get parity in the NFL every single year. But it's been a ton of fun, man. You've got a lot of intriguing, compelling storylines going into the month of November. This weekend was no exception, and it's exciting, man. I hate that we're in the final month of the college regular season, but it's been a great year for so many different reasons, and that's why if your significant other is trying to make you do stuff on Saturday or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, don't forget about the MAC games on Tuesday or Wednesday.
That's right.
You got to find somebody else. You can't have your significant other telling you to do stuff all the time. Wait till the winter and the spring and the summer. It'll all get done then.
Oh,
the fall,
man.
that's my time.
I went to, after the Texas game Saturday, I went to Stephenville. My daughter goes to Tarleton State. She's like, Dad, last home game, come on up here. Oh my God, it was a blast, man. And that's, I mean, that's smaller school football. And man, those people were fired up, and they won 52-18. Way to go, Tarleton State. So
there you go.
Yeah, just good stuff. And the other stat that I kind of want to leave with before Dr. Trey jumps on here, talking about ugly wins, talking about the growth of this Texas program, talking about how steps in the right direction and everything that's happening around here. Last 3 season in 1-score ball games, Texas was 4-11. In the last 2, they're 2-0. Boom.
I like
right
it.
There.
I like
right
it,
there.
Man. Yep.
Right.
They found a way. They found a way. Unfortunately, they lost the OU game, which was a 1-score game. But you're right. They found a way against Houston to get it done, and they found a way against K-State to get it done. Both of those games, Texas had big leads. You would have loved for them to have kept those big leads. Didn't happen. Yep. But when they absolutely needed to make plays down the stretch to preserve the W, they were able to do so. So, yeah, this team tied for first place. 3 weeks left in conference play. I think any of us would have signed up for that at the start of the year. And
on to Fort Worth.
That's where we're at. Yeah, now got to go get a win against the other purple team that is giving
more purple
in recent years. That's the ugliest color in the world, isn't it? I guess you just said you have a daughter who goes to Tarleton, so you've probably got some purple.
Kind of like purple. I do like purple just a little bit.
I can't stand it. Rival high school or purple. I'm a KU fan, so K-State's a rival in college sports. All purple. Minnesota Vikings suck. I hate Bucky, so I hate the Vikings.
No, wait. Who sucks? What place?
Oh, the
yeah, I teed up I teed up Wags earlier and he missed it too. So.
Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President. Rodney, this has been fun, my man. Appreciate you sticking around for the last hour, and yeah, we'll talk soon.
Yep, you got it, brother. Y'all have a good show.
All right, thank you very much. Man. There goes Rodney, and here comes Doc Trey for a little midday with Trey and BK. What's up, big dog?
Not a lot. How you doing?
Good. You know, after the Cowboys let me down yesterday, I went back and rewatched Game 5 of the World Series, and that had me feeling really, really good once again. That's just what I'm going to do. Whenever I'm sad in this life from here on out, I'm going to watch Game 5 of the 2023 World Series, and that'll just make everything go away.
We all need that something, right? And unfortunately for me, watching my teams win championships, like going back and rewatching the 2005 national championship game or Game 5 from last week, that doesn't cut it for me. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I need to not know what's about to happen to truly enjoy the sport in the moments. But I'm much better off going and watching old episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm than I am watching my team win a championship. There's probably some broken part of my brain. There's lots of broken parts of my brain.
Yeah, probably
some part of my brain that is extremely broken that keeps me from being able to enjoy that.
Yeah, there's definitely a part of your brain that's broken that keeps you from being able to enjoy that. There are multiple parts of your brain that are definitely broken. Anybody who's listened to you for 1 minute, I think, has been able to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Speaking of championships, come on. You call yourself the Nick Saban of Cedar Park volleyball coaches. You had a
Nick Saban
championship.
of second and third grade girls volleyball. I don't call myself that. Other people call me that.
You're the only person I've ever heard call yourself that.
Well,
No
how
one else.
often are you hanging around second and third grade girls volleyball games in Cedar Park? Ooh, yeah. Definitely not happening with that stash.
Where do you think I was? After our
You were
pregame
doing
show.
you were doing pregame at Crown and Anchor. I know where you were.
Well, after that, I wasn't seen from or heard from. So had some volleyball to watch. What happened on Saturday? Did you get the dub?
Nick Saban doesn't win it all every year, and neither does the Nick Saban of second and third grade girls volleyball in Cedar Park. We fell a little short, lost in the semifinals to the one team that I thought would be our greatest competition this season. And that's how it goes sometimes. And for the girls who were a part of the team, who were on the court there throughout the course of the afternoon, because we hadn't lost a game, and the matches were best of 3, and we had gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and if we could have gone 2-0 or even 2-1, we would have made it to the championship. And I know we would beat the team that we played in the finals. I know that because the team that beat us ended up winning it all, but it didn't happen. More lessons to be had in losses than wins, but ultimately it was disappointing for the girls. But we're going to get back out there next season, the spring season. We're going to work on some things, and we're going to win it all then.
What are you, Jim Harbaugh, losing in the semifinal every year? Come on, dude. You're
not every year. We made it to the finals last year, so we're right there on the cusp.
What happened? Who do we blame for your team coming up short? Because there's no way you're going to take the blame on yourself.
Blame me on the coach. There's things that we didn't work on enough during practice, and they were situational plays that I think I would have had this team better prepared, and we would have ended up winning. So I put the blame squarely on myself.
Some rumors about the team y'all lost to. Some doping perhaps going on here? That is very prevalent among second and third grade volleyball teams up in the Cedar Park area, I've been told.
Second and third grade. So I think other teams were guilty of having fourth and fifth graders on their roster. But it's hard to call BS in the middle of a tournament like that. But I think this team played it pretty straight. There wasn't any sign stealing going on. This team just did more of what it took to win the championship. They got more serves over. We had some back and forth rallies where they ended up the beneficiary of that point, and they did more of what it takes to win at that level, which is get serves over. And when the bumping back and forth happens, being the final team to bump the ball over the net, and just sometimes there's a little bit of luck there too, but ultimately they were the better team over the course of those 2 games. Like, we didn't even win a game against this team. That's part of what was disappointing, and the girls were disappointed afterwards too, but we always have next season, right?
It's nice to know that Ron McKelvey has a daughter. He said he had some roster imposter stuff going on with those girls. I mean, his girl was involved in that league somehow.
Dude, there are some girls on other teams, not the team that we lost to, on other teams. I'm not even kidding you. They were like a head length or 2 taller than anybody else on the court. It's like, all right, I realize that growth spurts happen in waves, and not everybody gets that growth spurt at the same time, but this kid has to be in 4th or 5th grade. Like, I had no doubts about that. Either that or they've been held back and they don't belong in a 2nd and 3rd grade girls volleyball league.
Oh, man. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, my friend. I know you spent a lot of time working towards that championship. So
it was painful, and I took it out on an unfortunate family sitting next to us at dinner last night. And something that completely embarrassed my family that I'll have to share further in today's Where We At in Society.
Oh, no. That's coming up at 12:50, where Trey really did what he always does, and that's embarrass those around him. But the fact that we're getting a full segment out of it tells me that it's going to be a good story. So
another Larry David moment out of me. My wife afterwards even said, somebody needed to warn me that I was marrying Larry David a decade ago.
Curb your enthusiasm. You're living it in real life, it sounds like. And so is your family. All right, man. Plenty of sports to get into today between now and Where Are We At the end of the hour. We'll start with some Texas Longhorn football. Of course, we'll go around the Big 12. We'll talk some Cowboys. We'll talk some Texans. Plenty to get into today and throughout the week right here on Trey and BK. But the Longhorns, by the hair of their chinny chin, they find a way. to get it done, 33-30 in overtime over Kansas State. The Texas defense steps up, gets the big 4th down stop to preserve the win. Everybody knows by now, but the Longhorns had a 20-point lead going into the final play of the 3rd quarter. They gave it up. K-State tied the game, forced overtime, but ultimately, when Texas needed to step up the most, they were able to step up. They keep the win. They get the win, and they keep their Big 12 championship hopes alive. Trey, that game had a little bit of everything, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, the Longhorns found themselves victorious.
Yes, and real quick before I forget this, because we did just get this email, and I will forget it otherwise. We now know the kickoff time for the Longhorns game at Iowa State on November 18th. That's going to be a 7 o'clock kick. So not crazy about that, because that likely means it's going to be pretty cold at kickoff time, and not to say that's going to be the ultimate excuse, but that can cause a team to start a little bit more slowly than they might otherwise because they're freezing their asses off on the field. So 7 o'clock kick for the game in Ames, and it is a 6:30 kick in Fort Worth this weekend. But as far as this last Saturday's game goes, BK, I mean, the bottom line is survive and advance. You win this game, you now have your best record since 2009, and that matters for something. By the same token, I know Steve Sarkisian just met with the media and gave an update on Quinn Ewers. He has now gone from week to week to day. This team needs Quinn Ewers if they're going to win a Big 12 championship or have a shot at making it to the college football playoff. I don't know if that's this weekend or maybe it's heading into that game in Ames, or maybe it's the final week of the year, final game of the year against Texas Tech here in Austin, a game that Brett Yormark will be attending until he tests positive for COVID a couple of days beforehand. Malik Murphy was great early on, and I thought the opening game plan was great, even though they really didn't run it a whole lot because they were operating off of play action. Unfortunately, after that first quarter, there was a lot that was left to be desired with this passing game, and I'm sure Kansas State changed some things up, and maybe the threat of pressure got to Malik Murphy as well, but it was a tale of two quarterbacks. And man, when he's good, he looks great. When he's bad, it is atrocious to the degree that I'm not sure what he's doing out there at times, just throwing balls up that end up getting intercepted. We've now seen 2 examples of this over his first 2 games. The BYU game early on, they had an interception that was just an inexcusable throw. You got to eat that one. Well, look, young quarterbacks make mistakes. You don't want to see your quarterback make a mistake like that again, where he's basically just trying to avoid getting hit by throwing the football away and just throwing it to green grass where there's a defender there. That same thing happened against Kansas State this last weekend. So that is a little bit concerning right now. However, the run game continuing to show that it gets the job done, even without that touchdown run by CJ Baxter. The backs averaged 5 yards a carry. Jonathan Brooks fighting through an injury throughout the game. One of the better games in terms of run blocking for this offensive line as well. And while the defense certainly had some forgettable moments, they also were up to the task when it's all said and done, even after the offense completely shat the bed with their possession in the first overtime and had to settle for that field goal. The defense, which has been the biggest reason to believe in this football team all year long, once again proved that it has gotten things back on track when it absolutely needs to.
Yep. Malik Murphy. I'll say this. Second career start going up against a top 15 defense in college football. And K-State had given up a total of 3 points in its last 2 games combined. Top 15 scoring defense in the country. That's a really, really good unit with a lot of talented players on that side of the ball. All that being said, now let's call it like we need to call it. Malik Murphy almost single-handedly lost Texas that game on Saturday. Yep. 2 turnovers. Should have had 4 or 5, right? I mean, K-State dropped 2 interceptions that were literally thrown right to them.
And the same thing happened in the BYU game too. So yeah.
And not like, oh, that would have been an amazing play if that guy would have came down with the interception. No, the balls were thrown right to him, and that's why those guys play defense and not offense. Those types of plays. And just inaccuracy. Like, Trey, I went back and rewatched this yesterday, and I'll probably watch it again today. There were 6, maybe 7 wide open receivers that Malik Murphy just missed.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, no, they had like a half yard of separation and a good throw turns into a completion. No, like the receiver had yards, plural, of separation. And Malik made the right read. He just couldn't put the ball in the numbers or on the knees or on the feet. Nowhere close. He was underthrowing guys. He was throwing behind guys. He was short-arming it. And you talked about the O-line. The O-line was great. Malik Murphy did not get sacked one time. He only got hit 2 or 3 times for the whole game. This was not, he had pressure in his face all day long, and that explains why he was inaccurate. No, he just literally, it looked like they had replaced Malik Murphy with me after the first quarter. Because you said it, in the first quarter, he looked amazing. And Texas fans were like, hey, Quinn Ewers, you could sit out the rest of the year, bud. We're fine. We got the best quarterback on our team, and he's playing right now. And then it's like they replaced him with an impractical joker or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, you go out there and play quarterback the rest of the – he just forgot how to play. I've never seen anything that dramatic to where, 7 of 11 in the first quarter for 152 yards and a touchdown, 12 of 26 for 96 yards and 2 picks the rest of the way. That's 3.7 yards per attempt. Iowa would think that's bad quarterback play. I mean, it was horrible, 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 horrible. So, look, I'll give Malik some credit. When the game got 27-27, he led Texas on a field goal drive, which they absolutely needed. And he made a couple of good throws there. Fine. It wasn't all bad for Malik Murphy. But that guy damn near single-handedly allowed Kansas State to get back into that football game, and he damn near cost Texas the win. Thankfully, the guys around him were able to step up and pick him up and do enough to preserve the victory.
Yeah, Texas is lucky that Kansas State just completely lost its shit with its field goal unit over the course of 10 minutes or whatever it was, missing a short field goal. A kicker who's pretty good too. And then also the botched snap on the extra point. Like if either of those two things happen, then we're staring down the barrel of a loss to a Kansas State team that was ranked, but a game that was well in hand through a quarter, heck, even into the third quarter. You felt pretty good about your chances to win. And then less than 4 minutes later, Kansas State is scored 3 touchdowns, totaling 20 points to tie the game up.
That was the quickest turn of events I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a team overcome a 20-point deficit that fast, right? It's not like it took K-State like a half of football to overcome the 20-point deficit. Literally, like the last play of the third quarter, they started it, and by the time there were like 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, they were tied. It was just a comedy of errors by Texas, and you give K-State some credit. They obviously made the plays that they needed to make to get back into that game. But holy shit, like Texas had some adversity in the first half. They had a punt block at the end of the half, and that could have been like, oh, stuff's going to spiral out of control for Texas. They gave up the punt block. K-State scored the touchdown, and you're like, man, it's going to be 24-0 at halftime, and instead it's 17-7, and shoot, we missed out. But Texas responded. Like, unlike the Houston game where they could not turn the tide at all, they turned the tide and extended the lead. And they got it to 27-7, right? Ethan Burke with the big strip sack fumble turns into the Brooks touchdown. They get another field goal. They're up by 20. And it's like, oh, okay, we overcame that. That's great. We're coasting to a victory. And then it's just one thing after another, man. The worst chain reaction of all time, just a brutal snowball turned into an avalanche that got to Texas. I mean, that was just remarkable how quickly things completely collapsed. And I guess the bright side is they were able to stem the tide enough to force overtime. Feels like a Tom Herman team loses that game by 10 in regulation. Yeah. Doesn't even get to overtime. So it's steps in the right direction. Another example of a step in the right direction for this program. But God, just what a collapse over that like 5 or 6 minutes worth of game time to allow K-State right back into the game. And they got to be kicking themselves too, even though they were down by 20 at one point on Saturday. They got to be mad up there in Manhattan that they let one get away because they had their chances too down the stretch and they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, they did. And I mentioned this in the Texas Sports Unfiltered group text. The team that sucks less down the stretch is going to win this game. And Texas, to their credit, they sucked less.
Yeah.
Chris Kleiman, people agree that Chris Kleiman is one of the better coaches in this conference. He failed his team on Saturday. He made a series of bad decisions that cost his team. Now, some of it was on execution, and he doesn't, he only has so much say-so in his team's ability to snap the football and kick extra points, right? Or the ability to kick a short field goal. But you look at how that game was playing out, there was no reason for him to trust his team's ability to get one over on the Texas defense. versus trusting his team's ability, given another opportunity and a full set of downs, to do better than what the Texas offense was capable of at that point in time in OT.
Yeah, and the TV announcers were talking about it too, right? Like Gus and Joel, because there was a timeout that I think Texas called before the 4th and goal play at the end. And Joel's like, man, I get it. You're the road team. You're the underdog. Normally you want to go for the win in a spot like this. But, K-State was so much better in the second half of this football game. And Malik Murphy was just so bad. It's like, put the ball back in his hands and let him make you a mistake again to get your team a chance to win. Like, I thought it was crazy. Now, I was still nervous as hell when K-State's offense stayed on the field for that 4th down because, with this Texas secondary, it feels like anything is possible there. But yeah, it was that wasn't a hindsight is 2020 move for Chris Kleiman. Like, that was the wrong decision because even though his team was the underdog going in, they were the better team once again down the stretch. You don't make that decision when you're playing as well as you are and when the other team is playing as poorly as they are.
Yeah, those decisions are never black and white. It's all relative to everything else that had happened up to that point. And while your offense had more success in the second half of that game and really in the fourth quarter of that game, the Texas defense is the unit that you give more credit to between the Texas offense and the defense at that point in time. So it just felt like Chris Kleiman didn't have a good pulse on the game. You try and help elevate your team to victory by giving them one more shot. But that was definitely one of those moments where he needed to try and kick the field goal to live to see another OT, I guess, as they say.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. You talked about the Texas defense, man. And look, K-State got a lot of points in the second half, but they had a 12-yard drive for a touchdown. They had a 32-yard drive for a touchdown. And hell, the one first half score K-State had came after a block punt, and they started that drive in Texas territory. So a lot of points, but overall, I thought the Texas defense played pretty well. The two big things, the pass rush and the takeaways. Here's Sark talking about both of those from after the game on Saturday.
Sport, as you do something well and then you do it well again, and then again, you start to build confidence. And with confidence, you start to play a little bit more free. And I thought our pass rushers today rushed. They felt comfortable rushing when they got their opportunities. And I think in coverage, we've continued to build confidence, staying sticky in coverage. Mookie Taft, 3 straight weeks, man, what an interception he had today. So again, we got to continue to attack the football defensively. What a huge play that was, getting the sack fumble, giving us the ball on the 5 and scoring right there and taking advantage of that. But I do think that those two things are tied together, and they got to both have responsibility. We want to play tight in coverage. Well, we got to have the ability to get home, right? If we want to get home, we got to be tight in coverage, right? Those two things have to be, on the same string. And I think that with confidence as the years gone on that we're able to do that, then at the critical moments, then guys can really go cut it loose like they're able to at the end of the game.
So there you go. There's Sark, and he's right. I mean, this pass rush was great on Saturday. And we've known how good the defensive tackles are. We've seen that all year long. I think Texas has the best D-tackle tandem in the country, but I think it goes beyond tandem because when you throw Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton into the mix, I just think Texas has the best D-tackle room in college football. Trey, when the edges are playing like they did on Saturday, this is the best defensive line in college football. Like when Ethan Burke is eating the way that he did, Barron Sorrell had a great game too. Pops, if you're watching today, tip of the cap to you. Your son was magnificent on Saturday. The Texas D-line was dominant against one of the best O-lines in the country, not just the conference, in the country. And for those guys to play that way, if Texas keeps doing that on the defensive front, yeah, it's going to overcome some of the issues they have on the back end. It's going to create turnovers, and it's going to keep leading to Texas wins. I thought the D-line was really, really good a couple of days ago.
Yeah, getting Ethan Burke back closer to full strength is a big deal, and they're able to play Anthony Hill more at traditional linebacker. I don't totally agree with that, but when everybody else is playing like that, it affords you the opportunity to do some other things with Anthony Hill and try and allow him to grow into that position a little bit more. And I think throughout the course of the season, he has done a pretty darn good job of that. And it does also help to hide some of the inefficiencies in that secondary. And those things, unfortunately, were still evident this last weekend, BK. Terrence Brooks, man, what a roller coaster ride of a season he's having. Another really bad passing touchdown given up. The safeties left a lot to be desired. Look, I know Michael Taff is right place, right time guy, but part of that is him late getting over into his spot whenever the ball's being thrown to a receiver. And like the ball just pops up perfectly into his numbers and he catches I mean, credit to him, I guess, for catching the ball because we saw Kansas State not do that several times on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
But like grades wise, PFF doesn't have Michael Taft graded out incredibly well, even though he does have the turnovers from the weekend. Jaron Thompson played another up and down game. Derek Williams, without question, is the best safety that Texas has to put on the field right now. And I know Sark said a little bit earlier that Jalen Catalan is back to practice this week. Okay. He'll be back for another quarter or two before he's back in the medical tent on the sidelines, unfortunately. But he gives you one other option that keeps you from having to play a Jaron Thompson or a Keaton Crawford at safety, I guess, at times. But Ryan Watts had some deficiencies in coverage. He went down at one point. It looked like he had been shot in his hamstring from the UT tower, and he's back in there a series or two later. I'm not sure what the hell was going on there. When he was down grabbing like that, I'm like, oh, great. He just re-aggravated a hamstring injury. He's going to be out for another 3 to 4 weeks. But was that him faking it? I'm still not totally sure what happened. Maybe they asked Sark about that after the game. He was able to clarify. But the secondary is it is a liability at this point. And fortunately for Texas, they don't face another good passing attack the rest of the way unless they make it to the Big 12 championship game. TCU's not very good. Iowa State is atrocious through the air. The young guys that they have playing quarterback are not very good. That was on display again this last weekend in their loss to Kansas. Texas Tech, I mean, they are more of they're a better team running the football right now than they are throwing it, which is understandable, by the way. I mean, they're playing the third string quarterback at this point. And if you get to the Big 12 championship game against what looks like Oklahoma State right now, like Alan Bowman is a capable thrower. They changed their offense up to cater to his strengths a little bit more, but they're obviously a run dominant team as well with Ollie Gordon III doing what he is right now too. So this problem may not even be that big of an issue at the end of the regular season or maybe even through the Big 12 championship game. At some point, you're going to play another good passing team though, or at least I assume you are if you went out. And if that's in the college football playoff semifinal, you run the risk of being seriously embarrassed unless you can figure some of these things out.
Yeah, the secondary is banged up right now, but it's not good. Injuries or not, it's just not good enough right now. Once again, it was better on Saturday, and K-State's point total was inflated because of offensive and special teams turnovers and issues, but it's still a problem. But you said it. I mean, Josh Hoover at TCU, 10th in the Big 12 in passing efficiency. Rocco Becht, Iowa State's quarterback. Yes, that's a real person. 7th in the Big 12 in passing efficiency. Baron Morton, Texas Tech, should be back by then. He's 8th in the conference in passing efficiency. Alan Bowman, Oklahoma State's quarterback, who you mentioned. And right now, Oklahoma State is in line to make it to the Big 12 title game. Hell, they're in a better position than Texas. Both teams are tied at 5-1. Oklahoma State has the tiebreaker over OU, Kansas, and Kansas State. Texas, of course, has the tiebreaker over the two Kansas schools, not so much over the Oklahoma school. So Alan Bowman, 11th in the Big 12 in passing efficiency this year. So it's like, Will Howard hasn't been awesome this year. He kind of got benched a little bit for Avery Johnson when they brought him in. But he's the best guy Texas has on the schedule in the month of November and maybe even early December too.
Texas may be fortunate that Kansas State was so insistent on establishing the run in the first half, and they weren't throwing it a whole lot. Like that worked to the Longhorns' advantage because once Kansas State was forced to throw it a little bit more, Will Howard was getting into a rhythm. And that's with Kansas State not really having a whole lot of threats on the outside. We talked about it last week. They have the smallish kid who plays a lot of slot who did pretty well for them. And they also have that H-back tight end, Sennett, who what a unique looking player he is, but he's a solid pass catcher as well. But it's not like Kansas State is rolling out a Tyler Lockett or a Malik Knowles this year. I mean, they're pretty pedestrian at wide receiver, but even that average group made the Longhorns secondary look foolish at times.
Let me tell you, if Mike Leach was the offensive coordinator for Kansas State instead of Colin Klein, we'd probably lose that by 2 touchdowns because Leach is like, yeah, I'm not running into that defense. No, thank you. I'm just going to throw it 60 times against that secondary, and we're going to win this football game here.
Well, it's like even in overtime, I feel like, maybe it wasn't overtime. Maybe it was a 4th down play where they ran it straight up the middle on this Texas defense on like a 4th and 1 or 4th and 2. It's like, what the hell do you think you're doing right now?
Yes.
That unit has been dominant all day long. Like use your eyeballs and do something a little bit different there. I don't care if it's throw. Maybe you try and run it outside. I don't think that was a great idea either necessarily. Like it wasn't a give up play because they're obviously trying to pick up those yardage, but it left a lot to be desired. If I'm a Kansas State fan, I'm a little bit frustrated by what I saw on Saturday, despite the team fighting its ass off to come back and getting some timely turnovers, a couple interceptions from Murphy, and even that fumble from Jonathan Brooks. It felt like you let an opportunity slip through your fingers there.
It's tough for K-State. Like, I don't disagree with you, but running the football is what they do.
Right.
Like that, they were 5th in the country in rushing going into the game. They averaged 225 on the ground. So, like, I would understand Kleiman and Colin Klein being like 1 yard with this offensive line. We've got 4 guys averaging more than 5 yards a carry on the ground. Like, I get it that they kept trying to, but I'm glad they did because those were wasted plays for them. Every time K-State ran the football, QB run, running back run, whatever, they were wasted plays because they weren't doing anything. They averaged less than 2 yards a clip on Saturday. So that just shows you how dominant the Texas defensive line was. Yeah, Tavondre Sweat, as our guy CB says, first-round pick. He's playing like it right now. He's the best defensive tackle in the country. I feel bad. He almost had that interception, too, on the last play of the game. David Benda's dumbass decided to run into him. Hey, it didn't matter. Either way, a bat down is just as good as an INT there. But how many chances is Tavondre Sweat going to have in an interception playing defensive tackle at 300,400 pounds? That's not a number. He had one, and then his own teammate ran into him, causing him to lose it. But Tavondre Sweat's been great. Byron Murphy's been great as well. Speaking of great, got my Olipop today. That's great. The classic grape. My favorite flavor right now of Olipop. If you haven't tried this stuff yet, you are missing out. The Buck's a believer. Chip's a believer. Trey, have you had some Olipop yet?
Had the root beer this weekend. Delicious.
Trey's a believer.
Big root beer snob. And this Olipop root beer, it meets the standard, exceeds the standard.
Love that. Love that. Yeah, it tastes just like the soda that you love, but it's actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. Most importantly, the taste. Like that's what you want. You want something that tastes like soda. Olipop tastes just like soda. They've got all the flavors, all the classic flavors, plus some new ones as well. And it's also good for you. So pick it up at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries. You can find that cans or the 4-packs of Olipop. This stuff is a total game changer. Okay. What else from this game? I guess we can go around the Big 12 real quick, and we can kind of tie this back to Texas and K-State. But 3 massive games in this conference on Saturday. 1 in Austin, 1 in Stillwater, 1 in Ames, Iowa. And, well, we had a couple of underdogs win the other 2 games. Oklahoma State, in the last ever Bedlam, knocks off OU. I'll give you credit. You got that one right, and you're now up a game on me in our season-long pick'em contest. That was the one game we had different this week. I just bet on history, man. I bet on Oklahoma winning Bedlam because they always win Bedlam, but not so fast, my friend. Oklahoma State behind Big Ollie Gordon, their stud running back who leads the nation in rushing right now. They get the win in the last ever Bedlam. And OU, since that Texas game, Trey, 1-2, their one win came against UCF, who hasn't won a conference game yet.
UCF team that went for 2 to try and tie it up near the end of regulation.
Yep, in the last minute, like Oklahoma had to hold on for dear life to get that win, and then obviously back-to-back losses for the Sooners. They lost in Lawrence last weekend. They lose in Stillwater this weekend. Not seeing too many shirts or tattoos coming out of Norman, Oklahoma right now. What a golden opportunity that they had to make the playoff or at least make it to the Big 12 championship game. They've completely squandered it right now. But Oklahoma State, team that lost to South Alabama 33-7 at home in the non-con, all of a sudden has the clearest path to the Big 12 championship right now. What a total turnaround for Mike Gundy and his squad.
Yeah, and a lot of the attention is going to be on Ollie Gordon, as it should, but Mike Gundy and his offensive staff made a concerted effort to do some different things with this offense in terms of how they throw the football to help Alan Bowman out, and it has worked. If you look at his numbers these last few games, he has been much improved. I know you mentioned the quarterback efficiency throughout the course of the season. Those numbers don't look good, but Take Saturday, for instance, 28 of 42, 334 yards. Now, he didn't have any touchdowns, but he also took care of the ball. He didn't have any interceptions. Oklahoma State did have one interception on an ill-advised halfback pass from Ollie Gordon, of all people. But the Oklahoma State defense also did a really good job of forcing turnovers, too. Dylan Gabriel throws a pick. He has another fumble that is recovered by the Cowboys, and they forced a second fumble, too, that flipped the field to the advantage of the Cowpokes. And give them credit for fighting hard in this very last edition of Bedlam with both teams in the same conference. And despite the fact that the history of this series, they get clobbered year in and year out, much like with Texas against Texas A&M, they get the final laugh, and we'll get to hold that over Sooners fans' heads until these two teams meet on the field again.
And if I'm Oklahoma State, I'm like, nope, we're not playing again, like ever.
Seriously, George Costanza, go out on the high note. Like, it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, we're ended on that one right there. That's going to be the last ever Bedlam. Blame OU. You guys left the conference. It's y'all's fault. And OU's like, but we want to play again. Nah, y'all left. Y'all left. We're not playing again. Speaking of getting clobbered, how about that OU receiver who literally got tackled? I mean, that's one thing Texas and Oklahoma fans can bond over this year is how the officials are just repeatedly screwing both teams. OU got jobs. Like on their field goal drive, they should have had a first down and goal inside the 5-yard line where a touchdown and an extra point would have given them the lead in the fourth quarter. They don't get the call. They settle for 3. And then look, Oklahoma got another chance. They got the ball back and they turned it over on downs. That's to what you talked about with that Okie Light defense stepping up and making some big plays down the stretch. But shit, that like, come on, you can be the biggest OU hater in the world. You got to acknowledge that the refs just completely missed that pass interference call. And that was a big one at that spot in the game.
Pass interference may be this year's holding for Texas and Oklahoma, because last year, collectively, Texas and OU had Big 12 opponents called for one hold. That was the 10 yards was actually penalized. Steve Sarkisian brought this up in his Monday presser a few minutes ago. Xavier Worthy, for as good as he's been this year, and we've seen times where pass interference should have been called against the opposition because they were clearly beat. He hasn't had one pass interference called on his defender so far in Big 12 play. That is absurd because there were, I think, at least 2 examples again in the Kansas State game this last week. And I remember one in particular that was egregious.
Yep.
I feel like there was another one too. And I feel like there's an example like that just about every game this year in conference play.
Well, to back up your point, Trey, how about some numbers? Texas has played 6 Big 12 games this season. There's been 1 pass interference penalty called on a Texas opponent, and that happened against Baylor. So 5 straight games the Longhorns have played without a single PI called on an opponent. And Texas has one of the best wide receiver rooms in the country, dude. Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, J.T. Sanders, you could throw him in there, Jordan Whittington. None of those guys have been grabbed. None of those guys have been interfered with once in 5 games. Give me a break. Those are the 2, holding and pass interference. Those are the subjective ones. You can't just look at the overall penalty numbers and say, oh, they were pretty close. How are you complaining about the refs? You got to call false starts, dude. Yeah. You can't not call those. You got to call offsides. Like, there are certain calls that you absolutely have to make to at least make it look like you're trying to officiate a fair game. But those are the 2 where if you're a ref or if you're Brett Yormark, you could tell the refs, hey, let's maybe screw Texas and Oklahoma on these, huh? If there's a questionable 50-50 hold, let's keep the flag in the pocket. There's a PI. Well, unless they tackle the receiver. Actually, no, even if they do tackle the receiver, let's just say their feet got tangled up, and that's why the receiver fell down. Like, those are the 2 where things can get dicey. And, I mean, a blind man could see some of these PIs that are being missed right now. Our guy, Blind Sean. I don't know if the YouTube is working too well for that guy, but hopefully on the app he's tuned in. He can see what's going on with the officiating right now. So if you're Texas, you want to win these games by enough points to where the officials don't matter, right? When it's 27-7 against K-State, it's like, shit, refs will not be a factor. We're good. And unfortunately, you let another team back into it, so you have to focus on some calls a little bit more than you would like. But realistically, you're going to play close football games this year. And Texas hasn't had that back-breaking call cost them just yet. But 3 games left, 3 opportunities for Brett Yormark and his crew to make sure that Texas doesn't make it to the Big 12 championship game, because that's what they're looking for.
Thanks to CB for calling our attention to this one, too. This comes courtesy of CJ Vogel of the Football Brainiacs. Sark said about 40 minutes ago that he believes Texas has the 2 most dominant interior defensive linemen in the country this year. I think there's a fair argument for that. Neither has had a holding called against them this year. And we've seen photographic evidence, too, by the way, people posting on Twitter of these guys basically being in headlocks or having that arm, that offensive lineman's arm around their neck, despite the fact that they're past the offensive lineman, and nothing gets called.
There have been 4 holds called on Texas opponents in Big 12 play. 2 of those penalties were declined. And then the one against K-State was offset by the Ryan Watts late hit out of bounds 15-yard penalty, which a lot of Texas fans are mad about that. That was probably the right call. Like if you're mad at that, you hate the rule, but they're always going to protect the quarterback. And Watts barely touched him, and there was a little flop job by James Howard there. But I'm not as upset with that one as I think a lot of Texas fans were. Ryan Watts, you're a senior, dude. The guy's a yard out of bounds. Don't do that. That was 3rd down. Kept the drive alive, too, for K-State in the second half when they were mounting their comeback. I'm more mad at the player for that one, but it is hilarious that was on the same play where they actually did call a hold on K-State.
I'm with you, too, by the way. If you're Ryan Watts, you have to know better than that. He's going out of bounds. Yeah. Even if you didn't hit him that hard, it actually looked like you hit him pretty hard, especially because he gave a good flop. Academy Award goes to Will Howard on that play, but you can't leave it to chance like that.
Yep.
And if he hadn't made that late hit, then it would have been another hold called against a Texas opponent for the 5th time all year.
Yeah, and the last Big 12 game that mattered, how about Kansas going into Ames, Iowa, beating Iowa State? I don't know if you're a Texas fan, maybe you feel a little bit better about Texas's chances to go win that game up there next weekend, not this coming weekend, but the following weekend. But in a night game on the road, Kansas goes in there and beats Iowa State. And I will say this, like Alabama keeps winning, which makes the Texas win look more impressive. Mm-hmm. Kansas keeps winning. They're 7-2.
Yeah.
So that blowout victory where Texas just ran away and hid from KU in the second half here in Austin a few weeks ago, that's looking more impressive by the week too. Maybe that should make you feel a little bit better. Iowa State's not that good. I don't know how much the transitive property matters in college football. It's easy to say, oh, Texas beat Kansas and Kansas beat Iowa State, which means Texas should beat Iowa State, no problem. But Iowa State, they're not on the level of talent that a lot of these other top dogs in the Big 12 are this year. What they've done has been impressive, but that's a game Texas should still find a way to win.
It is, but you need to also pay attention to what Iowa State's defense did to this Kansas offense, and they forced Jason Bean to beat them. Devin Neal, who is maybe the 3rd best running back in the Big 12 right now, he wasn't very good against Iowa State, who did a great job of bottling him up. They dared Kansas to force Jason Bean to beat them, and he was good enough. I mean, his QBR was a little bit over 90. The passing stats were good. He didn't have an interception, had a passing touchdown too, and they had to get things done through the air. Now, the hope is that Quinn Ewers will be back by then, but if he's not, we are going to have to see a more consistent effort out of Malik Murphy for 4 quarters for Texas to win this game, I have a feeling. Now, they're not going to need to score 22 points like Kansas needed on Saturday. I know they got to 28, but Iowa State had 21, so they needed to get to 22 to win that game. The Texas defense is going to completely shut down this Iowa State offense.
Yeah.
But if your quarterback is throwing sloppy interceptions or turning the ball over in a manner that's flipping the field and making things easier for what is a pretty bad offense, or maybe forcing your defense back on the field too quickly where they haven't had the chance to catch their breath, all of a sudden that's where you see that weird thing happen in sports with a team that very obviously should win the game is having a hard time doing so.
Yeah, like you keep playing these close games, then at some point you might lose one of them. If Malik Murphy's the starter in that game, I'll be pretty nervous. I will say that. But assuming Quinn is back, he might be back this week, so it feels relatively safe to assume that he'll be back by next weekend at the latest. I like Texas' chances in that. SD is mad at us for thinking the Ryan Watts penalty wasn't a penalty. Look, a lot of Texas fans were mad that was called. I thought it was clearly late. I don't think the question was whether or not it was late. I think the question was whether or not he actually hit him hard enough to throw the flag. But Will Howard was like a yard out of bounds. He'd already put a foot down on the sideline. So Whatever. They called it. Sucks. Texas got the win. That doesn't suck.
Look, when a quarterback is going out of bounds like that, even if the foot hasn't gone down, you still have to be careful right there. You just do.
Yep.
Like I'm sorry, you have to be smarter about how you're playing that one than Ryan Watts was, especially like you mentioned, BK, a guy who has as much of experience as Ryan Watts does at the college level. You just have to know better than that. Like, even if it was a borderline call, again, don't leave it to chance.
Yeah.
But he did. And it cost Texas, unfortunately.
It did indeed. Coda text line 512-222-9328. Somebody says there's no next season for you, Trey. If you don't bring home hardware, you don't get the whistle again. Someone's calling you out for not being able to win your daughter's volleyball championship.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was disappointing. But as they told me after the game, those who bestowed the nickname on me, even Nick Saban doesn't win the championship every year. So go get him next season, coach.
That is true. That is true. And then a couple of complaints from some texters about the refs. Somebody says Malik Murphy's first pick was because of a non-call PI. Yeah, we had a Jonte Cook sighting, but he fell and or got tripped on the route, and that turned into Malik Murphy's first interception, where even if he didn't fall or get knocked over, there were like 4 K-State defenders around there. Like, I don't know how that play would have ended. It wouldn't have been as easy as a pick as it was for that K-State player, but that felt like a bold decision. And if you're a Jonte Cook fan, him falling down on that play probably is not good for you, because that means we're not going to see him for the next 8 weeks. The way Sark handles things.
Yeah. Sadly, you're probably right about that. He's just found his way to the bench until his sophomore year. It's nice knowing you, Jonte.
Yeah, hope he stays here for his sophomore year. Goodness gracious.
I know a couple of people have suggested that Jonte Cook may look into the transfer portal once we get to the end of the season. My guess, though, because by all accounts, he loves his teammates love him, and he also sees that there's going to be more of a path to the field after this season too, with the likelihood that Xavier Worthy leaves, Jordan Whittington is gone. It's a good chance we see A.D. Mitchell going to the NFL draft after this season too. I mean, Texas is going to be very inexperienced at wide receiver, and so you will enter the offseason as one of the senior most wideouts on this roster. Yeah. And you have some really good or potentially really good quarterbacks to throw you the football too, regardless of whether Quinn Ewers sticks around for another year or also puts his name into the NFL draft.
Yeah, that's another discussion about the future of Texas football that we need to have at some point. But right now, we need to tell you about AV Consultations. Actually, we don't. We'll let our guy Tom McKay tell you about AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations, and shout out to Great Blue Heron Furniture as well. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Man, go check out their website. If you're watching on YouTube, you can just click the link in the video description below to find the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection over there at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Of course, if you're listening on the app, just go to that website and get you a gorgeous piece of furniture. A new couch, recliner, chair, ottoman, bar stools, all of the above. If you're looking to spice up your home a little bit, you can do that with a custom leather piece from GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. I'm telling y'all, you cannot and you will not find more comfortable, more stylish, and more well-built furniture anywhere in the world. This stuff is built to last. Not only does it look great, it's going to last you and your family decades. This is not for Johnny going off to college. This is something to keep in your home that you want to last for a long, long time. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Make sure you use the promo code HOOK'em, and you're going to get 15% off your purchase right there on site. It's as simple as that. Many thanks to GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com for partnering with us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And shout out to Covert BK, Trey. Fun times on Friday. Ricky Williams making his way out to Covert BK for our final pregame luncheon of the year. We got to do our Friday show there live as well. Covert BK, if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, there's no other place that you need to go. 7 brands, 3 dealerships, 42 acres out there in BK. They've got a ridiculous selection, phenomenal service, and prices that are second to none. Remember, nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. Didn't get the chance to ask Ricky, though, why he had you blocked on Twitter. We still got to find a way to make that happen, don't we?
It's an opportunistic. Just set up an interview. I'll ask him as part of that.
Yeah,
you can't have every name on the team lighting it up. Thanks, SD. SD's in a surly mood today.
For what?
For USD, but
for Texas?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Throws, you weirdos.
Oh, to get everybody the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there were plenty of throws to the other team and plenty of throws into the ground by Malik Murphy on Saturday. They threw it 37 times. The problem was too many of those were not ending up in our wide receivers' hands. So
I'm going to try not to hit on this too hard, but for Malik Murphy to have had 37 throws in that game, for him to have had more throws than Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter had carries, that's pretty fucking frustrating, dude.
See, I disagree with you. I mean, the way it played out, that's fine. And I think more people agree with you than agree with me. But guys were open all day long. I can't ask for more from Sark. When guys are open, the way Murphy played in the first quarter, and I'm sure Malik Murphy hits those throws in practice. If you want to say you got to have a better feel for the game the way it's going on, and you got to know your quarterback sucks and run it more, I guess I can listen to that. But I do not think play calling is what allowed Kansas State back into the football game. I just think it was Murphy being bad and Jonathan Brooks fumbling, which he never fumbles. Like, he handed it to Jonathan Brooks right after a Murphy interception, and he coughed it up. You can't be mad at Sark for that. Like, the players were why this game got super close on Saturday. They turned it over too much.
Yeah, but I guess to the point that you started to make, you have to understand what your players are capable of and what they're not capable of. And clearly he is overvaluing what Malik Murphy can and will do in a pressure situation right now. So just recognize that going forward. If it's another pressure situation and the question is whether to entrust Malik Murphy to make a play or maybe to give it to your running backs a few more times, then maybe you can consider the alternative there.
Yeah, 37 pass attempts, 37 carries. So it was a dead even 50-50 split. If you want to argue there could have been 5 to 8 more rushing attempts for Texas, I will listen to it. But I thought Sark called a pretty good game. You can blame him for special teams, punt block. You can blame him for some of the pre-snap penalties. Texas had way too many of those. There are some things you can absolutely be critical of the head coach for, but I think Sark's getting a little bit too much heat for this game getting as close as it did. All right. Trey, you teased a great story for where are we at in society today. Excited to hear how you embarrassed your family once more at dinner last night. Before that, though, I'm going to go live or recorded for our friends at Pest Wranglers today.
Let's go recorded.
All right. Sponsor?
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers. What
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will give you a story that provides a sense of optimism, as us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe Trey is actually right that society is super fucked up and sometimes you just got to call it out. And today is one of those days, BK.
I like that twist on the introduction there. Well done, my friend.
Thank you. I am a big fan of pizza. It's one of my favorite foods, if not my favorite food.
Oh, yeah. Pizza's the best. Does anyone not like pizza?
I don't know how many people dislike pizza. Hopefully that's like less than 1% of the population. But then again, this is 2023, an era where you have people arguing with others that the earth is actually a flat disc. So inevitably there will be some sort of contrarian out there that's saying that pizza is overrated. If you're one of those people, you're a fucking idiot.
I feel like even people who are lactose intolerant like pizza. They just get mad that they can't eat it, but they wish they could. It's that good.
We were sitting next to one of those people last night where one of the kids in this family of four is lactose intolerant. So they served up a pie that Didn't have any cheese on it. It just had tomato sauce and pepperonis.
Okay. I mean, still better than not pizza, but
I don't know. I think the parents are projecting some false intolerance on their kids based on the story that I'm about to have to tell you here.
Okay.
So my family ate at Bufalina Due last night. It is an excellent Neapolitan pizza place on Burnett Road. We go there regularly. We are referred to as regulars by the excellent staff at Bufalina Due. This is not a story shitting on Bufalina Due. This is a story that unfortunately has to do with a family who got sat next to us at a communal table. Now, before I get into the details of this, are you familiar with communal dining, BK?
Yeah, it's just giant tables with a bunch of seats, and you find space and you sit there, kind of like that, right?
Some people despise the communal table setup. I don't have an issue with it necessarily. Do you care one way or the other?
I don't like it. I really don't. Now, it's not a reason why I won't go to a restaurant, but I would prefer to have my own table or just be at a table with people that I went to dinner with,
Yeah, it also depends too. Like if you're trying to shoehorn an extra family into a table that's already half taken up, and all of a sudden you're starting to get some violations of personal space or elbow space, then I maybe have an issue there. But if there's enough space, or it's a family of 4 at a table of 8, and 2 of the people are kids, and so you can slide over a little bit, then it's not that big of an issue. So my family was the first 4 sat at this table of 8 last night at what is known as a communal table. So we realized there's a likelihood that 2 people or maybe 3 or 4 people get sat next to us at some point during the meal. And sure enough, about 15 minutes into our meal, a family of 4 gets sat down. A man, what I assume to be his wife, and then their 2 kids get sat down next to us. Well, pretty immediately, this family of 4, everybody but the dad gets up to go to the bathroom. So the mom and the 2 kids go to the bathroom. And when they come back, the 2 kids come back first, and then the mom comes to sit down, and she's sitting on the same side that my son Calvin and I are. And Calvin is sitting closer to where this woman was about to sit back down. Mm-hmm. Well, she's sitting down, mind you, she just came from the bathroom. She reaches over and puts a bunched up paper towel legitimately right next to Calvin's plate, even though her plate and where she's sitting is 1.5 feet away. And Justine and I both see this, and we look at one another. And I look back over at this woman who, of course, she doesn't make eye contact. She sits back down and starts saying something to her kids. Well, I reach over across my son and I flick this napkin back over to her. This is a used napkin that just came with her from the bathroom. Like, what the hell are you doing here, lady?
Throw it away. Why is she taking it out of the bathroom anyways? Throw it in the bathroom trash can.
I agree. Throw it away. And it's not my responsibility to throw away at that point, by the way. You still need to be the one that throws away your own trash, you weirdo.
Yeah.
And so I flick it back to her, and then my family continues our conversation, our meal or whatever. And then like 5 minutes later, I get like a visual acknowledgement from Justine that the napkin is back over where it was previously. And I look over, and it's right back next to my son's plate. Once again, despite the fact that the woman needed to make a concerted effort to reach over to put this napkin back over here, put this paper towel back over here. And so she just gives me eyes, and I'm like, all right, well, here we fucking go. Larry David moment right here. And so I lean over to this woman. I say, excuse me, is there a reason why this wadded up paper towel ends up right next to my son's plate 2 different times now? Like, why are you putting this here? And so I didn't realize that what her ethnic makeup or what her makeup was at the time. But in a French accent, she's like, "Oh, would this be better for you?" And she grabs the napkin and puts it in the middle of her family, like where her family is sitting. I'm like, "Yeah, that is better for me. Thank you." And so at this point, Vivian, who's sitting
as if that was a controversial move by her, right? Like as if there was a chance the answer to her question would be no. Like, no, actually not. I'd prefer it on our side. Sorry. Like she gave you that?
Exactly.
Huh.
And so at this point, Vivian's like, I'm so embarrassed by Dad. And Justine's like, I'm so embarrassed also. I can't believe he just did that. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're the one that was basically pointing out to me that it happened again, and you're clearly upset about this, but you're not upset enough for me to address it to keep it from happening again? Like, I'm not going to throw this woman's trash away for her. She needs to recognize that she was in the wrong here, and she needs to do something differently. And so we get through our meal. They eventually get over it. We get back to our conversation. This family, they like eat in a hurry, and they leave almost immediately. And the server at Bufalina comes over after they leave, and she's like, what happened with that family? I said, why do you ask that? She said, they actually came and found me. One of them got up from the table. I didn't realize this. Got up from the table and came and told me, the family next to us is not being very nice. And I said, oh, okay. So here's what's not being very nice is. And so I explained that whole thing to her, and she laughed, and she's like, yeah, the son, like the little boy at one point was messing with a lit candle. And so I basically had to take it away from him. And they asked why I took the candle away from him. I'm like, because your 5-year-old is playing with the lit candle. And if he like dumps it over, the wax is going to make a huge mess on the table. We've dealt with that before. And like, you weren't being parents there. So I basically had to parent for you.
The waitress said that?
She said it in so many words. She did it diplomatically. Like, oh, I'm sorry, but we've had messes made of the candles when the kids are playing with the candles. So I just took the candle away. Not that big of a deal. Yeah. They tried to rat me out for being mean to them. And it's just like, look, I'm sorry that you have some strange French witch superstitions that you are trying to partake in at the behest of my family, but take the trash that you made from your trip to the bathroom and keep it to yourself, or better yet, throw it away in the garbage can in the bathroom. Because what you deem to be acceptable clearly is not. And any attempt to demonize me to change the narrative is only going to make you look dumber, you dumb French whore.
You called her a dumb French horn? What does the instrument have to do with this?
No, it was either that or an oboe. I just I went with the French horn, you know.
That instrument sucks. That's a conversation actually not for another day, because hopefully we always have better things to talk about that. But that instrument does suck.
Yeah, it's a short conversation. The French horn is one of the worst instruments in the band.
Yeah, the French really haven't done anything right besides the fry, and I've been told the French fry is not even from French or whatever country that is over there.
It's not.
Yeah, so literally they've done absolutely nothing right. I do wonder, is that culturally acceptable anywhere? Like, is that a cultural thing?
My guess is it's a superstition, like not talking to a pitcher in the middle of a no-hitter. Like,
How
you
is
throw
that the
a dirty
same?
napkin at the patron next to you, and you're supposed to have better luck with your meal or something.
Yeah, I've never heard anything like that. Like, okay, if you bring the trash back from the bathroom, which still feels weird, but just like throw it on the ground. Like, if you don't want it on your table, don't put it on someone else's table. Put it on the ground. Like, someone's going to sweep it up anyways. Like, you still shouldn't do that.
No,
but that's better than literally putting it on the table next to you.
The dad looks completely miserable. The kids looked socially incompetent, and I think it all comes down to the mom just being a complete French witch.
As our guy Jason says, how do you constantly run into these weird people in life? Yeah, you've got so many stories like this. Like,
they exist. I'm just attuned to it, and I'm not afraid to say something to somebody when they're being ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's like, not that my son's livelihood was being threatened here, but don't throw trash at my son. Just because you have some bizarre sense of what's going to create good luck for you with this meal.
Jeff Barker of CBS Austin is with us, as he is every Monday from 1 to 3 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Jeff, I'm not sure how much of that story you caught, but Trey was at dinner last night with his family, communal tables. So they were sat right next to another family. Mom comes back from the bathroom. Not Trey's mom. The mom of the other family comes back from the bathroom, puts like a wadded up paper towel right by Trey's son's plate on their half of the table. Trey flicks it to the other side.
Flicks it back like towards her.
Wait, and you, like, for the record, you don't know these people at all.
Nope, don't know them at all.
Yeah. Trey flicks it over to their side. She pushes it back to Trey's family side, right by his son's plate again. And then Trey confronts her and is like, you French horn, stupid instrument, bitch, woman, lady, do better.
Yeah, I probably would have done the same damn thing.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Who does that?
The French, apparently.
But Trey, that last comment from Jason there about how you always run into these random people, your whole life, and I feel like mine is similar to this too, seems to be like an episode of Curb.
Jeff, my wife, after it happened last night and that the other family got up and left, and she said literally these words, "Nobody warned me that I was marrying Larry David." He got married a decade ago.
Yeah, my fiance says the same thing about us, but she basically says like, "Yeah, you're like Larry David, but not funny." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks." You know? just to kind of put me in my place.
You know who doesn't think Larry David is funny or didn't think Larry David was funny? His ex-wife. She went through the same embarrassment. He's really good at reframing it for entertainment purposes. But those real life awkward interactions, they aren't funny to anybody in the moment. They're just awkward and embarrassing. Like my daughter, God, I've embarrassed her so much throughout her young life. That was the most embarrassed I've ever seen her. And it was completely justified too. It's like 100%. I had to say something, or this stupid little game of wadded up paper towel soccer is going to just continue until one of us leaves.
Yeah, I always get you don't have to say something. Like if we're out in public and somebody does something that similar to that, like Jasmine would look at me and be like, oh, like kind of give me the like, please don't. Like it's just not worth it, like that one. And then I'm just like, I'm ready to like just go to town. Like all, button down, like let's go. Like especially something that ridiculous. Like I've gotten better about you don't need to like make the comments to people or like, when you're driving, like they can't hear you. Don't yell to them. Like I've gotten better with that stuff. But in that situation, no, you have to say something in that situation.
Well, here's how it goes from my very serious relationship experience. If you don't say something, when you get back into the car, the woman's like, "Why didn't you stand up for me and our kid?" So you just can't win. So yeah, I tip the cap to you guys for actually standing up. To me, that's the better option. You stand up and you deal with the awkwardness or embarrassment versus getting just yelled at for not standing up for your family, which I'm sure every guy has gone through that dilemma a billion times in his life.
It's happened to me so much now. Like after it happens, I see the embarrassment on everybody's face and I just start laughing. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like years from now, I think we're going to tell this story and it's going to have more humorous tone to it when you tell it. I mean, it's going to be funny when I talk about it just because people are going to once again recognize the absurdity of others, much like the dog in the coffee shop story. Like nobody who heard that story thought that was in the wrong. They may have thought that I was an asshole, but they also understood where I was coming from too, because the dog was laid out in the middle of the floor, like in the walkway where I had to walk to just order my coffee. Like that's on the owner of that dog. It's not on the dog. I'm not upset with the dog. I'm annoyed with the owner who thinks it's acceptable to treat the coffee shop like it's their living room.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, fellas. Tristan Nickelson at 2 today.
Tristan Nickelson at 2. He tweeted over the weekend. He's got a lot to say about Texas, Kansas State. I cannot wait to hear what Tristan brings to the table. And I need to start today's 1 to 3 show with a big congratulations to Jeff Barker, the football fan, because there was a bloodletting for each of his teams that I think has each of his football teams better off going forward. First off, before we get to that, what's up, Jeff? How we doing today?
Good, Trey. We can start. I'm wearing the black quarter zip, with I guess it's gray, but we'll call it silver. It's a silver and black quarter zip.
Silver and black. Josh McDaniels. I guess technically this one happened last Tuesday after the Monday night game, where Mark Davis, as aloof as he seems to be, even he realized that it was time for a change. So Josh McDaniels gets fired from the Raiders, and then after another atrocious performance out of the USC defense on Saturday against a Washington team that they had a legitimate chance against until the fourth quarter happened.
It was tied going into the fourth quarter.
Tied going into the fourth quarter. Lincoln Riley finally did what everybody felt like he's needed to do, going back to last season, and gave the pink slip to Alex Grinch. Which change were you happier with after you found out that it happened?
I would say the Raiders.
Yeah.
Because not that I think they're going to do anything spectacular this season, but they have a team. Like they have a season ahead of them. Like this is a team where, and again, I always kind of buy into the, first of all, first thing I did before I sent that info to my dad, who's also a big Raiders fan, probably the person I talked to the most about the Raiders, I immediately went on my unnamed betting account and I bet team first game after the coach gets fired, And especially when the interim guy is Antonio Pearson, he comes out and says, yeah, I'm from Compton. Like, I'm as Raider as it gets, or whatever he said. I was like ready to run through a wall in my house. Like I was ready to put a half mortgage payment on the Raiders on that one. Just went with 2 units, which is nowhere near my mortgage payment, thankfully. But yeah, I would say happier about the Raiders because I still think something can kind of be salvaged moving forward. I think even with McDaniels, this team has too much talent to tank and get one of these top quarterbacks, unfortunately. Like, it's a decent roster. You know, I mean, they have pieces on offense. You want to see what you have in Aiden O'Connell. And then on the other side of the ball, you got Max Crosby. Like, again, they have enough. They have the team to win probably 8-9 games or something like that. And who knows? Maybe that sneaks you in the playoffs. And I don't know what happens from there. But on the other end of it with USC, it's just like too little too late. I mean, the season is over. When the loss to Notre Dame happened, you were like, okay, you looked at the rest of the schedule and you went, there's another loss on there. But you're like 10-2. Maybe Caleb Williams can go out with a Pac-12 championship or something like that, or play for one. Who knows? Now you're just like, okay, you fired the guy. At this point, you might as well have just kept him the rest of the season. It's not really going to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would definitely say Raiders for that reason. I mean, with Lincoln, it's like, it'd be one thing if this came out of nowhere and he didn't know what the problem was before. And, they went out and got a couple guys in the portal on the defensive side before this season. But man, like pretty early on, you could tell that nothing changed. Like even giving up 28 to San Jose State, just games like that where you're like, how many signs did this guy need? No.
Well, you guys, I don't know what's going to happen here because you guys have a brutal end of season schedule too. So it's
possible. Oregon this week.
Right. Oregon. And then UCLA after that too, by the way. And I know UCLA is still pretty young at quarterback, but they're good everywhere else.
Good defense.
So that's a game that they're going to be geared up for. And at that point in the year, because USC entered the season with such high expectations, that could be a huge letdown for you guys. I mean, Caleb Williams, obviously in tears in his mother's arms on Saturday night after that game is probably going to be the lasting impression of this year's USC team. And I wonder how much of him was in tears because he just gave everything he had to help the Trojans win a game that they lost, and how much of it was him just wishing he could quit on the season. But he knows in order to do that, he's got to give a fair amount of money back from the NIL deal he signed going into the year.
He's pretty.
A fair amount of that is happening in college football right now. By the way, a silver lining of this new system, guys can't just quit on their team. They can't just hang it up to start preparing for the NFL draft. If they do that, money is owed back to the collective/athletics department.
Yeah, I'll say with Caleb Williams, he's pretty emotional after every game. I know that was I don't really get why, but a very polarizing moment after that game. And, he had his little deal with Max Duggan too last year where he had the quote tweet over the Max Duggan crying post. And it was basically, I think he was just trying to make the point of like, when I do this after a game, like y'all come after me, but then, gritty old Max Duggan at TCU does it. And it's like, oh my gosh, nobody cares more about his team than Max Duggan. And what a competitor. But I think
Max does it after his team loses the national championship game. Is that when it happened?
No, it was after the Big 12 championship game, I think.
Well, still, the stakes were a little bit larger than you crying after losing to a really good Washington team.
No, for sure. I mean, I'm a Caleb Williams, probably apologist at this point. But I do think some of the stuff where, people are trying to find something to jump on him about. Like after the game, people are, even my own family were like, oh, I can't even shake hands after the game. And I'm like, you guys do realize he's on the field for like 5 minutes after the game and they cut to him like twice maybe. Like, and now the national broadcast, they know what's going to get eyeballs. They know what's going to get people posting their clips. It's not going to be when he shakes somebody's hand. It's going to be when he sits there and he cries with his parents in the stands, or when he sits on the bench for an extra, God forbid, a minute after a loss. So all that stuff to me is just so freaking stupid, man. Like we want to knock it either way. If he just walked off and did the, Jay Cutler back in the day where it just looked like a dude who just was ready to like open a beer and smoke a pack of cigs and didn't care and ready to move on, then, well, I guess some people thought it was cool, Jay Cutler. But, then it's like we knock that if there's too much apathy, seemingly apathy. And then if it's on the other end, it's like too much emotion. How are you supposed to act? Like somebody tell me like how people are supposed to act.
everybody's different. There is no one right answer for that, but there's also a lot of gray area between Jay Cutler's utter indifference and then Caleb Williams crying after every game too.
Right. When I was trying to go to both extremes there, and I see what you mean. Like we probably most guys lie somewhere in the middle, but like nobody had an issue at all with Max Duggan losing his mind after that loss last year.
I would much rather have a quarterback who cared than one who looked like he didn't.
100%.
Like Quinn Ewers last year looked like he didn't give a shit. Quinn Ewers this year looks like he cares a whole lot more. And I know that, part of this is the on-field play too, but I would much rather be watching this year's Quinn Ewers and his emotional reactions and, his willingness to get up and try and pump his team up, even in a game where they haven't been great for the first 2 to 3 quarters or whatever, because the rest of the team can feed off of your quarterback's energy. And I felt like that was the case last year too, at times, where his utter indifference after a lot of bad plays led to everybody else caring a little bit less too.
Yeah. And I think I said at some point when we first started doing the show back when Quinn was healthy and he had a couple good games, I was like, I probably, mistakenly took some of his, what looked like apathy or just straight face or whatever for maybe indifference, or apathy. I don't know. I mean, whatever word you want to use, like it kind of seemed like he didn't care. And some guys are just like that. But I also do think that, you want that stoic, calm, staying in the moment demeanor, but also part of the quarterback leadership to me, it's just part of the position. It just is to have a little bit of that alpha and have a little bit of that demeanor where you are a leader. You are the unquestioned leader. You will get up and say something and get in someone's face. And obviously, maybe that changed a little bit with Quinn because part of it is you have to be doing something on the field. Like it's hard for guys that, that was the thing with Roschon, I think for a little while, is everyone wanted to say he was like the leader of the team, but really until towards the end of his career, he wasn't producing to the level where I think maybe you could just get in a guy's face like that. And maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe he did, but it seemed like once he started producing, then it really came out. It was like Roschon Johnson's the leader of this offense.
That's to the credibility. You're right about that. Like a guy can be vocal. Like we've heard stories about Malik Murphy being this vocal dude in the locker room and like stepping out of the shower and changing the music back when somebody else changes the stereo. Like you have to be careful in a situation like that. I realize that you are one of the alphas, one of the bigger personalities in the locker room. You also have to be careful about overstepping your bounds there. Like I remember Bijan talking about that his first couple of years on campus, where it was clear that he's one of the best players or the best player on the roster. He was asked about leadership, and he essentially said something to the effect of like, you can want to be a leader, but until you prove yourself, you're nothing. Until you prove yourself, you're just a loudmouth young guy who's overstepping his bounds. And as far as the stoic thing goes, I'm completely with you. Like I want my leaders to be stoic, but stoic, unlike what used to be thought about with that term, doesn't mean showing zero emotion at all times. Yeah. What it means is that you can show the proper emotion in a given moment, but you don't carry that over you don't let that carry over to the following plays. You show the proper emotion and then you reset, make whatever necessary mental adjustments or make whatever mental notes need to be made for lessons to be learned in that situation, and then move forward armed with that additional knowledge.
Yeah, and every guy is.
And I think Steve Sarkisian is this too. They embody that this year. And that's why, the hope is, and I know Steve Sarkisian talked about this a little bit earlier, that Quinn Ewers has gone from week to week to day, that Quinn does come back at some point this year. Because even though we've seen nice moments out of Malik Murphy, the body of work from game to game still leaves a lot to be desired. And this is not a team that's going to win a Big 12 championship with Malik Murphy as its quarterback. With Quinn Ewers as your quarterback, you can win a Big 12 championship and possibly even compete to make some noise in the college football playoff too, depending on how the rest of college football plays out over the last 4 weeks now.
Yeah, I'll kind of split the difference on there. Like, I think based on what the competition is going to be these last 3 games and then what it likely or could be in the Big 12 championship game if Texas does finish this off and get there, I think with Malik Murphy continuing to grow and eliminating some of those silly mistakes, figuring out how to get on the same page as Xavier Worthy more consistently in the passing game, continuing to run the ball well, getting Christian Jones back. Like, I think with all those things added up with Malik Murphy at quarterback, I think you can win a Big 12 championship. But right now at the stage of his career, I agree with you. I don't think they're anywhere near I don't know. Again, maybe they get there with him, but Quinn, you would think, would be back by then. I mean, this injury would be much more significant than we thought if he's not back by then. So, yeah, I'll split the difference on that one. I think they can win Big 12 championship, but it's going to take all those things that I just mentioned, which we'll detail more in a little bit, I'm sure. And then also the defense playing well, and not just playing well, playing clutch too.
Yeah, not just that, by the way, but the fact that you play some really bad offenses the rest of the way. Like, you can make the argument, I guess, that Texas Tech is decent offensively. Taj Brooks, a really good running back. They're playing with the third string quarterback right now, though. So how good can they actually be? So you're not facing much of a challenge with opposing offenses, but assuming Oklahoma State continues taking care of its business, that's going to be a completely different challenge. And Alan Bowman is good enough, and he has good enough wide receivers that I think it's really going to expose some major flaws with this Texas secondary to go along with Ollie Gordon being as good as a running back is in this conference and maybe in the country right now. So that is the matchup that would concern me with Malik Murphy in there. But even with Malik Murphy in there, I think TCU to a lesser degree, but like Iowa State, Kansas had to throw the football to win that game this last Saturday. And Jason Bean was up to the task. He had pretty good numbers. His QBR was over 90. He had a touchdown. He had no interceptions. But Devin Neal is one of the best running backs in the country. That Iowa State defense, which is typically really stingy against the run, they shut him down. And so the quarterback had to do more. Malik Murphy has been so erratic through 4 quarters of the 2 games that he started this year that I worry against a defense like that. They're going to be able to create some turnovers and short fields for even their shitty offense, which Iowa State is awful offensively. One of the worst, if not the worst offense in the Big 12 right now. When you give them short fields, it changes things up quite a bit, especially if your stout defense is being rushed back onto the field and doesn't have a chance to catch their breath. That's when it becomes problematic for a really good defense like what Texas has, which is what we saw with Kansas State on Saturday. They get 3 consecutive turnovers, and all of a sudden they erase a 20-point deficit in less than 4 minutes. I mean, that was wild to watch play out. Just watching on television, I can only imagine what it felt like with you staying on the field with a video camera in hand.
It was almost like every one of those little things happened. And I said to somebody next to me, I was like, what is this like voodoo ass like vibe going around this stadium right now? And I'll give the fans credit. Like, they stayed into it pretty good. Like, at points where I'm sure people, especially, getting baked by the sun like that, sauced up by a few breakfast beers, like we're ready to just lose it. And believe me, I heard plenty of people screaming screaming for Arch Manning, screaming for this, screaming for that. But it seemed like as a whole, the Texas fan base stayed dialed in and kind of had the overriding understanding of like, look, that pass that Malik Murphy threw that sort of set all that in motion, completely inexcusable. Like, yes, it's a rookie mistake. Actually, you know what? It's not a rookie mistake. That's just a dumbass mistake. And it happens, I would say, more often to younger quarterbacks, which is why we call it a, young, inexperienced mistake. But is this his second game now? And I know I went on my spiel last week about, he's not going to get the same chance to develop as Quinn and Arch sandwiched on either side of him. But, those are plays where it's like, okay, no matter who it is, like if Arch Manning comes in and does that, like people are going to be pissed off. You've had 2 starts now, like that shit's got to stop. Like those little mistakes. And he owned up to that. I mean, everyone owned up to that. Like, that's not me. Everyone's saying it, that's not any breaking news or anything like that. Like they all know it. It's all the truth. But overall, like those momentum swings in that game were just insane. And credit Texas though. And honestly, credit Malik in a way for when they needed to slowing the Avalanche at least enough for him to lead that drive when it was 27-27 to get the field goal. Now they got bailed out on the missed field goal where it would have been tied right there. And they then would have had to come down and try to lead another game-winning drive. So he got bailed out in a lot of ways. That defense definitely bailed the entire team out. But yeah, fun vibe there. I'm a fan of 11 a.m. games logistically from a coverage standpoint, but just an atmosphere standpoint, you do get out there and you're like, it's be a lot more fun at night. Like, it should be a lot more fun at 2:30 in the fourth quarter. The sun's going down and all that kind of stuff. So, I know I digress.
I would have to imagine that it felt pretty pleasant relative to every other game at DKR so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to sound like a little bitch, but like the sun was killing me. Yeah. So,
even though it was like 70 degrees outside, the sun was still that brutal, huh?
It was like almost 80. And where we were, so when you were in the north, when I was shooting in the north end zone, the sun was right up there and it was just beaming directly down onto your face if you were on that side. And if you were on the south end where we shoot from, like where Bevo's at, it was awesome. Like it was great. So it was sort of like hit or miss. But then of course I'm like, all right, I come down there for the fourth quarter. And then they decided to do overtime on the side with the sun just glaring right into the camera. So.
Were you ever next to Ricky and McConaughey when they were on the sideline?
I got a little video of the Ricky thing. Yeah, and McConaughey was right there. I got a little open shot of McConaughey dapping up the captains and stuff when they came out. It's that him down there is just it's interesting. I mean, if it gets the team going and all that, and he's the biggest celebrity that roots for them. So
it becomes a distraction if it happens too much. Like we saw him when he was serving as the Minister of Culture for the Texas basketball program.
The gif that everyone does where he's telling everybody to get up and
like when he's on the edge of the bench for like 4 straight basketball games against bad opponents, it's like, all right, what are we doing here?
Yeah, Shaka had to be just looking down there like, Matt, please just go. Like, can I get you the suite? Can I get you and the wife a suite? I mean,
Shaka's the one that signed him up for that, though. It was Shaka's fault. I know people are shocked that Shaka would do something that everybody ends up getting annoyed by. But
he couldn't fill the damn arena. I mean, he couldn't get anybody to those games, which is wasn't all his fault, but
no. And I think it would have been different in the new Moody Center.
Yeah,
that's a place that people just want to go.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, that place is fantastic.
You're going to be there tonight for the start of the Texas basketball season. They play Incarnate Word, who have a player on their team that Longhorn fans would be interested in because it's TJ Ford's son.
That's awesome.
Starting his first year for Incarnate Word. I'm going to be honest. I don't know much about this Texas basketball team right now because college basketball consists of so much roster turnover each offseason. I just choose to start learning these things when the games begin to matter and I'm watching things play out on the court. What are your thoughts on Texas basketball as we're about to tip off game 1?
I feel like I know this team really well. I kind of have studied the pieces and I've been to, they let us go to a practice and we've gotten to talk to most of the new guys. I'll give Scott McConnell the SID for basketball at UT. And then also Rodney, and then Beard, to his credit, when Chris Beard was here, they've done a great job over the last 2 years of making these guys available at some point for us to kind of get to know them, whether it's a Max Asmus, who is a preseason All-American, and most people know what he did with Oral Roberts and, from the Dallas area, or it's a guy that people don't know as much about coming from UTEP, but has huge potential. And, big guys, Zarek Onyema, like they do a good job of making those guys available. So you kind of feel like you get to know the team, but going back to the St. Edwards exhibition, I mean, I know that was really cool that Rodney Terry did that. It was really cool. As a St. Ed's alum, I mean, I thought it was awesome because it's such a lose-lose for Texas in that situation. It was awesome that he provided that opportunity to St. Edwards because those players there are awesome basketball players. I love Coach Andre Cook. He's been great to us. We've done stories with him. He let me put a mic on him in practice while he was goofing around and stuff. Like, they're a really good team, a really good program, and at the D2 level. But people are just going to look at it that way and be like, a D2 team was up 7 on you at the half. But Texas is breaking in all these new guys. Caden Shedrick, the big man transfer from Virginia, he didn't play in that one. I'm pretty sure he's going to be ready to go. It was one of those where it was just kind of a perfect storm. St. Ed's basically had a home court advantage, and they were making shot after shot after shot. And look, they'll probably make a big run in the D2 tournament. But this game, I think, in these next few games, we'll really kind of see what Rodney Terry's idea of this team is and what he wants the identity to be. We don't know when Dylan Dessou will be back, still out indefinitely with the foot injury. And that's just such a bummer, man, that he just can't stay healthy. He's a great player, great dude. And, you hope that if he does stay healthy for a significant portion of this year, that at least it's the portion during conference play in the tournament. But this is a team where, you're going to see they're going to be led early on before they're healthy in the front court by their back court with guards like Max Asmus, like I said, All-American transfer from Oral Roberts from the Dallas area, and then Tyrese Hunter, who decided to come back. Obviously, Brock Cunningham back for year 76 with the UT basketball program. But we don't need to tell Texas fans, though. He's an awesome glue guy, great locker room dude, great leader for Rodney Terry. As they break in so many new guys, he can kind of hammer down what they want that culture and their identity of the team to be. And then last guy I'll mention, Dylan Mitchell's back. Curious to see what he can do with all that athleticism. And then, they're saying now that he's worked on the handle a lot in the offseason. He went to the combine and we saw that footage of him just drilling 3 after 3 after 3. And it was like, well, dude, where was that last year when, you were scoring 4 points a game? And I think it really was, he was deferring to so many older, more experienced teammates who, were just get a bucket guys like Marcus Carr, Timmy Allen, Jabari that are no longer there. So that was my long-winded answer of saying, I feel like I know a lot about this team, but we don't really know shit at the end of the day because, to your point, Trey, there's just so much turnover in college hoops.
I hope we see a Dylan Mitchell with range because last year he was a guy you couldn't completely forget about him because he was good for an alley-oop until you put a body on him. But when he would get the ball, teams would sag off of him, even from 10 to 12 feet away. So for him to add 3-point range to his game would be enormous to go along with that athleticism for sure.
Yeah, he had a couple of moments in the exhibition where actually afterwards Rodney said that Dylan wasn't feeling all that well going into the game, but he wanted to play and wanted to tough it out so he could get that experience before, they go play a real game. Although that exhibition felt like a real game. There was a big crowd there, had the clock running. It just wasn't a D1 opponent. But yeah, Dylan showed a little bit of that more offensive game where, look, it's going to be the majority of the scoring is going to be until Dessou gets back. It's going to be Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter. Those are going to be their get a bucket guys. That's what it was last week against St. Ed's. But if Dylan Mitchell can get them 10 a game and take the ball down the floor in transition, and instead of just starting, grabbing a rebound and starting the fast break, if he can grab a rebound, be the fast break and run the fast break, that's huge for Texas. When it's almost this positionless stuff that we talk about all the time in really every sport at this point, especially football and basketball, where he can just grab the ball and go. That offense, that'll be huge for them. And then also in the half court offense, if, like you said, they're going to sag off, if he can hit that little mid-range jumper or even a 3-pointer, or if there's a mismatch, he can back a guy down and hit a little fadeaway jumper, put a little post move on somebody. Even just a little bit of that will help make up for some of what they've lost with Timmy Allen, Serge Jabari, Marcus Carr. You name it. They lost a lot of guys, but I think they filled out the roster with some good players around those guys or to replace those guys.
So just based on what this team lost last year, it feels like making it to weekend 2 would be exceeding the expectations on this team in the preseason. But what do you think this team is capable of, assuming that Dylan Dessou comes back from that foot injury and looks like he did down the stretch last year for conference play and then whatever postseason action Texas is in?
So with a healthy Dylan Dessou, I think this team is about in the range of what we saw last year because they do have a lot more experience than I think people are probably giving them credit for right now. It's just going to take time to develop that because they don't have the experience together. They don't have the chemistry of all these guys playing together. But yeah, I struggle a little bit with the expectation because, and this is always going to happen. Last week, Trey, we talked about it a little bit when you were asking me about USC with Lincoln Riley. And, you can become a victim of your own success in a way and how quickly you sort of elevate a program or get somewhere that the program hasn't been for the first time in a long time, which is what Texas did last year, getting back to the Elite Eight. But yeah, I think second weekend, and then you just, anytime in the tournament, you let the chips fall where they may. But I think you get to the Sweet 16. Texas fans should be happy with that. But they have the talent to go even further, I think. And I'm not going to claim to know a ton about the rest of the landscape of college basketball. So, maybe somebody else is going to come along. There's going to be 5 teams that are just behemoths. And then it's like, look, 1 or 2 of those teams will get upset. The other 3 will make a run. And then, it's going to take a Cinderella for somebody else or whatever it is. It's such a crapshoot all the time in college basketball, even before there was as much turnover from the portal and all of that. But, there's a lot of guys that I think are just going to be major X factor guys where it's like, hey, if we can get if Texas can get a Zarek Onyema going, I mentioned him a second ago, he is just a massive dude in the post, pretty raw, but he's physical. He's mean down there. A guy where if he can give them good minutes, it can allow Dylan Mitchell to do some more of those, play more of his athletic type game. And you have a guy like Onyema who can just dominate down low. And then you have Dessou and then Shedrick. There are really deep at all these positions. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to get these guys to buy into their individual roles? And there's other guys, there's younger guys too, that people are really excited about. They got a Kendall Weaver was, I think, an all freshman at UTA, at UT Arlington last year. He's a guy that you probably won't see a ton of early on, but maybe if there's an opportunity for him here or there, he's a guy that can develop. If he can develop quickly as a sophomore now, then, they can build up a ton of depth.
When you cover basketball games, are you standing baseline?
So we're seated baseline. So tonight I'm going with Bob. He'll be up in there's a media section somewhere.
It's up in
they kind of set up, in the stands, and then I'll be down with the camera on the baseline. So
even though I like college football more than college basketball, I feel like from that vantage point, I would enjoy covering basketball games more. Is that how you feel about things too?
I mean, I love basketball games for that reason. Also, the games are just a little quicker too, But right there, you are always close to the action. Yep. Of course, there's whatever team that might be going the other way. Texas will be going the other way where my seat is for the first half. They'll be coming at me for the second half, which is the way I like it. Usually, it won't be for this game, you wouldn't think, but for a close conference game, the buckets would be more impactful in the second half. But yeah, either way, I feel like I'm getting a great look at what does Texas's defense look like in the first half. That's right in front of me. And then also offensively in the second half, what does it look like? But man, it's one of those where I played football, not at a high level. In high school, decent. And we played some guys that were D1 and stuff like that. I never was around basketball guys like this, at this level, this size. Our high school team did win CIF, which is like winning UIL state, my senior year of high school. But our tallest guy was 6'6" or 6'7". These dudes you go out there and you're that's what I was saying about Zarek Onyema, man. I'm fired up to see what that guy can do. He's freaking massive. And you get it, guys like that. Dessou dealt with it probably early in his career at Vanderbilt when we didn't see him as much. When you can get a guy like that going and use that athleticism and kind of hone it in, it's awesome. So yeah, covering the games from that angle is pretty badass.
We went to one of the Christmas break games last year, my family and I, and so you have access to the seats that are normally reserved for the students. And so we sat behind one of the rims. I think it may have been, which side would Gary Patterson sit on when he went to games? Was that the side that you're posted up on too?
He would probably be to my right, on what I guess if you're in the arena would be the north edge, maybe.
I
probably over there. Yeah.
What is north and what is south in there. But anyhow, we were behind the basketball goals, and I felt the same way. Man, I hope my kids realize just how crazy this is. And their reactions were such that I think that they did too. But it's something different. It's not always enjoyable watching games from the arena or from the field surface level. Football games, if you have first row seats, even if it's 50-yard line, those seats are not that good. People don't realize that who have never sat there before.
Yeah.
It's cool to get to see what's happening in front of you on the bench. And if the play is right in front of you or the line of scrimmage is right in front of you, that's pretty cool too. But otherwise, you can't really see what's going on because you're at the lowest level. And you really, I mean, you need to be able to see down below to see how everybody's moving, especially once you get further away from your vantage point. Same thing at hockey games. If you have seats on the glass, it's cool when the action's right in front of you, but otherwise you need to be looking at the Jumbotron, if there is a Jumbotron in the arena, to have any idea what's happening everywhere else on the ice. And then for baseball games too, I guess baseball is maybe somewhere in between. But even with baseball, like your vantage point of where the ball is going or where it is on the field, if it flies into the outfield, let's say if you're sitting behind home plate, also leaves a lot to be desired. But basketball is the exception there. And part of that, to the point you made earlier, is because the field surface or the playing surface is so much smaller that even when you're on the opposite ends, you still have a pretty good idea of how guys are moving and where the ball is going.
Yeah, and the two you mentioned, hockey and baseball, like those more than I think any other sport, the atmosphere, the vibe of being there, like the in-game experience is so much different than watching on TV. Like, of course, you could say football and basketball, like, yeah, like anything else, there's going to be a difference when you're in the stadium versus watching at home. But like the experience of watching a football game at home, you know, like a lot of the NFL that I get versus like the view that I have, and not that I take it for granted being on the field, like the job that I get to do is awesome. That view is great. But that's why I go back and watch the games again. And I fast forward, watch, you know, sift through the commercials and stuff, because I miss so much when the play is, you know, 40 yards down the field or even 70 yards down the field potentially. Like I'm thinking play that immediately came to mind from the football game on Saturday was Malik Murphy's long pass, not the bomb to AD, not the touchdown to AD Mitchell, but the bomb where they were backed up on maybe like their own 15 or something like that. Like I got a decent shot of that, but yeah, I didn't see at all how it developed. You know, when they get closer when they get into opponent territory, like I could see more how the plays develop and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah, disagrees with what I just said. I would watch every single football game from the sideline if they let me. Being on the sideline and getting to move down the field with the line of scrimmage is a little bit different. But if you are stationary on one part of the sideline, especially if you're in one end zone or the other, when the action is going towards you and when it's closer towards you, what would you say, Jeff? Within the red zone maybe, or maybe just outside the red zone, then it's a really cool vantage point. But if the action's going the other way, you're screwed once it's past the 20 or 30 yard line. You just can't see anything anymore.
I'll say about that flips what you're saying when they get to about the 40. Like 40, when they get to about the 40 and you're watching, you can see pretty good. And a lot of people too that have a sideline pass, they'll kind of stand on like the 15. Like, and sometimes I'll even do that when I'm shooting too. If like I can I've been doing it for so long now that I can know like where the refs are going to be. Like if they get to the 20, I'm like, okay, the ref's going to stand here and I'm going to get blocked if he's right there. So I got to move over, because sometimes I'll stand like almost like on the first pylon, like right at the goal line. And it's just so that I don't get blocked if like the play is to the other end zone or the other side of the end zone. But yeah, I think once you get to about the 40, like the view's pretty good, but I totally agree. Like when it's on the other end of the field, like the K-State touchdowns, like I had a horrible view of the K-State touchdowns. Granted, we have another guy whose job it is down there to get those angles. But for me, I'm like, I don't know what happened on those. What's that?
So Bob's at one end zone and you're at the other then?
No, we have like a news guy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Bob's in the press box, kind of like logging the game and just keeping track of everything, and then working on producing whatever like our shows are that we have that day.
Gotcha. Jake says, for most people who aren't into hockey, I implore you to go to a game. Completely agreed with that, Jake.
Yeah.
Hockey is better to watch in person, even if you are on the glass. And Jason says he'll stay west side upper deck, 6th row, as opposed to the first 20 rows of the lower bowl. I say when I get to row 15 or 20, I'm usually okay if it's middle of the field. But yeah, if you're in the first 10 to 15 rows, then you're going to have a hard time seeing what's happening. And I like upper deck seats. I don't want to be too high up necessarily, but even when you're really high up, you still see how things are playing out really well. Like typically my Texas OU seats are in the upper deck, and I'm fine with that, other than when the sun is just baking you. But just from the scene itself and watching how everything's playing out, like that's where it's at. Like I'm at a live game to cheer, of course, but I'm also at the live game to see things from a viewpoint that I'm not going to be able to see otherwise if I'm just watching on television.
So I'm gonna sound like a spoiled jabroni right now, but when I was a kid, when my dad was taking me to SC games, we had, I still think to this day, arguably like just full experience combined, maybe some of the best seats in the house. And my dad got them from a college buddy. They kind of split them, or I can't remember the exact logistics of it, but it was like a college buddy who he had, like his best friend who moved out of town and then would come back for like 1 or 2 games. Then my dad would use the tickets the rest of the time, take me, and I would take buddies and all that. We sat at the Coliseum, probably like I think it was row 35, and we were like on the 45-yard line behind the SC bench. And I think that was the absolute perfect viewpoint, because it was like saying, Trey, when you're on the 10, it's cool because, or 10 rows back, 2 rows back, whatever it may be, because you can see the bench right behind you. You're getting a little bit more of that you wouldn't get at home, of like guys talking to each other on the sideline, but you do get blocked. Like it's hard to see when the play goes all the way down on really either end. So we were up like probably, I think the press box there was maybe like 60, 70 rows up. And that was, of course, more just like the bird's eye view. But we had that 35 rows back view, man. It was, and then of course the 45 is anything either 40 on into the 50. I'd really say even maybe 35 is about as perfect as it gets. So yeah, I was spoiled as shit getting to go to those games.
My family, I consider myself very spoiled too. My family season tickets at DKR are 20-yard line on the west side, 32 rows up. And those are great seats. But when the action is in the north end inside the 20 or 10-yard line, I'm paying really close attention to what's happening on the Jumbotron. Just because I maybe it's just me not having very good eyesight. I can only see so much down there. And I want to see the full scope of the play if I can. But it's also beneficial to be along or be behind the Texas sideline too, to get to see what's happening down there. Like whether it's an injury or a guy warming up or just how teammates are interacting with one another. Like that was one of the reasons watching games in person last year that impressed me so much with Malik Murphy. He always seemed like he was ready to go. Like even though the chances of him getting to the game were minimal, he was engaged with his teammates. He was joking around with his guys, and he was always throwing to stay a little bit warm just in case. And that very off chance that he would find himself in a game in 2022. Never happened, thankfully. That didn't happen into this year. And now he has had a couple of games to start and may get a third one this Saturday at TCU. You going up to Fort Worth for that one?
Yeah, we'll be there. Okay. Trey, you know what I was going to say is who I see doing literally the exact same thing that you just described right now, and I'm sure everyone else does. Arch Manning.
Oh, is that right? See,
we always joke, like, even though when we know he's not going to come in, we'll always joke to each other on the side, in the end zones there, like the other photographers were like, 16's getting loose.
So I haven't been to a ton of home games this year. That's great to hear that he is that he's trying to stay loose and ready to go. Now it's, especially after these last couple of games, I think nothing short of Malik Murphy getting hurt is going to get Arch Manning into these games, but at least he's ready.
Yeah. No, and again, I don't think that should surprise anybody. Malik Murphy, obviously, we didn't know much about the guy, but like with Arch, you know the pedigree, who he sat in the, game room, man cave, whatever with and watched tape and who's been coaching him up for his entire life. So, that wouldn't surprise me at all coming from Arch, but yeah, I think, just one thing on the Texas quarterback room overall right now, like just the state of it, these are good problems, guys. Like this is a really good problem. For the first time, it feels like Texas has too many quarterbacks almost. I don't want to jinx it because like we haven't seen Arch play, and yeah, Malik's not exactly lighting the world on fire, but they won 2 games. And I'm not giving him the credit for that necessarily, but they have won 2 games with the backup quarterback, and they're freaking 8-1, guys. They're 8-1, and they control their own destiny. Like sometimes I feel like we've got to, it's okay to be critical and all that. And here I go, Trey. Positive Paul TV guy. But it's okay to criticize the team, criticize Sark's fourth down play calling, criticize Malik for the bad mistakes, whatever it may be. Defense played their ass off, could have gotten a couple of stops late in the game, and it wouldn't have gone to overtime. Whatever you want to say. They're freaking 8-1, man. They're 8-1, Trey. Like, I don't know. That fires me up. That's pretty, as Ballmer said back in the day, it's pretty freaking cool, man. I don't know. I don't know what was in that coffee today, Trey, but I'm on one.
I think that's the right attitude to have right now. Like, we want to bemoan that which isn't working well, and it was an ugly win on Saturday, and you want this team that showed how good of a second half and fourth quarter team as it was earlier on in the year. You would have loved to have seen that over the last couple of weeks, but that's just not the reality right now. And part of that is you being inexperienced at quarterback and that guy having some inexperienced moments, leading to things being much closer than they needed to. But the reality also is, and I tweeted this out on Saturday, that the team that sucks less down the stretch is going to win this game. Texas, their play wasn't ideal, but they sucked less than a Kansas State team that botched a snap on an extra point, missed a short field goal, and then Chris Kleiman inexplicably went for it on fourth down when they should have kicked a field goal to force an extra overtime and have faith that their offense would ultimately be able to score more points than the Texas offense would, because the Texas offense had been stagnating for the better part of 2.5 quarters.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, back to Arch real quick. David says he's Cooper's son, bro. Yeah, you don't think they all live in New Orleans? You don't think he was ever getting any advice from his uncles? I mean, come on, guys. Like, what is it?
Y'all did shit about Case McCoy, some fucking bloodline. What?
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: Case McCoy, great dude. Won a couple big games for Texas. He doesn't look the same as Arch Manning. Let's just say that physically, he does not have the same football body as Arch Manning does. Sometimes people take what I say too literally, Trey, but I guess that's part of the gig.
Oh, that is far too much of a gig. Tristan Nickelson showed up for a second. He was 10 minutes early. I guess he was just testing to make sure the link worked okay. Well, but yeah, you're right. Look, Texas is 8-1 right now, and they do control their destiny the rest of the way, and they play a pretty shitty end of season schedule too. Yeah. TCU, not very good. Iowa State,
inexperienced quarterback there.
Inexperienced quarterback at Iowa State, inexperienced quarterback with Texas Tech. Tech may be the best of those three, but Iowa State might be. That game is in Ames. It's going to be at night, so that probably ends up mattering too. But the bottom line is, whether it's Malik Murphy or Quinn Ewers who will be in there for those last 3 games, you don't really have a good excuse as to why you shouldn't win each of those 3.
Right. Well, and that combined with, again, I see Kyle in the comments said eyes aren't seeing 8-1 and a chance for CFP playoff, for the college football playoff. Well, you may not think that that's what this team is capable of, but we're 3/4 of the way through the regular season right now, and that's what this team is playing for. We have not been able to say that as long as I've been here, Trey, and there was no playoff the last time Texas was in this conversation. So, I mean, I see where people like Kyle and other people in the comments are, we got a ton to work on and all that. Of course, yeah. Of course, there's plenty of ways that this team can, 1, get better, and 2, get healthier. Like, those are the two big things right now. Probably the latter is the most important for this team at the moment. But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is it's a good problem to have. All these problems are good problems right now when what you're playing for and what's at stake is still what it is. And look, Texas is playing in games that matter nationally late in the season. That's awesome.
The big noon kickoff.
Even if they lose one of these games coming up, even if that happens, the fact that, and I'm not saying that people won't lose their minds, understandably, if they lose one of these next 3 games, which they will, and they'll probably be justified. But just here we are, the fact that they're in this position, I think is something that we should be just embracing a little bit more. And it's almost like it's back to like people have been waiting so long for Texas to be, forget the backward, whatever, forget that. People have been waiting so long for Texas to be nationally relevant again. Guys, they are. It's here. It's here. Whether or not it's going to last all the way to a college football playoff appearance or a Big 12 championship or not, it's here. Let's enjoy it. And the Big 12 championship will be the really disappointing one. I mean, that I think and things change throughout the season. Going into this year 3 for Sark, year 2 of Quinn, I think that's all people were really hoping for. Like, realistic at the beginning of the season, if you had asked people, what do you think is the ultimate goal for this team? And it would be, first and foremost, getting to Arlington and then probably winning that game. I mean, I think at this point, too, the way they've played and the way the Big 12 is shaking out, the expectation is getting to that game and then winning it. You know, and if you meet that, I mean, of course, I'm not going to say it's never house money with Texas. Like, it's just not that kind of program. It's not like TCU last year where it was like, we're in the playoff and it's house money from here. But I think people need to really just embrace that this is where we are, and Texas hasn't been there in a while.
Who do you think would win a rematch between Texas and Alabama on a neutral field?
Did you watch that game the other day, Trey? I mean, I know
I don't want to play Alabama again.
I mean, they were, and again, I'll say they were at home. Ole Miss put, I don't know if it was a 50 spot, 40 something spot. They've got a good offense. Lane's a great offensive mind. Like, this LSU defense is not good. Like, you know, let's call a spade there, but their offense is top notch. And Alabama, you know, their defense is still vulnerable. I think we saw that. But Jalen Milroe, man, he is starting to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
He is starting to figure it out. So
he is somebody who's
got it all figured out.
Had it figured out is friend Tristan Nickelson. He joins us every Monday right around 2:00. It's a little bit before that, but here we are. Tristan, loving the new background. How we doing this week?
Hell yeah.
You like that? I told you it was a work in progress. Still got a little bit of work to do, but yeah, it's looking good.
Tristan, what's the other helmet back there? Obviously, it's UT, but like high school.
That's my Edmonton Eskimos helmet. Yeah. So I spent a season up in Edmonton in the CFL.
That's
now
awesome.
They're the Elks, no longer Eskimos, unfortunately. But
did that name get 2023 or whatever year it was?
It was 2022 last year.
Okay.
Maybe even the year before, but yeah, it got canceled.
So it's the Edmonton Elk now?
Edmonton Elks.
Edmonton Elks. They went plural. I thought
it might be elk. It could be. It's no longer the Eskimos. I know that.
Sounds like a Canadian WNBA team. Very disappointed in that decision.
No, I was disappointed as well, but that's what that helmet's from.
Was there a big adjustment that you had to make considering some of the basic differences between the Canadian League and regular old American football?
Yeah, there's quite a few differences. We could get into that for sure. But from an offensive line perspective, I loved it. You get an extra yard. It's a full yard and a half. Maybe it's more neutral zone between defensive and offensive line. So you only have 3 downs. So you're passing all the time. Defensive lineman's got to go an extra yard than he has to down here. So from an offensive line perspective, it's really about getting in front of the guy before the ball gets out. So, yeah, I preferred the rules up there.
Yeah, what was the coolest part about that experience?
I got to be a professional football player, which was my dream since, starting, it's every football player's dream ever is to play pro football. And I got to say I did that up there. So that was probably the coolest part for me, but to experience a totally new culture. And while I won't say that Canada is like a different planet altogether, I mean, it's pretty Americanized. I think I had McDonald's pretty much every morning while I was up there, but it was really cool just to get to experience that different culture. But it's best time I had playing football. I know that.
I know nothing about Edmonton, the city. So other than the McDonald's, what was Edmonton, the city, all about?
It's a pretty big city, not going to lie. I think it's a million people. So size of Austin, it's a lot more spread out, size of Austin in terms of population. But it's where the Edmonton Oilers play. So one of the better, don't kill me on this, hockey guys, but they seem to be quite enamored with their team up there. So I don't know if they're good, have been good in the past, but it was mostly a hockey town in terms of sports. We were the add-on.
What's the one last one here from me? What's the like media landscape like over there? Like how's the CFL covered? Because obviously hockey is first and foremost there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'll be honest. I came in as a late addition to the season. They opened up their roster toward the end of the year, and they're able to bring in more guys from the States. And I was a practice squad player, so I didn't get too much exposure to the media. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they don't focus on it too much unless the team's really good, which the year I was there, they were not. But I've got good friends. Jackson Jeffcoat has had a great career up in Winnipeg, and they love him up there. It's a totally, he's the dude. So
he's a legend, huh?
Yeah, dude, he's everybody knows about him. People, when they heard that I played at Texas, they were like, "Oh, you played with Jackson?" I'm like, he's a little bit older than me. But yeah, that's how they know of Texas is him. They've got some other good guys up there. But no, it was cool to experience that and see kind of it from a different perspective. Football's not everything up there. It's much more, hockey centric is the big one, but even outside of the big hockey areas, football is just kind of an afterthought, but it's cool because it allows you to play it just for fun. I mean, I think 80% of the guys on that roster that I played with had jobs in the off season. So, I mean, it's when you're doing it for the love of the game, so to speak, rather than the big paycheck, it means you can have more fun with it. And that's what I did. That's what I tried to take away from it. I knew I wasn't going to be make $1 million up there, $1 million Canadian dollars for sure.
Jake is asking if Edmonton is better than Calgary. I don't know if you have an answer to that. I've always heard Calgary is a bit of a cow town, though.
I don't have any specific personal anecdotal information about Calgary. I know I believe between Edmonton and Calgary, or because I think Calgary is a city, it could be a Providence. Look at us knowing our Canadian. We'll fail that class, but there's a really beautiful state park right there called Banff. I
want to play golf there one day.
Man, it just looking at the pictures, I didn't get the chance to go down there, but it's beautiful. So if that's in Calgary, then I don't know. It might be a contender.
Well, Tristan, let's move on now to the game from this last Saturday. You tweeted out after it was over with that you had some things to say about this game on this show at this time.
Yeah.
So help us out here. What was the first thing?
Look, I think it's beat to death, but
back on the Longhorns' overtime win over K-State.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's beat to death, but a win's a win, right? You're as Jeff said, you're 8-1 and you can control your own destiny. That's always a good place to be. The way they went about it was, I think you're right. If you look up in the dictionary definition of nervous was me at like 3:30. It was a wreck, right? And I think that was every Texas fan at that time. So wish they would have cruised to 40 and 40-6 like it should have been. It's where I thought it was headed at the end of the first quarter, which I guess is the good of all of this, right? If you want to do good, bad, ugly, is that you got to win. Your running game looked great. JB looked awesome. Malik looked great too at times. I think the deep ball is as pretty as one I've seen since being a Texas fan and being a Texas player. I know I would have loved to have a guy who could throw it like that on a rope and hit a spot every time or almost every time. I think what's frustrating about all of that is that it seemed to just fall apart in the second, third, and fourth quarter. That's the typical Texas playing down to competition. You've got a team that you should be now able to put 50 on, and then all of a sudden you let him back in the game. I think Malik showed his inexperience on a couple plays, especially the pick in the red zone or in the their own red zone. Very similar to the one he threw, last week. So it's a pattern for that, just kind of sloppy, throw it up in the air and we'll get on to the next play. And sometimes that works and sometimes it gets picked off. So I thought the great was that you win a game and you live to fight another day and play a TCU team that has been leaky at best on defense. So I think they've got a great opportunity to go in there and hang another couple hundred on the rush column and call it a day.
Tristan, with Malik specifically, started so strong. It was like the opposite of the debut where, he didn't start strong and then finished strong. Like, where did you see it go wrong? One, and then two, what were you seeing at the end there where it looked like, man, like if he wasn't throwing a slant to AD Mitchell, like I don't know if he was going to complete a pass. Like how did we just run the gamut of literally everything in that game?
Sure. Well, if you look at early in the game, Kansas State played with an extra guy in the box, meaning they're trying to stop the run, and that leaves a lot of one-on-ones, a lot of zone coverage, a lot of stuff that a young, inexperienced is maybe not the right word, but a young quarterback with a hell of an arm can exploit, right? All he's got to do is wait for his guys to sit in those zones or throw it deep to the fastest guy on the planet that's running straight up the field, right? Now, when that worked, you'll see later in the game, Kansas State pulled that guy out, said, make him run it. We're going to have an extra defender in the backfield. When that happened, you get a lot more double coverage and a lot of different type schemes that maybe he wasn't ready to see. Now, the flip side of that is you should be able to just hand the ball off and because that's one less defender to help with the run. So I think that's play calling. As once things start to, very rarely you'll see Trey in the middle of a game, a quarterback will just totally, shit the bed or absolutely have a total collapse, right? It's usually a switching coverages, change in play calling. I don't ever think it's just a dude totally melting down. You got to look at the totality of the game and the defense on the other side. So I think they could have done a better job of shifting to that run earlier than they did. And then not relying on Malik to win him a game, because at that point you just need him to not lose you the game. You don't need to go out there and have him win the game for you. That's what you got Jonathan Brooks for.
Yeah, and speaking of Tristan, Brooks has obviously had a really good year. CJ Baxter, when he's been healthy, has been solid too. This offensive line, grade-wise, according to Pro Football Focus, and you have to take these grades with a grain of salt, it is one person or multiple people grading each snap for every offensive lineman throughout the course of the season. The grade suggests the Texas O-line has been better pass blocking than run blocking so far this year, but it seemed like they were better run blocking this last Saturday against a pretty good K-State defense. Did you see things that way too? This is one of this team's better efforts running the football up front this year?
No, I did see that. And I'm not surprised that you see them grading higher. They're a great pass pro team. I mean, if you look when the coverage is 5 guys on 5 guys, right? No blitzing and no requiring your quarterback to get out of the pocket. I mean, these dudes are monsters. They're road graders. They do a fantastic job. And I think when you've got backs like Jonathan Brooks, you can be a little bit more sloppy on the run blocking side of the game because that dude will just make you look great, right? So I'm not surprised because they're having so much success with the run. But I did see a little bit of that fall off toward the third and fourth quarter against K-State. And I don't know if that was because they were seeing some looks that they might not have seen earlier on, or they were forcing Malik to make a throw, which left him back there longer than he anticipated. So, but no, I'm not surprised. This offensive line is great this year. It's a welcome sight.
Staying in the trenches on the other side of the ball, 2-part question here about the D-line, Tristan. How happy are you when you watch those replays that you do not have to block a guy like T'Vondre Sweat anymore? And 2, what in the hell, what in God's green earth got into these guys? I mean, we've seen it flash this year, and T'Vondre's done it all the time, but Byron Murphy looked really good. Ethan Burke looks healthy again. Baron Sorrell had the big play at the end. Yeah, just Those two right there. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, I don't know if I ever had to block a guy like that because that dude's special. I don't know. I mean, that guy is making himself some money this year for sure. I don't know what his potential draft stock looked like before the year, but I mean, the guy's looking like a first rounder for sure. Maybe not for sure, but like he looks really good.
No, I mean, I don't think that's crazy. I mean,
if
first
he
and
has
second rounder.
more games like he has been, yeah, I think he'll be, especially against the opponents that they're going to get to face toward the end of the year. Yeah, I think he'll be first round material for sure. But no, it looks like you hit the nail on the head, Jeff. It just looks like they're getting healthy at the right time. They're able to run their stunts, run their slants, and they're hitting. They got home a lot in that first quarter, and you know, it kind of is what sealed you toward the back end of the game. And the last play of the game was a pure defensive effort. So no, it was good to see what they were able to put together. It's frustrating. I know from a defensive point of view when looking at that game and saying, well, they shouldn't have let Kansas State score that many points. But if you look at the situations they were put in, I mean, you get the ball back 2 times in your own 30 for an offense, like that's cake, right? That's easy. You should be winning those kind of games all the time. When Kansas State had to go the length of the field and really fight for every yard, I don't think they got much. But yeah, it was a lot closer than you would have liked. But at the end of the day, when you're put in situations like that, it's tough for a defense.
Anything else that sticks out from Saturday, Tristan?
No, you know what? I looked like the team was fired up to get the win, which you love to see. Like these guys, I think, understand what this means now. You've got 2 teams coming up that you're about to face that are pretty tough, and then one that hope you can walk through. But they got a lot of tough games coming up, and then you play the best teams of the year at the end of the year, which is awesome. Hopefully, whoever you get a shot at in the Big 12 game is you got a good matchup. But no, win's a win, Trey. Can't complain.
I had one more for you, Tristan, on something that's kind of been a trend with the way that Sark is calling a game. It seemed like the noise around going forward on 4th down is just kind of getting louder and louder every week. And maybe we're almost just getting too, prisoner of the moment, whether it's because we saw every extreme of it in that game. We saw 4th and 1 and a 54-yard touchdown run by CJ Baxter, which was awesome. And then what wasn't awesome was not taking the points on 4th and 2 down on that same end of the field and code red package literally going code red on that play and it just kind of blowing up in their face. So do you have a strong take on Sark's clear kind of just, I'm going to go for it on 4th down pretty much more often than not?
Sure. Yeah. And I think his mentality, I can't really speak to it, but whenever you've got a defense that's good, right? And we just talked about it that when having to go the full length of the field, Kansas State was having no success. Then sure, I don't mind going for it in certain spots where you think, well, at worst they've got to go 95 yards, right? To go for it every time seems because the idea is you're trying to catch them off guards, right? Like they know you're going for it, but they don't know you're going for it every time. And so I don't know about you take the air mystique out of it. But, when the offense is clicking, it's hard to argue, but if you're getting them, but they're just not. And so at this point, yeah, I would start taking the points when you can, because I think Texas saw it against Kansas State. They're an extra point missed away from this not being an overtime game, it being a walk-off field goal win for Kansas State. And a pick that they probably shouldn't have got. Like they're a couple of really small things away from losing this game, and they got lucky. And so when you get lucky like that, I'm always more inclined to let's start playing it a little bit safer in terms of let's get points when we can. But I can see both sides of the argument.
I don't know how much you watched the Alabama LSU game this weekend, Tristan, but Alabama is playing really good football right now, and it feels pretty fortunate that we got them at the start of the season. Let's say Quinn Ewers comes back for the Iowa State game or the Texas Tech game and returns to form, leads this team to a Big 12 championship. Texas makes it to the college football playoff and ends up rematching with Alabama on a neutral field. Who do you think wins that game based on how Bama's looking right now?
At the beginning of the season, Trey, if you'll recall, all of Alabama sports media called this guy a backup quarterback and said that we beat him just because they had a backup quarterback and that he sucked. And that's the only reason they lost to Texas. Well, now he's playing good and he's the next coming, right? Which the dude is a great player. Don't get me wrong. He might be the next coming for them. So, I don't know. I'd have to look, like you said, if Ewers is at 100% and you've got all your weapons at their disposable, it's tough. Where's the neutral site? Because they're not neutral. But, because I think one of the games is in LA or in Louisiana, and the other one is in
it's a Sugar and Rose.
Sugar and Rose. So I think Rose, Texas takes it. Sugar, Alabama might get it.
And going off that, just nationally, do you have a strong opinion on who the best team is right now? I mean, I know the committee came out and put Ohio State number one. I think that was for the sole reason of just creating fodder and saying like, well, we don't really have to, make a true decision on this right now. Let's just put Ohio State one and know that we're going to get an extra headline or 50 out of all this.
Sure. It definitely seems like that, right? I don't think that there's much distinction in strength of schedule. Both teams between Ohio State and Michigan have looked great, but you're going to have one of those knock the other out. So it's really just between, is one of those teams better than Georgia? Maybe. I mean, I think the best pure team right now in the country looks like Ohio State, but I think just from the pure standpoint that Michigan hasn't really played anybody, nobody that's impressed me all that much, at least. But then again, Georgia's looked fantastic and has played some tough teams really close. So the one team that I don't necessarily truly believe in is Florida State. They almost dropped one early and have looked great down the stretch, but against some not so great teams. So if I had to throw a dart at the wall and say which team do I want to play, it'd be Florida State. Which team don't I want to play? Georgia looks good too. None of those three.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody, myself included, by the way, a month ago, were questioning just how good this Georgia team is, even if they still hadn't lost a game going back 3 seasons now. But their run game wasn't very good this last weekend against a pretty physical Missouri squad. And Carson Beck is starting to come around at the quarterback position. He has shown a lot of poise, doesn't get too high or too low in a given situation. And he's been a steadying influence for them. And really, the numbers aren't mind-blowing necessarily, but he is helping that team win games right now. And at the start of the year, the question was whether Carson Beck could be good enough to help this team win games if need be. I think that question has been answered now. And this Georgia defense is what we've come to expect out of Georgia these last few years. They are really good too.
Well, that's kind of the benefit of their crappy schedule. And I think just a testament to obviously the championship pedigree and depth of the program is like that you can, especially the crappy schedule, is that you can bring a guy like Carson Beck on just kind of over time instead of forcing him into, like, if he played for Texas this year, his second start would have been again on the road at Alabama,
Yeah, well, I mean, people talk about this with Malik Murphy, that he really hasn't played meaningful football in a couple of years now. Like, there's a major adjustment to getting back to the speed of the game in a situation like that. And for Carson Beck, I want to say it's either been 3 or 4 years since he has actually had to play when the snaps matter. I mean, he's played against the Georgia defense, and that is its own challenge, but he's also not getting hit during that time too, as good as the Georgia defense is. So when the threat of getting hit is there, it changes the terms pretty quickly at the quarterback position for a guy.
No doubt. And Tristan, I know you, it's only Monday here, but TCU for a second, you touched on a little bit of kind of what the game plan should be going into that game, but how do you, Trey was just talking about Malik Murphy, how do you handle that kind of balance of first road game for Malik, only his third start? You don't want to just throw him out there and I mean, kind of throw caution to the wind and let him do whatever he wants, but also what's the balance of making sure you keep his, you protect him from himself a little bit with the mistakes that we've seen, but then you also kind of let him eat, for lack of a better phrase, too.
No, sure. I totally know what you mean, Jeff. I mean, first of all, this is not a great TCU team. This is not one for the ages. I think they knew that going in. They lost a lot of guys. But it's the same situation as Kansas State. You're going to get TCU's best game for the first quarter and a half. And if you can sustain that and just pile points on, then it should be over quick. I think the key to that is going to be running early and often. Not that I want to keep the ball out of Malik's hands, but if you can let him take those 1, 2, 3 deep shots that he's shown some prowess in and keep him away from all those slants and stuff that's getting him in trouble, then I think you'll have some success. But no, I mean, you can let him eat. You can let him do what he does great. But again, don't rely on him to win you the game. Put that hands in your best player's hand, which is right now Jonathan Brooks. And if you can get it to Xavier Worthy in a punt, then that'd be great too.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy, if he's given some space, has shown the ability to help this Longhorn team flip the field. And from Malik Murphy, let him continue operating off of play action. That's part of what you were doing early on to give him a chance to get comfortable. The threat of the run, even if you're really not running the ball all that much early on, is enough to freeze the defense to allow an extra crease of room for what are probably predetermined reads that he is making and throwing the football. And look, he was great early. And part of that is the game plan, Sark scripts. Part of that is taking the decision-making out of his hands. And as Kansas State made their adjustments, Malik Murphy all of a sudden is having to do more to read defenses. And I think that was creating some confusion with him, as was the threat of pressure, back to the point of not getting hit for X amount of time. Like the threat of getting hit is something that causes happy feet and has caused him to make some back foot throws over these last few games that are pretty unacceptable, even for a novice quarterback. You cannot just throw the ball up to what looks like empty space, because in 2 different situations now he's throwing it right to a defender. And there have been several other throws this game that a better defense or a more sure-handed defense is going to be creating a couple more turnovers on top of what he gave them as well.
Sure. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, Trey. I think going into this game, you need to have the mentality that if he does have some mistakes like that early, then it might be a time to look toward the sideline, right? Not that I want to see. I'm not like you, Jeff. I don't want the media buzz. I'd rather just stick with.
You don't want the chaos, Tristan.
I'd rather stick with the devil I know. But if you, to your point, Trey, if you have a couple throws early that look like that, then those are, like you said, completely novice throws. Just take a sack. Just take whatever's going to come of that play without you throwing it up, because in that situation, worst case scenario, you take a sack and you have to punt it away. Well, at least you're not giving the ball back to a Kansas State team that's smelling blood in the water. But yeah, I think you've got to limit mistakes like that. And if you can, then this should be a pretty easy game for him. He should have a lot of easy throws to make. Again, if you lean heavy on the run early, it's going to force TCU to bring more guys into the box to stop the run. That gives you your one-on-ones. That gives you your easy reads, your Xavier Worthy run straight and beat the guy in front of you. And those are the kind of throws that Malik can make. So if you stick to that game plan, you probably have a lot of success. It's when you try to make that guy win you the game with his arm. I just don't think he's ready to do that right now.
Yeah, you guys both just mentioned Xavier Worthy. He's a guy where I'll give him credit. I mean, I've been a little critical of some of the maybe thinking he should catch a few more of those 50-50 balls, or maybe a couple catchable passes over the last 2 years that were tough, but could have been caught, that I think a number 1 receiver should catch more often than not. Even though he's been quiet the last few games, he's completely changed the game and made a huge impact in the punt return side of the game. So if you keep getting that from him, that's huge. But offensively, Tristan, what are some things that they can do to really make him more of a factor on the offensive side of the ball? Because I think we saw some of it last week that they tried to do, or on Saturday. But what are some other things they can do? Is it, just to get him on the same page as Malik and vice versa?
Sure. No, I mean, I think you're right, Jeff. It is frustrating when you got a player that is that good. It can make that much of an impact and they don't get the ball. That comes down to a lot of different factors, right? But in terms of play calling, if you can get that guy the ball in his hands with some space, he's obviously proven to be really dangerous. So some wide receiver screens would be nice. Maybe a jet sweep or two would be fun to see for him. Those are relatively low risk in terms of offensive, what can go wrong. Although those are the type of throws that can get bad if you don't just get rid of it. So watch out for the screens.
I don't know. Was that a screen that he threw the pick, that Malik threw the pick on?
No, that was 5-man protection. It looked like either the left or the right tackle might have gotten beat that play, or at least allowed some pressure. What Malik needed to do in that situation is step up into the pocket where he had protection. What he did was back out, which caused that guy to get right into his face, and then you throw the ball out. It may have been a late developing screen, but for me, it looked like the issues came really quickly for that one, so it didn't really matter. He should have just either taken the sack or thrown it at the guy's feet too. It looked like he was throwing it at the offensive lineman, which would have been funny if that guy had turned around in time to catch it. But I don't know if that was a screen or not. But those are usually the type plays where you got to get it out quick, and if it doesn't look good, just throw it in the dirt. Don't try to be a hero with it.
Tristan, do you think we should see Texas ranking change one way or another based on them beating a top 25 opponent who had a lot of momentum coming into this game, and just what everybody else looked like around them? Texas ranked number 7 in that first college football playoff poll.
Yeah, no, honestly, I don't think there will be any change, Trey, just because you didn't see any movement in that 1 through 6, right? I don't think anybody lost. And right now we've already established that between Ohio State and Michigan, one of those is probably going to make it. The other one's going to eat the other one. And then hopefully the same thing happens and Oregon can beat Washington. You know, my fear would be what happens if Ohio State, Georgia, Florida State, and Washington all go undefeated, and then you're probably left out in the cold. As unfortunate as it sounds, you've got a great resume, and even with one loss, I just don't know if you can outpace an undefeated schedule in a conference championship that year, which will be frustrating, but a lot can happen before that's an issue. So no, I don't think there'll be any changes until one of those first 6 teams has either a major screw up or gets really, really close.
Well, we get Michigan, Penn State this weekend. Presents some.
Penn State looked good. Penn State looked good,
but it's still James Franklin in a big game. I don't know. The game is in Happy Valley. Maybe there's a chance. I think nobody outside of Ann Arbor is rooting for Michigan at this point. That cheating scandal. Georgia does they face a top 10 opponent this weekend in Ole Miss. That game is in Athens, and is Ole Miss really the 10th best team in the country, or is this just a down year for college football?
Sure.
Not giving much of a chance in that one. And I don't know. Jeff, we talked about Alex Grinch getting fired from USC. They see some sort of positive effect from having a different guy calling plays for them on defense as they go into Eugene to take on the number 6 Oregon Ducks this weekend.
I think I've made the horrible joke a bunch of times when, like, probably just in the last day or two. Well, yeah, really just in the last day. It's been like 24 hours since they fired Grinch, where I've just been like, what's the committee do with the 3-loss USC national champion? So yeah, maybe USC, not exactly the standard for the USC program of, hey, maybe we can play spoiler.
Right.
But hey, you know what? That's where we're at. Moral victories with how good can the defense look against a really good opponent on the road after we fired the defensive coordinator 7 weeks too late. Hey, yeah. That's just where they're at. And maybe this is to my point of, going off about Texas fans. Just enjoy 8-1 and being in the national spotlight. You can criticize, you can say this is what we need to see better, or you could be a schmuck like me, like, oh, finally fired the DC, like, at least you're not talking about stuff like that at Texas right now.
Yeah, because
I'm with you. I'm an optimist too. I've seen the negative. I'd rather just be positive. I think the frustrating part might be for Texas fans that the games you have left that are regular season games, you shouldn't lose any of those. And so at this point, I agree with you. I think people should be very happy with where the program is, where it's headed. I think Sark has done a fantastic job. Del Conte's done an amazing job of revitalizing just the era or the feeling around sports. Yeah, the atmosphere around sports in general, especially around football and basketball, is 10 times better than when I was there. So, but I do think that the remaining teams they have on their schedule could, burst that balloon, so to speak. I think if you go into Dallas and lose a really tough game against probably a really good opponent, whoever it is, I don't know how upset I could be at the season, right? But if you go and lose one to TCU or, God forbid, Texas Tech, then it does put a stinker on the season, unfortunately. But I'm with you, Jeff. I'm an eternal optimist.
One other ranked matchup this coming weekend that could help Texas if it plays right is Washington at Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't expect Washington to lose that game because I just think Utah, and actually that game's at Washington too. Utah sucks on offense, and you have to be decent offensively to keep up with this Washington team as they got back on track thanks to a crappy USC defense this last weekend. But hey, you never know. That's why they have to play these games. I think there's another reason for optimism with this Texas program that goes beyond the fact that they're 8-1 for the first time since 2009. You have to enjoy this. We've gone through so much misery since then. It's that I think, not to say that it's going to be a huge step backwards, but I think the expectations for this Texas program next season will not be as high as they are this year. Not just because it's your first year in the SEC, but you are losing a lot off of this year's team. And so I think the fans aren't realistic. I get that. But the realistic expectations should go down a notch or two as a result as well.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, you've seen how well the new Big 12 teams have adjusted. And that's not to compare Texas to UFC or UCF by any means. But whenever you're coming into a new conference and you're playing new opponents that you don't play every year and new coaches that you don't coach against every year, sure, there's going to be a learning curve. And I think Texas fans should probably do well to appreciate that for the first couple of years. At the same time, you're going to be the new kid on the block and you're going to get everybody's best game. Now, what I like about the SEC is that there's a lot of storied programs in there, right? I mentioned a couple of times on the show before that at Texas, you get everybody's best game. Well, maybe in Alabama overlooks you because they're Alabama, right? And I think you get a more even matchup across the board, which I think will, in the long term, help Texas, right? It's rising tide lifts all boats. I think the rising tide in this metaphor is the Texas competition, right? You're not looking forward to 2 or 3 games down the road before you play a tough opponent. They are every week. And I think if you can do well against those, then it just makes it look that much better.
One other quick factor next year, too, the landscape completely changes. So Texas goes to the SEC. They'll have more opportunities to pick up big wins. Trey, you mentioned they're going to probably end up losing a ton of guys. Who knows what the team will look like. If you squeak out 9-3 with a couple of really big wins, I mean, 10-2, can that sneak you into the very last playoff spot with them saying, hey, you've got great wins and, the Texas brand and you played your best football. You finished the season 6-1. To me, that completely changes the landscape. We're not having the conversation. We'll still have the same conversations, but it won't be like right now where it's like, if Texas loses one more game, it's over.
Sure.
It could be like, and obviously we'll have to see what the committee does, though there will be no precedent for that yet. But I think it's going to change the landscape. I mean, you agree, Tristan?
For sure. With the playoff expanding, I mean, look, Missouri's 7-2 right now, and they're in the final spot. So I think moving next year, not only are you moving into a new landscape, but you're moving into a whole different game, really. You're fighting for 12 spots instead of 4.
Yeah, Tristan, I hate to break the news to you, but Texas is still going to have that target on its back when they enter SEC play. According to every SEC fan I know, the fans are furious that Texas and OU are joining the conference. They hate that, and they are all out for blood when Texas and OU are finally there too. So you're not going to catch that break, unfortunately, even though there may not be those teams that think they're your rivals and you're not theirs. Well, that is going to exist, but the football is also going to be a little bit better too. So
sure. Well, let's not forget there's still going to be Oklahoma. There's still going to be Arkansas, which is a time rivalry, and then you got A&M. So like, you're getting everybody's best shot anyway. I guess you're right, Trey, but let them come.
This is a great time to be a Texas football fan.
Yeah.
I think so.
Look at me today with the positivity.
I think so.
That's why I'm here to balance out all that positivity with just the utmost old guy cynicism.
I've got a little bit of that in me too.
Hey,
You do.
On a Monday, everybody needs that positivity.
Yeah, that's true. Because who doesn't have a case of the Mondays?
That's right.
Well, Tristan, thank you as always.
Guys.
Love talking with you on Mondays about Longhorn football and more, and we'll do so again next week at this time.
Sounds good. Have a good one, guys.
You too, Tristan.
Oh, there you go again, Trey.
Balloons haven't been there today, but here we are. Balloons are back. I guess I've got to fire up the laser beams now.
Man, Randy, there it is. That's going to be tonight at the Moody Center. Texas, an incarnate word.
Yeah. I know that that's just the nature of things nowadays. I really don't like college basketball environments being turned into NBA games. I get it. You've got all the bells and whistles there now, but that's just obnoxious. Like, I don't need music on 10 at all times. I don't need the laser light show. Just give me basketball, please.
Well, especially in a basketball game when the action is more constant, if you will.
Yeah, well, you hope.
Yeah, well, true. We'll see. We'll find out tonight.
Yes, we will.
I think all these, kind of, I can't remember the names of the one that Texas is playing in this year, but like they go to Madison Square Garden and some of that. Like, I know people have had some frustrations with kind of the non-conference schedule and stuff over the years of, everyone plays an incarnate word or somebody like that early on, but yeah, this new landscape's changed things a little bit where a lot of their best non-conference games are going to be played. Like they play LSU in Houston at the Toyota Center. I'm blanking on who they play at MSG. Do you have it up?
Yeah, I do. It's the Satva Empire Classic. It's not even the NIT whatever classic. They play Louisville first, and then they will play UConn or Indiana, depending on who wins and who loses.
Oh, like imagine if they brought one of those teams to Austin. And I guess they did last year. Like Gonzaga came to Austin, and that was a great game. I don't know if I'd put Creighton on that same level, but they were a highly ranked team, and they're kind of a perennial successful program in college basketball.
Let me just tell you that the non-conference home schedule is
horrible, huh?
It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
It is. They play at Marquette, the Big East Big 12 battle. Shaka Smarts, Marquette. But that's in Milwaukee, though. That LSU game that you mentioned, you said it. It's at the Toyota Center. I don't know if that's considered a home game for Texas or not. But they play...
I don't know. A lot of LSU folks in that part of Texas.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't know. So here's the home schedule. Incarnate Ward, Delaware State, Rice, Wyoming, Texas State, Houston Christian, A&M Corpus, UNC Greensboro, UT Arlington, and then conference play begins. I mean, that's embarrassing.
You can't sleep on the Hornets, Trey. You don't want to go watch the Delaware State Hornets?
What's that?
You want to watch the Delaware State Hornets?
Is that who their mascot is?
I just Googled it, so unless I misread it immediately, I don't know.
Yeah,
or maybe a
hornet or an ant, maybe.
Okay.
Or an abstract bear.
Hey, I'll say the only good thing about that is it's rare that I have to pay for tickets, but if I want to go with the family to a game, it's nice that there's plenty of options like that to where I can take them to a game that's not going to cost me what it's going to cost me when Tech comes to town, when Baylor comes to town, whoever else would draw a big game. I got plenty of options to get $7 tickets, Trey.
I mean, dude, I could take my family to the December 22nd game against A&M Corpus. It's labeled the holiday game, or the December 29th game against UNC Greensboro. And I'm guessing we will get to sit in really good student seats for those games because the students are going to be on vacation. And nobody in their right mind would travel back to Austin for those dog shit matchups.
And not that I'm condoning this behavior, but I'm condoning this behavior in certain instances of buying a ticket at the top of the lower bowl and then just walking down 10 minutes into the game to the very front where no one is sitting.
Yeah, do that. Absolutely.
Probably
100%.
get talking to from security for that, but if anybody even notices.
Nobody's going to notice for those holiday games.
No.
I mean, there are some students who stay in town who will show up for those games, but there are a lot of those seats, especially behind the basket, the seats that we talked about, that don't end up getting filled. And I know that because we sat at one or two of the games last year, and we were pretty much by ourselves on those baseline seats. Like, you have the seats right on the court that are getting sat in, of course, but the seats that are normally reserved for students are just completely empty.
Yeah, those seats right behind me are like the big donor seats.
Right. Yeah, those are the seats that I saw. I forget who the biggest money donor is for Texas basketball, but Patterson was sitting with him last year.
Oh.
There we go.
I don't want to say an incorrect name, but circle back on that. Yeah.
We'll circle back off the air. The conference schedule things get better, of course.
Yeah, the conference schedule there, because am I mistaken, or does Houston, I know they go to Houston. Does Houston return the favor and come here?
Oh, yes, you do get. I was about to say they've got to do home and away for all these, don't they?
Because that's a fun game.
The Houston game that's here is going to be January 29th. It's a big Monday game too, so that'll be a fun one. The Saturday game is already slated for CBS. I forget that they take care of the TV stuff for basketball games, which is nice. Let's see how many times Texas plays on Big Monday once conference play gets going. Let's see. Not the Tech at home, no. At Cincinnati, no. At West Virginia, no. UCF, okay. Maybe this isn't a great slate. Baylor at home is on Saturday. At Oklahoma on a Tuesday. At BYU on a Saturday. The Houston game's a big Monday. The Kansas State game at home is a big Monday game. And at Baylor is a big Monday game. So they get 3 big Monday games. Weird. Because the Kansas, let's see. Wait a second. Kansas doesn't come here?
Yeah, they
screw us out of all these home and aways that we're playing. We don't get Kansas at home one more time. Good
because
God.
it's the same thing with the obviously they play more games, but it's similar to football where you have to leave some teams out. You have to miss. I think you can't. There's 2 teams that they won't. There might be 2 teams they don't play it. Or maybe they play everybody in basketball. I can't remember exactly how the schedule is, but you know how it is in football where, and like this, and the Pac-12 deals with it every year. Even if you do a 9-game conference schedule, there's going to be 2 teams every year that you don't face. So
we only play Oklahoma State once, and we only play Kansas State once.
What a shock!
State and Kansas State here in Austin. We don't get return trips to those horrific venues.
But what a shock that the Big 12 was like, hey, in an effort to help a conference member that's staying and hurt Texas who's leaving, we're going to make Texas and Kansas play once, and of course it's going to be in Lawrence.
I agree with that, and not just that one either. This is another one that's surprising. Iowa State, which
they don't play them at all.
Had a notoriously difficult time going to Ames and winning those games. They don't travel to Ames. The one Iowa State game is here in Austin.
I guess that's kind of a solid from your mark.
I guess I still want Kansas here. We also only played TCU once.
Hey, speaking of your mark, he better be here in 3 weeks.
Bro, he's planning on being here until he tests positive for COVID before the game.
Oh, that's so true. I was gonna say, I was like, after that shitstorm that he started in Lubbock, man, he better show up to that game.
I had a pretty good rapport with his media relations guy. I thought I was going to get him on the week of the Texas OU game, and then supposedly he just got busy. But I want to talk to him before the end of the year and ask him if he would have taken back what he said at Tech.
A couple last-minute meetings. Somebody will get him on the record saying that.
I don't know. He's been pretty elusive up to this point. He hasn't had to answer that question once.
So So where does he sit? I mean, obviously, I'm sure in some suite or something like that. But usually, when those commissioners show up to games, like when Sankey showed up to Texas OU, they like are trying to be seen.
Yeah.
Your Mark's going to be doing the exact opposite.
That is a great question. My guess is he will be a guest of CDC in the AD suite, but I don't know that for sure. Because like when guys show up for football games, it's not like showing up to a basketball game where you're sitting courtside, right?
Yeah.
Like you're
even in a suite, the cameras can
be in the
get
shadows of a suite somewhere.
Yeah. And again, the suites are completely different at a football stadium. I mean, you can still get footage of people in a suite. They do it all the time, but like it's not like basketball where the suites are just like at the top of the, like in between the first or the top of the second bowl. I don't know, but they're an easy range for the camera to get some footage.
Is there a second bowl at Moody that is sat in during basketball games? I know they have the top part that gets completely blocked out by the screens.
Yeah, which they do a good job, by the way, of making that not look really weird and really sad. Where it would look really sad at Irwin when they just at the top would just be empty.
Yeah. I was all for them dropping curtains or something down to completely block out the upper bowl at Club Irwin. And just force people to sit in that lower bowl. And that way you can actually it doesn't sound as cavernous when people cheer, and it doesn't look as pathetic either when you look up at the completely empty upper bowl. Now that's not a problem, of course.
That place was just not a vibe, man. Maybe it was at one point back in the day, and admittedly, I'm not a big music guy. So I don't have any like awesome memories of like, oh man, that show at Irwin Center or whatever. For me, it was just that cavernous is a good word. That cavernous basketball arena that, people would just spread out in.
I went to a couple of live music shows at the Irwin Center. It was nothing to write home about. But I also don't like shows and venues that big either. But I went to a Kelly Clarkson show with a girlfriend at the time. Back when Kelly Clarkson had it going on. So
before she was just doing daytime talk.
Yeah, before she blew up and was just doing cheesy daytime talk. It was back when she was hot, like when she was first coming onto the scene. So that was kind of the reason why I was there. And then I also saw...
You were there for other female reasons, Trey.
What's that?
You were there for other female reasons. You were
because my girlfriend wanted to go to the show and she wanted me to go. And I was like, all right, Kelly Clarkson's hot. So that's what I'll be looking at the entire time. Very superficial for me. I get it. I'll point to the fact that I was in my mid-20s at the time. And then also Foo Fighters and Weezer played a show. And I was on the floor for that one. Able to stand pretty close to the stage, but it's just weird. Like being in a venue that big, it's kind of like going and seeing your favorite bands at a music festival where there's a lot of people there. And so on the one hand, that's pretty cool. But on the other hand, how many people who are actually there want to see the music being performed? And much is the case with a music festival, those numbers are not as high as they should be in favor of those who are locked in on the music. And so you're just surrounded by people who are talking or paying closer attention to anything but what's happening on stage.
Or just trying to get a video of everything to show everyone that they were there.
The video thing it's got to stop. And I'm getting spoiled now going to comedy shows at like Rogan's Comedy Mothership where they force you to put your phone in a yonder pouch. So you don't have access to your phone throughout the course of the show. So people are forced to be present. And
so how do they do that though? Like, what does that mean? Like, do you still get to keep it on your person? You just have to put it in something, or
you hold on to the pouch at the end of the show. As you're walking out, it's a very quick process. They'll unlock the yonder pouch. It's like some sort of magnet system. But during the show, you are sitting there watching the show and you don't have people in front of you pulling their phones out and trying to record half the fucking set, which is just a complete distraction. By the way, it never comes out looking nearly as good as you just sitting there watching it in real time. And it's nice not to have to worry about that distraction because all of us still go to, whether it's live music or other live performances where you've got some Yahoo in front of you the entire time, constantly pulling their phone out to get clips of whatever song is being performed.
Well, policing that in comedy really makes sense because a lot of that, well, most of that, you can't just go on a Spotify and get, or, a lot of times you can get it on Netflix, but not until well after said show has been filmed and produced and edited down and put on whatever site they want it to be put on. Like, I mean, the comedy scene much better than I do, but isn't that like huge in comedy now, as everything's kind of taped and then put back out maybe months later after the tour's done?
There's several reasons to have people putting their phones in these pouches. One is that you're not spoiling bits before that bit appears on a stand-up special, because most comedians think about it like this. They are working their material until it is ready to go, and when it's ready to go, they tape that special. And once the special is taped and out, then all of a sudden they need to start from scratch. It's not like music where you get to play the greatest hits. Now, there are exceptions. Bert Kreischer at the end of every show tells The Machine story. That's just what people have come to expect. Seinfeld has gotten away with telling some of his older jokes over the years. It's just Jerry's shtick. But most comedians look at it as a point of pride to not rehash the same jokes over and over again, because part of the greatness of hearing a joke live is the misdirection or not knowing what the punchline is going to be. And so part of it is that, not spoiling the punchline or not spoiling the joke or getting the joke out there before the comedian can put it out themselves in a stand-up special. And the other aspect of that is letting the comedian work on a joke and not letting a misstep that they make when trying to get a joke right turn into something cancelable. Because stand-up comedy is one of those last frontiers where you can still get away with saying a lot that a normal person trying to say that in day-to-day life can't get away with. But if the joke isn't ready yet, if it isn't fine-tuned enough that the larger point is maybe being made, or it can be also be taken out of context too, with nobody really being able to dispute that it was taken out of context because a small clip of what is being said is being shown, it provides a level of protection for the comedian as they're trying to hone their craft, as they're trying to get that joke and that set correct.
Yeah, that makes sense. I need to go see a comedy show one of these days. I haven't done that in forever.
Bro, let's go. Let's do it. I love going to see comedy shows. Do you have favorite comedians right now, or some favorite comedians from over time?
To be honest, I'm not really up on it as much as I am with. I'm kind of lame like that. Like, sports is pretty much my biggest interest, and I follow just a million different ones. But like with comedians, I mean, my all-time favorite would probably always be Chappelle, just because I grew up on watching Chappelle's show way before I was ever supposed to be watching that, or my parents probably knew I was watching that, and just I would say he's just like number one for me. But I don't really go out of my way to consume it, but I do like just sitting there and watching comedy. Like, even if it's just on Netflix, like I can't decide what to watch, let me just put on some comedy. Like, I do that every now and again.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good shows coming up. Just looking at the Comedy Mothership, like I have tickets for Greg Fitzsimmons. He's going to be here in a couple of weekends, and there's just a string of really good comedians at the Mothership. But Austin also has 4 different really good stand-up comedy venues right now. Like Cap City Comedy Club and the Domain is a really good one. The Vulcan is still cranking out good comedians. Sam Tripoli is coming to the Vulcan here in a couple of weekends. Velveeta Room does a really good job. Creek in the Cave gets good comics coming into town. Actually, same weekend that Greg Fitzsimmons is going to be here, there's another hilarious comedian who's going to be at Creek in the Cave. I'm trying to get him on for an interview, actually. Oh, shit. What is his name? Can't think of his name off the top of my head. But yeah, there are stand-up shows galore. So it really is just pick a venue and roll the dice on one of the weekend acts. If there's still tickets available, it's likely that you'll find yourself cracking up throughout the show.
I'll have to do that. I'll have to get that done.
Sean Patton, that's the guy's name. Sean Patton. Sounds like he's related to no, never mind. Sean Patton is the guy's name. Sorry, I'm trying to think of something as you and I are trying to have a conversation, and it's clearly not going very well right now.
Hey, happens all the time to me. No worries.
Hey, how about the Dallas Cowboys fighting hard to lose a game in last-second fashion to the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday.
It's just, and I'm not a Cowboys fan, but I feel for Cowboys fans because it's one of those where you just, what do you even do? Like, it's almost the identity crisis of the Cowboy fan or of a certain sector of the Cowboy fan has taken an even bigger hit after this game because you can't blame Dak Prescott. Like, maybe you can say they got a little sloppy at the end, but Dak played really well. I mean, after they lost the lead, brought them back to that point, and I still don't think I think he's a solid quarterback. I still don't think he's a championship quarterback, and I think that's got to worry Cowboy fans a little bit to just be like, man, this is an Eagles team that obviously went to the Super Bowl last year. We know the talent they have. Jalen Hurts is banged up, man. I mean, that knee is not right. And yeah, you were on the road, but this is a gettable Eagles team, just seeing how, well, they got once, and then the amount of times they've played in close games where the fact of the matter is the Eagles are a team, and, there's a couple of teams you could throw in this category too, like obviously the Chiefs, but the Cowboys need to get to that category of where they're finding ways to win games. Like, I don't think yesterday was a finding ways to lose games like we've talked about with past Cowboy teams, but, at a certain point, you just got to find a way to win games like that. And they don't do it consistently enough. I mean, I would even throw the Dolphins in that category too, where it's like, you win the games for the most part that you're supposed to win, but against these teams, especially a gettable Eagles team right now, got to find a way to win that game. And, it's a loss where if you're doing that more often than not, then you kind of just would brush this aside. But I just think it's another sign of just the bigger issue with the Cowboys where, I don't know exactly what it is, because it seems like the team's pretty solid top to bottom. Maybe it's coaching. Maybe it's quarterback play. I don't know. Lack of a run game for most of this season. But what do you think, Trey?
Yeah, Dak Prescott is such a fascinating case study because you're right. He was great. He was great for the most part yesterday, but there are also little things down the stretch where it's like, for you to be a championship caliber quarterback, you've got to make more of those plays. Like, you're tight-roping the sideline, but you step out of bounds. It's maybe a little bit of bad luck, but does he need to be staying in bounds right there to help his team? And the Eagles are almost trying to give that game away at the end with the pass interference, and they commit another penalty that allows Dallas to get really close to Philly's end zone. And then Dallas, and this isn't Dak Prescott's fault necessarily, shoots themselves in the foot a couple of times on procedural penalties. And then ultimately, Dak can't get it done in a situation that became much more difficult than it needed to a couple plays prior when they were within the 10 or 15 yard line.
Well, and the Eagles are just more of a team that's more comfortable and confident being in those situations. And being in those situations and knowing confidently, we can win this game. We're going to win this game. The Cowboys can tell me till they're blue in the face that that's their mentality and that's what they're saying on the sidelines in those moments. They haven't proven that, though. Yeah. They haven't proven that they can get it done. It's like, how many times can McCarthy and all these guys just get up there and be like, well, we've got to get over the top at some point. We've got to learn from our, errors. We've got to learn from this and that. Like, some point you got to fricking do it, man.
Yeah, and Dak has not been anywhere near the biggest problem for this offense in the last month now. He's actually been great. The fact that Tony Pollard, for most of that time, has been a shell of what he was before the injury at the end of the last season is obviously a big problem. And the fact that they don't have reliable secondary options at wide receiver, that's also an issue. Like, Pollard was 12 for 51 yesterday, which is decent for what he has looked like this year, but he still only ran the ball 12 times. I mean, Jake Ferguson is turning into a legitimate threat for this football team at tight end. It's nice to see him emerge because they obviously let Dalton Schultz go, even though Schultz was Dak's safety valve over these last couple of years. But a guy like Micah Gallup, he and Dak had a great rapport going back a few years, but then he suffered, I believe that was a knee injury a few years ago. He hasn't been the same player since. And
I mean, that drop was huge.
They need to rely on him a little bit less. I don't know if Brandon Cooks needs to be given a few more opportunities in this game. He only had one catch for 7 yards yesterday. I'm not sure if he maybe suffered an injury and was not out there at the end. but Dak just needs more help around him right now, other than CeeDee Lamb, who can put up number one wide receiver numbers with 11 catches and almost 200 yards receiving. You still need other guys that you can throw the football to in a high-pressure situation, and Dallas just does not have that right now.
Well, in big picture, it's just got to be so demoralizing for Cowboys fans to lose to the Eagles yesterday, and then, the Eagles, a division rival, you're probably your most hated rival, and going back 5 years or 6 years now, they won a Super Bowl. Then they fall off after said Super Bowl into a little bit of the Carson Wentz debacle. Then they go get Jalen Hurts in the second round. Then they figure that out 2 years later. They turn him into a really solid quarterback. They kind of push all the right buttons. They get these guys on defense out of nowhere, turn them into stars. Then they go get A.J. Brown, and it just seems like every move they make, every button they push seems like it's the right one. And then now, even 5 years removed from that Super Bowl, they make another Super Bowl with a young, inexperienced quarterback. Jalen Hurts is kind of falling out of that tier now in terms of the inexperienced tier. He's more of just a, wherever you want to place him, top 10 quarterback, I would say. And he's great for that system. And then the Cowboys are looking, going, we have the same quarterback. Yeah, we've moved some pieces around here and there, and we haven't even made a conference championship game. I mean, it's got to be utterly demoralizing. And again, this is coming from a guy whose team doesn't even really tease him. The Cowboys tease you kind of every year with maybe you're going to do this or not,
Yeah, Cooter, you got me. You caught me here. I was about to say Sean Patton is related to Patton Oswalt. I wasn't about to say he was related. I was going to say he's not related to Patton Oswalt. Then I realized how idiotic that sounded, but you caught me. You're right. That's not how it works. The Cowboys are playing in an NFC this year, Jeff, that feels like it's there for the taking. Because San Francisco is clearly flawed right now. They're floundering. They hope that Chase Young, and to a lesser degree, Randy Gregory, can help a defense that is already not the problem. They need to find some answers on offense. But even Philadelphia, like Jalen Hurts, his knee is not good right now, but they continue to find ways to win games. And they've got a bunch of good pieces on offense to help lean on, even when Jalen Hurts isn't able to utilize his running ability nearly as much, as well as him being a much more polished passer at this point. But that Philly defense has been nails for the better part of the year too, man. Getting Jalen Carter where they did the first round of last year's draft. I realized that there were some questions being asked. Nick Caserio did not get, Caserio did not give a shit about those character issues. He saw a guy that was going to be a dominant force from the get-go in the middle of that defense. And sure enough, that's been the case.
Trey, I gotta make sure I get this in there, because it wouldn't be on brand if I didn't. But tonight, I'm just so lucky I'm at the basketball game tonight that I'm going to be at the Moody Center, because you know what that means, Trey? It means I don't have to watch Brandon Staley coach professional football. And I don't have to watch Zach Wilson play quarterback for a professional football team. I don't know if you're as lucky as I am tonight, but I never thought I would say I'd rather be watching Incarnate Word play basketball than an NFL football game. Yeah, because I couldn't say I'd be doing anything other than hate watching if I was watching that Chargers game tonight.
Yeah, Sirianni's the name of the Eagles coach. My apologies. I've been talking for 3 straight hours and I'm making some mental mistakes. No, you're right though. I actually have fantasy implications on tonight's game, Jeff, and I'm not watching tonight's game. I refuse.
You're not going to hate watch like me.
Brandon Staley just coaching like a complete moron, and I have no desire to watch Zach Wilson, the NFL quarterback, because one of my guys tonight is Garrett Wilson. So I know I'll just walk away from that game frustrated on multiple fronts.
So you're going to get Garrett Wilson's probably going to have a 16 target, 3 catch game for 40 yards and a touchdown maybe.
Yeah, exactly. His 3 completions are going to be right at the line of scrimmage. So no, thank you. I'm out.
Yeah, that. By the way, I feel like that was obvious that was not a shot at Garrett Wilson. He's
oh God, no. Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot at Zach Wilson. just like Justin Herbert not getting it on 4th and 3 when they should be kicking a field goal. That's more on Staley than it is Justin Herbert.
Oh yeah, but you know how I feel about him too. We don't have any more time for that though.
We're done.
The guys don't need to hear that.
Taking over now. Jeff, great show today.
Thank you, Trey.
What's up, guys?
What up, fellas?
What up?
Not a lot. How was y'all's weekend?
I mean, excitement. excitement at DKR this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, last Saturday, are you kidding me? Everything comes down to one final play. It all comes down to this. And Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and Ryan Watts and company said, not today. Not today, Purple.
The
People.
team that sucked less down the stretch won the game.
Yes.
And that's in this college football season to survive, to play another week, although everybody's playing another week. That matters for something too, right?
Yeah. Survive to play another meaningful week.
There we go.
Another week in which your season goals are still alive.
And they are. And they have you want to call it an easy final 3 games, but it's about as easy as it could get in this Big 12. Even if they trip to Ames, Iowa looming, Iowa State offense is trash.
Okay,
Texas
but TCU's defense
had to lose that game. Any of these last 3 games, Texas would have to put up an embarrassing performance to lose any of them. They need to win all 3 of these games by double digits each. And if they don't, it's considered a major disappointment, Zay.
Don't say that, man. That UTSD's kicking in. I can already feel my goosebumps with your just terrible voice right there. I don't want to hear any of that shit. None of that. Just win at this point. You just never know with this freaking team. Just win.
Malik Murphy's going to stop throwing 500 balls off of his back foot.
Whoa!
Calling out the 500 score, just throwing it up to what he thinks is green grass that's going right to opponents. He's going to stop doing that this next week.
This is the week?
Lesson finally.
This is the week?
I think so.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a great show.
Thanks,
Trey Elling, ladies and gentlemen. Are you kidding me? The Laser Show. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we, Chip and Zay, are happy you're spending some time with us. What's up, CB? What up? Okay, so Zay, Texas, Kansas State. Let's get a few thoughts out. We will be talking at 4:00 to Brian Estridge, the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, who does a great job of kind of sizing it up with some perspective. Let's put it that way. And we'll get to the Horny Toads here in a minute. But Zay, that game Saturday, Texas defense playing great. Texas is up 27-7 with 4 minutes and change left in the third quarter. You're thinking, oh man, here is the pounding that we've been waiting for, the statement game from Texas. And then the old banana in the tailpipe. Malik Murphy throws his second interception of the game. This one was really bad because they were in their own red zone, and the screen got sniffed out, and he should have just thrown it at the heels of the running back. And instead he throws it up to Hayden Connor. I don't know. Easiest interception I've ever seen. And kudos to Kelvin Banks, who forces a fumble on the return, but K-State recovers it at the 12, and 2 plays later, they're scoring their second touchdown in a 20-0 run. To use a basketball term, K-State went on a 20-0 run because on the next possession, our man Jonathan Brooks, who's straining for extra yards, has 3 K-State defenders on him. They rip the ball out. And 1 play later, they score. So talk about sudden change and quick strike. And just like that, and thank God, is that where Keelan Robinson went offsides? And then, because he made the extra point on the offsides, and then when they redid it, the guy snapped it when the holder wasn't looking, hit him in the side of the head. That was a gift from the gods, Zay.
Yeah, it was. So
I mean, what bonkers shit that was going on in the final quarter of that game. But okay, before we take a total dump on Malik Murphy, the guy then gathered himself and was 5 of 8 passing on a long drive to a field goal, a much needed field goal that put Texas up 30-27. And then K-State ends up tying it on the last play of regulation. We get overtime. And Zay, I got to get your thoughts on this because Texas didn't move the time. Auburn, our man, Sideshow Burt, had to kick a 42-yarder in overtime because they gained 1 yard. But then K-State moves down to the 4-yard line. Quick, flash forward to the end, 4th and goal from the 4. You kicking the field goal or are you going for it? Yeah. They were moving the football. Texas wasn't. They got a better quarterback in overtime. Texas doesn't.
I said that to Kevin Dunn. If you're in Manhattan right now, Kansas State radio, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about Chris Kleiman and that horrible decision he made to come all the way back down 20 and to tie the game and to have all the momentum. Like, Texas can't move the ball. You see that. You see that Malik Murphy hasn't been consistent in the second half ever since Joe Klanderman made his adjustments, which he made those adjustments, and it got real stale for the Texas Longhorns. So, yeah, if you're Chris Kleiman, you kick the field goal. You take the points, and then you go into the second overtime where, you're not allowed to kick field goal in the second overtime? So everything you got to go for? Yeah, you do that. And thank goodness that horrible coaching call by Chris Kleiman, just so hungry to beat Texas, never done it in his career and his tenure there at Kansas State. And yeah, thank goodness he did, because we'd be talking about the Horns being 7-2 maybe instead of 8-1. I'm just saying. So yeah, I'll take it. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and you need another coach on the other side to muck up like they did. And yeah, hell of a play by Byron Murphy and Barrett Sorrell, and the communication with Jaron Thompson and Ryan Watts. Like, that's huge. You go back a few weeks ago to Oklahoma, and there was miscommunication when it came to David Benda and Jaron Thompson, when it came to Nick Anderson's touchdown for the Oklahoma Sooners to win that game, which, looking back at it now, is an absolute joke with OU losing 2 straight. But we'll get to that shit. We got a long time here in 2 hours. We got a lot to talk about. But yeah, man, shout out to Ryan Watts, and he made some good plays in that game, and he also made some bad plays. I hope he iced his ankle, because Brooks juked the hell out of his ass for that touchdown and then broke off Michael Taft to make it 27-13. But hey, at the end of the day, Trey Allen said it right. The team that made the fewest mistakes at the end, that sucked the least, won the game, and that was the Texas Longhorns, and they're 8-1. But yeah, they squeaked by, if you ask me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was so you have to look at the self-inflicted wounds, because that's where this game turned. It wasn't just the interception, the deep ball attempt to Jonte Cook. He slips coming out of his break. That turns into an easy interception. They were going after that Jacob Parrish too, and they were having.
I feel bad for dude. They were going after him. That should have been pass interference on him too. Yeah. For Xavier Worthy, that should have been pass interference, but the rest were like, "Yo, they picking on you, homeboy. We gonna help you out a little bit. We gonna hold the flags. We gonna bite the whistle. We gonna help you out." Because
I didn't get a good view of why Jonte Cook tripped.
Yeah.
There was definitely pass interference in the second half where Parrish swiped it Worthy's arms before the ball got there near the sideline. That should have been a PI. I don't know what's going on with no one calling holding against offensive linemen who are somehow keeping Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy off their quarterback without holding. Yeah. I've seen it so many. I said last week, Alfred Collins was getting held in the end zone. That should have been a safety.
Yeah, it's starting to get sketchy because you knew there would be some adversity going to the SEC and a lot of saltiness and stuff. But, as a former ref, the best basketball official in high school history in the Central Texas area, you want to give
the right call.
Yeah, the right call. Yeah, that's why it's there. That's why the right call, because I always made the right call, baby. Please believe me. But yeah, it's starting to get sketchy because when you see Drake Stoops in the Bedlam game, that pass interference, no call, Chip. Whoa,
that was a takedown.
Man, that's dark. Like
that was a takedown.
That's dirty. That's flat out dirty. So you bringing up Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat not getting any calls, it makes a lot of sense if you look around to the Texas and OU playing each week and the lack thereof calls being made. It's starting to get a little sketchy, man. And Horns, that's why, when Trey was talking about they better blow out TCU and Texas Tech and Iowa State, I'm over here like, refs can make it real interesting. Just saying, fellas, refs can make it real interesting. You don't want to think about those things. You hope Texas handles their business anyway, but still, there's just a lot of sketchy stuff going on with the Zebras, man. And that crew that was there at DKR this past Saturday, very suspect.
Yeah, that's been weird. But the self-inflicted wounds started to pile up because it wasn't just the interception in the first half when Malik was trying to throw to Jonte Cook. It wasn't it was the blocked punt. What the hell was that? Like, that was a turnstile to the punter. Yeah. That we don't usually see that, but that led to a short field touchdown. Then you get the back-to-back turnovers in the fourth quarter when it matters most, and you still win. When you have a punt blocked, your chances of winning drop like 25%. And so kudos to the Texas defense because they were so damn good. We talked about the matchup of the K-State offensive line against the Texas defensive line, all those veterans, all those seniors, Cooper Beebe, they ran for nothing. 22 carries for 29 yards. No one is running on Texas. So that's gangsta. And then on that final play, Ryan Watts disguising it, making it look like he's in man. Then he drops in his zone, and Howard's like, "Oh, shizzle!" And he thinks he's got Ben Sinnott. He's going to be wide open. No, sir. And then because he was fixed on Sinnott, when he had to go look for his second read, here comes Barron Sorrell and Byron Murphy. Ball game. The boys were giving Trevondre Sweat hell because he didn't hang on to that interception.
David Bender knocked it out of his hands. What is he supposed to do? David Bender, come on, man. If he gets that interception, we're talking about Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12. If he gets that pick, he is on a freaking runway in first place, taking the baton from whoever, Felix Anaduke-Azama, and taking that thing for 2023, and it could be T-Sweats. But nah, David Bender, which, again, I understand David Bender, just get it on the ground. Don't have anybody bobbling in and stuff to where it could go to one of those white and purple jerseys. You never want any of that. But, yeah, man, Trevondre Sweat. I said, come on, David Bender. Come on, 33. Let the big man get his interception. You already had a nasty deflection when Will Howard on the previous play was trying to make something happen. Man, you're right, Chip. This defense, they were locked in all game. Mookie. Come on, holla at me, Mookie. Mookie Taft.
3 straight games with an interception.
Man, somebody need to check Mookie, man, because he might have had a carpool from Dove Springs to Westlake because he got a certain dog in him. That ain't no normal Westlake kid, Chip. I said he was a ball hawk last week. Now it's a fact. When you get 3 straight picks in 3 straight games, you a ball hog, man. You causing havoc. And Mookie Taft, Michael Taft got another one. The other Westlake dude, Ethan Burke, you've been talking about him, for a very long time, former lacrosse player, the dude looking up to Max Crosby, which Max Crosby said some questionable, almost said some questionable stuff via social media, but that's a different story for a different day. And he had a huge 2-sack game and a strip sack fumble, which led to a Jonathan Brooks run. Like
and who told you that he might be playing on Saturday? Coming back from that.
That was huge, man. The fact that he wasn't 100% and he played the way that he did, respect, man. Respect to Ethan Burke. That was a hell of a game. The whole defensive line, Baron Sorrell, he had a sack early on, and then you mentioned the pressure that he had on Howard at the end of the game. Like, if it wasn't for Jonathan Brooks' fumble and Malik Murphy's interception, then the defense, they wouldn't have given up those points, but they're so damn rattled. They just sat down. They just sat down on the sideline, and they got to get back up to play some OD. You know what I'm saying? And thank goodness Colin Klein didn't realize earlier that, hey, they're missing 2 safeties, Keaton Crawford and Jalen Catalon. I know we like to run and stuff, but Avery, you ain't playing this game. We throwing it the whole time. And he realized that with 2 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, and that's when all hell broke loose and Will Howard started going crazy, 327 yards through the air. So thank goodness that Colin Klein didn't realize that early. But, hey, you're 8-1, and when you have 3 turnovers in the game, that ain't supposed to happen. You ain't supposed to win that one. And the fact that they did
really 5, because they went for it on 4th down and 2 from the 12 and didn't get it. The Savion Red fumble.
It's tough.
And then the punt block and the 2 interceptions and the fumble by Jonathan Brooks. So, yeah, this defense had a lot to deal with. They were getting handed a bunch of crap sandwiches from their offense and special teams. And my man Slim Charles here says Ryan Sanborn had his worst punt of the season. He did. He only had a 35-yard punt, which for him is god-awful, which gave K-State a shorter field to go get that field goal to tie it and send it into overtime. But I could not, oh my God. When Keelan Robinson jumped off sides and was like running and they finally called it, the kicker, K-State's kicker, kicked the extra point through the uprights, but they had to do it again because they blew the whistle. And oh boy, Holder's like looking off at me. Like, I don't know
who he was looking at.
He wasn't looking at the center, and that ball smacked him in the side of the head. Old Tennant tried to pick it up. He gets wasted. Hey, that was a minor miracle right there, because if they kick that extra point, K-State's driving for the game-winning field goal at the end. Now, how things would have, could have, should have played out, who knows? But good God, I had people texting me as soon as that second short field touchdown, after, as soon as the game was tied, I had people saying Texas is about to lose by 2 touchdowns. I'm like,
damn,
it's not. This is a different team. This defense is playing championship caliber defense. We knew that K-State was going to struggle to throw the football. They have Phillip Brooks and Ben Sinnott, and that's really kind of it. And Phillip Brooks is legit. We saw him do that spin move on Ryan Watts.
Tape that ankle tight, Ryan. Make sure that hamstring's nice and loose for TCU, bro.
Hey, how about your boy Taft? He had the chance to clean him up. He had him pinned against the sideline, didn't get his leverage in front of him.
I can't blame Mookie. When your boy gets hit like that, you're kind of in awe, because that was a nasty juke. That was one of the nastiest jukes I've seen in a while, because you don't know where he is. If you're Brooks, you really don't know where Ryan Watts is coming from, but he did. It's like a spidey sense type of thing. And he hit him with that smooth, just a little I said, shit. And Michael Tapp was like, oh, wow. And yeah, he smoked the tackle. Yeah, that was nasty, man. That was vicious. Vicious, Phillip Brooks.
That was vicious. So K-State, look, they couldn't run for shit. And they put Goldie Sunshine in to try to get to the edge, and he got blasted.
Yeah. He ain't want that.
Yeah, this ain't working.
He ain't want that. He ain't want that type of atmosphere. That was too much for him. The freshman's been doing good. It's cool when you in Lubbock and they throwing tortillas and stuff, and Joey McGuire's team ain't worth a flip. But now coming into DKR, 7th team in the nation. Yeah, Avery.
Yeah, man. I didn't want that ball. I ain't want that ball, Chip. I ain't want it. I can't. Nah, man. Let Will have it. That's Will's game.
That's Will.
See you next.
He's a veteran. Let him have it.
Yeah. They were doing some hitting.
If this game Saturday night against TCU, if this defense plays like this, Texas can start worrying about Iowa State. But here's the thing. That win, it makes you okay. Malik Murphy has 4 turnovers in 2 starts. That's the most of any quarterback in his first 2 starts in the last 20 years since Vince. Like I didn't have time to keep going back. Like not Vince, not Colt, not Garrett Gilbert, David Ash, Case McCoy, blah, blah, blah. Pick a quarterback between now and 03. None of them have turned it over 4 times in their first 2 starts. And now you're going on the road, Zay. I said people need to volunteer to rub Tiger Balm all over Quinn Ewers, his shoulders, whatever. But do you push it with Quinn Ewers this week? If it's like dicey, do you push it or do you say, all right, Malik, we're going to start you. Quinn or Arch is our break glass option. You start him on the road. Because say what you want, TCU has 8 starters back from a defense that completely stoned Texas last year. Now, I've told you there was some speculation behind the scenes, and maybe the TCU Horny Toads had the signals. Because that's the only game in the Steve Sarkisian era where Texas has not scored a offensive touchdown.
You think Jacob Wiley knows on that other side when y'all hold up the cat in the hat sign what the hell that means? Yeah, change it up, Sark. I ain't trying to hear that. Change it up.
So he did. He changed it. And now we're going to see. Let's see how good that TCU defense is now with some new signals to try to read.
Yeah, definitely. And for Malik Murphy, I don't know if he had too much bird biscuit for his Postmates because we got that NIL deal after last week. You know, I saw that new NIL deal with Postmates.
Hey,
I'm like,
nothing,
okay, man.
Nothing gets by my man Perzay Hilton.
Hell no, man. That's what I'm thinking. Yo, man, they might lay off the bird biscuit this week. We need only home cooked meals. Maybe, bring down something from Cali or somebody. Go to In-N-Out Burger. You an Inglewood kid. Go to In-N-Out Burger. Get more homegrown stuff for the Cali boy, and maybe he could be more settled going into Fort Worth. But yeah, 4 turnovers the last 2 weeks, and like some of these passes have just been atrocious. Like the one in BYU, nobody was around. The screen pass to Brooks, I didn't even know it was a screen. That's how bad it was. Like that's how bad the pass was. It just looked like a horrible pass. I didn't know it was supposed to be a screen. I had to look at that thing like 4 or 5 times, and sure enough, it was supposed to be a screen, I guess. So the dude has zero thoughts on running the ball or scrambling. That hasn't even crossed his mind. And I'm over here like, look, Malik, I get it. When people think quarterback, they think arm. The best quarterbacks, though, they just make stuff up on the fly. They could, improvise. Like that's what the best quarterbacks do. I'm looking at the league. I watched Burrow and Josh Allen yesterday.
Can you run for 4 yards, 5 yards?
Even Brady would tuck it and run a few times. Even Manning would do that. Peyton and Eli, like you have to. It's a necessity when you play the position.
Okay. And I asked Sark today. I said, tell us where Arch Manning is making the most progress, because you see him, we don't. And what he say? He said, Arch is athletic.
Oh yeah,
Arch is
20 miles an hour.
He's strong and athletic, so he has a little different skill set. Well, good God, maybe we need to take a look-see, because having a quarterback who can just extend plays or go get you those, like we talked with Dak, just go get me those 6 yards that are sitting there right in front of you.
And that's it. That's a good point. You're talking about a dude that's been hurt. Does he trust it? Like, what, did he have that ankle injury when he came to campus? Does he really trust his, ability to be mobile like Dak? Because it seemed like Dak didn't it until this year. So, and that's a professional. Now we're talking about what? I don't know, is Malik Murphy even 20? So
right. And Malik Murphy is a talented quarterback. He hit 11 of his first 15 throws against K-State, including that beautiful 37-yard deep ball touchdown to A.D. Mitchell, a 47-yard pass to A.D. Mitchell that set up a field goal.
Oh, but if A.D. didn't have to dive for that, that's a touchdown, Chip. That's a touchdown, but it's a completion, so I'll take it.
Yeah, I was like, did he really have to dive?
Did he really have to dive? Keep running, Adonai.
And there were 2 passes in the game, one to AD and one to Worthy, where it looked like they couldn't locate the ball.
Right.
Because the passes weren't that bad. Like, did you not see where the ball was? It landed like 2 feet from you.
Right.
And Worthy was kind of doing his pouty thing.
That there was one where Malik Murphy threw a duck, and Xavier Worthy was open, but it hit the ground, and then you saw the pouty and his mouthpiece swinging back and forth because he don't put it in his mouth. I don't know why these kids do that. I see it in the league too. Like, it started with Jalen Ramsey. If you have a mouthpiece, shout out to Brain Vault, use it.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, you might have it dangling and stuff, but he started doing that
because that Brain Vault mouth guard fits so good. You can talk like as a football player. You don't ever have to take it out.
Right.
It fits so good. You don't have to have the thing hanging on your mask. You just put that thing in, and it like sucks to your teeth, and you can talk, and you're great. Yeah. That's why everyone who's a coach or a parent, that group fittings, they'll come to you, brainvault.com. Get your kids in the best mouth guard patented to protect against concussion. Yeah, we got to get Xavier Worthy over to Brain Vault. Yeah. But so he got targeted 14 times, and he caught it 5. This is the same shit that we were looking at last year, like the Oklahoma State game when he got targeted 17 times and he caught it 3. And this is my fear about going to TCU, because people can say, oh, TCU sucks. They're 4-5. That defense has 8 starters back, including their tackles leader, Johnny Hodges, their sacks leader, Kamoy Hodge. That guy knocked 3 quarterbacks out of games last year, including Dylan Gabriel and Jalen Daniels. They have their interceptions leader back, Bud Clark, at free safety. And they've got their first team All Big 12 cornerback, Josh Newton, who is a beast and will be a first-round draft pick. And that TCU defense is a problem. So, that TCU defense is better than K-State's defense. I'm just saying, that's why this quarterback question this week is so big. Do you rush it with Quinn? Maybe he's feeling better. I just know the original timeline was Iowa State, Zay. So if he shows up and plays in the TCU game, he's doing it ahead of schedule. AC joint sprains are dicey. You land on that thing wrong again, it could be – look, going to Iowa State at night, we found out that game's going to be at 7 o'clock at night. I am pissed because I'm going to that game. The last thing I want to be doing is driving from Ames back to Des Moines at 1 in the morning. and get up, which is like the hamsters are running that airline. But I'm just saying, that Iowa State defense, you talk about that 3-high safety look and all. Like Quinn had trouble with that last year. Texas had to go for that whip route on 4th and 3 to beat Iowa State last year. I'm just saying, everyone's like, oh, the heavy lifting is done. Okay, keep saying that, and Texas is going to trip up on one of these road games. I will, if Texas beats TCU and Iowa State, I feel pretty good about them handling Texas Tech in Austin, because at that point, you can see Arlington. You can see it. You can see the lights of Arlington from your stadium, and you better be able to freaking stay focused and get it done. But it sounded to me like some of the players remember last year, especially on offense. They remember. That was the worst feeling. Like even Xavier Worthy today was like, yeah, we had some stuff in front of us. We still had some hopes in front of us. And that all got taken down. We remember that. So, and I asked Jake Majors about if, the sign stealing, and he's like, I don't recall that being an issue, but I'm just saying that TCU defense was giving up 26.9 points per game and 145 yards per game rushing, and they didn't give Texas nothing. Nothing. They shut it all down. Sark couldn't get into a rhythm. Bijan ran 22 times for 28 yards. Texas had first and goal from the 2, first and goal from the 5. Bijan didn't get a touch in either situation, and they got 1 field goal out of that. Come on, man.
I mean, I would like to hate on Sark not giving the ball to Bijan, but I watched yesterday Arthur Smith does the same damn thing. So, hey, Sark, whatever. You're a college coach. That guy's an NFL coach. Hey, sometimes I guess you don't see how good Bijan is for some damn reason. Taylor Heineke, it wasn't his fault, but I digress. You can't really get ahead of yourself at all. I mean, Kansas State, that should have been another wake-up call. And the fact that this team is handling their business without key guys like Jaden Catalan, that's huge for your team. Keaton Crawford, even though he's had his mistakes, in a couple of weeks, he's been solid for your team, and you can rely on him due to experience. And then the most consistent offensive lineman that you've had all season long, Christian Jones, he was out. And we saw Cam Williams, that dude, he struggled a bit, about 3 false starts on him, and they were all timely false starts. Like there was one in the red zone that was huge that put that thing back. I want to say it was 2nd and 20 instead of whatever. But I look at TCU, and even though they got absolutely blown out by the team that you just beat in DKR on Saturday, 41-3, it doesn't mean that they're not going to give you everything, and they might be a different matchup for the Longhorns. And, I'm pleased with where this team's at. Sark still had some, interesting calls on Saturday, but overall, I'm pleased with what he's doing. And he said it best today in the press conference. If you have your backup quarterback and you're 8-1 right now, and you beat a top 25 team in Kansas State, then you're doing some pretty good things, even though there was a lot of adversity in that game. So, as Arch Manning, someone to seriously look at, because as you said, Chip, the dude is a lot more mobile than Malik Murphy. Hell, we saw it in the spring game, even though he was going up against, ones and had 3rd, 2nd string guys. He was still looking to run and make plays if stuff broke down. Now, I feel like Sark and AJ Millie and this coaching staff, they probably think he does that a little bit too much. But instead of letting, routes develop and plays develop and sitting in the pocket strong and making accurate throws. But at this point, with Malik Murphy, you're kind of nervous, man, because you could tell the script goes well. Sark has his script that he puts out first, 25 plays, 20-something plays. And then after that, it's off adjustments. It's off of feel. And once Clanderman, Kansas State defensive coordinator, started making adjustments to Malik Murphy, he started to really struggle, and he would have just inaccurate throws, and obviously he saw the interceptions and stuff. Now, given the fourth and what was it in the one of the last drive to make it 30 all, it was gosh darn it, I had it right. It was like a 18 Sanders fourth down, and then he got 16 yards.
Yeah, it was 4th and 3.
Yeah, fourth and
4. 4th and 4.
Yeah, to make it 30 to 27. Yes, exactly. That was a huge
JT
play.
for 16. That was huge.
Yeah. So you got to give him credit where credit's due, but yeah, man, just too much of a roller coaster for me. And thank goodness for Xavier Worthy, another really good showing when it comes to his punt returning. It seems like he's starting to figure some things out there and help Malik Murphy out. And obviously this defense, if Malik Murphy's going to continue to start, then you got to continue to make plays defensively and get the ball back to give him the most opportunities possible to have a productive offense and move the chains. Because if you're not turning the ball over defensively, then I feel like Malik Murphy's at the point where he gonna give you a couple. Like he could have had 8 turnovers in that game. Kansas State had a few drops that should have been interceptions, and you talked about the punt block and stuff like in the fourth down stops for the Savion Red fumble. Like it's just Malik Murphy has to take care of the ball more. If he does, then these games should be blowouts the next 3 or whenever Quinn comes back. But if he doesn't, then you have every right to be worried as a Texas fan.
Yeah. Yeah. I look at this thing and I say, the good news is Sark said that all of their injured players practiced today. Now, that means Catalan, Kelvin Banks, who left the game, Christian Jones practiced today, Quinn practiced today.
Keaton Crawford.
Keaton Crawford. So you're getting closer. He said, I'll have to assess to see how much these guys can really contribute. But yeah, I mean, this is the craziest situation because Malik Murphy, who's got a good connection with A.D. Mitchell. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The last 2 games, A.D. Mitchell has caught let's see, 11 passes on 16 targets for 208 yards and 3 touchdowns. You will take that. Mitchell now has a team leading 8 TD receptions. Worthy, on the other hand, is not having such success with Murphy. He has 9 catches on 24 targets for 75 yards with no touchdowns in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and I think Malik Murphy, his best asset right now is obviously the deep ball. That's what he does best when it comes to the intermediate and short game. That's where you see the inconsistencies that we've seen the last 2 weeks. And the yards after catch, that's what Xavier Worthy, he makes his money on. I mean, you think about that reverse that they had where Kelvin Banks and JT Sanders both blew up dudes for Xavier Worthy to get that first down. He needs the ball in his hands to do damage. If Xavier Worthy's going on vertical and deep routes, go routes and stuff like that, with his size and weight and lack thereof when it comes to tracking the ball, he just doesn't do a good job tracking the ball. We haven't seen it consistently. Adonai Mitchell does. We saw it early in the Alabama game, and then we saw it for the rest of the season. Like if it wasn't for Xavier Worthy's speed, then Adonai Mitchell would be clear front runner when it came to the number 1 option on this team. But Xavier Worthy, with his speed, it's different. Not too many guys can run, borderline 4.2. Xavier Worthy is that type of guy. So I understand giving him the touches or trying to give him those touches throughout a game. But yeah, man, I just think what Malik Murphy does best is best suited for Adonai Mitchell opposed to Xavier Worthy, and that's the deep route.
And look, A.D. Mitchell's 6'4".
Yeah.
And he runs 4.4.
Yeah.
So 11 passes on 11 completed passes on 16 targets to A.D. Mitchell. I'm good with that. That's a 68% hit rate. 9 completions on 24 targets to Worthy. That is a 37% hit rate. So keep feeding A.D. Mitchell till they start to double him. Then X gets the single coverage. And don't forget about Jordan Whittington, man. I mean, does Malik Murphy never see Jordan Whittington?
He had one catch on that crossing route. I don't remember when it came.
Yeah, for 19.
That's it. Yeah. That
That's it, because the other 2 catches went for 4 yards.
Yeah.
So he's a money player on crossing routes because he's big and strong and fearless, and he's not going to drop it. Like, can we get back to getting my man Jay Witt some of those crossing routes, like on short yardage situations? Like,
hey, you know what Sark's going to tell you? If Jay Witt gets the ball, then how many targets is Adonai or Xavier Worthy getting? You know, this and that.
Oh, man.
Spread it out, man. Let everybody eat. Let everybody get a spoonful, man. You can do that. I mean, at the end of the day, each game, somebody can go off. You know, I would like for Jatavion Sanders and Jordan Whittington to get more involved, but still, at the end of the day, you know, you got to give Jonathan Brooks touches, which, yeah, this first fumble of the year, very uncharacteristic, but you could tell JB's beat up, man. He just went over 1,000 yards. Congrats to him. Another 1,000-yard rusher for Steve Sarkisian. But you could tell, like, I didn't think Jonathan Brooks early in that first quarter was going to come back. Shout out to his toughness, man. That dude is an absolute soldier because he came out a couple of times and I was like, this ain't good. You know, and CJ Baxter, he was solid. Obviously, the highlight for him was the fake quarterback sneak, fake tush push toss to him for the touchdown on 4th down. But yeah, Jonathan Brooks, you could tell those blows, there's a little bit of wear and tear there for him. And thank goodness the emergence of CJ Baxter has come to fold. So even though you want Jonathan Brooks taking majority of the touches, CJ Baxter could come in there and you trust him being productive also due to what he's been doing from week to week ever since he's gotten healthy.
Well, how about this? We talked about the lines of scrimmage and Texas offensive line with no Christian Jones. At one point, Kelvin Banks went out. Hayden Connor went over to left tackle. Texas ran 37 times for 230 yards, 6.2 per carry. I thought they should have run it 50 times in this game. I wasn't quite sure what the thought process was, but Brooks got 22 carries. We said he should have had 25 to 30. Maybe he would have if he hadn't left the game. And look, CJ Baxter had 10 carries for 90 yards, had that 54-yard touchdown run on 4th down. And that leads me to this question, Zay, because I said going into this game, if you're in 4th and short in the red zone, kick the field goal, take the points. It's a championship game. And Sark goes for it on 4th and 2 with Savion ready, fumbles, and Texas comes away with no points in that red zone trip. And Sark's contention after the game was, well, if we're not aggressive on 4th down, we don't get the 54-yard touchdown run from CJ Baxter. And I'm like, that's between the 20s, dog. Your money between the 20s. You can't do shit in the red zone. So kick the field goal. And Bert Auburn, 4 for 4.
He's back. Hey, yo, the dude needs his love.
Pop for my man, Bert Auburn.
Yeah, because he was tripping. There was one point of the season. He was tripping. Oh, yeah.
He was
and he got that all cleaned up.
He's made 8 in a row.
Yeah, clean it up. That away, Bert. That away.
3 for 3 against OU. 1 for 1 against either Houston or BYU, can't remember. And then 4 for 4 Saturday. And we said this could be a field goal game, and it was. Holy 42-yarder in overtime. Bert Auburn finally gets a game winner, finally gets credit for a meaningful kick, pressure kick that results in a victory.
And nobody gonna remember it. Nobody. Everybody's gonna remember Barron Sorrell and Byron Murphy almost getting to Will Howard and Trevondre Sweat having the ball knocked out of his hands by his own teammate and David Bender. That's what everybody's gonna remember. It's cold, man. It's a cold game out here, Bert. You're gonna have your moment. I hope you don't. I hope Texas could have runaway wins to where Bert isn't a factor, but the way that it's been looking, it seems like he's due for an actual moment. And yes, here on Chip and Zay on Texas Sports Unfiltered, we're going to give Bert Auburn his credit because he deserves that love. Because there are some people that aren't. He deserves that love. The dude has been consistent. When we thought he had the yips after OU and stuff like that, where it's like, all right, it's become a problem, Bert. That makes me nervous because this team, they can do some serious things. And if you're not confident, then that ain't good. And that dude that's turned it around, shout out to Bert Auburn, hell of a job.
Yeah, he missed 3 field goals in the games against Baylor and Kansas. But 8 of 8 since. So, Steve Sarkisian, kudos to you. You stood by your man. You said Bert Auburn's too good of a kicker to be missing these kicks. He and Lance St. Louis, the snapper, and Ryan Sanborn, the holder, need to get their timing and precision down. They have. Kudos. In my opinion, Bert Auburn deserves a new car from Apple Leasing, just like you deserve a new car from Apple Leasing. Here's the thing. Some of you are driving around these used cars. I used to drive around in used cars because I didn't want to pay for the future trade-in value of the car. So I was like, I can't afford a new car. Okay, well, guess what? At Apple Leasing, you can, because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it, and you're only paying for the part of the car that you're driving that's new, under warranty. You're not paying for repairs. You're paying for gas. That's it. Gas and oil changes. And you pick any make or model of car. That's the other thing. Don't lease from a dealership because they're not going to let you change make and model of car if you decide 2 years into the lease that you don't feel that car anymore. You lease from Apple Leasing, 2 years in, you want to change make and model of car? No problem. I've done it. I've been a client for 15 years. Apple Leasing has the easy lease. Everything about Apple is easy. You're in new cars. If you're in Austin, Texas, you're going to be in traffic. You better love the car you're in. Some of you are driving around cars you can't stand. That's no way to go through life. Come on now. Apple Leasing, appleleasing.com, or just give them a call. That whole crew over there will take care of you. 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. All right, Zay. Trevondre Sweat is an animal. Byron Murphy's an animal. And those dudes are wrecking shop. They're going to have to wreck shop against TCU. We're going to talk to the voice, the TCU Horned Frogs. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Ryan Estridge. By the way, Earl Thomas had 4 games in a row with an interception in 2009.
Damn.
So that's Michael Taft. You want to get into the same company with Earl Thomas? You need to come up with a pick against TCU this weekend. Mookie,
what's good?
Let's
go, man. I need that, Taft. I need that, man, because you know Josh Hoover going to give it up.
Josh Hoover going to give up that booty?
Josh Hoover, he do, man. He do for an interception or 2. So, yeah, Michael Taft, man, just in the right place at the right time. Again, he's white, so they're going to give him opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not trying to be racist here. I'm sorry, but that's just how it goes. Even Larry Bird knew that. Larry Bird, as clear as his skin was, he would always used to tell, Isaiah Thomas and those different legends, like, hey, y'all better not put a white boy on me. Y'all better respect me more than that. So if Larry knew, Larry Legend, then you think others know. When they see Michael Taft rolling around back there, they said, oh, shoot, we going to test him a little bit. And you got to make him pay, Mookie. You got to make him pay.
Hey, how do you think that white receiver Jace Brown for K-State got so open?
Is he white? I feel like he's light-skinned. I think he's light skinned. I think he's of the
No, that's Keegan Johnson.
Yeah, okay. Is he white too? He look light skinned.
He's
they
light
had a lot of
skinned.
light skinned brothers on their team.
I think Keegan Johnson, number 10, is the light skin.
Yeah, okay.
Chase Brown, number 1, is the white boy.
Okay. Hey, I don't know, man. Those dudes, wide receivers, they started going off. I'm telling you, man. Chris Kleiman would have realized earlier that maybe this past game with Keaton Crawford and Jalen Catalan out, maybe there's something there. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they tried to stick to that run game. They tried to be who they were. It didn't work out. Colin Klein realized that. And once he realized that, plus the Horns kept turning the ball over and giving the Wildcats good field position. But, yeah, once that happened, 327 yards. Will Howard didn't play bad, really. You know what I'm saying? Like that interception that Michael Taft had, that wasn't on him. That was in old boy's hands. I think Terrence Brooks kind of mucked up the catch by just jumping in front of it, but it was in his hands and it bobbled around and it allowed Michael Taft to come all the way over to make that diving catch, which was pretty special. But yeah, that was an interesting coaching game for the Wildcats. And I'd be very intrigued to hear what those media people are saying about the decision-making that Chris Kleiman had at the end of the game. Because you take the points. You could feel that, make Malik Murphy beat you. That's what I do. Like that dude, he's struggling. Whatever Joe Klanderman's doing is obviously working. So make him beat you when you just came back down 20 points and you got a inexperienced quarterback in the second start that's already a little jittery. Make him beat you in the second overtime and see what happens. But my man got greedy. You can do that on D2.
They thought they had a play. After the game, Kleiman said, well, it's only one more yard than a 2-point conversion play. We were going for the win. Our guys were getting tired. I'm like, tired? Like 70 degrees.
He's trying to protect himself because he knew he messed up. He knew he mucked up.
Yeah.
You got to save your ass if you Chris Kleiman. So he knew he messed up. That was a bad move.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was just a bad move. You take the point.
Let me tell you what's a good move. Going to Great Blue Hair and Furniture. Go to greatbluehairandfurniture.com and check out this incredible furniture because this is the high-end leather furniture. And you can design your own furniture. Like you can look at all their leathers, you can look at all their styles and say, you know what? I want that for bar stools. I want that for a love seat. I want that for a recliner. I want that for a couch. And you're going to get exactly what you want. And this furniture is constructed for a lifetime. It's not like going to the box store and getting that balsa wood furniture that you're like sitting in, you're reclining in 2 years in, and the whole thing comes apart. And you're like, what the? I don't even know where to begin with this. No, you're never going to have to worry about that with Great Blue Hair and Furniture because it is constructed out of the finest woods, out of the finest craftsmanship, and it's beautiful. So you go to greatbluehairandfurniture.com. It's going to make you want to redesign your whole living room. Maybe you want to redesign your whole living room. Get to greatbluehairandfurniture.com. Don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em because that's the Texas Sports Unfiltered promo code. You'll thank us later. You know what I'm saying? Zay. Cowboys, man.
So close.
Dak Prescott. Are you kidding me?
We're blaming him?
Can you not turn up field?
Oh, come on.
Can you not turn up field without stepping out of bounds and make it a 3-point game so I don't have to see your ass trying to grind out a touchdown instead of a field goal at the end of this thing? You kidding me? He wasn't getting pushed out of bounds. Just know where the sideline is. Turn up field. Get in the end zone.
You lucky he ran in the first place. We just talked about his PTSD. You're lucky he ran in the first place, man.
I know, but he did run, and he was effective, and he would have gotten in the end zone if he knew how to turn up field.
That's tough, man.
It was a great game. It was an exciting game, but like for those points to be left on the board when you had it, all you had to do was turn up field, not step out of bounds. That just pissed me off. And listen, he got me 36 points last night in fantasy. I'm not like, he played well, except for that. What the hell?
Oh man, yeah. It was. I get it. It's easy to blame him. It is, man. But
just on that play,
right?
Like, come on.
Yeah,
you gotta know where the sideline is.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, hell of a game. Say what?
Didn't you think he got the 2-point conversion?
Oh yeah, I thought that was easy too.
Right, because
points.
Most football players know to turn up field and get into the end zone without stepping out of bounds.
You know, most football players don't have their legs snapped on the other side and have the pressure of being the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. You know what I'm saying? I get it. The dude thinking about a lot. Who knows what's in his mind?
Don't give me all that.
What do you mean? Don't give you all that? You're blaming
the right call, Collier.
The dude was throwing some passes where I was like, okay, Dak, I see you at the link. At the link.
Hey, I agree. He threw good passes. And guys were dropping shit like
Michael Gallup. Yo,
I want to punch him in the face.
It's time for him to go. It's time for Michael Gallup to go.
They should have kept Cedric Wilson.
Because that dude's catching passes for two.
That dude's balling.
Yeah. You know what? Kevontae Turpin, you're our third wide receiver. Sorry, Michael Gallup. We can't do this no more. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to give you a chance to get your groove back. You had a gruesome injury, so we understand that. You were a hell of a player before that. You've had flashes since, but too much negatives, too much cons instead of pros, my guy. He's a huge problem. And just Jalen Hurts, he's tough too.
You know what though?
I give him credit.
Micah Parsons looked good to me. He looked healthy again. Like that ankle's recovered. He was back to being physical and nasty and bitching about getting held and stuff.
Yeah.
I think his ankles come back. So, I mean, the Cowboys woulda, coulda, shoulda won that game last night.
Yeah.
And that would have been a total game changer. I mean, tiebreakers, all that. That game was there for the taking.
Yeah.
Cowboys were up in that game. Dak doesn't know where the sideline is. Let's bring in Brian Esters, the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, to see if he agrees with me. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, fellas. How we doing?
Shouldn't Dak Prescott know where the sideline is when he's running?
You would think, man. I'm a Dak fan. I'm like the one guy in Dallas right now who is. I think he's got all the skills. I know he makes decisions that drive people crazy. But, I mean, in this day and age, look at that league, man. It's so hard to find guys that can get it done. And more times than not, he does. So I'm like, roll with him. Let's go.
I know, but I love him. And he got me 36 points in fantasy last night. But I just need him to know where the sideline is on that 2-point conversion. Because then they're driving for a field goal instead of a touchdown at the end. Anyway.
Speaking of the NFL, I'm wearing this shirt for you, Chip Brown.
Oh, you are?
Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it.
I
might have to lower my
camera. You might put that camera down a little bit, Brian.
There you go.
Well, I got to go this
Lions. Lions.
Oh!
I'm wearing my Lions football shirt for you today,
That's
man.
right. You and I have some mutual Lions interest.
Yes, we do. Yes.
And this is a good year. Brian, I don't know if you know, I went to the Lions game in Tampa.
Did you when they wore the creamsicles?
And Bucks wore the creamsicles, and then the Lions put it to them.
Yes.
And it was beautiful.
Oh, look, there's Wayne Fonts calling me right now. Wayne. Yeah, I'll call him later.
Cocaine Wayne.
Big cat. Let's go.
Our man. Our man.
Yeah. How we doing, guys?
I mean, we're just going from one purple team to the next. You know what I mean?
I know. Well, you had a good one last week. That's for sure.
And everyone's like, oh, TCU's struggling. I'm like, TCU has 8 starters back from that defense that completely stoned Texas on their own field.
Yeah,
but Big 12 in sacks.
It just doesn't. For some reason, they haven't played up to that same level, though, man. It's been, I think it's got all these guys sort of scratching their heads as to, what's the deal here? Is it just because they got a year of tape on you? I don't think that's the case. You've had some guys who had great years last year who just, aren't quite playing to that level that they did, in 2022. So, I mean, it's kind of baffling at this point.
Well, I get the offense had a lot of changeover. I think only 3 starters came back on offense. You lose Max Duggan, that may, Quentin Johnston. I see all these TCU guys, Kendra Miller in the NFL scoring touchdowns, right. Darius Davis. I get all that. But defensively, it seems like, you got Johnny Hodges back, Jamoy Hodge, Josh Newton. You got Bud Clark, who had 5 interceptions last year. So, Joe Gillespie's back as the DC.
Yeah, I don't think it's a scheme issue. I don't think it has anything. I think you missed D Winters at linebacker more than maybe we thought. You don't have that true threat at defensive end like you had last year, a guy who was going to get to the quarterback, more times than not. And I think that Johnny Hodges being hurt for a lot of the year has not helped. And then, Trey Tomlinson on the side opposite of Josh Newton was, a lockdown guy. You where were you going to go? I mean, you really didn't have an option. And this year, the corner opposite is Josh has kind of been by committee, and they haven't been able to totally solve that yet. So, that's been what they've been up against. And it's, like I said, I think it's frustrating. I know it's frustrating for these players and for these coaches and, where do they get to and how do they get out there? And, how do they get back to where they were? I think that's the part that's gotten them, sort of scratching their head. And you got fans obviously, calling for the scheme issue. Oh, it's a problem with the scheme. The scheme was pretty dang good last year. They didn't change anything. In fact, they got more in this year. And so, I don't think it's a scheme.
Yeah, Brian, players have always made the biggest difference at the end of the day. And we're going to get to some more football questions, obviously. But I got to ask you, for someone who was present when the nasty-ass possum, rabbit-ass possum in Lubbock roaming the field, what was going through your mind when you saw that happen?
I was thinking about who is it? Kevin Harlan that always does the play-by-play when a naked guy runs out on the field. I thought, do a play-by-play of the possum here who didn't want to leave, but we were in commercial break, unfortunately. Hey, here's the crazy thing about this, guys. The last time we were in, I think it was the last time we were in Lubbock. Maybe it was 2 times ago. There was a fox out on the field. It's like, what's going on? Why are we at a zoo? Come on. Yeah, that's what it feels like, man. It's like, and by the way, it's the worst zoo in the country. If it's a possum and a fox, if that's the only 2 you got, what's the old joke?
Prairie dog town out there too.
Exactly. Hey, what's the old joke? Where the guy says, "I went to the zoo," and the guy goes, "How was it?" The guy only had 1 dog. It was a Shih Tzu. And that's you remember that joke? But that's kind of, he's like, what are we doing here, man? I got a possum and a fox, and crazy things happen in Lubbock at night. I do know that, man.
Well, give us your thoughts, Brian, on this TCU team, because obviously you lose some key players from that team last year, and you're trying to, where are you seeing progress? Well, let's start with the quarterback situation. Sure. Chandler Morris, Josh Hoover, who's going to be on the field Saturday night, and how would you characterize their seasons?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Josh. I mean, I just think that they still think that Chandler might be a week away. He's kind of last week they said if it was an emergency, he can hand it off. And so, so maybe they're not ready to play him just yet. But here's the thing. Can Josh Hoover play? Yeah, he can play. Josh Hoover is a good quarterback, but he's a freshman. And when you throw the ball, 50 times a game, you're gonna have a couple of interceptions. That's unfortunately the way to, whether you're a freshman or a senior, more than likely you're going to have a couple of picks, and you're going to have a couple of decisions you'd like to have back. Now, that number expands when you are a freshman and you're really only playing in your 3rd game. And that's what you're seeing out of Josh Hoover now. And so I'm not down on Josh or his potential or what the future looks like for him at all. He kind of reminds me, this will seem sacrilegious to TCU folk, but he kind of reminds me a little bit of an Andy Dalton. who that first year, if you remember, and you might remember this, Chip, he was, he made some mistakes. We went to Air Force and he threw a pick late that wasn't good. And, I mean, you just kind of had to survive with him that freshman year. But look what it became. And that's kind of what Josh reminds me of, because he has the same kind of presence with the team. He has the team respects him. He handles himself well. He works hard. So, between he and Chandler, I think you're okay at quarterback. I really think you are for this team this year. What you have had, though, is you've had an offensive line that hasn't necessarily played up to the level that you thought it would. They had to shuffle the deck, and move Brandon Coleman from left guard to right tackle and kind of go back to what it was last year. And you're really still only 7 deep there that they trust. And that's not enough. You know how that is. And then you've had some receivers that have just really been banged up. Last week you didn't have Jack Besh. You didn't have Warren Thompson. You got Chase Curtis, a tight end, who is out. DJ Allen hasn't been on the field. Cordell Russell's a freshman that we really haven't seen. I mean, these are guys that you were kind of thinking, okay, they're going to do something, and they haven't yet. And so that's been an issue at wide receiver. Monty Bailey's been solid in the run game, but he's been solid in the run game between the 20s. You get in the red zone, and this team has really struggled. Sonny Dykes told me a note today, and I didn't write it down. I got to go back and look it up. That last year, TCU had 70-plus plays of 10-plus yards. So 70 explosive plays last year on offense. And this year, it's like 9. I mean, it's some crazy number. Don't hold me to that one, okay? Nobody tweet that out, because I don't know if that's a fact. But it's similar to that. I mean, it's like, oh, that's the problem. There just haven't been any big plays, and then you throw red zone turnovers in, and I mean, it's kind of been, and then there's been no takeaways. The 4 TCU losses in league play, they've got 0 takeaways, 0. Wow. I mean, there's your answer right there, right?
Yeah. Ryan, have you seen any type of just discomfort with this offense due to the loss of Garrett Riley and Kendall Browse coming in?
No, I don't think so. I'll be honest with you. I like what Kendall does offensively. I love the fact that there is an emphasis on the run game. I like the fact that the tight ends are involved. This is me personally. Would I like to see a few more shots downfield? Yeah, because I kind of got used to it last year. That's why. I was never really that kind of guy before, but I think that'll come. I really think that next year you'll see this offense have more of that in it. But I like what he does. I like how he challenges people, how he strains defenses, how he pushes the tempo. There are some times with young players where they might get a little too fast for themselves, and that happens. But I don't think it's that, Zay. Other than potentially, you might have, you had coaches on this staff who were with Garrett, who now Kendall comes in and the system's different. So is that difficult for them? To sort of the approach changes a little bit. So there may have been some of that early on, but I don't think that I don't think that I've seen any red flags though from that perspective. In fact, other than you just had untimely turnovers, that's a big thing, and you haven't had the explosive plays for whatever reason. Like you had last year, and maybe we took Quentin Johnston and Kendre Miller and Darius Davis for granted. Maybe that's what it was, because those guys are playmakers.
Well, how much, the true Art Briles offense, the receivers out, wider than the numbers, the tempo, the first read is a go route. The second read is a quick slant.
Yeah. I don't think it's that. Yeah. I don't think they're doing that. I'll be honest. I don't think. I think they are spreading teams out, trying to, with formation. I do think that you do have the tempo, but we haven't seen the verts like you would see, at Baylor back in the day. 4 guys running straight down the field. You haven't seen much of that, and so I don't think. I think this one is really more. This is more of a run game, even though the numbers don't show it when you look, and Josh Hoover's throwing it 50-something yards, 50 times a game. It's because they're having to, because they haven't been able to run the ball like they want. But it's a short passing game. It's a side-to-side passing game. It's almost like long handoffs at times, I think that's kind of where they've been good. And maybe some of that of late has been because you've got a young quarterback, out there. Maybe you're trying to, make a safer throw for him. I don't know.
Yeah, he looked good against BYU. I mean,
Everybody looks good against BYU, though.
Yeah, we're finding that out, huh, Brian?
I mean, and I don't mean that as a slam on Josh. I mean, but they've been disappointing to me.
Yeah,
I thought of the 4 teams coming in the league. I told everybody, and I may have even told you this, I think, Chip, when we were standing there in the end zone talking at Big 12 Media Day, that I thought BYU would handle the move better than the other 4 because of depth. I thought they would have they would be older and they would have more depth than the other 3 teams. But that's Central Florida, I guess, would be the best of the 4, I guess, coming in. But to me, BYU's been a disappointment so far. And so, but I mean, but it was also a win that TCU needed. There's no question about it, and they handled up on them pretty good.
Ryan, what's the fan base looking like right now? Because it's very easy to look at Sonny Dykes and say, well, he inherited Mary Patterson's
That's
team
such a crap
last
when
year.
people say that. Yeah, that's. It really is. This team would not have done what it did last year without Sonny Dykes. And I don't say that because I do his games. It's just because I watched it. He pushed all the right buttons. He didn't make a mistake last year in getting this team ready, getting them prepared week in and week out, and in having them believe in themselves. Now, credit goes to that group of older players too, who bought right in from the beginning. But no, it has. This is not a coaching issue. I go back to the defense of the scheme. That has nothing to do with it. This is just. You know what I think it is, guys. Honestly, you know what I think some of this is, and I get, and until you've been there, I think it's hard to realize. I think there was a burden on this team that it carried over from last year, and I think that burden was a couple of things. I think one is, you wanted to repeat, you wanted to get back to what that group did last year, obviously, which is really, really hard to do. You know that. I mean, Georgia can do it, but it seems like everybody else has a really hard time doing it. So you want to repeat. 2 is the last game of the year, left a lot of question marks for folks. Hey, did they deserve to be there? Well, was it all a fluke? Can they play with the big boys? Blah, 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 blah. And so I think you had that burden that you had to disprove. And then you looked around and you didn't have Max Duggan and Quentin Johnston and Kendre Miller and Darius Davis and even guys like Wes Harris and Steve Avila. These guys that were leaders in the locker room, and you didn't have those. And so I think there was a real, sort of weight on the shoulders of this team from the beginning. And that's, good teams kind of get rid of that and shed that weight pretty quickly during two-a-days. And these guys, I don't think they were able to do it. And I think that sort of lingered all year long.
Yeah. When you look at the best game that TCU has played this year, what would you say that game was?
I guess you would have to say BYU.
Yeah.
But again, we know why, but a little bit, because of the opponent. I guess SMU probably. I think SMU is a really good football team. I mean, that's sort of proving out, is it not? I mean that that's a quality football team that is continues to win. That might have been the best one. That would probably be it. And which is interesting because and Chip, you and I kind of laugh about that game a lot, but I mean it has proven of recent years to be a bigger rivalry for SMU than for TCU.
For sure.
And yet in that game, I thought TCU really played as if it mattered. And I think, some of that might be a testament to how they feel about Sonny Dykes too.
Yeah.
That they weren't going to let Sonny Dykes lose to his old team. But I would say that would be the best game of the year that they played so far. They were physical. They were fast. They were playing intentional. I think that would be it.
When you look at, one other real quick question, how good is Iowa State? Because TCU went up there and Iowa State won 27-14.
Yeah, they were good that day. I think they kind of have their groove back. I'll be honest with you. I think they've got to, to me, Beck managed the game great. He was solid. Sanders had about 100 yards, but they just shut down TCU. The defense is, that's where they make their money at Iowa State. Let's face it. And they were really, really good. They held TCU under 400 yards, and I just thought that and I think TCU hit on like half of their third downs. Defensively, I just thought they were really good. Sonny Dykes was not happy after that game. I will tell you that's the most emotional from an anger standpoint that I've seen Sonny after a game. He was not happy with his team's effort in that one.
Yeah. Brian, in your opinion, what does this team need to do to get more consistent and rack up more wins?
I think they got to have some success. I think they just, and Chip brought up this point earlier. It's not a roster that's void of talent. There's talent on this team, but I just think they need some confidence, and I know that sounds real simple, but I just think they need to have early success in a game to where all of a sudden they look up and, okay, we're up 14-0 and we're up 14-3 and we've had 2 extended drives, or we've had a big play, or we didn't turn it over in the red zone and we converted on our third downs, or we made something happen in special teams, which has been bad this year, which is not TCU football. I think if they can just have a couple of those things happen, then I think this team knows that they can get on somewhat of a roll. The problem is, you're running out of time now. You're down to 3 games, and you got to get 2 of these in order to play in postseason. And so, then you worry about pressing, and this team's kind of been pressing all year. And so, I just think if they can have some early success Saturday night against Texas, I think that'll go a long way toward to getting this team bowl eligible. I think that's still the ultimate goal. Obviously, have Baylor the following week, and then have to go to Oklahoma on the Friday after Thanksgiving. But I think it's simple. I don't think it's a rework of the offense, or they got to make a change here. They just got to have some success, and they got to believe. One of the things that last year worked really good was that, and Sonny Dykes talked about this, is that they realized there was a method to the madness, and they trusted the system. They thought their stuff was the best stuff going. That team thought their offense was the best, that Joe Gillespie's defense was the best, that on special teams they thought their didn't stink. And this year they don't, for some reason it's crept into, they don't think that way, I don't think. And I think that has what they've got to overcome. That's got to be what they have to overcome.
Well, when you look at the matchup with Texas, what do you think is the key here, or where do you?
It's obviously it's up front. That defensive line of Texas is so good, it's so big and so physical that somehow this offensive line has to rise. They're going to have to play their best game of the year at the offensive line spot in order for this team to be successful. To me, it's simple as that. It's not Hoover having to throw for 400 or Amani having to run for 150 that offensive line has to block. And if they can block, and if they can buy Hoover some time and create some semblance of a hole for Amani Bailey, then they got a chance.
Yeah. Night game in
in Funky Town. It's always fun, man. 6:30 kick. It's going to be a great atmosphere. I think it's, the weather's going to be good. It's going to be a nice little crisp fall night. So, hey, and it's the last time these two teams meet, at least for a while. I think they meet in the future, but at least for a while, it's the last time they meet. And so let's see how it plays out. And TCU always seemingly plays well against Texas.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it
what, 9
last 11, something like that?
Yeah, 9-3.
Something like that. Yeah.
Woo.
So seem to.
What's the most surprising thing to you, Brian, about this season regarding TCU?
That this receiving core is not elite. I thought I watched them in the spring and in the fall, and I thought, man, these guys there's 6 pros in that room. And they may be, but they haven't been able to perform at that level. And I think and I'm not blaming them. I'm not sitting here going, I'm not calling those guys out. What I'm saying is, and it could be getting the ball to them, quarterback not having enough time to throw it, situations that TCU has been put in. But I thought we were going to see an elite group of about 6 receivers, all with 40 catches on the year. That's really what I thought it was going to be.
And they don't have anyone in the top 10 in the Big 12.
Your best receiver is Jared Wiley, the tight end, the Texas transfer. Yeah. Who's special? I mean, he's and he gives you all he's got every day. But he's also, due to injury and whatever, has been the real consistent one too. He's been out there every week. The others have not. Through injury and whatever it is, I think it's all injury. They haven't been out on the field, and so I think that's been the other thing is at least Jared Wiley's been consistent.
Who are the 2 best teams in the Big 12?
I think they played last Saturday. I think Texas and Kansas State are the 2 best teams in the Big 12. Yeah. I was really impressed with Kansas. I mean, Kansas State, crushed TCU. I was really impressed with them. I like the way they handled it against. Now they played more 2 quarterback stuff against TCU than they did against Texas, right? You saw Howard predominantly in the second half, right? I was I was fishing. And so I mean, I think to me though those two are the best. Now, Zay, you looked at me like did I leave somebody out?
Mike Gundy might deserve some more love, Brian. I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
and candidly, I haven't seen him.
Okay.
We don't play him this year, and so I haven't even looked at him on tape. And then you're right. I probably did leave him out. I think those. Can I say 3 then? Because I haven't seen them, I haven't focused on them at all since we don't play him. I should have said him. Yeah, I was happy for him. In fact, I sent my buddy up there. I said, "Hey, now that you guys have that trophy, I wouldn't schedule him. You own it for the rest of the, own it forever
till the end of time."
Exactly. Yeah, keep that Bedlam trophy in Stillwater. Yeah.
Okay, last thing for me, Brian. How good is Amani Bailey?
He's good. He's really good. He's physical. He doesn't go down on first contact. As they like, his yak yards are solid. I mean, he's a guy that he gives you 100%. He works hard every day in practice. He's a great young man. He's a real good player. I mean, there've been a couple of times where you thought, he's going to score here, and he just doesn't quite get it. But for whatever reason, angles or things of that nature. But I think he's on the verge of busting one of those, 50-yard runs. It just feels like it. Kendra had one last year against Texas, I think, right? It was a big one. I just feel like that, you're about to see that out of Amani Bailey. I think he's really good. You know what? Here's the other thing that stands out about him. It's a number I was looking at. You guys love numbers. I know. I think he's caught like 18 of the 19 times he's been targeted in the passing game. So he doesn't drop the football. So he's talented in that aspect also. So, yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah.
Ryan, my last one. How cool is it for you to see Kevontae Turpin doing what he's doing for the Dallas Cowboys? I mean, I feel like Mike McCarthy needs to stop throwing it to Michael Gallup. And
maybe
to Kevontae Turpin a lot more because he's their third best
who wasn't
receiver.
he threw to? Who was the 4th down throw to? Probably not the guy you'd expect the other night. I mean,
kid from South Alabama, Tolbert.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. What, everybody else a decoy? I mean, no, I'm with you. Terp's just a playmaker. I mean, you guys saw him coming out of TCU. I mean, he is a guy when he gets the ball in his hands. You hold your breath for a minute. And then electricity kicks in. And, it's fun to see him having some success. And there's a ton of frogs in the league right now that are having some success. And I think that says a lot to where this program has been and where hopefully it continues to go. But, it's fun to see those guys. Fun to see it here in the hometown, too. I mean, that's the other thing that's special. This is a baseball town, though, now, Zay. I mean, I don't know if you know that. It's a baseball town, so I don't even know if anybody knows the Cowboys are playing anymore, man.
All right, so Brian, if the Lions end up in an NFC championship, we got to.
I will be there.
Yeah, we got to figure out how to get there.
My deal is I've made a pact with my family for years. I have 2 kiddos. One's a freshman in college, one's a senior. That we're all going to be at the Super Bowl. So. I might have to sell my house. But we will. If the Lions get there, we will be there.
Yeah, because Lions fans are starving. They will sell their
God.
house to get tickets.
Hey, and if the Texas Rangers can win a World Series, the
2
Detroit
years
Lions
after losing 100 games.
Oh yeah, if they can win a World Series, surely we can make the phone call. We can make the phone call
Oh man!
for the Super Bowl. Let's call it.
Wow!
Yeah, surely we can do that.
Wow, man! I've
That
seen
is
Die Hard.
awesome.
So wow!
From the '82 draft, right there.
That's awesome.
That's what the draft. That's what
Really?
the pick was made on. Yes.
Did you get that at an auction or someone give it to you?
Yeah. I had a buddy of mine with a connection, of course.
Nice. Love it.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh man, I went to go see Queen last week in Dallas.
Nice.
And they played Another One Bites the Dust, and I'm like,
Right.
took me right back to the
You're thinking
Lions.
Jimmy Spider-Man Williams.
Oh yeah, Billy Sims.
Good. Yeah. Restore the roar.
Restore the roar.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, you're the best. I'll see you
Fellas.
Saturday night.
Chip, do they always make you do this show from prison? I'm just
Well,
looking at your backdrop.
Yes. So I'm
Okay.
actually at the Texas football stadium still because we have player interviews. Normally,
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
normally I do it from somewhere other than prison.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
I haven't
fellas.
quite figured out where the best, they do have a bookshelf over there. Maybe I'll
Yeah, something.
next week.
Call me anytime, fellas.
Hey, Brian.
Brian, I
see
appreciate you,
Saturday.
man.
See you guys are
Appreciate
best. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. Good stuff with Brian Estridge, voice of the TCU Horned Frogs. Oh my, Zay.
Yeah.
Sounds like Texas is getting these guys at the right time, but keep punching. Don't let them get belief.
Yeah, because it is Texas, so they'll probably pull some bullshit, rabbit out of a hat type stuff that you have no idea what's coming.
Well, here's the good news.
Everything.
Here's the good news. Max Duggan is gone because he was the Longhorn Slayer.
Yeah. You mean the serial killer's gone? Because that's what he looks like. He looks like a serial killer.
Max?
Yes. Yeah. He's a creepy looking dude. I'm not gonna lie. His girlfriend, very attractive. Obviously, he does well in life. But if that dude just pops out of a random corner when you're not paying attention, yeah, he could give you a heart attack just because he has that face, that serial killer villain, Brent Venables type face.
Oh my God. Speaking of Brent Venables, so USC fires Alex Grinch as their defensive coordinator.
Damn, they even let him pack his stuff up yet?
No, and there's reports that Lincoln Riley's reached out to Brent Venables to be his defensive coordinator.
That's so disrespectful. That is so disrespectful. Wow.
I need Persay Hilton to get on this case.
I'll dig, because things ain't going too well down in Norman, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Danny Stutzman, he was on the sideline with that nappy-ass head, and he couldn't help his Sooners getting just whooped by the Oklahoma State Cowboys, and the refs obviously helped Oklahoma State too. But, yeah, man, Brent Venables, hey, I'd rather live in L.A. than Norman. I'd take less money to go to L.A. and not deal with the pressure as a head coach than live in Norman. Easy. I'd pick up that phone so quick, Chip, which obviously Brent Venables and I have different mindset. For Brent, it's very disrespectful. If I was in Brent's shoes, I'd be like, shit, I'm on my way. Can I leave tonight? Can I take it tonight? Do I have a buyout? Whatever. We gonna figure that stuff out. L.A., Norman, California, Oklahoma. Very simple. Very simple. Very simple decision if Brent wants a smart man. But, he has pride and he wants to show everybody that he could be a head coach and bring Oklahoma back and all this other BS. George Costanza, yada,
Yeah,
yada.
I mean, if this quarterback, Jackson Arnold, is as good as everybody says, this 5-star who can run and is supposedly like Caleb Williams light, then you stay and you grow that kid into a monster and keep building that defense.
So Caleb Williams light. So he cries with his mama too after the game. He cried.
That game was insane. That game was insane.
Mama, we lost another one. What is going on? What am I gonna do? Just go have a Wendy's burger and quit bitching. You're about to be the number 1 pick. Life's gonna get real good. Which salute Caleb Williams. He's a competitor. So
I like Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I want to salute him. What he did to the Horns, it was nice seeing him cry. I kind of made fun of him on Twitter for it, So it was nice to see him cry because he made a lot of Longhorns and Longhorn fans cry for what he did to, in the Red River Shootout in 2021. So, yeah, Caleb Williams, who, again, the fingernails, a lot of people will say he's getting what he deserves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people would say that. So,
and the F Utah on his
knuckles. That's what I'm saying. The fingernail stuff, like Caleb Williams. Oh, now you want to cry though. Now you want to cry. You lost 3 straight. Now you want to cry. Okay. All right.
Well, let's get to the chip shot and the right call here. We got things to discuss. But for the chip shot today, I want to give some ollie pops to some different Longhorns for their performance in the K-State game. And I'm going to start with our man Bert Auburn, because he opened the season 9 of 14. He missed 3 field goals in the Baylor and Kansas games. And Steve Sarkisian was asked, do you need to make a change? Do you need to go to Will Stone? And Steve Sarkisian said, no. And he said, he stood by his man. He said, Bert Auburn and Lance St. Louis and Ryan Sanborn need to get their snap, hold, and kick timing down. Bert's been, he's too good. I've seen him deliver. And since then, Auburn is 8 of 8. And we said going into the K-State game, it could be a field goal game because Oklahoma State beat K-State with 1 offensive touchdown, 1 pick six, and 5 field goals. And there was Bert Auburn. 4 field goals, 34 yards, 49 yards, 27 yards, and 42 yards in overtime. And they needed every last one of them. And of course, the 42-yarder in overtime proved to be the winning kick. So a meaningful pressure kick for Bert Auburn after kicking a 49-yarder against Alabama last year to put Texas up with 1:27 left, after kicking a 47-yarder at Texas Tech to force overtime, and after kicking another 47-yarder against Oklahoma to put them up 3 with 1:17 left. But those all ended in losses. This one ends in victory. My second ollie pop to give out is to Malik Murphy and Adonai Mitchell, because those two are vibing. And before Murphy started turning it over, he and AD Mitchell were money. The 37-yard deep ball touchdown, the 47-yard deep ball to set up a field goal. And as we said earlier, Murphy and Mitchell have connected on 11 of 16 targets for 208 yards and 3 touchdowns in the last 2 games. Keep it up, boys. And how about ollie pop for just the offensive line? It's been a mash unit. Cole Hudson's been injured. Jake Majors, high ankle sprain. Christian Jones went down in practice. We told you about that here on Chip and Zay last week. That led to Cam Williams starting. Kelvin Banks kind of got banged up in the game, but through it all, 230 yards rushing, 37 carries, 6.2 yards per carry. Jonathan Brooks, 112 yards rushing on 22 carries. CJ Baxter, 10 carries for 90 yards. They dominated the line of scrimmage. And until they started turning it over, it looked like it was going to be just a whooping. Ollie Pop to Ethan Burke, returning to the field just 12 days after having arthroscopic knee surgery, posted his team-leading 4th and 5th sacks of the season, including a strip sack that led to a Texas touchdown, a huge Texas touchdown, one that Steve Sarkisian had to call a timeout for to get it reviewed, Zay. I guess the 5 officials standing right around the play couldn't see that the ball was not in Will Howard's hands, but under his.
They ain't want to see it. They ain't want to see it. That's what it was. They ain't want to see it. Talking about couldn't see it. They ain't want to see it. They were out there like Ray Charles, man, Stevie Wonder. They ain't want to see that blind. Yeah. Come on, man. We know what you're doing, Big 12. We know what you're doing, Brett Yarmark. We know what you're doing, you son of a B.
But Ethan Burke, so he injured the knee against Wyoming.
Damn.
And he played after that all the way through to the Houston game on like 70%. So he had some meniscus that was effed up. He got that cleaned up. Now he feels good. And if that's how he's going to play, that's the way he was playing against Alabama. And Wyoming was the game after that. He got hurt in week 3 and was playing like 70% until the Houston game when he was like, this is jacked up. I gotta get it cleaned up. So he gets the surgery. And now that's going to be huge. I mean, if Ethan Burke can keep playing like this, because he's a problem. He's big, strong, and long, and he knows how to use his leverage, and he's nasty. You know, Max Crosby, starter kit. He's not there yet at all, but he's a starter kit. I like Ethan Burke. I think he's going to be a problem here for a while. So some Ollie Pops, and of course, the last and final Ollie Pop. Go with the orange squeeze, the cream soda, or the root beer. Those are my favorite. To Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, and Ryan Watts for playing that final play beautifully. And really, Barron Sorrell, Byron Murphy, Ryan Watts, T Sweat should have had an interception on the play, but David Benda knocked it out of his hands, according to my man, Jose Hilton.
Yo,
I couldn't see it from the press box like that, but damn, my man T Sweat, you're right. He would have been on every highlight show.
Yeah, man. That would have been a huge just on your way up path to the maybe Big 12 player of the year defensively. But I'm with you. All those guys deserve Ollie Pop, man. From Bert Auburn to the run game and offensive line, Malik Murphy, Adonai Mitchell in the deep game, and Ethan Burke, the Westlake chaparral, who was going to go play lacrosse. You serious? He said, man, I'm a good lacrosse player. I've been playing it my whole life, but I want to hit folks. I want to hit folks.
His dad is a crazy lacrosse guy. And his dad was like just angling for the scholarship.
Yeah, that's all he wanted.
But the problem is in lacrosse, you only get like this much scholarship because there's like 11 scholarships for 30 dudes. And so
yeah, that Title IX ain't looking out for lacrosse.
His dad takes over the lacrosse coaching job at Westlake. And Ethan's like, well, I'll play spring football. And I'll play football. And all of a sudden, Todd Dodge and the boys, Salazar, are like, this guy's really good. Like, he's about to get a full ride scholarship in football. And his dad's like, you kidding me? Because I got a lefty lacrosse player who's big, strong, loves contact. And he's right-handed in everything but lacrosse. His dad like taped the stick to his left hand as a kid because he wanted him to be a lefty lacrosse player, which is hard to find. And now his dad's like, look at him go, look at my boy.
Yeah, he should be proud. He definitely should be proud. And shout out to Coach Vosick at Westlake too for the development. Like, as much as I hate on Westlake, I can't knock the development that they've had over the last 3-something decades, like maybe 4 decades. I don't know if it went back to the 80s or whatever, but
they are in football what Bowie was to basketball.
But they're not even that. I'm sorry, CC. They're not even that. We ain't never won those state championships in basketball. No, I mean, if we would have played 5A Division II like Westlake's done a lot, then come talk to me. But there is none of that in basketball. So, yeah, a little bit different. But, yeah, when it comes to Westlake football, man, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat. You see what Michael Taft's doing. You see what Ethan Burke's doing. I'm sure Colton Vosick is starting to, develop for our behind the scenes, and we'll kind of see that come to, our attention later on. But, yeah, at the end of the day, they just have a lot of guys that are willing to make plays. And Sark's right. The depth of this team, the fact that they're so deep at different spots, and the fact that multiple guys throughout the lineup, they have been just inactive due to health, and guys have just been thrown in there. Like Derek Williams, even though him and Terrence Brooks got beat on that pass after, I want to say the Jonathan Brooks fumble. Yeah, Derek Williams, him and Terrence Brooks had a little miscommunication. He's been good, man. He had a couple of really good hits in this game against Kansas State. And, yeah, there's the confidence that they have in guys. Again, you're missing Jalen Catalon. You're missing Keaton Crawford. And Jaron Thompson was good. I know he got beat by Brooks. He was really good against the run. Now, he got beat by Brooks on that corner route in the end zone, which, whatever. But other than that, against the run, he made some huge plays. And I want to give Jaron Thompson his credit because we've been on him, dog. Like, I've been talking about his film room and stuff like that. Like, we've been on number 28. So having the performance that he had is very exciting and very promising, especially for his confidence. You talked about that last week, Chip. He just has to get that mojo back. He has to get that swagger back. And it seemed like ever since he had that game against Oklahoma where he dropped the pick, and then he also had the illegal hit on Dylan Gabriel, we just haven't seen what we should seen from a guy that has that much experience. And yeah, this defense, the more and more guys get healthy for this defense, the more confidence that you have in them. And Pete Kwiatkowski, he's playing those cornerbacks tighter. You're starting to see that. And Sark talked about that. Like, the reason we're getting pressure is because guys on the back end are locking up. And the reason that these guys are able to lock up is because we're getting pressure. It's funny how that works, Sark. It's funny how that works. Because when you ain't getting no pressure on nobody, and you see on the backside Malik Muhammad 15 yards back from the line of scrimmage, you kind of question mark that, you get a little confused on what we're doing. Like, these guys are more talented than this, right? Like, we can't be scared of the deep ball this much. You shouldn't be.
Ryan Watts only knows to play up on the line because that dude is enormous.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not going to waste this 6'3" and 50, 60, 70, 80-inch wingspan on playing off coverage.
Yeah, and if Ben,
my hands on you.
That's what I'm saying. And if Ben Simmons didn't have that crazy IQ to knock the ball away, Ryan Watts would have had an interception.
Yeah.
That was his. And Ben Simmons, probably the smartest offensive player on that Kansas State team, he had to break that up himself, and that could have been a huge play. But, yeah, you got to allow these guys to just play freely, man. You can't be scared to throw them out there. They are talented enough. You gotta have, I say this all the time, you gotta have faith on the training that you do in the off season, that when it's game time, you can't be scared to play just the soft coverage. Like, that's not what
I don't ever want to see that again.
I don't remember that. It shouldn't happen. I don't care if you're playing against 07 Tim Tebow or, 2001 Eric Crouch or something. I'm throwing some guys out there for you. I don't care if you're playing against any of those dudes.
I'd rather die on my shield than die on my knees. You know what I mean? That's a Sean Adams right there.
Yo, Sean Adams, man. He has some sayings.
I'd rather die on my shield than die on my knees.
Yeah, man.
Hey, and real quick, before we get to the right call with Zay Collier, greatest ref in the history of refs.
Oh, yeah.
Sean, listen.
Yeah, he hating, Sean. He hating. Call him out.
I got pissed about one play, that Dak 2-point conversion play, that he was running for the end zone, but lost track of where the sideline was. And he didn't have a guy pushing him out of bounds. That's all. I said Dak played great, but that one play, I needed that one play.
Come on, man. What about Deron Bland getting toasted a few times? What about that?
Listen.
So it don't matter. It don't matter. He could get toasted.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda won.
Jalen Hurts playing on dimes.
All right, tomorrow we're going to talk some Cowboys.
Yeah, man. Let's do it. Let's talk some Cowboys tomorrow. I'm with that, man.
I want you to bring, you know what? I'm going to call you after the show, and we're going to set up a little crossfire, a little hot seat about the Cowboys.
Oh, man.
It's special for our listeners at 4:46 on a Monday afternoon. Let them know. Let the masses know. Tell your friends and enemies. We also have Chris Hummer tomorrow for the best segment of college football anywhere.
Yeah, man. I need to ask Hummer because a lot of teams screwed the Horns this weekend. Oklahoma. I mean, as much as we love seeing you lose, do you have to lose now? This is when, all them times Horns fans needed you to lose, and then wouldn't really matter for the Horns, moving forward for CFP rankings. Now you want to lose, Brent Venables.
Yeah.
Now you want to take these calls.
Like 06. I'm thinking of all the times Texas won the game. 08, where Texas won the damn Red River Shootout and didn't play in the Big 12 championship. But I digress.
That's tough because now that loss doesn't look too good with Oklahoma State and Kansas with backup quarterbacks beating, which probably Alan Bauman would have been the starter, but they went through a lot of quarterbacks for Gundy for him to finally figure out that Bowman was the man.
The fact that it's Alan Bowman, a prodigal quarterback, 6 years in, 3 different programs.
Grown-ass man.
Yeah. What is he, about 30?
Grown-ass man. He's about there. Gundy likes those grown-ass men. Wasn't Brennan Whedon 28?
Oh, yeah, he was a baseball guy. Oh, yeah, he had played a full baseball career before he started. For real.
Oh, my gosh, man.
Alan Bowman is 23.
Okay. Yeah, that ain't too bad. Yeah.
He turns 24 in March.
Shoot, man. Yeah.
All right.
Meeting. Whew.
Hey, I'm just telling you, kids, it's Monday, which means we're going to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking tonight, all night happy hour, 3:30 to close. You're eating off the beginnings menu, $5 off everything on the beginnings menu, and that's grilled oysters. You got the barbecue shrimp. You got the chowder fries. I mean, it is on tonight. We are going to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, all night happy hour every night from 3:30 to 6:30, but all night happy hour on Mondays. Got the location in Zilker in Austin. You got the location up at Old Settlers in Round Rock. Let's go. All right. Without further ado, it is time for the right call from my man, Zay, the right call Collier.
Yeah, man. But first, got to shout out Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group. Shout out to Ricky Williams for being there on Friday and him getting acknowledged at DKR on Saturday. That's definitely a big deal, but so is Covert BK because they have been taking care of the greater Austin area people for over 100 years, and they've been providing the people with just high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. So yeah, that bucket that you got outside, that's probably around the 70s. I need an oil change. I got the check engine light on and all that other stuff. Nah, man, just go to Covert BK and you will get hooked up. They got 7 terrific brands for you to choose from, and it's Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. How could you not beat that? that at Covert Bee Cave. Go to covertbeecave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. You will get hooked up. That SUV, that car, that 2-door, you need that sunroof, whatever. They got you at Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, the right call today. You know I love Petty, and you're definitely going to like this story because you've been on this dude who was recently fired, Josh McDaniels. Bad. You've been going at Josh McDaniels, man, on Chip and Zay, and I appreciate it. I really do. And Jay Glazer of Fox Sports, Fox NFL Sundays, he said this. We're going to have to go bootleg for you. I got this on the phone, but he said this about Josh McDaniels and how toxic it got during the very end and what happened in the locker room. Check this out.
Why don't we find out what happened inside that room? We talked about the players meeting. Jay Glazer, our NFL insider. Just give us a scoop on exactly what went down as part of this transition.
Well, to piggyback off of what Harry was just saying, there was such a big disconnect with the players there and Josh McDaniels that players recently were going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing was last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And we also have to look at it. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. When he finishes up that speech, everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. And then you really saw how divided that building got. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week, and that's what his plan is going to be. And by the way, this is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce where, he's just going to coach out the rest of the season. He has a shot to keep his job.
That's amazing. It doesn't surprise me. Josh McDaniels is the biggest loser I've ever seen in my life. The only reason he had success is because of Tom Brady.
Oh my gosh.
It's amazing to me he got hired by the Denver Broncos. It's amazing to me after being fired by the Broncos and sent back to the nipple of Bill Belichick that anyone would have hired him again. I don't know who recommended Josh McDaniels to Mark Davis and his bowl haircut, but Josh McDaniels is a joke. And when Bill Belichick gets fired from New England, and he's getting pretty close, because I think Robert Kraft is kind of getting sick of his deal, but don't fire a guy unless you got a guy. And it sure as hell won't be Josh McDaniels. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy, but what an egomaniac douchebag. Josh McDaniels, after Antonio Pierce fucking puts down the gauntlet for Josh McDaniels, all he can say is, don't ever disrespect the Patriots like that again.
You're not even a part of them no more.
You're not even a part of them, and you lost.
It's like he said, F the Patriots, man. Screw these guys. He didn't say any of that. He was just making a point to compare his winning New York Giants, who beat the team that everybody picked to win the game. Like, you're salty about that. Josh, don't have me talk, man. Don't have me talk, because obviously Pierce was saying some good stuff. And yeah, your boy Josh, he got a little butthurt. He got a little salty. He got a little in his feelings. And yeah, that's just trash, man. And by the way, you hating on my man Mark Davis in this bowl haircut. I think he got it touched up. I saw him yesterday. He had the white Raiders jacket on. I wouldn't say it looks good, but it looks better than what he had before.
Looks better than the scary Burger King guy. That is the worst haircut I've ever seen for a multimillionaire, for God's sake.
Oh, but that's why he's a millionaire. He don't care about his looks. It's all about business. It's all about business, man. So
Josh McDaniels sucks.
Trash, man.
Oh my God, he sucks.
Yeah.
And he gets rid of Derek Carr, who was not the problem in Vegas, by the way. And Devontae Adams went there for Derek Carr. Now Devontae Adams is pissed, wants out unless this new quarterback can sling it. I did love the fact that Max Crosby, this is how much he hated Josh McDaniels. Max Crosby was smoking a damn cigar in the locker room after they won without Josh McDaniels. That tells you how much Max Crosby hated Josh McDaniels, because Max Crosby had like how many sacks? Yeah, that guy is on fire.
Yeah.
He's a monster. Let me look this up because he had a big game.
Yeah.
He has a big game every week.
It's interesting. It's interesting because, of course, Perzay Hilton shit right here. He put out a video, for the Raiders social media team on Twitter.
Who did?
Max Crosby. And he was saying, yeah, everybody get there tonight. And like he almost says like, and y'all nah. And a lot of black folks took that as he was about to drop the N-bomb, which, I don't think that's what it was. It's just people are ridiculous. He didn't say it. He said, he was like, yeah, what I'm saying, y'all get out to, the whatever it's called, whatever the arena's called, y'all get out and support the Raiders, and get out there. Everybody was like, yo, was he about to say what we thought he was about to say? And I'm on Max Crosby's team. If you don't say it, you don't say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dude might have just got caught up with his words. Like, we talk all the time. I get the hiccup sometimes. I get a lump in my throat every once in a while to where something that I think is going to be said, it might not sound right, or I have to pause and take a breath before I say whatever I have to say. And I think that might have happened to him. But also, on another side, the dude does have a little gangster in him.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, the dude has a little gangster and a little Marshall Mathers in him, should I say.
Got a little flavor.
Got a little flavor, a little swag. So
and he had 3 sacks. 3 sacks yesterday.
Yeah, Tommy DeVito struggled. Yeah. But DeVito.
He struggled.
DeVito struggled, man. Yeah, only DeVito I know that's successful is Danny. And yeah, Tommy DeVito, he kind of looked like Danny when he was playing the Penguin in the Batman, with the way that he was trying to get away from those Raiders guys who obviously played motivated. Like, they played hard for Antonio Pierce, man. And Antonio Pierce gave those guys the day off until Wednesday. Like, hey, you heard Jay Glazer say it. Antonio Pierce does a good job where Mark Davis kind of forces his hand of making him keep Antonio Pierce. Then I think that'd be a good look for now, because that's a guy that's been there and done that in the National Football League. And you're starting to see for a lot of teams, that's where this is going. Drafting guys who have played the game. We see D'Amico Ryans, we see Dan Campbell, all those guys succeeding. But it can also throw it to guys who haven't played the game that have done well, like the Bill Belichick's of the world and the Mike McDaniels of the world, which that was a pretty good game. Those guys tried to come back and make it interesting in Germany against Kansas City, but didn't get it done. So yeah, good week college football, good week in the NFL. It's going to be fun to talk about it for the rest of the week.
Oh yeah, baby. And let me tell you something. You got I think I went 2-1 in my picks. I was right on K-State and Oklahoma State. I was dead wrong on Georgia and Missouri. You were wrong on the Falcons.
Damn it, Arthur Smith. Give Bijan Robinson the ball. Like, Taylor Heineke, yes, give you a chance to win. And shout out to Joshua Dobbs, man. That dude, he barely knew anybody on that Vikings team, and he led them for a game-winning drive. Like,
you were wrong about the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, what was the final score?
28-23.
Oh, man.
Was I wrong on that, too?
Oh, man.
Damn. Ofer?
You had Dallas +3.
Oh, Dak. So I'm with you. I'm blaming Dak. I'm with you too now. I'm blaming Dak. Damn, Dak. Come on, Dak. Get your foot off the line, man. What are we doing?
Cost Zay a cover. cost Zay a cover.
Cost me a cover. Ain't that a bitch?
I mean, so all right, we'll reload for tomorrow.
Yep. See y'all tomorrow, 1:00.
Plumber, we got Hank. It's a loaded Tuesday, but make sure you're right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, starting at 8 a.m., baby. Holla.
Y'all be cool.